Supreme God Emperor Chapter 1154 to Chapter 1210. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Spineless Wretch. The golden immortal steel was just a stone steel made by the golden immortal with some tricks and engraved runes on it. The disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance could not see through it, but the higher-ups could. Even so, Mu Yun had fulfilled his promise to Qin Yuzhu. Otherwise, it was not his style to break his promise. As for the two people charging at him from behind, Mu Yun simply ignored them. Die. Die. The two Tier 5 heavenly immortals attacked from behind. Mu Yun did not turn back. Woof woof. However, just as the two people's attacks were about to land on Mu Yun, a wild bark was heard. Behind Mu Yun, Purple Fang appeared and bit at them. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out. One of the two disciples had his arm ripped off by Purple Fang, causing him to howl incessantly. Seeing this, the other disciple made a prompt decision and attacked Purple Fang. However, at this moment, Purple Fang attacked majestically. Boom! Xia immediately attacked the two of them again. There was a loud explosion and the two of them immediately retreated. Purple Fang looked at the two of them and felt very proud and happy. It seemed that it had gained enough face in front of Mu Yun. Bastard, you're courting death. Huang Jian bellowed coldly and dashed out. Mu Yun kept the golden immortal steel and looked at Purple Fang. Good brother, I'll deal with this guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun had already charged forward. You're courting death. Huang Jian was a Tier 6 heavenly immortal. When he saw Mu Yun, he did not take him seriously. With a wave of his hand, Immortal Qi surged in his origin wheel and attacked Mu Yun. You're the one. However, Mu Yun did not care at all. Calamity Sword Rain. Life Judgment Sword. Death Judgment Sword. Life and Death Sword. As he muttered to himself, Mu Yun attacked 4 times in one breath. Each attack was stronger than the previous one. Sword Dao. Seeing this, Huang Jian paused for a moment, but he continued to attack. This guy had actually comprehended the sword principle. As such an arrogant and conceited opponent was even more impossible to let go of. He had to kill him quickly. At this moment, Mu Yun snorted coldly. Without saying anything, she waved her hand. Swoosh! 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 Even though he hadn't reached rank 6 heavenly immortal yet, his strength was still formidable, and the immortal energy in his body was as vast as the ocean. 9 Seals Overkill Roar. Mu Yun bellowed as she retreated. Roar, together with Little Seven's roar, it was like the roar of a dragon. Huang Jian, who was right in front of him, was shaken by the roar. Blood gushed out from his nose and mouth as he retreated in a sorry state. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, how could they have believed such a thing? At this moment, there was a hint of coldness in Mu Yun's eyes. The first level of the 9 Seals Overkill Roar was to condense a sound wave attack towards the opponent. However, the second level's power was to condense a sound wave and spread it outwards. Moreover, this immortal skill was driven by Yuanli. Yuanli was different from immortal skills, but it was powerful enough to suppress the opponent. Huang Jian was at a disadvantage now. He stood where he was, looking at Mu Yun, and the murderous intent in his heart intensified. However, just as Huang Jian was about to take a step forward, a few figures suddenly flew towards him. The leader of those people had a tall and slender figure. There was a gloomy expression between his brows. Wherever he went, people would feel very uncomfortable. Huang Jian, this isn't something your royal family can do. Facing such a guy, you're actually in such a sorry state. The person looked at Huang Jian and said with a smile. Qin Wentian. Huang Jian snorted. Don't just stand here and talk. Your Chankuan matter isn't much either. Now that you're here, it's obvious that you're despicable. If your royal family can come, why can't we? However, at this moment, a teasing voice suddenly sounded. This voice had a hint of mockery and charm. It was very strange. The person who came was a woman. The woman's chest was open, and her dress wrapped around her voluptuous body. The scenery was so beautiful that it made people's hearts sway. Ziyuan, what is your Purple Phoenix Pagoda doing here? Looking at the boldly dressed woman, Huang Jian snorted again. He didn't expect these two to appear here. However, thinking about it, if the royal family could get the news, it was hard to guarantee that the Qianquan Manor and Purple Phoenix Pagoda didn't leak any information. Qianquan Manor's genius swordsman, Qin Wendian. Purple Phoenix Pagoda's genius, Ziyuan. Seeing the two of them, Qin Yuzhu's expression changed completely. These two were both Tier 7 heavenly immortals. She was also unable to understand why a cultivator above rank 5 heavenly immortal would be able to enter this place. The only possibility was that the golden immortal ruins had changed because of their changes. The power restriction was no longer limited to Tier 5 heavenly immortals. Even Tier 7 heavenly immortals could enter here. He wanted to call out to Mu Yun, but at this moment, Mu Yun appeared in front of him. "Miss Chen, give me the golden immortal medallion." "Here's the golden immortal steel," Mu Yun said, and with a wave of her hand, she handed the steel to Qin Yuzhu. "Don't be silly," Qin Yuzhu shouted anxiously. "This time, we won't be able to leave. Both Qin Wendian and Ziyuan are Tier 7 heavenly immortals. I know you're strong, but what?" Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, "Didn't you say earlier that the 3 alliance heads think very highly of me? I wonder if I can enter the Triple Heavenly Alliance and become its disciple." "No problem." Qin Yuzhu couldn't help but laugh. Was this for real? However, at this moment, Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushue were completely stunned. Was this guy really going to join the Triple Heavenly Alliance? If so, where would they stand in the future? Tang Wenbin stood up, looked at Qin Yuzhu, and shouted, "Qin Yuzhu, hand over the golden immortal steel. We're in a dead end now. If you don't hand it over, do you want everyone to die?" Yi Rushue wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. "Tang Wenbin, you're a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Now, shouldn't we be united against the outside world?" Mu Yun sneered at this moment. "United against the outside world? That should be to deal with you. If it weren't for you, we would have gotten the golden immortal steel and left this place. Why would we be in so much trouble?" "Me?" Mu Yun smiled bitterly. This fellow really treated him as a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. "Are you blaming me?" Mu Yun smiled. "Alright, since that's the case, you can come and get the golden immortal steel." Tang Wenbin had already tested it. He was no match for Mu Yun. Yi Rushue also stood up and looked at Tang Wenbin. The two of them whispered to each other, and no one knew what they were talking about. Not long after, Tang Wenbin walked out, looked at Huang Jian and the other two, and cupped his hands. "The 3 of you, the Triple Heavenly Alliance is willing to hand over the golden immortal steel. Mu Yun is not a member of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, so the 2 of us can help the 3 of you." "Spineless wretches!" Qin Yuzhu immediately shouted. "The Triple Heavenly Alliance has raised you, and you're worse than pigs and dogs." "Qin Yuzhu, watch your words." Tang Wenbin snorted. "The sect has done us a great favor, but we don't have to lose our lives because of Mu Yun." "Because of me?" At this moment, Mu Yun smiled. At first, these two fellows looked sanctimonious and very powerful. But when they met someone more powerful than them, they were completely terrified. What a disgrace. But at this moment, Mu Yun was too lazy to say anything. Huang Jian was a rank 6 heavenly immortal, so he was not afraid at all. But Ziyuan and Qin Wendian were both rank 7 heavenly immortals, and they were obviously not ordinary disciples of the Purple Phoenix Pagoda and the Cosmos Manor. This would be troublesome. He was not worried about not being able to deal with the 2 of them, but he did not want to expose his trump card in front of Qin Yuzhu. At this moment, the sound of fighting and howls suddenly rang out in the main hall. The cultivators of the 3 major powers had already started fighting with the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. The battle had begun. Qin Yuzhu knew that there was nothing to say at this moment. Even if they handed over the golden immortal steel, they would still be buried here. She could only hope that the people of the Triple Heavenly Alliance would discover the strange changes in the golden immortal relic and come up with a response. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the few of them and wondered what he should do. Luo Tianqing was his trump card, and he did not want to expose it until the critical moment. Extreme Emperor Clan, Purple Phoenix Pagoda, Cosmos Manor, what audacity! However, right at that moment, a shout was suddenly heard. The entire main hall immediately began to tremble. Rumbling sounds could be heard from afar. Boom, finally, with a loud explosion, the entire main hall began to shatter. Everyone began to dodge with all their might. However, following the collapse of the large hall, everyone was shocked to discover that their figures had actually appeared on the ground outside of the towering water pillar. This change was so sudden that no one was able to react in time. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also stunned. It would appear that people from the Triple Heavenly Alliance had come. Big sister! Qin Yuzhu immediately cried out. Over 10,000 figures stood around the water pillar and spread out. In the sky, several tens of figures appeared. They stood in midair and looked like dazzling suns. The two people in the lead were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and had an arrogant posture. He had a long breath. The woman's appearance was radiating with an aura that made one feel relaxed and happy. She was as beautiful as a snow lotus. She had a tall figure, a slender waist, and a protruding chest. It was quite a spectacular sight. This woman's appearance was rather similar to Qin Yuzhu's. Qin Yuzhu looked like a rose with thorns. She looked a little wild. This woman, on the other hand, looked very cold, noble, and elegant. One could not look at her directly. Qin Yufei, Qin Yuzhu's big sister. Mu Yun already had a guess in his heart. It would be a joke if the Triple Heavenly Alliance did not know about the changes in the Golden Immortal Relic. After all, the people inside were the top disciples of the Outer Alliance of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Suffering heavy casualties was an enormous blow to the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Goodbye to the Crown Prince. Everything is fine now. Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun and grinned. This is my sister, Qin Yufei. She's an Inner League disciple and a level 9 Heavenly Immortal. Everything is fine now that she's here. That's senior brother Nye Tian. He's also one of the best in the Inner League. Qin Yuzhu said happily. Senior brother Nye Tian is a legend in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Now that he's here, it seems like there's a big problem with the Golden Immortal Ruins. Mu Yun did not care about what Qin Yufei was thinking. She only knew that Qin Yufei and Nye Tian were both level 9 Heavenly Immortals who were sent here. The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance must have known that the other 3 Silver Forces were invading. However, they did not send any profound immortals. There was only one explanation. Even though a portion of the laws of space had been damaged here, causing the suppression to be reduced, it was still difficult for mysterious immortals to enter this place. Qin Yufei stepped forward and looked at Huang Jian and the others coldly. I was wondering who it was. Sister Yufei, Brother Wugan misses you very much. He still remembers the 3 months he spent with you in the secret zone. Get lost. Hearing these words, Qin Yufei immediately snorted. I get lost? Huang Jian did not care at all. He looked at Qin Yufei and sized her up. Sister Yufei, don't forget what my brother Wugan said before. In this lifetime, he only recognizes you as his woman. With Brother Wugan's potential, in the future, who in our royal family will be able to compete with him? He's more than enough to suit you. Shameless, Huang Jian. You still have the nerve to say that? You're not Mu Yun's match. Shut your stinky mouth. Qin Yuzhu shouted at this moment. You're courting death. Huang Jian was infuriated. He took a step forward and charged towards Qin Yuzhu. Boom, however, a figure blocked Qin Yuzhu's path the moment he stepped forward. Mu Yun blocked the attack again and stood in front of Qin Yuzhu. Seeing Mu Yun attack again, Huang Jian retreated. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This guy was really an eyesore. Good job, Mu Yun. Qin Yuzhu cheered at this moment. The first time he saw Mu Yun, she was still very weak. But now, she had become very strong. Looking at Mu Yun's back, Qin Yuzhu felt as if a little deer was running around in her heart. At that moment, Mu Yun was standing before Qin Yuzhu. He received a message from Qin Yuzhu's conversation. Regardless of the reason, the 3 leaders of the Triple Sky Alliance had already noticed him. Since that was the case, he had to make up his mind. Enter the 3 Poles Heavenly Alliance. This time was different from when he arrived at the Heaven Sword Tower from the Sword sect. This time, he was even closer to the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate. Above the silver rank was the gold rank 9 Immortal Pavilion. Only by climbing up step by step would he be able to come into contact with the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate. Only then would he be able to learn many secrets that he didn't know about in his previous life. For example, why was his master, exterminating Heavenly Flame, killed by the 33 Heavens Sword sect? All of this required him to change his identity and re-enter the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate. Mu Yun understood that this time, he had to make up his mind. Only the silver rank forces could catch the attention of the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate. Only then could he rise quickly. He had wasted too much time in the bronze and iron rank forces. Now that he had reached the immortal realm, he couldn't endure climbing up step by step. He had to return to the Cloud Alliance as soon as possible. The Cloud Alliance needed him, even if he was just a small sky immortal, he was the backbone of the Cloud Alliance. Huang Jian, how dare you? At that moment, Qin Yufei's eyes were filled with anger. This younger sister was her only younger sister. Huang Jian had attacked her sister in front of her. His crime was unforgivable. However, looking at Qin Yufei, Huang Jian wasn't worried. Instead, he smiled. It was as if he already had a backup plan. Mu Yun pondered over this undetectable feeling and became cautious. He suddenly realized that if the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance could understand this, the other 3 silver rank forces wouldn't be so simple. Kill. However, at that moment, Qin Yufei shouted coldly and took a step forward. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's inner disciples behind her immediately attacked. Although I'm no match for you, my target today isn't you. Huang Jian grinned and shouted, children of the extreme royal family, kill them. Seeing that Huang Jian still dared to fight back, Qin Yufei and Ye Tian immediately attacked. Your opponent is me. However, at that moment, a figure directly attacked. That person was like a ghost, as if he didn't exist. However, he suddenly appeared at this moment. This scene immediately stunned everyone present. What was going on? Bang! 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 While everyone was still in a daze, the figure that had suddenly appeared had already exchanged several blows with Qin Yufei and Ye Tian. In the sky, there was a flash of lightning and thunder, and everything changed. Immediately, the 2 figures quickly retreated. The person who suddenly appeared in everyone's vision. How could it be him? Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun's body stiffened. He was very familiar with the person who came. It was the Crown Prince of the Yi Sword sect, the former ruler of the Crown Prince faction. Seeing the person who appeared, Mu Yun's pupils shrank. However, the Crown Prince's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Mu Yun. Mu Yun, long time no see. As soon as his words fell, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded. Who was the person who appeared? Why was he related to Mu Yun again? Senior brother Chu. However, seeing the person who came, Qin Wendian cupped his hands and greeted him politely. The Crown Prince had actually entered the Cosmos Matter. Mu Yun couldn't help but be surprised. He had always thought that the Crown Prince had died in Yellow Spring City, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Not only did the Crown Prince enter the Cosmos Matter, but his strength had also completely changed. Senior brother Chu? Qin Yuzhu was stunned at this moment. Then, as if thinking of something, she looked at Mu Yun and said, this guy is said to be a disciple of the Cosmos Matter who recently rose to prominence. His name is Chu Bufan, and his strength is remarkable. Do you know him? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, he was once a disciple of the Yi Sword sect, and we had a conflict. Mu Yun looked at the Crown Prince at this moment, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Now it seemed that the Crown Prince's appearance in the Yi Sword sect was not that simple. It seemed that even among silver forces, there were surging tides in the battle between each other. Qin Yuzhu also seemed to think of something, and her eyes flickered as she looked at Chu Bufan. The Crown Prince, Chu Bufan, Mu Yun increasingly felt that everything was getting more and more interesting. When Chu Bufan appeared, Ye Tian and Qin Yufei's expressions also turned ugly. It seemed that the 3 major sects had all come prepared for today's matter. On the contrary, they were the ones who were caught off guard and were somewhat caught off guard. Chu Bufan looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently, I was lucky to not die in the incident back then. Mu Yun, we will remember this debt. Today, I am not here for you. Count yourself lucky. After Chu Bufan finished speaking, he looked at the disciples of the Cosmos Manor again. Qin Wendian, kill Qin Yuzhu and take back the golden immortal steel. This is not a place to stay for long. Yes. Chu Bufan gave the order directly. At this moment, Qin Wendian was like a servant, and he did not say anything else. Kill. Chu Bufan's order was to kill. Qin Yuzhu's face immediately turned cold. Yuzhu, leave the golden immortal steel to me. Yes. Sister. At this moment, Qin Yufei approached Qin Yuzhu and took the golden immortal steel. She looked at Chu Bufan and shouted, Cosmos Manor, you guys are really arrogant. I don't know if I am arrogant or not, but the two of you want to deal with me? Isn't that too whimsical? Chu Bufan smiled slightly, as if victory was in his hands. Since the golden immortal steel is in your hands, then die. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bufan immediately attacked the two of them alone. Nie Tian and Qin Yufei, however, exchanged a glance before flying off into the distance. The three Tier 9 heavenly immortal disciples immediately exchanged blows, and the wind and clouds in the sky changed. At this moment, the ground was in chaos again. This time, with the addition of the inner league disciples, the outer league disciples of the Tripoli's heavenly alliance could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, Tang Wenbin and Yi Ruxue were in an awkward situation. They had just agreed to help Huang Jian and the other two, but now, the Tripoli's heavenly alliance's reinforcements had arrived. What should they do now? If Qin Yuzhu made it out alive, the two of them would definitely die. Fortunately, Qin Yuzhu did not say anything about the two of them. Now, taking advantage of the chaos, they could only protect their positions by killing Mu Yun and Qin Yuzhu. The two of them immediately made up their minds. At this moment, Huang Jian was already charging towards Mu Yun. The two of them immediately rushed towards Qin Yuzhu. Only by keeping it a secret could they keep it a secret. Tang Wenbin, Yi Ruxue, the two of you are crazy. We are not crazy. If we don't kill you, the two of us will die. You are the daughter of the Alliance Master. Only by dying can we keep our words. Purple Fang, go help Qin Yuzhu. Woof, woof, hearing Mu Yun's words, Purple Fang barked a few times and immediately ran towards Qin Yuzhu. With Purple Fang around, Tang Wenbin and Yi Ruxue were not worth mentioning. In Mu Yun's eyes, Yi Ruxue was worthless. He did not even bother to kill Yi Ruxue. The person who had once regarded him as an ant was now just an ant in his eyes. The main opponent before him was Huang Jian. In his eyes, Huang Jian, who was a Tier 6 heavenly immortal, was a worthy opponent. However, he was now a heavenly immortal, and the heaven immortal era chant was only useful for earth immortal realm martial artists. Otherwise, he would have absorbed all of Huang Jian's cultivation into his body. But now, Mu Yun was confident that he could defeat this person. Not for anything else, but because of his bloodline, he could use his bloodline power to increase his strength. That was the most important thing. Boy, I was careless just now. Now, I won't let you run away. Huang Jian looked at Mu Yun and sneered. You haven't seen the means of the royal family yet. Don't worry, I want to experience it. Mu Yun, however, held the black Yin sword in his hand and looked at Huang Jian with high fighting spirit. This battle could not be avoided. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Crimson Eyes Sword of Life and Death. She slashed with her sword, and two sword marks appeared. Mu Yun controlled Huang Jian with her sword realm. You want to use the same trick again? Huang Jian sneered. Let me show you the royal family's tyrannical golden body. Huang Jian let out a low roar. Rays of crimson light shone from his body and covered his entire body. Bang, he punched out, and Mu Yun's sword chi was broken. However, Huang Jian's body was flawless. Mu Yun was stunned when he saw this. Huang Jian's defense suddenly changed, his entire body had become incomparably powerful. Tyrannical golden body, the royal family's immortal technique. Mu Yun took a step back, looked at Huang Jian, and put away her sword. Since this guy wanted to compete with physical strength, she would give him a try. She activated her dragon form. Rays of rainbow light gathered on the surface of Mu Yun's body. This dragon form was different from before. This time, the nascent soul in her body had merged with the power of the seven-colored sky dragon's shell. She was extremely confident in her defense. He wanted to see if the immortal arts of the Ultimate Emperor clan, a mere silver-ranked faction, were more powerful, or the defenses of the mystical dragons, who roamed the Nine Heavens' divine realm. She took a step forward, and the two figures collided. Crack, the two fists collided, and two fist shadows appeared. The shadows of the fists scattered in all directions. Instantly, the disciples standing around Mu Yun and Huang Jian were sent flying one by one. However, the two figures separated as soon as they made contact. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Mu Yun seemed to be very powerful. Huang Jian was the most surprised. He had used the most famous royal family's immortal technique in the entire Nanjian domain, the tyrannical golden body. It combined both attack and defense. It was a killer move. However, it was blocked by Mu Yun's immortal technique. What the F***ck was that? Huang Jian was completely stunned. Your strength is not bad. It seems that your turtle golden body is not weak. You're courting death. Huang Jian was furious. Without another word, he raised his fist and attacked. At this moment, Mu Yun was even more confident. Of course, she would not retreat. Dong dong dong, a muffled explosion sounded. At this moment, the ground beside the two of them had cracked open. It was already impossible to see what it looked like. It was simply too violent. However, gradually, roars and blood began to flow between the two entangled figures. It seemed that the battle had already determined who was stronger and who was weaker. Bang bang bang, Mu Yun threw out at least 100 punches in succession. Every punch was on point. It could be said that she had put all her strength into her fists and legs. On the other hand, Huang Jian was panicking. Hateful? Hateful? At this moment, he could no longer think of these things. Mu Yun was simply terrifying. This guy's immortal body was like an immortal artifact. The extreme royal family was the best at cultivating their own bodies. But now, in front of Mu Yun, he was like a child. He had no advantage at all. This was impossible, but it had truly happened. Bang, Mu Yun threw out another punch. Huang Jian could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the two heaven immortals were fighting like children in the beginning. They threw punches and kicks at each other. However, Huang Jian felt that when his punches and kicks landed on Mu Yun's body, they were like tickles. On the other hand, Mu Yun was like the mountains and rivers, surging endlessly. He even had the illusion that Mu Yun was only a Tier 6 heaven immortal, and he was only a Tier 5 heaven immortal. No, even lower. Qin Wendian, Zi Yuan, are the two of you just going to watch? Huang Jian was really anxious at this moment. This guy will definitely be the opponent of our three major forces in the future. If we don't kill him now, when will we? At this moment, Qin Wendian and Zi Yuan looked at each other and smiled inexplicably. Huang Jian was an arrogant person. He had never been nice to them. Now, he could not hold on any longer and asked them to take action. However, at this time, they also knew that it would be enough to let Huang Jian suffer a little. If Huang Jian really died, it would be hard to say if there would be problems between the three major forces in this joint operation. Coming. The two immediately flew out and charged towards Mu Yun. In their eyes, Mu Yun was just a little strange. She was just a little stronger than a Tier 5 heaven immortal. However, if she went against them, she would still die. At this moment, Mu Yun pursed her lips and smiled when she saw the scene. You want to live? Looking at Huang Jian, Mu Yun suddenly smiled eerily. Sorry, I won't allow it. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged out. In an instant, Sword Realm enveloped Huang Jian, causing his speed to slow down. However, this was just the beginning. In an instant, Mu Yun waved her hand and threw out the spatial blades. This move was a spatial blade. It was silent and formless. However, when the spatial blades landed on Huang Jian's body, they let out a sizzling sound. Huang Jian's entire body suddenly turned into pieces of minced meat, like a fish fillet that had been cut by a knife. It was a horrible sight. This happened as soon as Huang Jian yelled out his name. However, at this moment, Mu Yun killed him. Huang Jian, dead, in an instant, Qin Wendian and Zi Yuan's figures stopped. The two immediately looked at Mu Yun, completely dumbfounded. They knew that even though Huang Jian was suppressed by Mu Yun. However, it was impossible for Mu Yun to kill Huang Jian. However, Mu Yun killed him. And just as they were about to attack, what method did Mu Yun use? Looking at Mu Yun, the two completely stopped underestimating her. This person was not simple. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and looked ahead in silence. Too powerful, Mu Yun was shocked. He had expected that the dragon form would become stronger this time. However, he did not expect that the power of the bloodline would become stronger at this moment. At this moment, his bloodline power could only be considered at the first level. However, this Dao level allowed his strength to increase by several times. This was the magical effect of the bloodline. After comprehending the fourth level of the indestructible blood codex, he finally understood this point. Bloodline, strong, ridiculously strong. At this moment, Mu Yun only wanted to look up to the sky and roar. In this rebirth, what surprised him was not the improvement of his sword Dao, but the condensation of alchemy, weapon forging, and formation. This bloodline was the most important. Mu Yun immediately exhaled a breath of relief as his bloodline boiled. This was the strength of his bloodline. It allowed his strength and every move he made to increase by several times. And this was just the Dao of bloodline. Once he reached the second or third bloodline Daos, his body would be a treasure trove. In front of him, Qin Wendian and Zi Yuan were eager to attack. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun was not afraid at all. However, at this moment, Ren Gangang and the others were not in a good situation. Mu Yun still wanted to fight with the two of them to see how strong a 7th grade heaven immortal was. However, it was obviously not the time now. In that case, Mu Yun looked at the two people in front of him and took another step forward. Do you want to kill me too? Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun smiled slightly. However, for some reason, looking at Mu Yun at this moment, the two of them suddenly trembled. Mu Yun's eyes changed at this moment. A faint blood-red color appeared between Mu Yun's eyes. Blood-red eyes. Seeing this scene, the two of them only felt an inexplicable pressure coming straight at them. Almost at the same time, the two of them took a step back. They retreated. The two 7th grade heaven immortals actually retreated when they met Mu Yun again. This step back was completely not what the two of them had expected. They only knew that subconsciously, they had retreated. Damn it, why did you retreat? Aren't you the same? The two of them looked at each other, inexplicably shocked. What the hell was this guy in front of them? Qin Wendian's hand that was holding the long saber trembled slightly. Should they kill this person or not? Swish. However, just as the two of them were hesitating, a figure broke through the air and came over. The figure was wearing a long black and white robe. His long hair was tied up, and his eyes were bright and spirited. Qin Wendian, where's Huang Jian? The person looked at Qin Wendian and immediately asked. Huang Jian. Seeing the arrival of this person, Qin Wendian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Jian is dead. He was killed by this guy. As Qin Wendian spoke, he pointed at Mu Yun. What did you say? When the man who rushed over heard this, a murderous aura immediately surrounded Qin Wendian. Why are you angry at us? It's so chaotic here. How can we care about Huang Jian? He's the one who killed him, not us. Zi Yuan was extremely angry at this moment. Her chest was heaving up and down. When she was angry, it would cause one's imagination to run wild. No matter what, she was still a Tier 7 heavenly immortal. This Huang Jian was only a Tier 7 heavenly immortal. Huang Jian's gaze immediately landed on Mu Yun. Huang Ji Wugan specially instructed me to take care of Huang Jian. I don't care if it has anything to do with the two of you. You should know what kind of expression Huang Ji Wugan will have now that Huang Jian is dead. When the name Huang Ji Wugan was mentioned, Qin Wendian and Zi Yuan's bodies shrunk. It was as if this name carried an invisible curse that caused the two of them to be afraid. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the three of them and roughly understood the situation. This Huang Ji Wugan seemed to have some relationship with Chen Yufei, and his relationship with Huang Jian was not shallow. Most importantly, he was very strong. To be able to make a Tier 7 heavenly immortal so afraid, this guy must be extraordinary. Don't try to use these words to brush us off. Qin Wendian shouted. When the two of us saw Huang Jian being killed, we rushed over immediately. We'll leave this guy to you. We'll help you capture him. Huang Ji Wugan. That guy was a madman, an arrogant maniac. It was not a good thing to provoke this person. Seeing this, Mu Yun sneered. Great. 3 Tier 7 heavenly immortal disciples from the 3 great sects. He had offended the disciples of the 3 great silver forces before even entering the 3 great heavenly alliance. However, Mu Yun did not care. At this moment, he had no time to listen to their nonsense. He had to ensure that nothing happened to the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower and the Yi Sword faction. If the 3 of you don't want to fight, I'm leaving. Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them and smiled. I don't have time to waste here with you. Impudent. Huang Ji Taihua shouted, do you really think you can survive after killing Huang Jiyan? Die. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 72 pieces. However, when he saw this, Mu Yan's gaze swept across the surroundings. At this moment, the 3 rank 9 heavenly immortals were busy fighting in the sky. No one noticed her. No one would pay special attention to her at this moment. Since that was the case, Luo Tianqing, I'll leave them to you. As soon as she said that, the 3 figures charged toward her. However, at this moment, a figure wearing a blood-red cloak and a blood-red robe appeared in front of Mu Yun. Bang bang bang, as soon as the figure appeared, Huang Ji Tahua and the other 2 were blocked. In an instant, the 3 figures were pushed back. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of them was completely covered in a blood-red robe. No one could see his face clearly. Most importantly, the strands of immortal chi flowing around this person's body were very strange. Rank 7 Heavenly Immortal. Huang Ji Tahua frowned when he saw the figure that suddenly appeared. Why was there a 7th tier Heavenly Immortal by Mu Yun's side? Who are you? A rank 7 Heavenly Immortal shouldn't be a nobody. Who are you? Luo Tianqing didn't say anything. He took a step forward and landed in Luo Tianqing's hand. Immortal chi surged as he attacked. Damn it. The person in front of them looked very difficult to deal with. Why was there such an expert beside Mu Yun? They looked at each other in disbelief. Mu Yun, on the other hand, was standing in front of them at this very moment. When he saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. However, now wasn't the time to fight with the 3 of them. Mu Yan's figure flashed and appeared on the other side. Qin Yuzhu and Ziya were working together to deal with Tang Wenbin and Yi Ruxue. Mu Yun rushed over and looked at the 2. Mu Yun. Tang Wenbin was shocked when he saw Mu Yun rushing over. Why would this fellow appear here? Unbelievable. Did Huang Ji Tahua and the other 2 eat sh*t, they couldn't even kill a single Mu Yun. However, when the 2 of them looked to the other side, they discovered that Huang Ji Taihua and the other 2 were actually being entangled by a crimson-cloaked figure. This was simply laughable. 3 Tier 7 Heavenly Immortals were stopped by a single Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. Are you kidding me? Gentlemen, I don't think the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance will take you in. Why don't you stay here in the ruins of the Golden Immortal for all eternity? As soon as Mu Yan's words fell, she charged out in a tyrannical manner. Even though he was clearly a rank 5 Heavenly Immortal, at that very moment, Mu Yun looked like a rank 7 Heavenly Immortal. This guy looked extremely detestable. Yi Ruxue, your time has come. Mu Yun immediately spoke and charged out. Thud, thud, thud. At this very moment, Yi Ruxue was like a child facing Mu Yun. She was completely powerless. Qin Yuzhu heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yun's power was unimaginable. Bang, with a loud bang, Yi Ruxue's body exploded. With a wave of her hand, several golden immortal tokens appeared in Mu Yun's hand. 12 golden immortal tokens. Seeing this scene, Tang Wenbin was completely dumbfounded. Qin Yuzhu. Tang Wenbin looked at Qin Yuzhu and immediately shouted, I'm a disciple of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Even if I made a mistake, it should be the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance that should punish me. I, Tang Wenbin, am willing to accept the punishment of the Alliance. Quickly stop this lunatic. I want to return to the sect and receive my punishment. However, at this moment, Tang Wenbin felt that compared to the punishment of the sect, Mu Yun was really a demon. You have no chance. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Tang Wenbin trembled and said, I have 10 golden immortal tokens on me. I'll give them all to you. As Tang Wenbin spoke, he waved his hand and 10 golden immortal tokens appeared in Mu Yun's hand. I'm sorry. However, after receiving the golden immortal tokens, Mu Yun nodded and said with a smile, these golden immortal tokens will be in my hands even if you die. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun charged forward. Tang Wenbin's death was inevitable. Originally, he had already collected 9 golden immortal tokens from Ji Yu and Lu Junwei. Huang Jian killed Chen Yu and took 5 golden immortal tokens. However, he killed Huang Jian and found the 5 golden immortal tokens. 14 golden immortal tokens, plus the 22 he had now. 62 golden immortal tokens. At this moment, Mu Yun had almost all the golden immortal tokens on him. However, this time, Mu Yun was not satisfied. He had obtained 62 of the 81 golden immortal tokens. Only Gan Xian had 3 golden immortal tokens. The disciples of the 4 bronze forces had 10 golden immortal tokens. Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing had 6. In total, he had 81 golden immortal tokens. However, Mu Yun was still not satisfied. Among the 81 golden immortal tokens, he had one that was very special. It was the golden immortal token that he had obtained in the huge maze. At this moment, among the 62 golden immortal tokens in the painting of immortal extermination, one clearly looked different. That golden immortal token was shrouded in flames and was exceptionally dazzling. Brat, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and give me all the golden immortal tokens. There is a trace of aura in them that will greatly benefit my cultivation. Guai could not help but urge him. Otherwise, when those guys realize what's going on, we won't be able to get the remaining 19 golden immortal tokens. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to explore the secrets of the golden immortal tokens. Secondly, he wanted to help Guai. Guai seemed to be able to absorb a certain amount of energy from the golden immortal tokens. He could rely on this to expand his forces. Xia, go help Ren Gang and the others. Get them to stay away from the conflict as much as possible. Woof, woof, hearing Mu Yun's words, Xia immediately got up and flew out. At this moment, Mu Yun was searching among the crowd. Heavenly Medicine Alliance. At this moment, Xiao Xinyu was leading a dozen disciples of Heavenly Medicine Alliance to fight the disciples of the 3 forces. However, even though she had advanced to the 3rd stage Heaven Immortal Realm, in this chaos, a 3rd stage Heaven Immortal Realm was really low. Seeing her junior brothers and sisters fall one by one, Xiao Xinyu only felt despair. Those disciples of Tripolar Heavenly Alliance only cared about themselves. Why would they care about their lives? At this moment, Xiao Xinyu's heart was bitter. In this world, it had always been the case that only those with tyrannical strength could survive. Beauty, what are you thinking about? While Xiao Xinyu was feeling sad, a sneer suddenly sounded behind her. All of a sudden, an arm wrapped around her body and hugged her. That figure waved his arm and pressed both hands on her chest. A piercing pain came. Xiao Xinyu's face immediately turned pale and red. Very resilient. The person behind her suddenly laughed and said, "You're a disciple of Heavenly Medicine Alliance, right? A bronze force participating in a matter between silver forces is courting death. Why don't I help you and free you? Let go of me." Let go? That won't do. The man behind her directly moved his mouth forward and sniffed fiercely, saying, "So fragrant. This time, I'll bring you back to our cosmos manor. You'll be my woman in the future." Bang, however, right after the man finished speaking, a loud bang was heard. In the crowd, a figure stepped out. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun, Xiao Xinyu was stunned. This is not a place where you can stay. Run as far as you can. Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, "But before you leave, can you give me the golden immortal token?" When these words were said, Mu Yun felt like he was taking advantage of the situation. But now, he couldn't care about this. Hearing this, Xiao Xinyu took out 3 golden immortal tokens from her hand almost mechanically. "Thank you." Mu Yun took the golden immortal tokens and left. But when he turned around, he waved his hand and 3 elixirs appeared directly. "These 3 elixirs can be considered as compensation for you," Mu Yun said apologetically. After receiving the 3 elixirs, Xiaoxinyu only glanced at them and immediately put them away. She was completely dumbfounded. These 3 elixirs were all heavenly immortal pills. And they were all upper-grade heavenly immortal pills. It was inconceivable. 3 upper-grade heavenly immortal pills. Even if she brought them back to the sect, the Alliance Master would probably explode. In other words, even if she helped the Heavenly Medicine Alliance to get first place this time, the sect would never reward her with 3 heavenly immortal pills. But Mu Yun directly gave her 3 upper-grade heavenly immortal pills. This guy. At the same time, Mu Yun was not in the mood to think about this. After finding the disciples of the Blazing Inferno sect, Azure Palace, and Thieving Sky Valley, Mu Yun asked for the golden immortal tokens one by one. If they didn't give it, she would beat them up. If they gave it, she would exchange it with elixirs. In a rude and unreasonable manner, she obtained 10 golden immortal tokens. Those 10 golden immortal tokens were directly taken by Mu Yun. 72 golden immortal tokens. At this moment, the 72 golden immortal tokens were all placed in Mu Yun's painting of extermination of immortality. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Guei naturally could not wait and began to quickly absorb the aura in the golden immortal tokens. However, as Guei began, Mu Yun looked at the 72 golden immortal tokens and was instantly stunned. Something was wrong. At this moment, the light pattern on the golden immortal token in the center, which Mu Yun had always paid attention to, finally gave Mu Yun some clues. Without saying anything, Mu Yun controlled the golden immortal tokens and spread them out one by one. She followed the arrangement on the golden immortal token and arranged them neatly time and time again. Gradually, Mu Yun saw 2 large words on the 72 golden immortal tokens that were placed in the same position, golden body. Continue to search. Mu Yun was now in high spirits. These 81 golden immortal tokens were indeed not that simple. From the looks of it, there seemed to be a huge secret inside. Mu Yun was instantly excited and encouraged. She looked ahead and smiled slightly. Ganxian, now that she had found Ganxian and obtained 3 golden immortal tokens, she would ask Yu Wuqing and Jiang Yan to find the remaining 6. Once the 81 golden immortal tokens were gathered, she would be able to see what it was. After making up her mind, Mu Yun immediately began to search for Ganxian. However, not long after, Mu Yun did not find Ganxian, but found Yu Wuqing. However, when she saw Yu Wuqing hugging a corpse, Mu Yun was immediately stunned. Wuqing. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Jiang Yan was dead. Jiang Yan. The moment he saw the corpse, Mu Yun was speechless for a long time. Mu Yun. Yu Wuqing's entire body trembled as tears flowed down his cheeks. He looked at Mu Yun and roared in a low voice, "Who is it? Who killed Jiang Yan?" Mu Yun felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Jiang Yan was a rank 4 heavenly immortal. In this place, it was possible for anyone to kill him without being discovered. Find him. Yu Wuqing shouted. Jiang Yan had 2 golden immortal tokens. Whoever killed him would have the 2 golden immortal tokens. Mu Yun was stunned when he heard this. The golden immortal tokens were gone. Looking at Jiang Yan's corpse, Mu Yun was at a loss. This time, it seemed even more difficult for him to gather all 81 golden immortal tokens. Mu Yun's heart was in a mess. Suddenly, a few royal family disciples rushed over. Without a word, Mu Yun attacked with his sword. Annoyance spread in his heart. Although he had not known Jiang Yan for long, they were considered friends and admired each other. But now, Jiang Yan had actually been killed without anyone knowing. The 3 golden immortal tokens had also disappeared. Mu Yun was no longer in the mood to find Ganxian. Even if he gathered all 79 golden immortal tokens, he could not find out the secret in the golden immortal tokens without the remaining 2. Mu Yun was getting more and more frustrated. Kill. With a low roar, the black-keen sword in Mu Yun's hand sensed its master's anger at this moment. It immediately whistled and rushed out. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent at this moment. Boom boom boom, but at the same time, the rumbling in the sky became more intense. In the midst of the explosions, 2 figures fell from the sky. One of them was in a sorry state with his clothes stained with blood. It was Chen Yufei. The other person was Nye Tian from the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Haha. I, Chu Bufan, will take the golden immortal steel. The Triple Heaven Alliance is nothing more than this. Haha. A loud laughter rang out as the figure in the sky left at this moment. Retreat. At the same time, the disciples of the other major forces also retreated one by one. There were not many people from the three-level Sky Alliance who had come this time. Faced with the encirclement of the disciples from the three great silver rank factions, they had long been unable to hold on. Now, there was no need to even talk about giving chase. Sister, Qin Yuzhu immediately stepped forward. Seeing the wounds on Qin Yufei's body, a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. I'm fine. Qin Yufei exhaled and said, I didn't expect this crown prince to be so powerful. Damn it. I was too careless. Nye Tian's face was pale as he struggled to speak. Forget it. This time, it happened too suddenly. We didn't expect that the Extreme Royal Family, Cosmos Mountain Villa, and Purple Phoenix Pagoda would use such a method. This time, it seems like the Southern Sword region will be in for a storm. Qin Yufei said meaningfully. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about these things. The Crown Prince didn't die, and he even became the disciple that the Heavenly Mountain Manor was proud of. The most important thing was that the Crown Prince had risen too quickly. This could only mean that the Crown Prince in the past was more like a setup in the Sword sect. And now, Jiang Yan's inexplicable death was even more suspicious. Now, it seemed like the Southern Sword region was unstable. It seemed like there would be a bloodbath among the four great silver rank factions. However, these things had nothing to do with him for now. The Golden Immortal Ruins should have come to an end here. However, what would happen next would be even more complicated. This time, his sights had jumped from the bronze rank factions to the silver rank factions. In the entire Southern Sword region, there were only about 20 silver rank factions. As the overlord of the Southern Sword region, the Nine Immortal Pavilion had 4 great silver rank factions under it. This time, there would probably be a fight. The Nine Immortal Pavilion would not care about this at all. No matter how the 4 great silver rank factions fought, as long as the 4 great silver rank factions paid the tribute on time, the Nine Immortal Pavilion would not care at all. All disciples, check the casualties and prepare to leave this place. Qin Yufei's complexion recovered a little after swallowing a pill. She began to give orders. The disciples immediately began to bustle about. However, these Outer League disciples all looked dejected. They did not obtain any treasures in the Golden Immortal Ruins. However, their friends and companions had lost their lives. Wuqing, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Mu Yun patted Wuqing's shoulder and comforted him. She knew that Jiang Yan and Wuqing's relationship was much deeper than his. Wuqing was the one who was most heartbroken about Jiang Yan's death. I understand. Wuqing said hatefully, I must find this person and kill him. Wuqing, come here. At this moment, Nye Tian walked over from the crowd in his martial attire. He looked at Wuqing and beckoned him over. I'll go over first. Wuqing nodded and left immediately. Hey, why are you in a daze? Qin Yuzhu walked behind Mu Yun and patted Mu Yun with a smile. No, Wuqing and Nye Tian know each other? I'm not sure. I think they know each other. Let's go. Go? That's right. My sister wants to see you. Qin Yuzhu chuckled. We already knew about you. Tian Junyu told my father about your heavenly sage aptitude. It's a waste for a genius with such aptitude to stay in a bronze faction. That's why my father, Uncle Su, and Uncle Xiao want to test you. There was such a thing, Tian Junyu had sold him out, Mu Yun laughed bitterly. Let's go. Not long after, Qin Yuzhu brought Mu Yun to a mound of dirt. Qin Yufei was standing on the mound of dirt and looking into the distance. Miss Chen. Mu Yun stepped forward and cupped her hands in greeting. From the back, Qin Yufei's figure and graceful figure were also very attractive. These two sisters were really cut from the same cloth. You are Mu Yun? Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Yufei turned around. She looked at Mu Yun carefully, as if she wanted to see through Mu Yun from head to toe. I've called you here this time because I want to ask you how you know Chu Bufan? This person was in the Yi Sword sect. He was a disciple of Yi Gushua's sect master. I pushed him away. A Yi Sword sect? Hearing this, Qin Yufei frowned, adding to her beauty. This time, seeing that you helped Xu I won't pursue the matter of you killing an Outer League disciple of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. However, after we go out, my father and 2 uncles have something to ask you. Be prepared. Qin Yufei looked at Mu Yan and said coldly. Okay. Mu Yan cupped her hands and left. Sister, why are you so cold? Yi Ruxue and the others are all cruel and unscrupulous. None of the top 10 in the Outer League are good people. Qin Yuzhu said unhappily. Mu Yan is not a disciple of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, but she has helped us a lot. Why do you look like, looking at Qin Yuzhu, Qin Yufei let out a rare laugh. Oh you're too naive. Qin Yufei tapped Qin Yuzhu's forehead and said with a smile, this guy, he hasn't even been in the immortal world for 50 years and he has already reached the heavenly immortal realm. This kind of improvement is equivalent to 1 big realm every 10 years and 1 small realm every year. Moreover, as his strength and realm increase, his improvement is actually getting faster and faster. Do you think that this is something that can be achieved with just heavenly saint talent? So what? That's because he's powerful. Qin Yuzhu said unhappily. I hope so. Qin Yufei looked up at the sky and muttered softly, I hope father and the others will believe this guy. Ah? Father wants to deal with him? How would I know? Qin Yufei smiled bitterly and said, our 3 extremes heavenly alliance has been improving at lightning speed these past few years. Our alliance's strength is rising day by day, and we've suppressed the extreme royal family, Purple Phoenix Tower, and Cosmos Manor. But now, nothing is certain. These 3 silver forces and our Triji Heavenly Alliance used to control the Sovereign's Abyss, Cosmos Mountain Range, Purple Phoenix Land, and Fallen Land. But now, they're attacking our Triji Heavenly Alliance. What does that mean? Falling out with them? That's right. Qin Yufei nodded. This time, I'm afraid there'll be a great battle in the Southern Sword Domain. Alright, you won't understand even if I tell you. This time, it'll be a battle between Heavenly Immortals and Xian Immortals between the 4 forces. It's unavoidable. You should quickly think of ways to improve your strength. I know, sister. Qin Yuzhu laughed. But our Triji Heavenly Alliance has always been very strong. Even if the 3 forces join forces, we won't be afraid. Father and the rest will naturally think about these things. Sister, that Huangji Wugan is really despicable. He stole your opportunity back then, and now he's insulting your reputation. This guy is really despicable. Let's not talk about this for now. Huangji Wugan is dead for sure. Qin Yufei said indifferently. Alright, get ready. Let's turn around and return. The Outer League disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance had arrived at the Golden Immortal Ruins, thinking that they were the biggest winners. However, he didn't expect that the 3 silver-ranked forces would join hands and scheme against him. This time, he had come in high spirits, but he had to return dejectedly. Everyone was in low spirits. Mu Yun was currently thinking about what she had gained. First of all, she had obtained the green jade bracelet from the maze. The treasures in it were comparable to the accumulation of a silver force. It was simply explosive. Moreover, there were the 10 treasure boxes. No one could tell what was inside. Most importantly, what Mu Yun was most happy about was the golden immortal steel. She had collected 4 9-spirit heaven capturing steels, and her strength had also increased greatly. Her bloodline had been activated, and she had successfully awakened the power of her bloodline. That was what she was most happy about. And this time, the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower and the dozen or so from the Yi Sword sect had greatly improved their cultivation. When she returned, the Yi Sword sect and the Heaven Sword Tower would be firmly in her hands. Her plan could finally be carried out gradually. The group left the Golden Immortal Ruins and returned to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. They appeared outside Triji City again. This time, the atmosphere was different from when they first entered the Golden Immortal Ruins. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 3 figures descended from the sky outside Triji City. A powerful aura swept over in an instant. Even though it was her second time meeting the three leaders, Mu Yun could still feel the domineering aura from them. A war. Welcome back, everyone. A figure in the middle stepped forward and said, everyone has worked hard this time. Something unexpected happened. The ruins of a golden immortal were originally discovered by the Triple Heaven Alliance. However, the Extreme Emperor clan, the Cosmos Mountain Manor, and the Violet Phoenix Pagoda came out to cause trouble. They even massacred our disciples. My threefold heavenly alliance will definitely not tolerate this. The figure in the middle was illusory, making it impossible to see his face, but his voice was firm and powerful. Therefore, the Tripoli's heavenly alliance will give everyone an explanation. The royal clan, Cosmos Mountain Manor, and Purple Phoenix Pagoda will pay the price this time. Disciples of Bronze Rank Forces and Iron Rank Forces, listen up. When we return to our sects, we swear that the Abyss of Rulers will declare war on the three great Silver Rank Forces, the Cosmos Mountain Range, the Violet Phoenix Land, and the Sunken Land. Declare war? The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. Is the Tripoli's heavenly alliance going to declare war on the three great silver factions by themselves? No way, that's too risky. That's right, it's simply shocking. The crowd was in an uproar. Mu Yun stood in the crowd and was also surprised. The Purple Phoenix Pagoda, Cosmos Mountain Manor, and the royal clan had attacked the Tripoli's heavenly alliance. Moreover, the Tripoli's heavenly alliance had done everything for the golden immortal steel, but the steel had been stolen. The real golden immortal steel was in Mu Yun's hands. Mu Yun naturally understood what was going on. The four great factions had started a war because of a fake golden immortal steel. If the upper echelons of the four great factions found out about this reason, he would probably die the most miserable death. Mu Yun stood in the crowd and didn't say anything. Are they really going to start a war? Ren Gangang swallowed and said, this is going to be big. The four great silver factions are going to war because of a fake golden immortal steel. It has nothing to do with us, Mu Yun said indifferently. How is it not related? Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and smiled wryly. You two haven't been in the immortal world for long, so you don't know. The reason why the sword domain is divided into gold rank, silver rank, bronze rank, and iron rank is so that we can manage them step by step. In a fight between two forces of the same level, the forces of a higher level usually won't care about it. But if a fight breaks out between people of the same level, then the force under management is just a pawn. This time, the Heavenly Medicine Alliance, the Azura Palace, the Raging Flame Sect, the Thieving Sky Valley, and the Heaven Sword Tower, the five great bronze rank forces under the Triple Heaven Alliance, will all participate in the battle. At that time, for example, Heaven Sword Tower and its five subordinate mortal forces will also have to go to war immediately. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. If two gold rank forces were to go to war, wouldn't that mean that almost half of the forces in the entire sword domain would participate? That's right. Xianxia replied. And the 33 Heavenly Sword sect has never cared about such things. After all, even if the four gold rank forces and all the other forces in the sword domain worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Mu Yun was a bit flabbergasted. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect hadn't seen them in 10,000 years, but now they knew how to play. In that case, the Heaven Sword Tower and the Iya Sword sect will all have to go to war. The South Pole is in the south of the Abyss of Sovereigns. The area under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Sword Tower is close to the Sunken Land in the east, and the Cosmos Mountain Range in the west. It's the same as being attacked from both sides. If that's the case, we must prepare for this battle urgently. Of course. Xianxia nodded. Last time, the Azura Palace and Heaven Sword Tower fought, and the five iron rank forces lost at least 10,000 people. I'm afraid it'll be even worse this time, Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh. In the eyes of the strong, the weak were just slaves to be ordered around. Everyone, please calm down. The figure at the front spoke again. This time, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance will advance and retreat together with everyone. This time, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance's inner disciples will be sent to each faction to fight against the enemy. We have 100% confidence in this battle. The illusory figure's voice was comforting. Now, let's begin the final step of the Golden Immortal Ruins trial. disciples of each sect, hand over the golden immortal tokens you've obtained. First, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance disciples with the most golden immortal tokens will directly enter the inner league. Second, the disciples of the 5 bronze rank sects with the most golden immortal tokens will be handed over according to their ranking. When the deep voice sounded, the crowd immediately began to discuss. Sigh, I knew it. It's just giving those in the top 10 a chance to enter the inner league. There's nothing for us to do. I know, right? Tang Wenbin and the others will definitely enter the inner league this time. We're just here to watch the show. The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance disciples began to discuss. At the same time, a figure stepped out. Outer League disciple of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, Gan Xian, 3 golden immortal tokens. Gan Xian, who was ranked 4th in the Outer League, stepped out. Wuqing, it's your turn. Mu Yun patted Wuqing and said slowly, I will help you investigate Jiang Yan's matter. Now, entering the inner league and increasing your strength is the most important thing. Wuqing stepped out. Outer League disciple of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, Wuqing, for golden immortal tokens. The 2 golden immortal tokens on Jiang Yan disappeared. There were only 4 left on Wuqing. This time, no matter what, Wuqing would definitely become an inner league disciple. Suddenly, the crowd quieted down. At this moment, everyone was still waiting for someone to speak, but no one spoke. That's not right, where are the others? Tang Wenbin? Yi Ruxue and the others? Yeah, why are there only Wuqing and Gan Xian? Yeah, it's so strange. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Where are the others? At this moment, an inner league elder stepped out and looked at the crowd. However, no one spoke again. If there are none, then Wuqing will be the first to enter the inner league. The inner league elder said indifferently. Next, disciples of the 5 major sects, report the number of golden immortal tokens you have. As the inner league elder finished speaking, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance disciples immediately looked at the disciples of the 5 major sects beside them. Damn it. Lily of the Blazing Flame sect could not help but snort. Our golden immortal tokens were all snatched away by Mu Yun. How can we still have golden immortal tokens? On the other side, Xiao Xinyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Although the golden immortal tokens were snatched away, she had obtained 3 heaven-class superior-grade immortal pills, which were priceless. Mu Yun was in no hurry to step out. She wanted to know who had killed Jiang Yan and snatched the 2 golden immortal tokens. However, after a while, no one in the crowd spoke. The 3 alliance masters frowned as well. All disciples, hand over the golden immortal tokens. Otherwise, don't blame us for using some extreme methods. If the golden immortal tokens are found, you will be sentenced to death. One of the leaders stepped forward. Heaven Sword Tower disciple Mu Yun has 72 golden immortal tokens. Mu Yun stood up at this moment. What? Did I hear wrongly? 72 golden immortal tokens? Mu Yun? A disciple of Heaven Sword Tower? How can he have 72 golden immortal tokens? This time, the commotion was even more intense than before. The shock of hearing this was even greater than hearing that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was preparing to go to war. This was not a joke, right? However, the crowd was completely dumbfounded when they saw the elder take 72 golden immortal tokens from Mu Yun. After all, only a few people had seen the fight in the main hall. Many disciples did not know what had happened inside, thus, this scene gave the crowd a truly shocking feeling. However, Tian Junyu, who was standing at the front of the crowd, was dumbfounded. Mu Yun had 72 golden immortal tokens. Tian Junyu did not expect this even in his wildest dreams. However, the commotion was quickly suppressed. Among the 3 figures, one of the leaders asked again, who has the remaining 2 golden immortal tokens? However, the crowd was already shocked by Mu Yun's 72 golden immortal tokens. No one cared about this. Is no one saying? One of the leaders growled and was about to attack. Brother Xiao, wait. A low voice sounded. The 3 leaders suppressed their voices and began to communicate slowly. The remaining 2 golden immortal tokens are most likely not in the hands of our disciples. Brother Chen, you mean, they were snatched away by the disciples of the 3 great forces? I think so, Chen Luo pondered and said, we are not clear about the situation now. Let's forget about it. Otherwise, if we really use your methods, I'm afraid these disciples will be at a disadvantage for a long time after they recover. If that's the case, all right. Xiaoyan could only nod his head. There were only 2 missing from the 81 golden immortal tokens. The golden immortal tablet was also snatched away this time. This was a very difficult matter. Originally, we thought that we could make a deal with that person after we collected all 81 golden immortal tokens and the golden immortal tablet. Now, it seems like there are only 79 golden immortal tokens left. That person will not come to an agreement with us. It's okay. This time, we have a chance of winning the war against the 3 great forces as long as he secretly helps us. When the time comes, we will collect all the golden immortal tokens and find the golden immortal tablet. I think that guy will be willing to cooperate with us again. The 3 leaders whispered to each other. The disciples below could not hear them at all. Finally, Xiaoyan looked ahead and said, this time, the Heaven Sword Tower collected 72 golden immortal tokens. The other 4 great sects did not get any. Therefore, this time, the rules are changed. The Heaven Sword Tower does not have to hand over the offerings this time. The other 4 great sects will share the offerings from the Heaven Sword Tower. What? Hearing this, the sect leaders and elders of the 4 great sects burst into tears. The Heaven Sword Tower was happy, but they were suffering. And all of this was because of Mu Yun. Who could they reason with? Yes. Yes. However, the leaders of the 4 great sects could not refuse at this moment. The Triple Heavenly Alliance was their boss. As the boss, they could only obey. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 3 Pulls Tower. Whether the Heaven Sword Tower handed it over or not did not have much to do with him. However, he did not expect that this time, the person who killed Jiang Yan and took away the 2 golden immortal tokens did not show up. Who killed Jiang Yan? Moreover, why did he kill Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan did not have any background or threat. Could it be for the 2 golden immortal tokens? Then he could have looked for him. Mu Yun's emotions became more and more chaotic. If he really wanted to investigate this matter, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if he left it alone, Mu Yun felt very uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, above the city gate, the 3 figures had already disappeared. Mu Yun. A figure walked towards Mu Yun. It was Tian Junyu. Looking at Mu Yun, Tian Junyu was full of joy. Thank you so much for allowing our Heaven Sword Tower to reach another level. As a bronze level force, the tribute that they had to pay to a silver level force every year was simply massive. Now, these tributes were undoubtedly of great benefit to the development of Heaven Sword Tower. Tower Master, you're too polite. At this moment, Mu Yun cupped his hands and said with a smile. Tian Junyu looked at Mu Yun, but his heart could not calm down for a long time. Mu Yun's realm had increased again. And it seemed that her aura was on par with his. This guy had become completely different after going to the Golden Immortal Ruins. Mr. Mu Yun. At this moment, a Heaven Sword Tower disciple walked over. It was Huang Fuyu, who had received them previously. The 3 leaders have invited you in. Huang Fuyu looked at Mu Yun and said respectfully. Previously, when Huang Fuyu received the people of Heaven Sword Tower, he was also very respectful, but that was out of courtesy. But now, he was respectful from the bottom of his heart. The 3 leaders were usually high and mighty existences, but this time, they actually summoned Mu Yun. From the looks of it, this person was about to gain the favor of the 3 alliance leaders. His status would definitely rise greatly. As a member of the threefold Heavenly Alliance, Huang Fuyu naturally knew the importance of connections. He had just entered the Inner League. He could be considered one of the top disciples in the Outer League, but in the Inner League, he was at the bottom. If he could get to know Mu Yun, then he might have a place in the Triji Heavenly Alliance in the future. Under Huang Fuyu's lead, they entered 3-level city, passed through the outer city, and entered the inner city. Mu Yun immediately felt the change in aura. The inner city of 3-level city was several times larger than the outer city. If that was all there was to it, it would be fine. The density of the immortal chi in the city was terrifying. Cultivating in the inner city would definitely be 3 times faster than cultivating in the outer city. No wonder the Outer League disciples fought so hard to become an Inner League disciple. Mu Yun followed Huang Fuyu into the city as they walked past the tall buildings and pavilions. When they passed by a square, there were already 3 figures waiting for Mu Yun. Chen Yufei, Nie Tian, and Chen Yuzhu. Go back. We'll take care of the rest of the journey. Yes. After Chen Yufei finished her instructions, she looked at Mu Yun and praised her. I didn't expect father and 2 uncles to really want to meet you. I didn't realize that a disciple from a bronze-ranked force like you could obtain almost all the Golden Immortal tokens without anyone knowing. Entering the Golden Immortal ruins is naturally for the Golden Immortal tokens, so I have to give it my all. Let's go. Chen Yufei and Ye Tian walked in front and stopped talking. On the other hand, Chen Yuzhu walked beside Mu Yun and said in a low voice, let me tell you first. My father, Alliance Leader Chen Luo, is very easy to talk to. You don't have to be afraid. The other Alliance Leader is Su Tianchen, who is a bit of a loner. There's also Xiaoyan. Uncle Xiao has a fiery personality and likes to be straightforward. Don't play tricks with him. I don't know why father and the rest want to meet you, but I think it's very likely that they want to rope you in. You'd better be prepared. If father and the rest want to rope you in, you must agree. This is the Triji Heavenly Alliance, not your Heaven Sword Tower or Iya Sword Sect. I understand. Mu Yun was not worried at this moment. No matter why the 3 alliance leaders were looking for him, it would not be to kill him. He had nothing to be afraid of. As the 3 of them walked straight to the square, a large hall stood on top of a tall staircase. It looked towering into the clouds, and it was a magnificent sight. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was not surprised. When they arrived in front of the hall, a faint sense of oppression came from the hall, and it immediately made Mu Yun cautious. As soon as she stepped into the hall, dozens of eyes were immediately cast on Mu Yun. Looking carefully, there were dozens of people standing on both sides of the hall. Those people looked either very young or very old. But without exception, all of them had a powerful aura that made one tremble in fear. These people, regardless of whether they looked young or old, were old ghosts who had lived for thousands of years. Those who could sit here were at least Mystic Immortal Realm experts, and they should be at least Mystic Immortal Realm 5th stage and above. As soon as she stepped into the hall, Mu Yun immediately felt that these people's eyes were all focused on her, and they seemed to be slightly examining her. Mu Yun did not avoid it. She opened her body and mind and allowed them to examine her. All of her secrets were in the chart of celestial extermination. These mystic immortals could not discover the existence of the chart of celestial extermination. Even the 3 alliance leaders, who were perfected immortals, could not discover this. After the crowd carefully sized up Mu Yun, they looked at each other and seemed to be a little surprised. From the results of their examination, this Mu Yun did not seem to have any problems. Heaven Sword Tower's disciple, Mu Yun, greets the 3 alliance leaders and elders. Mu Yun walked to the center of the hall and stopped. Looking at the crowd, she cupped her hands and bowed. As a mystic immortal, it was more than enough to destroy the 5 bronze forces. If anyone present wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Forget it. At this moment, deep in the hall, 3 figures were sitting upright in front of him. The person in the middle had an imposing appearance. He did not have an overbearing aura, and he gave off a very amiable feeling. This should be one of the 3 alliance leaders, Alliance Leader Chen Luo. You're really a young hero. I didn't expect you to rise so quickly in such a short period of time from the lower realm. It's really surprising. Chen Luo looked at Mu Yun and said slowly, I heard from Zhuer that you saved her life previously? It's not considered saving her life. It's just a deal. Mu Yun said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned. Chen Yuzhu, on the other hand, secretly scolded Mu Yun for being stupid. Her father's intention was obviously to record this merit, but this guy actually said it so bluntly. A deal. There was no humanity in him at all. A deal? That's right. Chen Luo looked at Mu Yun and said, You're not greedy at all. This time, I'm sure you know why we've summoned you here. The 3 of us hope that you can enter the Triple Heavenly Alliance and become an inner disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Chen Luo went straight to the point. Hearing this, Mu Yun was not surprised. Just like how he entered the Heaven Sword Tower from the Yi Sword sect, if he entered the Heaven Sword Tower from the Heaven Sword Tower and entered the Triple Heavenly Alliance, his potential would be limitless. Moreover, the most important thing was that the subordinate forces had the obligation to transport the genius disciples they discovered to their superiors. The most outstanding geniuses would naturally be transported to the overlord of the Sword region, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. This was also where the prestige of the Sword region lay. Of course, as a superior force, they would also give certain rewards to the subordinate forces for transporting the geniuses. The selection process was like the imperial examinations in some countries in the lower realm. From small cities to county cities, and then to the imperial capital. Mu Yun looked at Chen Luo and nodded. I'm willing to enter the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Almost without any hesitation, Mu Yun spoke directly. This was also what he had planned before this. Originally, entering the Heaven Sword Tower could only be said to be an accident. However, after entering the Triple Heavenly Alliance, Mu Yun made up his mind. This time, the Triple Heavenly Alliance was destined to be his springboard. His next target was the gold-level force, the 9 Immortal Pavilion, followed by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. In this life, he was prepared to enter the core of this force, which he could not destroy in his previous life. Step by step, he would destroy it from the center. After making up his mind, Mu Yun naturally entered the Triple Heavenly Alliance first. However, after Mu Yun finished speaking, he changed the topic and said, this time, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance and the 3 great silver rank forces are at war. This disciple wants to return to the Heavenly Sword Tower and lead the Heavenly Sword Tower to fight against the royal family in the sunken land nearby. I want to contribute to the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. After hearing Mu Yun's words, Chen Luo and the other 2 leaders looked at each other and were stunned. Haha. Good lad, after making a contribution and entering the sect, you will have a certain status, right? Good plan. Xiao Yan laughed and said, however, I like it. From what I know, the Heaven Sword Tower is close to the Imperial family. There are 2 bronze-level forces under the Imperial family. One is the Thousand Poison sect, and the other is the Mountain Sea sect. Are you sure you can defeat these 2 bronze-level forces with the Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 silver-level forces under it? As long as there are no elites from the Imperial family, I guarantee that we can defend the southwest from the enemy's attack. After hearing this, Su Tianqian's eyebrows relaxed slightly. Good. Su Tianqian said slowly, if you can contribute greatly this time, after this war, not only will you become an inner disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, but you will also be able to enter the Triple Heavenly Tower to cultivate for 10 years. Thank you, leader. Enter the Triple Heavenly Tower. Mu Yun did not know what the Triple Heavenly Tower was, but he thought that it should be a treasure ground in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. He was too lazy to ask. Alright, you can leave. Chen Luo waved his hand. Mu Yun followed Qin Yufei and the other 2 out of the hall. You're really lucky. Qin Yufei looked at Mu Yun and said in the end. Lucky? Mu Yun did not know what Qin Yufei was referring to. Even if it's an inner league disciple or even a top mysterious immortal realm disciple, it's extremely difficult to enter the 3 extremes tower. This time, I hope you'll be able to do as you said and lead the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to resist the attacks of the Myriad Poison sect and Mountain Sea sect. Qin Yufei looked at Mu Yun. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Nye Tian looked at Mu Yun with envy in his eyes. He did not say anything and left. In the blink of an eye, only Qin Yuzhu and Mu Yun were left. I didn't expect father and 2 uncles to think so highly of you. Mu Yun, if you perform well this time, there will be a place for you in the Triple Heavenly Alliance in the future. Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun and said with a red face. I hope so. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Rush back at top speed. What is the level 3 pagoda? You actually don't know about the level 3 pagoda of our Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance? Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun with her eyes wide open as if she was looking at a gorilla. Look over there, that's the level 3 pagoda. At this moment, Qin Yuzhu was standing before the stairs of the main hall, and she pointed towards a tall pagoda that towered into the sky in the depths of the inner city. She said slowly, that place is the holy land of all Inner Alliance disciples. Every inner alliance disciple that enters that place will obtain stronger strength the longer they persist in there. I entered that place once all those years ago, and I directly advanced from the first rank of the heavenly immortal realm to the third rank of the heavenly immortal realm. The benefits within are self-evident. Once you fulfill your promise, you'll know exactly how good it is inside. Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun and said happily, however, can you really lead the Heaven Sword Tower to resist those two great bronze rank powers? The Heaven Sword Tower is the weakest amongst the 5 great bronze rank powers under our Tripoli's heavenly alliance. As far as I know, the Myriad Poison Sect and the Mountain Sea Sect are the 2 strongest bronze rank powers. Are you confident? I should be. Mu Yun smiled lightly and said, how would I know if I don't try? Moreover, many of my friends are in the Heaven Sword Tower and the Iya Sword Sect. I don't want any accidents to happen to them during this battle. I never expected you to be a loyal fellow. Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun and smiled lightly. Mu Yun blushed when he heard this. Loyal and loyal, it couldn't be considered that. The two of them walked all the way out of the Tripoli's heavenly alliance. At this moment, Qin Yufei and Nie Tian stood silently at a corner as they watched the two of them leave. Nie Tian suddenly said, Yufei, Yuzhu is pure. Could she have been deceived by that fellow? Deceived? He has to have the strength and courage to do so. Qin Yufei looked at their backs and said, this Mu Yun doesn't look simple. I'm curious as to how she rose to power step by step. We need to pay attention to her. Yes. However, Yufei, that Huangji Wugan is truly despicable. Time and time again, he has linked you and him together in front of outsiders. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will kill him. You have to have the strength first. Qin Yufei looked at Nie Tian and said slowly, Huangji Wugan, this person has already entered the profound immortal realm. Do you have the strength to match him? Nie Tian, I hope you understand that you and I won't be together. I won't consider having a partner until I become an immortal king. After Qin Yufei finished speaking, she immediately followed the path and left. At this moment, Nie Tian's heart was filled with bitterness as he watched her leave. As he gradually clenched his fists, a hint of anger could be seen in his eyes. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, Mu Yun returned to the restaurant in the outer city. At this moment, Tian Junyu's attitude towards Mu Yun had completely changed. Not only Tian Junyu, but all the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower looked at Mu Yun with reverence. Mu Yun was really too powerful. Her current realm and strength were comparable to the Tower Master. No, to be precise, this guy's strength was even higher than Tian Junyu's. After leaving the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance and returning to the Heaven Sword Tower, the entire South Pole was about to change. At this moment, the remaining disciples of the 5 mortal forces also knew that this time, the One-Leaf Sword sect was completely riding on their heads. Mu Yun originally wanted to subdue the disciples of the 9 Stacks sect and the Star Moon Sword Mansion. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter Han Yufei, Shi Peng, and the others along the way. It was most likely that these people had died in the Golden Immortal Ruins. However, Mu Yun didn't care. This time, he didn't need to rely on these disciples to control the 5 mortal forces. At this moment, he had absolute strength. If anyone disobeyed him, he could just kill them. It was time to return to the One-Leaf Sword sect. However, before they could return, an explosive piece of news was transmitted to them. The South Pole was under attack. And the ones attacking the South Pole were the 3 bronze forces under the royal family. The Thousand Poison Sect, the Mountain Sea Sect, and the Union Valley. This time, the royal family actually sent 3 bronze forces to directly attack the Heaven Sword Tower. At the same time, it wasn't only the Heaven Sword Tower that received the news of the attack. Almost at the same time, the 4 bronze forces, the Sky-Stealing Valley, the Azura Palace, the Raging Flame Sect, and the Heavenly Medicine Alliance, were also attacked by the Cosmos Mountain Manor and the Purple Phoenix Tower. Immediately, the sect masters of the bronze forces in the entire tripolar city left directly. Without them, the sects were like dragons without a leader. The attack at this time was definitely a destructive blow to them. Mu Yun wasn't worried at all. It wasn't that easy to break the 9 heavens wandering dragon formation and the 1,000 changes 10,000 voids formation that he had set up. With Ye Gushiwei and the One-Leaf Sword sect, it shouldn't be a problem. At least he knew that Ye Gushiwei's strength was far from what an ordinary iron force could compare to. Even so, the various sect masters still rushed back in a hurry. Mu Yun wasn't worried about the One-Leaf Sword sect, but Tian Junyu was worried about the Heaven Sword Tower. This time, he originally thought that it would be the Thousand Poison sect and the Mountain Sea sect that attacked, but he didn't expect that even the Joyous Union Valley had rushed over. This was the joint attack of the three bronze forces under the royal family. Heaven Sword Tower could be considered to be in danger. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance was a few days away from the Heaven Sword Tower. Tian Junyu was anxious, and at this moment, he had to speed up. Tower Master, Purple Fang's speed is very fast. I'll take Purple Fang back to the Heaven Sword Tower first and see what's the situation. Mu Yun said at this moment. He wanted to control the Heaven Sword Tower, and he didn't want to see a catastrophic loss, so he took the initiative to volunteer. Okay. Tian Junyu naturally couldn't ask for anything more. Mu Yun nodded, and with Purple Fang, one man and one beast directly sped up. Not long after, they left the crowd far behind. So fast. Seeing Mu Yun speed up and leave them far behind in a short time, everyone was very surprised. The South Pole, the Heaven Sword Tower. At this moment, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, the sect protecting array was activated. However, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, there were 3 layers of figures inside and outside, surrounding the entire Heaven Sword Tower so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the warriors standing in front of the Heaven Sword Tower were roughly divided into 2 major factions. One of them was mostly a man and a woman standing together. The man was handsome and the woman was delicate. They looked like a pair. These were the disciples of the Joyous Union Valley. The other group of people seemed to be much quieter. Each of them was dressed in black robes or dark green clothes, and they looked very gloomy. This group of people was the disciples of the Thousand Poison sect. At this moment, at the front of the 2 groups of people, dozens of figures joined hands and continuously attacked the sect-protecting array of the Heaven Sword Tower. At the front of the crowd, 2 figures were chatting. One of them looked thin and tall, and his face was like the bark of an old tree. The other person was a middle-aged woman. The woman was dressed in a light white gauze dress, and almost her entire body was exposed to the air. Even her chest and abdomen were faintly discernible. This kind of appearance that seemed to be exposed, but it gave people a feeling that it was even more seductive. At this moment, the alluring woman's voluptuous figure was leaning on the body of a fair and clean-looking young man beside her. Luoxia Valley Master, how long has it been since we last met? You have a new male pet? I see that almost all the male disciples of your Joyous Union Valley have been slept with by you, right? The thin man looked at the middle-aged woman in gauze clothes and teased. Wan Xianyu, don't make sarcastic remarks here. The Luoxia Valley Master looked at the man in front of her and sneered. Our Joyous Union Valley's immortal techniques are all about releasing oneself. How do we release it? Of course, it's the love between a man and a woman. You should really come to my Joyous Union Valley to take a look. Almost every place has the traces left behind by my Joyous Union Valley's disciples. This is called cultivation. How can an old man like you understand? Haha. That's right, that's right. I don't understand. Wan Qianyu was not angry. He looked forward and slowly smiled. This time, with our 3 sects taking action, the Heaven Sword Tower will definitely collapse. At that time, there will be many more male disciples that will become my pets. Haha, Luoxia faintly smiled, and a trace of desire appeared in her almond-shaped eyes. Seeing this woman's thirsty appearance, Wan Qianyu shrunk his neck. This kind of woman was not to be trifled with. He had heard that Luoxia had slept with almost all the men in her Joyous Union Valley. If that was all, it would be fine. But this woman almost had 10 men in a day. She was simply a master of tigers and wolves. He really did not dare to compliment the immortal methods cultivated by Joyous Union Valley. At this very moment, within the Heavenly Sword Tower's great formation, the faces of the 5 great elders changed. Why would the myriad Poison sect and Joyous Union Valley suddenly attack? This was really too strange. If that was all, it would be fine. but now, it seemed that the entire South Pole was under attack. The other 5 Iron Rank factions had suffered devastating attacks. Another Bronze Rank faction, the Mountain Sea sect, had directly led people to destroy the Sword faction. The 5 elders were completely panicking at this moment. Elder Luo Hai looked outside the mountain and said worriedly, "If this continues, I'm afraid the formation will be broken in less than half a day. If the Tower Master comes back, the Heaven Sword Tower will be in danger." "Yes, what do we do now?" "I'm afraid the Tower Master will be back for at least another day." Second Elder Zhuiyun also said anxiously. "Everyone, please calm down. As long as the Tower Master returns and the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance takes action, these guys will collapse on their own. It's already good enough that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance can take care of themselves now." Fourth Elder Shintu said, "It seems that the 3 Silver Rank factions are attacking the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance now." "How could 3 Silver Rank factions attack the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance?" Hearing this, the expressions of the elders changed. Xiao Dingtian said at this moment, "Don't worry. Mu Yun will definitely return when the Tower Master returns. When the time comes and the formation is completed, these people will not be able to attack at all." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Another 5th grade expert Xiao Dingtian, "What's the matter with you?" Great Elder Luo Hai said. "Unkindly, don't forget that we support Qin Tianyu, not Mu Yun. If Mu Yun returns and makes a great contribution, the position of Tower Master will be hers. When that time comes, you and I will end up in a miserable state." Second Elder also scolded, "Old Xiao, ever since you returned, you've been acting strangely for the past few years. Don't tell me you've sided with Mu Yun?" Both elders supported Qin Tianyu. Naturally, they would side with Qin Tianyu. Xiao Dingtian's face turned red. He immediately said, "Don't you know?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Dingtian's aura surged. He had reached the 5th grade Heaven Immortal Realm. 5th grade Heaven Immortal Realm. "Old Xiao, how could you?" Seeing this, Luo Hai was completely dumbfounded. He was only a 3rd grade Heaven Immortal Realm now, but Xiao Dingtian had reached the 5th grade Heaven Immortal Realm without anyone noticing. How could they not be shocked? It was simply horrifying. Luo Hai, Zhuiyun, Shintu, and Ying Tianxiong immediately looked at Xiao Dingtian with only shock in their eyes. Xiao Dingtian looked at the 4 of them and shouted, "What do you 4 old things know? Mu Yun is the real leader of Heaven Sword Tower now. Now that Mu Yun has returned, the Tower Master has to listen to her. I'm not afraid to tell you that Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing are already dead. If you still treat Mu Yun the same way as before, just wait for your deaths." Xiao Dingtian's words were imposing. "I'm only telling you this because we've known each other for 1,000 years. Otherwise, when Mu Yun returns, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died." Hearing this, the 4 elders were completely stunned. What was going on? "Xiao Dingtian, you've become Mu Yun's man?" "I've long been a supporter of Mu Yun. Now, I can tell you clearly that with Mu Yun's return, the entire Heaven Sword Tower will undergo earth-shattering changes. Not to mention the Myriad Poison Sect and Hehuan Valley, even if they add the Shan Haimen Sect together, they won't be a match for our Heaven Sword Tower." How could this be? Seeing how confident Xiao Dingtian was, the 4 elders were speechless. "Let's wait and see. Now, we just need to wait." Xiao Dingtian didn't care about their gazes at all. He looked straight ahead with an arrogant aura. He had always been the 3rd elder of the Heaven Sword Tower. His position was neither high nor low. The 1st elder and 2nd elder had always been above him. As for the 4th elder and the 5th elder, they were under Feng Ruoqing and did not listen to him. Therefore, as the 3rd elder, he was always stuck in the middle. Now that Mu Yun had risen, he had become one of Mu Yun's close subordinates. He was bound to receive great benefits in the future. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to stand up and protect his dignity. As soon as Xiao Dingtian finished speaking, the 4 elders were completely speechless. The shock in their hearts was too great. Furthermore, were Xiao Dingtian's words true or false, at the same time, in the Sword sect? At this moment, the people of the Shan Haimen sect had led a few iron forces to surround the Sword sect. The leader of the Shan Haimen sect, Lei Yuanshan, was shocked when he saw the huge mountain gate and the abundant immortal qi. "Sect Master, look. The Sword sect is developing rapidly. They don't look like a common iron faction at all. They're practically a bronze faction. And look at these disciples. They're all full of energy. They're obviously very confident. That's right. Lei Yuanshan looked ahead and said with satisfaction, I didn't expect Ye Guxue to have such heaven-defying means. It seems like the Sword sect might become a bronze force in the future. We were right to come this time. But leader, the Sword sect's protective array is quite difficult to deal with. We are a little helpless. What are you afraid of? Let's just drag it out. Lei Yuanshan laughed. This time, Wan Qianyu and Luo Xia went to the Heaven Sword Tower. It will definitely take some time. We'll just waste some time here. Leader is wise. Lei Yuanshan looked ahead and laughed. Listen up. We'll break through the Sword sect. All disciples who surrender are not stupid. Those who refuse to surrender will be killed without mercy. Lei Yuanshan was filled with joy as he looked ahead. He was the leader of a bronze force. It was easy for him to lead the elites of the sect to destroy the Sword sect. These guys were probably discussing how to surrender in a dignified manner, so there was no harm in him waiting for a while. Boom. Boom. Boom, but just as Lei Yuanshan finished speaking, the gates of the Sword sect opened. The three arrays opened at this moment and figures walked out one after another. Leader, look. These guys have no resistance at all. They're surrendering now. Seeing that the mountain gate was wide open, an inner sect elder immediately chuckled and said, Who's in charge? Lei Yuanshan walked forward and looked at the few people in front. The three grand elders of the Sword sect, Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, and Yan Ziqiu, were among them. At this moment, Lu Qingsong took a step forward. His entire body was trembling with energy. He no longer looked as dispirited as he did before. It's me. Lu Qingsong said in a deep voice. Who are you? Where's your sect leader, Ye Guxue? Lei Yuanshan said with disdain, Call your sect master out. If you want to surrender, it should be your sect master leading you to surrender. I heard that Ye Guxue was born with a cold personality. I want to see if she can still be so. Leader, why don't you just marry Ye Guxue and make her your concubine? Wouldn't the Sword sect be part of the Mountain Sea sect? Lei Yuanshan laughed. That depends on whether Ye Guxue is the woman I like. I don't want her if she's ugly. Lei Yuanshan looked at the crowd and shouted, What's wrong? Haven't you thought about how to surrender yet? Surrender? Lu Qingsong looked at Lei Yuanshan and grinned. Who said we're surrendering? Disciples of the Sword sect, are you surrendering? I swear to die before I surrender. I swear to die before I surrender. Suddenly, the roars of tens of thousands of people spread out and shook the mountain. Did you hear that? Lei Yuanshan, who do you think the Mountain Sea sect is? Qin Wenbin also shouted, You want us to surrender? Aren't you being too confident? Then what are you doing? Lei Yuanshan looked at them and was furious. Wasn't opening the gate to surrender? That was suicide? What are we doing? Lu Qingsong immediately sneered and said, We disciples of the Sword sect saw that your Mountain Sea sect couldn't even break through the formation and couldn't wait to fight you. That's why we couldn't help but charge out. We've been waiting for you for a long time. We can't help it. Who asked you to be so useless? You can't even break the Great Formation, and you want to destroy the Sword sect? The smile on Lei Yuanshan's face disappeared. These fellows, after all this time, were purely toying with him. Damn it, Lei Yuanshan roared, Disciples of the Mountain Sea sect, kill them all. Leave no one alive. No, no, no. Lu Qingsong stepped forward and looked at Lei Yuanshan. Your order is wrong. If I were you, I would leave this place immediately. You, disciples of the Sword sect, kill all invaders. I don't think you want Muyan to come back and see us being bullied, right? Yes. Yes. Suddenly, the crowd went crazy. Howling sounds of killing were heard as one figure after another rushed out from the Sword sect. Lei Yuanshan was completely stunned when he saw this. What the hell, among those disciples, There were at least a few hundred of them who had reached the Earth Immortal Realm, not to mention the Human Immortal Realm. With such strength, it was no different from a bronze-ranked force. How did the Sword sect develop over the past decade? However, Lei Yuanshan did not have time to be surprised. Lu Qingsong and the other two had already rushed over. However, Lei Yuanshan was truly dumbfounded when he saw this. Lu Qingsong and the other two were all Tier 5 Heavenly Immortals. That's strange, how could this be? Generally speaking, it would be good if the Supreme Elder of a Mortal Iron faction was a Tier 1 Heavenly Immortal. A Tier 2 Heavenly Immortal would be able to do whatever they wanted in a Mortal Iron faction. But now, these three old farts were all Tier 5 Heavenly Immortals. Their status and strength were on par with him. How could he accept this? Lei Yuanshan felt as if someone was pinching his nose and forcing him to piss on it. However, he did not have the time to feel bad now. Regardless of the strength of these old farts, how could he fight against three of them at his current level? He was definitely no match for them. Lei Yuanshan immediately thought of retreating. Thinking of running away? Seeing this, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. It was Gu Feng, who was following Mu Yun. At this moment, Gu Feng was looking at Lei Yuanshan from midair. Another Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. Lei Yuanshan was completely dumbfounded. How could there be another Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal? This was unbelievable, for Tier 5 Heavenly Immortals. Thinking of what Lu Qingsong said, Lei Yuanshan felt a chill in his heart. That's right, it was not him who came to kill the Sword sect. It was the Sword sect who came to fight back. But he would never have dreamed that the Sword sect would end up like this. They were fully capable of fighting against a bronze faction. In fact, the four Tier 5 Heavenly Immortals had completely surpassed the Mountain Sea sect in terms of strength. This was too unbelievable. Run! Lei Yuanshan no longer had the heart to fight. He suddenly realized that the Sword sect was even more dangerous than Heaven Sword Tower. Lei Yuanshan was completely dumbfounded. But now, the disciples of the Sword sect seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They charged forward bravely and did not retreat. How despicable, there was no other way. Lei Yuanshan could only charge out at this moment. But it was not easy for him to charge out of the encirclement of four Tier 5 Heavenly Immortals. Lei Yuanshan only wanted to curse. But there was no place for him to curse. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kill all of them. The disciples of the Sword sect had strange strength. They were just disciples of ordinary forces. How could they be as strong as them? The more they fought, the more terrified they became. The Sword sect was much stronger than they had imagined. They thought it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out to be a stalemate. What was even more serious was that the upper echelons of the Mountain Sea sect were all suppressed at this moment. Especially the sect leader, who was surrounded by four Tier 5 Heavenly Immortals. The more the disciples fought, the more shocked they were. They no longer had any intention to fight back. They could not retreat even if they wanted to. Lei Yuanshan felt bitter seeing this. They were screwed. However, Lei Yuanshan was, after all, the Mountain Sea sect master. Not only did he possess the strength of a rank 5 Heavenly Immortal, but he was also fighting the four of them by himself. Although he was being completely suppressed, the four of them were unable to kill him in a short period of time. Mountain Sea roar. A roar was heard. Lei Yuanshan's muscles bulged, as if there were rings of muscles growing on his body, making him look ferocious. Get lost. With a roar, Lei Yuanshan dashed out without hesitation. Bang, bang. Yan Ziqiu clashed with Lei Yuanshan head-on. A cracking sound was heard as Yan Ziqiu's body was sent flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yan Ziqiu looked at Lei Yuanshan and yelled, "Everyone, be careful. This guy is using his secret technique." Lu Qingsong and the other two did not dare to be careless after hearing this. Come on. Come on. Lei Yuanshan roared when he saw this. As of this moment, he was using a secret magic from the Mountain and Sea sect, which could temporarily increase the power of his fleshly body. Because of that, he wasn't afraid of these four people at all. At least, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. The Sword sect is doomed. I, Lei Yuanshan, have underestimated you this time. Next time, I'll flatten the sword sect. Lei Yuanshan's figure flashed as he spoke. An earth-shattering roar swept across the place. The roar caused everyone to panic. Damn it! Lu Qingsong cursed inwardly, this guy was supposed to die without a doubt. I didn't expect him to have a secret technique, even so, we must keep him here and let the Mountain Sea sect know that the One-Leaf Sword sect is no longer the One-Leaf Sword sect of the past. Qin Wenbin shouted at this moment. All right. The four of them joined forces once more. After all these years of development, the One-Leaf Sword faction was no longer an ordinary iron faction that could be bullied by others. Originally, the Sword sect was located in the area under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Sword Tower. It was located in a remote area, and the nearest force was the Mountain Sea sect. Over the years, the Iron Rank forces under the Mountain Sea sect had invaded the Sword sect many times. Therefore, the three Supreme Elders were unable to suppress the impulse in their hearts. You still dare to come? Seeing that the four of them still dared to gang up on him, Lei Yuanshan was shocked. Lei Yuanshan knew that he wouldn't be able to maintain this state for long. If he didn't run now, once the secret technique's time was up, he would be chopped into meat paste by these people. He had to run, Lei Yuanshan made up his mind. Looking at the four of them, he took a step forward. Blood runes seemed to appear on the surface of his body, making him look extremely terrifying. Mountain Sea's countenance. Lei Yuanshan bellowed as he waved both of his hands. Bang bang bang, in an instant, a series of deafening booms resounded across the land. The front of the Sword sect's mountain gate was instantly blasted apart. Seeing this, the hearts of all the disciples trembled. If the Sword sect wasn't protected by the sect protection formation, it would have been turned into a sieve by the earth's tremors. Even so, many of the disciples were affected and exploded into pieces. Lu Qingsong and the other three were in an awkward situation. They couldn't do anything about it. What should they do? Seeing this, the four of them looked at each other. At this moment, Lei Yuanshan was too domineering. Mountain Sea sect disciples, retreat. However, while the four of them were still in shock, Lei Yuanshan suddenly spoke. With a low shout, he took a step forward. His entire body was covered in a bloody glow, and his speed instantly increased by more than twofold. He actually escaped. The four of them were even more dumbfounded. Lei Yuanshan, who was so domineering a second ago, ran away in an instant. However, just as Lei Yuanshan's figure flew out, a miserable shriek suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, Lei Yuanshan's body fled miserably. Thud, thud, thud. Lei Yuanshan was smashed into the ground, and his aura instantly weakened. Run? Is my Sword School a place where you can come and go as you please? A figure was hovering in midair. It was Mu Yun. Kill them all. Mu Yun arrived. With a wave of his hand, black figures flew out from behind him. Those black figures were overflowing with murderous intent. Their entire bodies were covered in black robes, and their formation could not be seen at all. It was as if they had suddenly appeared from the void. They were the 300 blood guards that Mu Yun had trained. These 300 blood guards were all in the Sky Immortal realm. If an iron-ranked faction sent out one of them, it would be enough to crush them. As for a bronze-ranked faction, with the addition of Luo Tianqing, it would be easy to eliminate them. At this moment, the 300 blood guards rushed out. The Mountain Sea sect disciples immediately panicked and fled. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in front of the Sword School. At this moment, Mu Yun was hovering in mid-air, watching everything. Where there was conflict, there was bound to be death. At this moment, there was no need for pity. Lei Yuanshan, Mountain Sea sect leader. Looking at the figure on the ground, Mu Yun snorted. How dare you come to my Sword School? You're really not afraid of death. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Seeing that Mu Yun directly attacked and repelled Lei Yuanshan, who was about to escape, the few elders immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, looking at Mu Yun, they were even more surprised. This person's strength was really tyrannical. It had only been a few years since they last met, and she had actually made another big leap. In fact, when Lu Qingsong and the other two's strength suddenly increased, they already knew that this was probably the benefit that Mu Yun's strength increased. You're Mu Yun. Lei Yuanshan looked at Mu Yun and shouted, Mu Yun, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, your sword school will be annihilated. Annihilated? Mu Yun sneered. Before that, I'll have to devour your mountain sea sect first. Lei Yuanshan, you won't live to see that day. You think you can kill me? Lei Yuanshan knew that he didn't have much time left. If this continued, his body would be exhausted, and it would be impossible for him to escape. Mu Yun was obviously the breakthrough point. Without saying a word, Lei Yuanshan directly charged towards Mu Yun. You're courting death. Seeing that Lei Yuanshan was charging towards her, Mu Yun immediately shouted angrily. She waved her hand and 9 finger seals appeared out of thin air. It was the 9 nether finger. With the support of his bloodline power, the 9 nether finger had reached perfection at this moment, completely condensing the power of 9 fingers. Puff puff, at this moment, the 9 finger seals pierced through the air and hit Lei Yuanshan's body with a crackling sound. Lei Yuanshan's body was directly penetrated by a bloody hole. With a plop, Lei Yuanshan fell to the ground, completely dead. With a wave of her hand, the 9 finger seals killed Lei Yuanshan. The disciples of the sword sect and the mountain sea sect were completely dumbfounded. What kind of strength was this? Disciples of the sword school, listen up. The mountain sea sect has wantonly invaded our sword school. Kill all of them without mercy. Those who perform meritorious deeds will be rewarded with human tier immortal pills, earth tier immortal pills, and heaven tier immortal pills. As soon as Mu Yun's words fell, it was as if there was a great magical power in them. All the disciples of the sword school instantly roared and followed behind the blood guards, charging out. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingsong and the other 2 only felt that things had changed. Back then, Mu Yun had almost been punished by them. If not for Gu Feng, Mu Yun would have been dead long ago. But now, Mu Yu had the means and strength to kill them with a wave of her hand. The Sky Saint aptitude was indeed worthy of its reputation. Acting sect master. Seeing Mu Yun, the 3 elders immediately cupped their hands and stood up. Thank you for your hard work, elders. Mu Yun nodded and said, this time, it's not just the sword school. Sword Washing Pavilion, Star Moon Sword Mansion, 9 Stack Sect, and Heavenly Master Sword Sect are all under attack. I'll have to trouble the 3 elders to lead the elites of the sect and my 300 blood guards to help them out. Yes. Lu Qingsong and the other 2 elders naturally accepted the order. By the way, where's the sect master? Sect master, she left. After acting for you to enter the Golden Immortal Ruins, she left. She said that there's no need to look for her. In the future, you'll be in charge of all matters of the sword school. Left? Where did she go? We don't know. Hearing this, Mu Yun was a little surprised. Yi Guxiwei had actually left at this moment. It was really hard to fathom. Alright, you guys go and help them out first. Also, tell the sect masters of the 4 major sects to meet me at the Heaven Sword Tower when they're done. Yes. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Lu Qingsong spoke again, Sect Master Mu, if the sect masters of the 4 major sects are unwilling? Then bring them over. Understood. With that, the 3 elders left immediately. Mu Yun only left Luo Tianqing by her side. The 300 blood guards were divided into 3 teams and followed the 3 elders to the 4 major sections. I haven't seen you for a few years, and your strength is remarkable. Gu Feng looked at Mu Yun. He no longer looked at her as if she was a junior. I was just lucky. Mu Yun evaded. I want to know if Li Fengxing, Han Yun, and Tong Yao, the 3 jail kings, have looked for you in the past few years? No. Gu Feng shook his head. The 3 jail kings have their own things to do. How can I ask? Okay. Mu Yun had not found out anything about the Heaven Underworld diagram until now, so she simply left it alone. However, the longer the 3 jail kings interacted with each other, the more suspicious they would become of him. Most importantly, he now knew how big the difference between the 4 levels of iron, bronze, silver, and gold was in the entire sword domain. Translator, Niuebo Studio Editor, Niuebo Studio. Qiao Dingtian's Rage Li Fengxing had once said that the 3 Hell Kings were the lowest level Hell Kings. They were ranked 16th, 17th, and 18th. The Hell Kings who were ranked above them were a level stronger than them in terms of strength and strength. The most tyrannical Great Hell King made them feel fear. To be able to make them feel fear, they should be at least true immortals, or even golden immortals. And their sect master was someone who made the Hell Kings feel fear, so it was very likely that he was a golden immortal, or even, an immortal king. Now, Mu Yun could roughly guess that Biluo Huangquan school was very likely to have the strength and foundation of a gold-level force. However, she did not know why they had endured for 10,000 years. But it was not easy to find out. From Gufang's words, even if he had planted the seal of life and death, he was not willing to answer these questions. One could imagine that Biluo Huangquan school was really like an iron bucket. Forget it, let's not bother about it for now. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, "Come with me to the Heaven Sword Tower first. I estimate that the Heaven Sword Tower will not be able to hold on for much longer." Okay. The two figures flew away from this place. He had set up 2 great arrays in the Yi Sword sect. Unless a mystic immortal appeared, it would be impossible to break them. He was not worried about the safety of his base camp. At this moment, the Heaven Sword Tower was indeed in a desperate situation. At this moment, the mountain gate formation was on the verge of collapsing. "Xiao Ding Tian, didn't you say that Mu Yun would definitely come to rescue us? Where is she now?" Luo Hai looked at Xiao Ding Tian and asked in fear. Xiao Ding Tian was a 5th-tier heaven immortal, and they were 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier heaven immortals. If they were captured by the elders of the Union Valley and the Myriad Poison sect, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Xiao Ding Tian could escape, but they could not. "What's the hurry?" Xiao Ding Tian immediately shouted, "Mu Yun will not give up on us at this moment. The 4 of you are the 4 great elders of the Heaven Sword Tower. Don't you have the courage to do this?" Looking at the 4 of them, Xiao Ding Tian felt contempt from the bottom of his heart. Why didn't he realize that these fellows were actually so cowardly before? "Xiao Ding Tian, you are a 5th-tier heaven immortal. You want Xiao Ding Tian, and Luo Hai, and Luo Hai, and Luo Xia. You can run whenever you..." Luo Hai said worriedly. "Xiao Ding Tian. Xiao Ding Tian Jiang Xiao Ding Tian is. We know that." 4th Elder Shen Tu said angrily, "But the Heaven Sword Tower is facing a disaster. If we can't resist it, we will die if we stay here. It is better to leave this place and wait for the Tower Master to come back." Xiao Ding Tian shouted and said, "If you want to leave, go ahead. But let me say this first. If you chicken out now, I hope you can find a good place to hide. Otherwise, Mu Yun will not let you go." "Humph, Xiao Ding Tian, don't think that you can threaten us just because you are a 5th-tier heaven immortal. How could Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing die in Mu Yun's hands?" 5th Eldering Tianxiong snorted and said, "What is Mu Yun's cultivation level? Even if she is a heavenly sage, it is impossible for her to defeat Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing in just a few years." "That's right. I think you are just spreading rumors." Spreading rumors? Looking at these old things, Xiao Ding Tian was completely speechless. These old fogies were truly lamentable. "Since you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. But I hope you won't regret it." "We won't regret it." Luo Hai looked at Xiao Ding Tian and said, "But Xiao Ding Tian, we did not expect you to become Mu Yun's lackey. You have disappointed us. It is still better than you becoming Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing's lackeys." They looked at Xiao Ding Tian and were unable to restrain their anger. But when they thought about how Xiao Ding Tian was a 5th-tier heaven immortal, even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. They immediately dismissed the idea of attacking him. Now that there were strong enemies outside, it was not a good time to attack. For a moment, the situation was slightly awkward. However, the many elders and disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower were divided into 3 factions. The faction led by Luo Hai and Zhui Yun, the faction led by Shen Tu and Ying Tianxiong, and the faction led by Xiao Ding Tian. The elders and disciples of the 3 factions were naturally not convinced by each other. Outside, the people from the Thousand Poison sect and the Union Valley had not attacked yet, but inside, they were already panicking. "What are you all doing?" However, just as the crowd was arguing, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Tower Master! Tower Master! Tower Master! Immediately, everyone was shocked. What are you all doing? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Seeing this scene, Tianjunyu's heart could be said to be exploding with rage. Tower Master, Xiao Dingtian is making irresponsible remarks. He said that Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing were killed, and that Mu Yun will be the helmsman of the Heaven Sword Tower. You are spouting nonsense. When did I say such words? Xiao Dingtian immediately tried his best to defend himself. Shut up. However, Tianjunyu suddenly shouted, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing are indeed dead. From now on, the Heaven Sword Tower will only have two disciples, Mu Yun and Ren Gangang. In the future, all the big and small matters will be temporarily managed by Mu Yun. Tower Master, hearing those words, the four elders were completely dumbfounded. Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing were dead, and Mu Yun was the helmsman? Tower Master, may I ask who killed Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing? They were killed by Mu Yun. Tianjunyu said without hesitation. Tower Master, Mu Yun killed our inner disciples without permission. How can we let him be the last disciple? This is a great humiliation to the Heaven Sword Tower. Luo Hai shouted immediately. Humiliation? Tianjunyu sneered and said, well, if you think it's a humiliation, then you can go and kill Mu Yun. Now that Mu Yun is an inner disciple of the Threefold Heavenly Alliance, the three leaders personally summoned him to recruit him into the Inner Alliance. Moreover, Mu Yun is now in the level 5 Heaven Immortal realm. Even I am no match for him, let alone you. Also, this time, Mu Yun won the first place for the Heaven Sword Tower and was exempted from paying tributes. What does this mean for the Heaven Sword Tower? What? After Tianjunyu said so much, Luo Hai and the others were stunned. The Threefold Heavenly Alliance was a silver rank force. The three leaders were all true immortals. How could they summon Mu Yun, a mere heaven immortal? Moreover, Mu Yun helped the Heaven Sword Tower to win the first place and was exempted from paying tributes. How was this possible? Tianjunyu ignored them. Xiao Dingtian, have you seen Mu Yun? Tower Master, no. No, it shouldn't be. Tianjunyu frowned at this moment. Mu Yun's speed was much faster than theirs. Logically speaking, he should have arrived. If he didn't, there were only two possibilities. First, he went to the Iya Sword sect first. Second, this guy might be hiding somewhere. Now, all the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower, listen up. Fight the enemy with all your strength. The Threefold Heavenly Alliance has already started the war with the three silver rank forces. This time, the rise or fall of the Heaven Sword Tower depends on whether you can unite your will. Tianjunyu's words were sonorous and powerful. Many elders didn't care about their factions at this moment. Factions were when Tianjunyu wasn't here. Now that Tianjunyu was back, they could only obey the Tower Master's orders in their hearts. Suddenly, the entire Heaven Sword Tower was lined up neatly. The disciples of the Sword Tomb, the Inner Sword Pavilion, and the Outer Sword Pavilion were all fully armed. Their backbone was back. Naturally, they didn't have any more worries in their hearts. Wan Qianyu, Luo Xia, long time no see. At this moment, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, Wan Qianyu and Luo Xia were waiting impatiently. A figure suddenly appeared. Tianjunyu, you finally appeared. Seeing Tianjunyu, Wan Qianyu laughed and said, I thought you were going to be a coward. I didn't expect you to appear now. I don't need to be a coward in front of you. Oh, is that so? Looking at Tianjunyu, Wan Qianyu smiled slightly and said, I'm curious. What makes you so confident? I'm also curious. What makes you so confident that you can invade the Heaven Sword Tower? After Tianjunyu finished speaking, his aura changed greatly. Boom, suddenly, he took a step forward. His whole body suddenly erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura. Stage 6 Celestial Immortal. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Tianjunyu had also advanced to the Stage 6 Celestial Immortal realm. Tianjunyu's heart was as clear as a mirror. If it weren't for the heaven-grade divine elixir given to him by Mu Yun, it would be impossible for him to advance to the Stage 6 Celestial Immortal realm. The advancement of one's realm had a lot to do with one's talent and potential. In his life, Tian Junyu could only reach the stage 5 celestial immortal realm, unless he had a treasure of heaven and earth. The divine elixir was a treasure of heaven and earth that could change his celestial body and promote his advancement. I didn't expect that after a few years, you would enter the stage 6 celestial immortal realm. It's really surprising. Looking at Tian Junyu, Wan Qianyu became more cautious. This time, things didn't seem to be so simple. Let's attack together. At this moment, Luo Xia also put away the contempt in her heart and said seriously. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Suddenly, the aura of the two figures soared. They were both stage 5 celestial immortals. Even so, the two of them were not afraid of Tian Junyu at all, as if they had a trump card in their hands. At this moment, Tian Junyu naturally didn't put the two of them in his eyes. Seeing this scene, he naturally calmed down and fought back. At this moment, the three sect masters were fighting fiercely. At this moment, the Heaven Sword Tower's protective array was about to collapse. Everyone knew that they could only fight. The battle instantly started. However, at this moment, everyone was undoubtedly concerned about the battle between the three sect masters. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The person you are looking for ** boom, * immediately, the three figures in the sky were unable to be seen clearly. However, the rumbling sounds of their exchanges were transmitted into everyone's ears. The explosions determined the direction of their fates. Bang bang, however, as time passed, two loud bangs were heard. Two figures suddenly fell from 10,000 meters above. They landed close to the ground before coming to a stop. They were Wan Qianyu and Luo Xia. The faces of the two sect masters did not look good at this moment. In fact, they even looked a little pale. It was clear who had the upper hand in the battle between the three of them. However, Tian Junyu didn't give them any time to catch their breath. He could suppress them, but the strength of his disciples was suppressed. After all, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. At this moment, Tian Junyu wanted to defeat the two of them. However, Wan Qianyu and Luo Xia were the sect masters of the two great sections. Although they were only Tier 5 heavenly immortals, they had a lot of life-saving means and immortal artifacts. Tian Junyu couldn't defeat them. Gradually, the two of them were at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Tian Junyu sped up his attack. The two sect masters couldn't bear it anymore. Bang bang, two more rumbling sounds were heard. The two sect masters couldn't bear Tian Junyu's attack anymore and were defeated. Seeing such a scene, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower were all extremely excited. Damn it! At this moment, Wan Qianyu felt indignant. They knew that a Tier 5 heavenly immortal was considered the best in a bronze sect. However, they didn't expect Tian Junyu to advance further. It was really abominable. Although the two of them were angry, they had nowhere to vent their anger. Tian Junyu had suppressed them. The two of you, if you want to crush my Heavenly Sword Tower with this little bit of strength, you're dreaming. Tian Junyu was confident. A Tier 6 heavenly immortal who had condensed the Yuan wheel. His strength was more than just a little bit. The power of the Yuan wheel exploded, and the increase in strength was truly terrifying. Don't be so proud. Looking at Tian Junyu, Wan Qianyu shouted, "You're just a 6th tier heaven immortal. What's there to be proud of? When Lei Yuanshan arrives, the three of us can easily kill you." What's wrong with Lei Yuanshan? Just a mere sword sect, yet he spent so much time on it. What a piece of trash. Luo Xia could not help but curse in a low voice. Lei Yuanshan had simply ruined everything. The two of you, let's not wait any longer. I think that sect leader Lei Yuan might not be able to make it. At this moment, Tian Junyu said meaningfully. If you can't wait, don't even think about living. Looking at Tian Junyu, Luo Xia directly attacked. She didn't believe that the two of them together couldn't exhaust this Tian Junyu. Boom boom, the two silhouettes immediately charged out. Their violent auras collided, causing the clouds in the sky to tumble. The disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower were shocked by the battle between heaven immortals. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was only a 9th tier earth immortal. Facing a heaven immortal was like facing a deity. At this moment, seeing the three heaven immortals fighting, they naturally felt as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. Tianjunyu unleashed his prowess at this moment. His strength was more than doubled. His entire person looked like he had completely transformed into another person. In the field, chaotic noises could be heard without end. Dong dong, along with two more bangs, Luo Xia and Wan Qianyu were repelled again. Tianjunyu said proudly, "The two of you are no match for me." Hearing Tianjunyu's arrogant words, the two of them looked at each other bitterly, but they nodded at the same time. Swoosh swoosh, just as the two of them nodded, suddenly, two ear-piercing sounds came from Tianjunyu's back. Sneak attack? Tianjunyu snorted, took a step forward, and punched with both fists. Dong dong, with a dull explosion, Tianjunyu's mouth and nose were full of blood, and he retreated in embarrassment. How could it be, while retreating, Tianjunyu's face was filled with horror. The sudden appearance of these two people almost caused his entire body to explode with a single attack. They were not only 5th-tier heaven immortals, but also 6th-tier heaven immortals. Eh? He withstood it. On the other side, the two figures saw this scene and were shocked. They did not expect that a 6th-tier heaven immortal could withstand their sneak attack. Wan Shuishan. Zhao Yunliang. Seeing the two figures, Tianjunyu was stunned. Wan Shuishan was the former sect leader of the Thousand Poison sect. He had already retired and became the supreme elder of the Thousand Poison sect. Zhao Yunliang was also the former valley master of the Union Valley. Unexpectedly, the two of them were still alive. Hehe, Tianjunyu, when we were all powerful, you were just a young talent. I didn't expect you to be able to stand on your own now. Wan Shuishan looked like a man in his 40s or 50s. He was full of energy, but his words were gloomy. In the Heaven Sword Tower, only that old man Li Pei was powerful. I wonder if that old man is dead now. The voice of Joyous Union Valley's Zhao Yunliang sounded exactly like a woman. Thank you for your concern. The old me is still alive. Just as the two of them finished talking, a voice came from the depths of the Heaven Sword Tower. Then, the crowd saw a hunched figure approaching from afar. In a few steps, he had already arrived at the scene. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Ren Gangang stood in front of the crowd. When he saw this person, his eyes narrowed. Elderly. This elderly was the old man sweeping the floor of the Sky Sword Pavilion that guarded the Sky Sword Tower. Li Pei was one of the 3 famous geniuses in the Heaven Sword Tower. And among the 3 geniuses, one had become the Tower Master. As for the other 2, one had already passed away. The remaining one was Li Pei. In terms of seniority, this Li Pei was a senior figure in the previous batch of Tianjunyu. But Ren Gangang didn't expect that such a legendary Li Pei was actually hiding in the Heaven Sword Tower to sweep the floor. Li Pei looked at the two of them and sneered, "When this old man dominated the world, the two of you were still grabbing mud, right?" Hearing this, the two of them immediately became angry. This Li Pei was indeed famous earlier than them. Now, he was using the words they just said to brush them off. It was really abominable. Elderly, are you okay? Li Pei looked at Tianjunyu and said with a smile, "It seems that this time, you also have a great opportunity. The Heaven Sword Tower is really thriving in your hands. Well, elderly, let me deal with these 2 people." Tianjunyu said anxiously. You? Elderly shook his head and said, "You've just reached level 6. It's really difficult for you to deal with the 2 of them. Let me do it. You two don't know what's good for you. You two don't need to be modest. You're both going to die." 1. Shueishan said coldly, "Killing you will be as easy as blowing off dust. Let's go." Wan Shueishan and Zhao Yunliang were the supreme elders of the Thousand Poison sect and the Hehuan Valley respectively. They were both level 7 celestial immortals, and their strength was already very strong. The 2 figures immediately rushed out. Elderly and Tianjunyu also rushed out at this moment. The 4 figures immediately started fighting. At this moment, Wan Qianyu and Luo Xia hurriedly responded. The 2 supreme elders had appeared. The 2 of them were now free to directly kill the other elders of the Heaven Sword Tower. At that time, the entire Heaven Sword Tower would be powerless to resist. Greetings to the 2 sect masters. Just when the 2 of them were about to recover, a joking voice rang in their ears. Hmm? Who is it? The two of them immediately became vigilant. Why are you so agitated? I just want to kill you. At this moment, a figure, like a ghost, pointed out 9 fingers, and a spatial blade shot out. Suddenly, a swishing sound was heard. Wan Qianyu and Luo Xia did not have time to react, and their bodies were already full of holes. A figure in a green robe appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing the figure, the two of them suddenly felt that their bodies were full of holes, as if they were pierced by needles. Who are you? Looking at Mu Yun, who suddenly appeared, the two of them suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. This guy looked very young, and most importantly, he was very strong. Who am I? Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun sneered, I'm the one you're looking for. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Almost at the same time, the two of them said in unison. That's right, you guessed it. The smile in Mu Yun's eyes deepened. You have reached the level 5 heaven immortal realm. Looking at Mu Yun, Wan Qianyu could not calm down. This guy was just a disciple, but his strength had reached such a level. That's right, that's why I said I want to take your lives. Mu Yun said matter-of-factly, 2 sect masters, killing in front of my heaven sword tower is a big taboo, and people will die. Of course we know that people will die, but the people who will die will be your heaven sword tower's people. Are you sure? Mu Yun smiled, sorry, I don't think so. I feel that it's better for you to die. After saying that, Mu Yun directly rushed out, and a black light appeared in his hand. Swish. 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 Mu Yun directly attacked. His speed was extremely fast, and the sound of killing was heard. Puff. Puff, in a split second, blood spurted out from the two figures, and they turned into corpses. They could not support themselves in the air and directly fell to the ground. Dong. Dong, dull sounds were heard, and the 2 sect masters were instantly killed. This scene caused an uproar when it fell into the eyes of many thousand Poison Sect and Union Valley martial artists and disciples. At this moment, Wan Shuishan and Zhao Yunliang, who were in the sky, naturally sensed this scene. Immediately, they descended. Wan Qianyu. Luo Xia. Seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, Wan Shuishan and Zhao Yunliang were completely dumbfounded. You killed them. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. I just want to go overboard. Prepare to die. Wan Shuishan couldn't say a word at this moment. Only anger was spreading in his chest. His hands turned into claws. Poisonous gas spread from the claws, and cold murderous intent rushed towards Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun stood on the spot and didn't make a move. However, a figure stood in front of Mu Yun and blocked him. It was Luo Tianqing. Luo Tianqing had the strength of a Tier 7 heaven immortal. He didn't fear Wan Shuishan at all. Back then, Luo Tianqing had single-handedly fought against Ziyuan, Huangji Taihua, and Qin Wendian, 3 great Tier 7 heavenly immortals, without falling into a disadvantageous position. This Myriad Waters Mountain and Zhao Yunliang were simply incomparable to those 3. Seeing Wan Shuishan rush out, Zhao Yunliang naturally rushed out as well. As he rushed out, Luo Tianqing's speed skyrocketed, and he met the 2 directly. Tier 7 Heaven Immortal Realm. Many disciples swore that they would never see such a fight between experts in their lifetime. But now, it appeared so clearly in front of their eyes. You're courting death. Seeing Luo Tianqing rushing towards them alone, Wan Shuishan and Zhao Yunliang's murderous intent intensified. Mu Yun. At this moment, Tian Junyu and Li Pei had already landed. Seeing Mu Yun, Li Pei's turbid eyes were filled with surprise. Mu Yun's strength seemed to have increased by another level. To be precise, it wasn't just a level, but 10 levels. Leader, elderly. Seeing the 2 of them, Mu Yun cupped her hands in greeting. Leader, Lei Yuanshan besieged Yi Sword Sect and was killed by me. So now, we only have to worry about Thousand Poison Sect and Hehuan Valley. Mu Yun smiled. What? Lei Yuanshan was killed. Tian Junyu suddenly understood why he didn't see anyone from Mountain Sea Sect. When he looked at Mu Yun again, he realized that this person was no longer someone he could fight against. The exploration of the Golden Immortal Realm ruins had directly increased Mu Yun's strength by several times. This time, who else in the South Pole could contend against Mu Yun? Not to mention Mu Yun herself, who exactly was this black-robed man who appeared beside Mu Yun? In terms of cultivation base and strength, he was definitely one of the best amongst Tier 7 heavenly immortals. Could this Mu Yun have been recruited from the Golden Immortal Ruins? But who was this person? Where did he come from? Tian Junyu didn't know. At the same time, on the other side, Wan Shuishan and Zhao Yunliang were completely stunned. This black-robed man's strength was so tyrannical that it made one's hair stand on end. Even when the two of them joined forces, they still couldn't take him down. Who was this guy? Was there such a tyrannical person in the South Pole? At this moment, the two of them were thinking of retreating. If this continued, they would not be able to defeat the enemy. Retreat. With no other choice, Wan Shuishan and Zhao Yunliang had no choice but to retreat. At the same time, Mu Yun said, "There's no need to chase after the two of them. However, kill the disciples of the two sects." Yes. Immediately, the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower charged out again. With Luo Tianxing taking the lead, they killed all who stood in their way. Everything looked like they were cutting vegetables. At this moment, the disciples of the two sects were really frightened and had completely lost their will to fight. The Heaven Sword Tower was destined to be a place of fear for the rest of their lives. Under Luo Tianxing's lead, the crowd chased for almost 100 miles before stopping. When they returned to the Heaven Sword Tower, everyone looked at Mu Yun in awe. Mu Yun killed the sect leaders of the two bronze sects in one move. It was as if a god had descended. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that there was a Tier 7 heavenly immortal by Mu Yun's side. He was equivalent to the Grand Supreme of the Heaven Sword Tower as a bodyguard. This was the most shocking thing. However, Mu Yun was advancing at lightning speed. It wouldn't be long before he became the strongest person. In the conference hall of the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu did not know whether to sit or stand. He was the tower leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, the overlord of the South Pole. However, Mu Yun's status and influence were indeed higher than his. This time, Tian Junyu sat on the seat of honor, while Mu Yun stood below on the right. Beside him was Luo Tianxing, who was silent like a ghost. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent. Not long after, a series of announcements sounded from outside. Shi Qingyi, the pavilion leader of the sword-washing pavilion, has arrived. Xing Mantian and Yu Yuan, the palace leaders of the Star and Moon Sword Mansion, have arrived. Lu Beidian, the sect leader of the Nine-Stack sect, has arrived. Tong Zhong, the sect leader of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, has arrived. Along with the announcements, the sect leaders of the 4 iron-level forces arrived at the Heaven Sword Tower at this moment. The hall gradually became lively. Everyone looked at Mu Yun with awe and respect. Shi Qingyi, Lu Beidian, and the others did not look very good. Not long after, Lu Qingsong, Yan Ziqiu, and Qin Wenbin, the 3 supreme elders of the Yi Sword sect, also appeared in the hall and went directly to Mu Yun's side. It was a spectacular sight to behold. A black-robed man, a 7th-grade heaven immortal, was comparable to a supreme elder of a bronze-level force. In addition, there was Gu Feng, Lu Qingsong, Yan Ziqiu, and Qin Wenbin. By Mu Yun's side, there were 4 5th-grade heaven immortals and 1 7th-grade heaven immortal. Moreover, he was a 7th-grade heaven immortal expert who could fight against 2 opponents at the same time. This Yi Sword sect was simply stronger than the top forces of the Heaven Sword Tower. Since everyone is here, I will not beat around the bush. Tian Junyu did not speak, but Mu Yun spoke directly. This time, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance is going to war with the 3 silver-level forces, the Purple Phoenix Tower, the Royal Family, and the Heavenly Mountain Villa. Our Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 iron-level forces under us are also going to fight. Mu Yun spoke directly. So this time, I think you have also seen the decisiveness of the other sections. Hearing this, the sect leaders nodded their heads. They were indeed aware. This time, each of their sects was besieged by 2 or 3 sects of the same level and was almost wiped out. If Lu Qingsong and the other 2 had not led hundreds of black-robed men in the Heaven Immortal realm to directly launch a thunderous attack at the critical moment, their sects would have been wiped out long ago. After this incident, they felt more and more terrified of the other sects in their hearts. So this time, our South Pole is bound to unite. Now, I have an idea that I would like to discuss with everyone. Mu Yun spoke slowly. No, it's not a discussion, it's a notice. At this moment, Mu Yun's tone suddenly changed, with an unquestionable tone. In the face of a great disaster, he needed to show a domineering attitude. My subordinates, the 5 major sects are all under the Heaven Sword Tower. From today onwards, you are no longer your own sects, but a branch of the Heaven Sword Tower. As soon as Mu Yun said this, everyone was stunned. Branch, in that case, the Heaven Sword Tower was going to annex them? How could this be? Although they were an ordinary iron-level force, they belonged to their own sect after all and were the leaders of their own sections. If they were to merge now, it meant that they were no longer independent. This was different from their previous affiliation. Mu Yun, isn't this a little too much? Liu Beidian of the 9 Stacks sect stood up at this moment and looked at Mu Yun. I know that you've gained a lot from your trip to the Golden Immortal Ruins, but isn't it too much to want to annex us directly? Too much? Hearing this, Mu Yun hesitated for a moment. Then, he suddenly looked up at Liu Beidian and said, That's right, you used the word well. Too much, I want to go too far. No one expected Mu Yun to say such words directly at this moment. It was as if a bandit was standing in front of you with a knife and telling you that he was right, he was a bandit. His subconscious meaning was, what can you do to me? Liu Beidian was instantly enraged. Mu Yun were originally a subordinate force of the Heaven Sword Tower. If Tower Master Tian has any orders, we'll naturally do our best to fulfill them. Shi Qingyi said tactfully. Her meaning was obvious. If Tower Master Tian has any orders, we'll definitely obey them. But Mu Yun, you're nothing. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled slightly. However, Tian Junyu suddenly said, From today onwards, Mu Yun's words are my words. You just have to listen to them. What the hell? Hearing Tian Junyu's words, everyone thought they heard wrong. What did he mean by Mu Yun's words were his words? Could it be that Mu Yun had become the new Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower? I'll say it again. From today onwards, the 5 iron-level forces will become a branch of the Heaven Sword Tower. Of course, you'll still be under your own command to the outside world. I hope you understand this. Mu Yun said again, in the future, if Heaven Sword Tower has any orders, pass it on and you'll have to do it immediately. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. How arrogant of you. Liu Beidian of the 9 Stacks sect shouted again, even if you're a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, you can't violate the rules like this. Bronze-level forces have the right to govern and appoint ordinary iron-level forces. But if you want to annex us directly, you're being too greedy. Greedy? I don't think so. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he stepped forward and looked at Liu Beidian. If you have the guts, say it again. Mu Yun said as she looked at Liu Beidian. Her aura gradually rose, and a strong sense of oppression made it difficult for Liu Beidian to breathe. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a towering mountain or a vast ocean, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Was this the power of a 5th-grade heaven immortal? Liu Beidian was speechless at the moment. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't utter a single word. What do you think? Looking at Liu Beidian, Mu Yun suddenly spoke again. I'm convinced. Liu Beidian had lost all his previous domineering attitude. What about the rest of you? Mu Yun turned around, looked at the others, and immediately said. At this time, the sect leaders of the 4 major sects didn't dare to say no. Mu Yun's domineering attitude made them speechless. Since there's no objection, I'll set the rules today. Mu Yun said, in the future, you'll have to obey all the orders of the Heaven Sword Tower. On the surface, you're the sect leaders of the 4 major sects, but in private, you're the hall masters of the 4 major branches of the Heaven Sword Tower, or rather, elders. From today onwards, you'll have to inform me immediately of any invasion by other forces. Also, sect leader Tongzhong of the Heavenly Master Sword sect, you have a disciple named Luo Jianxue who's now a 1st-grade heaven immortal. I think she's the most suitable candidate to be the next sect leader. What? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 1. For each person Luo Jianxue had reached the 1st heaven immortal realm. This was unbelievable. Tong Zhong was not overreacting. Luo Jianxue's improvement over the past few years was simply too fast. He already had the intention to nurture Luo Jianxue, but he did not expect her to improve so quickly. Xianxia, the pavilion leader of the sword-washing pavilion, and your disciples, Yu Qinglan and Huan Qingsha, have also reached the first heaven immortal realm. As for who will be appointed as the pavilion leader, it's up to you. Everyone was shocked when they heard Mu Yun's words. Mu Yun's intention was obvious. Not only did he want to recruit them into the Heaven Sword Tower's branch, but he also wanted to decide the successor of their sections. If everything went according to plan, Luo Jianxue, Huan Qingsha, and the others would have already become Mu Yun's people. This guy was really quick to act. That's about it. Mu Yun nodded. Oh, right. Mu Yun said again when he saw their dejected looks, I have some mortal yang pills and earth yang pills here. You can divide them among yourselves. However, I'll make it clear that these pills are for your disciples to improve their cultivation base and strength. If you keep them for yourselves, don't blame me for being merciless. Mortal yang pills and earth yang pills. Hearing this, the few of them did not take it to heart. How many earth yang pills and mortal yang pills could Mu Yun get? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? That would be incredible. I'll give each of your sects 1 trillion mortal yang pills and 100 billion earth yang pills for now. Mu Yun said slowly after a moment of thought. Wait. How much? Tong Zhong was taken aback. He looked at Mu Yun and blurted out involuntarily. 1 trillion mortal yang pills and 100 billion earth yang pills for each sect. Do you understand? Mu Yun had no choice but to repeat. The mortal yang pill and earth yang pill were useless to him now. They could only be used to win people over. Inside the green jade bracelet, there were tens of millions of heaven yang pills, trillions of earth yang pills, and billions of mortal yang pills. This was just a drop in the ocean, especially the mortal yang pills. To him, it was just a number. However, to a sect, especially a common rank sect, this was not just a number. The mortal yang pill was the most important pill for the disciples of the sect. 1 trillion mortal yang pills, 100 billion earth yang pills, this was simply a massive amount. The sect leaders of the top 4 sects were completely stunned. I'll make it clear in advance. If these pills don't reach your disciples, I think, you should know the consequences. Understood. Liu Beidian was the first to jump out. He was overjoyed. What was there for him to worry about? So be it. The most important thing was to solve the problem of the disciples' cultivation. All right. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Mu Yun gave a few more instructions, and the alliance leaders left with their disciples who were participating in the trial at the Golden Immortal Relic. Only Mu Yun, Tian Junyu, and the others were left in the main hall. At this moment, Tian Junyu walked down from above. He looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. That. Mu Yun, Tian Junyu said awkwardly, look, you've given the 4 sects. You must have given the Iya Sword sect as well. Our Heaven Sword Tower, don't worry, Tower Leader. I've already asked Ring Gang Gang to handle it. Of course, it'll be doubled. There are also some other pills and immortal artifacts. It's enough for each person to have 1 immortal artifact. 1 for each person? What did that mean? In other words, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower, and Mu Yun had tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of immortal artifacts. This number was sky high. Kid, you picked up a treasure in the Golden Immortal Relic. That's nothing. Mu Yun smiled mysteriously and said, to be honest, Tower Leader, this time, I found a treasure in the Golden Immortal Relic. It's a huge treasure that's comparable to the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver-level force. Hearing this, Tian Junyu didn't quite believe it. If Mu Yun really obtained so many treasures, then the entire Heaven Sword Tower might be promoted to a silver-level force in the future. A silver-level force. How many silver-level forces were there in the entire sword domain ruled by the 33 Heavenly Sword sects? There were only 20 or so silver-level forces. Well, Tower Leader, this is only the first wave of attack by the silver-level forces. We still have a long way to go. I'm afraid that almost half of the low-level forces in the entire southern sword domain will participate in this battle. Okay. Tian Junyu also nodded and said, I understand. So, now, you can handle everything. I want to improve my cultivation. In that case, I'll give you 3 more pills. It should be good for your strength improvement. You brat, Tian Junyu didn't expect that Mu Yun wouldn't even be polite and directly responded. This made him feel quite embarrassed. However, he was even more curious as to what kind of pills these 3 pills were. Last time, Mu Yun gave him a middle-grade heaven-level immortal pill, which directly helped him to reach the level 6 celestial immortal realm. He felt that there was no hope for improvement in his life, but it came again. 3 middle-grade heaven-level immortal pills should be beneficial for your breakthrough. Tower leader, you can rest assured. Okay. Mu Yun and Tian Junyu chatted for a while more and then left the hall. The smile on Tian Junyu's face gradually disappeared. Tower leader, do you really want to let Mu Yun dominate our Heaven Sword Tower? First Elder Luo Hai said bitterly, it's true that this brat has improved rapidly. However, if he comes to dominate our Heaven Sword Tower and fight with the surrounding bronze forces, we won't be his match. Yes, Mu Yun has evil intentions. In the future, he might take over the Heaven Sword Tower. Second Elder also nodded and said. They all had conflicts with Mu Yun. Now that they were associated with Mu Yun, weren't they courting death? Hearing this, Tian Junyu looked at Li Pei beside him. Elderly, what do you think? Why not? Li Pei said firmly, what's the difference between Mu Yun, Qin Tianyu, and Feng Ruoqing? I think you should have seen the current situation of the Yi Sword sect. Why did Lu Qingsong and the other 2 rise to the level 5 celestial immortal realm? Could it be that the 3 of them suddenly became enlightened? If it wasn't for Mu Yun, what would the Yi Sword sect be now? Li Pei looked at the elders and shouted, back then, you supported Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing the same way you supported Mu Yun. Moreover, do you think that the current Mu Yun will still care about the conflicts in the past? Let me remind you that the Heaven Sword Tower is currently lacking people. I think you know the treasures in Mu Yun's hands. Now, take advantage of the fact that he needs you and you are still of value. Perform more. Otherwise, when you are no longer of value, I don't think he will show you any mercy. Hearing this, the elders immediately looked at each other in shock. Now, Mu Yun still needed them. When Mu Yun raised the strength of the Heaven Sword Tower disciples, how would the disciples remember who Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing were? They would only remember Mu Yun. When that time came, they would be of no use. The several elders were instantly terrified. The 3rd elder rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he was subdued by Mu Yun previously. Otherwise, he would really be like the other 4 elders now. The 5 elders left the main hall. In the blink of an eye, only Tian Junyu and Li Pei were left in the main hall. Elderly, I'll have to trouble you with the matters in the tower during this period of time. Don't say that. Elderly waved his hand and said, back then, both of us were indebted to our predecessors. This time, we are also repaying our debts. At this stage, we are speaking from our conscience. This time, we are helping Mississippi. This old me only hates that my body is not strong enough to help Miss too much. Elderly smiled and said, are you going to report this to Miss now? Yes. Tian Junyu said slowly, recently, Miss has been cultivating in seclusion. She wants to improve. After 10,000 years of dormancy, it's time for some things to be gradually unveiled. Yes. For a long time, there was only a sigh in the main hall, which gradually dissipated in the wind. At the same time, in the Heavenly Master Sword sect, Tong Zhong brought Luo Jianxia back to the Heavenly Master Sword sect. Along the way, Tong Zhong was completely stunned when he heard what Luo Jianxia said. You're saying that this kid almost killed all the top 10 disciples of the Outer League of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance? And that he collected all 72 golden immortal badges and was even personally summoned by the 3 league leaders to be accepted as an inner league disciple? Tong Zhong said all this in one breath, only to feel that his breathing had become hurried. This news was really too shocking. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were unable to calm down. I understand. Seeing Luo Jianxua nod, Tong Zhong looked at his disciple dotingly again and said, from now on, you must maintain a good relationship with Mu Yun. This guy is definitely not someone our South Pole can control. In the future, he will definitely be an inner league disciple of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Even if he can't become an inner league elder, he will still be a great help to our Heavenly Master Sword sect. Yes, master. It's best if you can seduce this kid into your bed. That way, our Heavenly Master Sword sect will have a backer among the Silver Forces. With the 5 Iron Forces, who will our Heavenly Master Sword sect be afraid of? Master, haha. I'm just kidding. Tong Zhong had completely forgotten that he had been blackmailed by Mu Yun back then. In this world where strength was everything, without strength, there was nothing. Back then, who would treat Mu Yun with respect, but now, in the South Pole. Mu Yun was a 5th-tier heavenly immortal and was already at the top. Coupled with a few 5th-tier heavenly immortals and the protection of a 7th-tier heavenly immortal expert, this kid was the top existence. At this moment, Mu Yun was the true overlord of the South Pole. How could Tong Zhong not understand this? In addition, Luo Xianxia and Mu Yun had hooked up. This was a big fish in the future, so naturally, he had to hold on tight. As for the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Mu Yun, that was already a thing of the past. At the same time, Sword Washing Pavilion, Star Moon Sword Mansion, and 9 Stacks sect naturally received various feedback from their disciples. All the sects knew about this. Mu Yun had successfully turned the tables and become the existence above them. It was harder than ascending to heaven to resist. But at this moment, Mu Yun did not think so much. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio You hit me. This time, I don't think the 4 major sects will dare to have any other thoughts. Mu Yun looked at Ren Gangang and said, however, I'm more concerned about the Heaven Sword Tower. After all, many disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower used to listen to Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing. You're confused. Ren Gangang looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, they don't listen to Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing. They listen to the immortal pills in their hands. Hearing this, Mu Yun suddenly understood. In this world, there was no one who did not want to become stronger. Everyone wanted to become the strongest existence. If someone gave them a chance, they would take the opportunity and soar to the top. They would naturally be grateful to the person who gave them the chance. Now, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing were dead. He, Mu Yun, was such a person, someone who could give them a chance to rise. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll leave you the mortal yang pills, earth yang pills, and heaven yang pills. You can do whatever you want to win the hearts of the people. Mu Yun said with a smile, I don't have time to care about the Heaven Sword Tower. The Iya Sword Sect is my home. You, Ren Gangang smiled bitterly. By the way, did my father contact you? Mu Yun suddenly asked. No. Ren Gangang answered directly, ever since I entered the immortal realm, I've never received any messages from him. Well, maybe my father didn't go to the sword domain. After all, everyone was separated in the square sealed land that day. No one knows where exactly he is. Alright, I'll go back to the Iya Sword Sect first. I have all the immortal pills and immortal weapons. Next, it's up to you. This is worth a lot. It should be enough for you to win the hearts of the people, right? Mu Yun laughed and left without waiting for Ren Ganggang's reply. Seeing Mu Yun leave, Ren Gangang left the pavilion and turned left and right. After a few turns, he arrived outside a loft. However, Ren Gangang did not enter the pavilion. Instead, he circled around the pavilion and arrived at the back of the pavilion. Once again, he walked along the mountain path that was overgrown with weeds and carefully descended. Finally, he arrived in front of a stone wall. He waved his hands, and the imprint spun. A low buzzing sound came from both sides of the stone wall. In front of Ren Gangang, a stone path that only one person could pass through appeared. He flashed into the stone path, and a luminous pearl appeared in his hand. The scenery inside the cave appeared in Ren Ganggang's eyes. Upon closer inspection, there was nothing strange about the cave. Only a stone trough appeared in the center. Inside the stone trough, bright red blood flowed endlessly. Ren Gangang stepped forward and arrived in front of the stone trough. A dagger appeared in his hand. With a poochie sound, blood spurted out. In front of Ren Gangang, a blood-red light suddenly appeared in the stone trough. The blood-red light illuminated the entire stone trough. Ren Gangang immediately stepped forward and clasped his hands together. A strange and complicated imprint suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a shadow suddenly appeared in the stone trough. Palace Master. Looking at the shadow, Rengangang immediately clasped his hands together and looked solemn. Yes, why are you looking for me? The shadow's voice was vigorous and powerful, with a fascinating magnetism. If it was not Muqingyu, who else could it be? The young master recently planned to integrate the Heaven Sword Tower and the Iya Sword sect into his subordinates. It seems that he intends to build his own base here. Oh? Hearing this, Muqingyu seemed to be quite surprised. Haha, I was going to help this kid build it, but I didn't expect that he already had his own ideas. Well, this is my son. Muqingyu smiled and said, in that case, you can help him. But Palace Master, this time the young master acted too arrogantly and offended the Myriad Poison sect and several other bronze forces that belong to the royal family. I'm afraid that the royal family will take action. Don't worry, I've already prepared for it. Muqingyu said confidently, in order to train him, I have spent hundreds of thousands of years of effort. Now, there is still a long way to go before he succeeds. These are all things that he must go through. Hearing this, Rengangang frowned. What do you have to say? Clan Master, I don't understand. At this moment, Rengangang suddenly changed the way he addressed Muqingyu, from Palace Master to Clan Master. Clan Master, with your strength, the young master can directly return to the past. Clan Master, you have already planned carefully. Even if the other 7 ancient clans and the 2 new deity clans join forces, what is there to be afraid of? Now, let the young master hear. Shut up. Before Rengangang could finish his words, Muqingyu suddenly shouted, who remembers the pain that we shepherds suffered in the past? This time, I must make sure that nothing goes wrong. And this time, Yuner is the only one who can do it. For his mother, he must do it. I'm sorry for being rude. You're not being rude, you're just being too hasty. Muqingyu said coldly, I can wait for hundreds of thousands of years. Why can't I wait for this period of time? Yes. Well, now you just need to play the role of Rengangang. Yuner can arrange everything else. Yes. As soon as Muqingyu finished speaking, she disappeared. After a long time, Rengangang exhaled. Although he did not understand, he could only obey. Because he had absolute trust and respect for the person in front of him. He placed him in his heart like a god. To be precise, he was a god. Mu Yun naturally did not know about these things. At this moment, he was rushing back to the Iya Sword sect, thinking about how to make the Iya Sword sect continue to grow. After returning to the Iya Sword sect, Mu Yun directly entered the mountain gate. Senior Brother Mu. Senior Brother Mu. Seeing Mu Yun return, the guarding disciples cheered. Today, Mu Yun was a legend in the Iya Sword sect. It was not that the Iya Sword sect did not have any geniuses, but many of them became geniuses and entered the Heaven Sword Tower, or even entered the silver or gold forces. They had long forgotten the forces they used to belong to. But Mu Yun had never forgotten them. Without Mu Yun, the Iya Sword sect would not exist now. Last time, when facing the attack of the Mountain Sea sect, they could fight back. This was enough to show Mu Yun's strength. Along the way, Mu Yun had been called Brother Mu Yun thousands of times. This was the first time he felt a headache. According to his character in his previous life, if anyone in the Cloud Alliance greeted him like this, he would just walk over with a cold face. Brother Mu. Finally, when he saw Lin Zhixio and the others, Mu Yun finally heaved a sigh of relief. These 4 people had now reached the level 9 Earth Immortal realm. It could be said that their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Mu Yun looked at the 4 of them and said, now, gather all the core members and come to the mountain peak to look for me. Just as he finished speaking, Mu Yun said again, forget it, forget it. Just the 4 of you. If there are too many people, it will be inevitable that there will be another round of shock. It's troublesome. Hearing this, the few of them could only smile bitterly. Shock, when they followed Mu Yun, there was no time when they were not shocked. The 4 of them followed Mu Yun and came to a big hall. It was the mountain peak that Mu Yun belonged to previously. 5 figures entered the big hall. It was late at night when the 4 of them walked out. At this moment, the 4 of them were sweating profusely. The sweat had already soaked their clothes. Not only that, the 4 of them were almost drooling all over the floor. They looked completely dumbfounded. Fan Wuyan, ah? Hit me. Lin Jishou said after a long while. What? I'll let you hit me. Lin Jishou wiped his saliva and sneered. I feel like I'm dreaming. Smack, F*CK, you really hit me. Lin Jishou was shocked. You asked me to hit you. Fan Wuyan jumped up and said, moreover, I also want to know if I'm dreaming. The four of them looked at each other. They were completely dumbfounded. Stop talking. My mouth still hurts. Luoqing chuckled and said, seriously, my mouth was wide open the entire afternoon, and it never closed. In all my life, I have never seen so many mortal yang pills, earth yang pills, and heaven yang pills. Most importantly, those immortal weapons and immortal spells, my god. Tell me, how many years do you think the treasures in these immortal space rings that Mu Yun gave us are enough for the ES sword sect to cultivate? 100 years? 1,000 years? Luo Ming could not help but ask. The four of them were completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun called them to the big hall to tell them to distribute some immortal pills, immortal artifacts, and immortal techniques to the disciples. He originally thought that Mu Yun had some fortuitous encounter, but he did not expect that Mu Yun would make them completely dumbfounded. How was this a fortuitous encounter? They even suspected that Mu Yun had moved the entire golden immortal ruins back. However, now was obviously not the time to ask such questions. Mu Yun specially instructed the four of them to show these things one by one to the extent that the disciples could accept them. They could not release them all at once. Otherwise, he was worried that some disciples might not be able to take it and die. In fact, that was indeed the case. This time, they had learned their lesson. In the future, it was very likely that a miracle would happen to Mu Yun. Everything that was impossible was very likely to happen to Mu Yun. At this moment, in the big hall, Mu Yun sat upright and heaved a sigh of relief. He had not had a good rest since he appeared in the golden immortal ruins. It was only now that he could truly heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, Xia was lying cross-legged beside Mu Yun with its head lowered. I forgot that there are 10 treasure boxes in the green jade bracelet. There are also things that you want, Xia. I'll help you open them now and see what's inside. Woof woof. Upon hearing this, Xia was immediately excited. Mu Yun directly entered the green jade bracelet. With a wave of his hand, 10 treasure boxes appeared in front of Mu Yun. That day, his realm was not enough to use some techniques, so he could not open the treasure boxes. But now, he could give it a try. The mark on it was very complicated, but with his current strength, he should be able to hold on for a period of time. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. An unexpected guest clang, clang, clang. The moment Mu Yun's palm covered the treasure box, clanging sounds were heard. A strong vibration spread out from the treasure box. A resisting force instinctively stopped Mu Yun from continuing to explore. Humph. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun snorted coldly. A ray talisman surged on her palm. Now that he was a 5th stage heaven immortal, his strength had been greatly improved. He might be able to open this treasure box. This time, he must give it a try. The powerful backlash was getting fiercer and fiercer, but the calmness in Mu Yun's eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Crack, with the passage of time, a cracking sound was heard from the treasure box. Mu Yun felt as if something had broken. Delighted, Mu Yun stopped what she was doing and clapped her palm. With a click, the treasure box opened. A dazzling ray of light appeared in front of Mu Yun. After taking the treasure box, Mu Yun appeared in the hall. Reaching into the treasure box, a square seal appeared in Mu Yun's hand. An arrogant immortal beast was carved on the top of the seal. The bottom was square and smooth like jade. Upon closer inspection, the immortal beast above the seal looked like Purple Fang. Seeing the seal, Mu Yun looked at Purple Fang. The two were exactly the same. Mu Yun held the seal and looked at Purple Fang. She smiled bitterly and said, "Is this thing useful to you?" Woof, woof. At this moment, Purple Fang whimpered a few times. It seemed very disappointed. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun could only feel helpless. Let me try again and see if I can open the second treasure box. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Purple Fang's face was filled with anticipation. Mu Yun entered the green jade bracelet again and looked at the second treasure box. The order of the 10 treasure boxes was very obvious. The strength of each box could be seen at a glance. Mu Yun waved her palm, and an array talisman appeared. She wanted to try to open another treasure box. However, this time, after half a day, Mu Yun did not notice any changes in the treasure box. No. Mu Yun shook her head bitterly. Or was her strength limited? Leaving the treasure box, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. No, Wu. Hearing this, Purple Fang was even more depressed. However, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Don't be like this. If I can open the first treasure box, I can definitely open the rest. You have waited for so long. Just wait a little longer and you will succeed." Xianxia nodded when he heard Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was rubbing the square seal in her hand. There was something strange about this seal. Back in the lower realm, Mu Yun had obtained a seal called the Sky Mountain Seal, which he had obtained from the stacking space mountain in his 4 essences fiefdom. She waved her hand, and the Sky Mountain Seal appeared in her hand. To Mu Yun, the Sky Mountain Seal was invincible. When the seal was pressed down, it could change its size freely. Its deterrent power was boundless. However, she did not know what was so special about this square seal. Purple Fang looked at Mu Yun fiddling with the square seal and immediately barked at Mu Yun. "You said that this seal needs to be urged by immortal qi?" Looking at Purple Fang, Mu Yun guessed. Woof, woof. However, Purple Fang barked again at this moment. It was obvious that this was not the case. Mu Yun was more and more surprised. When the immortal qi entered the seal, Mu Yun felt that when her immortal qi entered the seal with the strength of a 5th stage heaven immortal, it was like a drop of water entering the sea. No, Mu Yun understood that this method was wrong. After looking at it a few times, Mu Yun still could not find the method. In the end, Mu Yun simply tried to use her essence energy to enter the seal to see what was going on. With a wave of her hand, the essence energy condensed by the 9 elements heavenly technique poured directly into the seal. Mu Yun was delighted. The seal had changed. At this moment, 4 large words appeared on the originally smooth and wordless bottom. Blue Wolf Seal. Seeing those 4 large words, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. What was this Blue Wolf Seal? Was it as powerful as the Sky Mountain Seal? Mu Yun kept pouring her essence energy into it, and gradually, the weight of the Blue Wolf Seal increased. Finally, it fell to the ground with a bang, and a crack appeared on the hard floor. Mu Yun was shocked. She had only poured less than 1/10 of her essence energy into it, and it had increased the weight of the Blue Wolf Seal. Unimaginable. After a few attempts, Mu Yun gradually found a way to do it. The Blue Wolf Seal increased in weight as her essence energy increased, but after communicating with her mind, the speed at which Mu Yun could control its power gradually increased. This was very contrary to common sense. Generally speaking, the speed of the seal would decrease as its weight increased. But this seal, when controlled, would increase in weight and speed. Mu Yun was secretly delighted. When this seal was suddenly thrown out during a battle, the ultimate combination of power and speed would catch the opponent off guard, and a big hole would be smashed by this seal. But unfortunately, I don't know how to control this seal. Otherwise, it would definitely be able to unleash a very powerful power. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Xianxia immediately cried out. "Don't be anxious. I know that you definitely know how to control it, but you can't tell me now." Mu Yun smiled and said, "As a heavenly bloodline immortal beast, you must be under a restriction. Don't worry, when you remove the restriction, you can tell me everything you know." Xianxia nodded. After putting away the Blue Wolf Seal, Mu Yun sat cross-legged. The busy period had temporarily come to an end. However, this was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before the 3 great bronze forces, which had suffered a setback, would attack once again. This required him to be careful. But now, it was time to see how stable his own strength was. Now, Mu Yun's bloodline had awakened the power of One Dao. This was what he was relying on the most. Next were the 2 immortal techniques of the elemental force immortal technique, 9 nether finger and 9 seals overlaying roar. The 9 nether finger was completely completed. An ordinary 5th stage heaven immortal would be beheaded by this finger. As for the 9 seals overlaying roar, it was still a little lacking. The most basic 9 seals overlaying roar condensed the roar into one point, and it could only attack one side of the enemy. But now, Mu Yun had indeed improved to the point where he could condense the sound wave attack. But the most tyrannical was to condense the sound wave attack of the 9 seals overlaying roar into a spiral shape, covering all the targets. At that time, combined with Xiaoqi's dragon roar, this attack would produce a huge destructive force. As for the Heaven's Eye, it involved the Void Blade and Void Spin, and its power had been increasing. But Guei held the Heaven's Eye in high esteem. This Heaven's Eye was probably not that simple. Mu Yun's sword Dao had already reached the level of a master. Mu Yun understood that it was better to progress slowly with the stability and improvement of the sword realm. After all, previously, he relied on the accumulation of his previous life, from the sword intent to the sword force to the sword heart. It could be said that he had comprehended everything. But now, he was fumbling around step by step. If his master's heavenly extermination flame was still here, he would definitely be praised by his master now. Mu Yun's heart was filled with anticipation to see his master again. But it was a pity that they would part forever. Another thing was the heaven underworld diagram that had always been with him. This diagram was the most precious treasure of the Biluo Huangquan school, but Mu Yun did not dare to openly take it out to study. If Li Fengxing, Han Kai, and Tong Yao found out, he would really die without a burial place. After sorting out his current situation, Mu Yun took a deep breath. Everything needed to be done step by step. This time, he could not afford to lose. He had spent so much effort to reach the immortal world just to return to the Cloud Alliance and kill his enemy. He could no longer afford to fail. Mu Yun made up his mind and began to look inside his body. Now, the nascent soul and true soul in his body were steadily revolving. In the true soul, soul power flowed with an indescribable aura. And the nascent soul was like an iron wall from head to toe, and it did not need any protection at all. But it was very difficult to condense the origin wheel from the nascent soul. It required strong tempering, but now, in the one-leaf sword sect's one-leaf valley, it was really difficult to improve at that level of tempering. Even the Heaven Sword Tower's Heaven Sword Pavilion was of little use to him now. Mu Yun was more curious about what the Triple Heaven Alliance's level 3 pagoda was. From the looks of it, every single power of the immortal world had a cultivation impasse that everyone yearned for. To condense the origin wheel from the nascent soul, one needed to connect the true soul and the nascent soul and build a bridge. The connection between the true soul and the nascent soul was the prerequisite for condensing the origin wheel. Because Mu Yun knew that this step was very important. For a heaven immortal realm martial artist to step into the mystic immortal realm, the true soul and the nascent soul were the most important. But to this extent, it did not rely on accumulation, but on epiphany. Comprehending the ingenious relationship between the nascent soul and the true soul in an instant was very likely to step into the 6th grade. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. After sorting out everything in his body, Mu Yun at this moment also sorted out some thoughts in his heart. Next, he only needed to find that opportunity to advance to the 6th grade. Now, in the entire southern sword domain, the 4 silver forces were at war, and it was the best time for him to make a name for himself. The world was in chaos, and heroes were emerging in large numbers. Mu Yun already had a plan in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door woke Mu Yun up. What's the matter? Senior brother Mu, 3 strange people came, saying that they are helping the ES sword sect. Stepping out of the door, Mu Yun's heart suddenly trembled when he saw the 3 figures. Li Fengxing, Han Kai, Tong Yao, these 3 guys actually came directly to the ES sword sect to look for him. Mu Yun's heart suddenly became uneasy. Those who came did not come with good intentions. And those with good intentions did not come. Haha. Mu Yun, long time no see. When Li Fengxing saw Mu Yun, he directly walked forward and gave Mu Yun a big hug. This hug made Mu Yun immediately vigilant. This guy looked very different from before. The 3 of you came from afar, come in and rest for a while. Okay. Tong Yao smiled seductively at this moment and looked at Mu Yun meaningfully. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio receiving recognition now that Gu Feng had reached grade 6 and Luo Tianqing had reached grade 7, they might be able to kill the 3 of them if they wanted to cause trouble. However, Mu Yun was worried about the Biluo Huangquan school behind the three of them. According to the three of them, they were grade 4 and grade 5 heaven immortals. They were at the bottom of the 18 hell kings. The ones behind them might be top heaven immortals, or even mystic immortals or genuine immortals. Mu Yun had to be careful. A few figures entered the hall. Mu Yun probed, "Where have the 3 hell kings been all these years? Have you found any traces of the blue sky underworld diagram? Don't mention it." Li Fengxing waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "I was almost caught by the 9 immortal pavilion. Fortunately, I'm smart." Han Kai also said with a straight face, "We don't have to look for the blue sky underworld diagram anymore." Don't have to look for it anymore? Mu Yun was puzzled. Yes. Tong Yao smiled and said, "We've received news from the higher-ups that the blue sky underworld diagram has been found, so we don't have to look for it anymore." Found it? Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. How could it be? The blue sky underworld diagram was clearly in the chart of immortal extermination. How could it be found? Mu Yun immediately became cautious. These 3 people couldn't be here to get information from him, right? Then the 3 of you are here this time. We said that we're here to help you. Li Fengxing said casually, "Didn't the Triji Heavenly Alliance want to start a war with the 3 silver forces? Of course we're here to help you." "Oh, no, to be precise, we're here to help you." "Help me?" Mu Yun was completely confused by the 3 of them. "Alright, don't think too much." Li Fengxing looked at Mu Yun and said, "We're just following orders. You just do what you need to do. We can't go against the Hell King's orders." Hell King? Mu Yun was even more shocked. The great Hell King that Li Fengxing mentioned was at least in the golden immortal realm. Such strength was definitely not something that he could provoke. Why would Biluo Huangquan school take a fancy to him? Mu Yun found it hard to understand. Incredible. He broke through to the tier 5 heavenly immortal realm right after coming to a golden immortal relic site. Amazing. Li Fengxing looked at Mu Yun and praised, "I see that your sword sex strength has improved rapidly. It seems like you have improved rapidly in the golden immortal ruins." The 3 prison kings are joking. However, Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, "I obtained some divine pills and miraculous medicines in the golden immortal ruins. Please accept these 3 high-grade heaven-tier spirit-building immortal pills." As she spoke, 3 spirit-building immortal pills that emitted a faint golden light appeared in Mu Yun's hands. The spirit-building immortal pill was specially concocted for heavenly immortal realm martial artists. This pill could help heavenly immortals who had reached the tier 6 realm to condense their origin wheel and expand the cohesion of their origin wheel. It was called a divine pill because this pill was extremely powerful and its effects were indescribable. "No need." Tong Yao declined politely. "We are here to help you this time. We don't need anything. You should keep these pills for yourself." They didn't even want the immortal pills. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. What were these guys thinking? Were they really here to help? Mu Yun also stopped smiling at this moment. Looking at the 3 of them, she said solemnly, "The 3 of you, forgive me for speaking bluntly. What are the 3 of you here for? If the great Hell King asked you to help me, then the great Hell King must have a request, right?" "Of course." Li Fengxing said directly, "The great Hell King's request is that our Biluo Huangquan school will help you resist the strong enemies. What you need to do is to unify the South Pole in the future and then divide the Celestial Mountain to our Biluo Huangquan school." Hearing this, Mu Yun was even more speechless. What kind of request was this? The Celestial Mountain was originally an ownerless object. In the past 10,000 years, other than the Biluo Huangquan school that gained a firm foothold in the Celestial Mountain, all the other sects that entered were destroyed. At that time, Mu Yun felt that it was unbelievable. But now, thinking about it carefully, this was definitely the doing of the Biluo Huangquan school in the dark. It could be said that the Celestial Mountain belonged to the Biluo Huangquan school. But now, these guys were actually discussing with her that the Celestial Mountain belonged to them. It was a little ridiculous. Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them and said slowly, "The 3 of you, it seems that other than the Biluo Huangquan school, no one else can establish a sect in the Celestial Mountain, right?" "That's not the case." Tong Yao smiled and said, "This Celestial Mountain is indeed under our management, but this kind of management is not recognized. So, what we hope for is a management that is recognized. Recognized? That's right. As long as the Heaven Sword Tower recognizes us, our Biluo Huangquan School can become an ordinary iron-level force. Our Biluo Huangquan School will also offer offerings to the Heaven Sword Tower every year. This is what the Hell King wants. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun instantly understood. These guys just wanted an identity. An identity under the jurisdiction of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects. In fact, the overall strength of the Biluo Huangquan School was even stronger than the Triji Heavenly Alliance. But now, they were willing to be under the Heaven Sword Tower. This made Mu Yun feel even more strange. Kid, don't be so wishy-washy. Can you or not? Just say it. Li Fengxing couldn't help but say, our Biluo Huangquan School won't devour you. What are you afraid of? Li Fengxing. At this moment, Tong Yao looked at Li Fengxing and shouted. After being shouted at by Tong Yao, Li Fengxing immediately shrunk his neck. Have you forgotten what the Hell King said? This time, Li Fengxing completely restrained himself and didn't speak anymore. Mu Yun looked at the three of them. She only felt that there was something wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. You can think about whether you will agree or not. Our Hell King said that he won't force you on this. Tong Yao said with a smile. If that's the case, Senior Brother Mu. However, just as Mu Yun was about to speak, a figure directly rushed in. Something bad has happened. Senior Brother Mu, enemies are here. A disciple hurriedly ran in, his eyes full of worry. Enemies are here? Mu Yun narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect that the people from the Myriad Poison sect would come again not long after they left. But this time, the people who came should not only be Wan Shuishan, Zhao Yunliang, and the others. Follow me out to take a look. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she walked in front. At this moment, Tong Yao took a step forward and looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun, in order to show our sincerity in cooperating this time, how about leaving these people to us? Okay. Seeing that Tong Yao took the initiative to volunteer, Mu Yun nodded. He wanted to see what these guys were up to. Seeing that Mu Yun agreed, the three of them looked at each other and immediately moved out. Brother Mu, these people. Lin Jishou walked forward at this moment and looked at Mu Yun. He said cautiously, I'm afraid they are not to be trifled with. Back then, we didn't even see a shadow in Huangquan City, and we suffered heavy casualties. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the overall strength of Biluo Huangquan School is not inferior to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Yes, I understand. Mu Yun looked outside the main hall and said with a smile, but these guys are not to be trifled with. He also had a headache now. These people were indeed not to be trifled with. What should he do? In Mu Yun's heart, it was difficult to resolve. At the same time, Mu Yun came to the front of the mountain gate. At this moment, he finally witnessed the foundation and strength of the few major sections. At this moment, outside the Sword sect, the Myriad Poison sect, the Mountain Sea sect, and the Union Valley, the three major bronze-rank forces that belonged to the Huang families, were waiting solemnly. They looked at the Sword sect with eyes full of anger. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Everyone, long time no see. As Mu Yun's words fell, the Sword sect disciples roared with laughter. They had just met 2 days ago, but Mu Yun said that it had been a long time. The meaning of this was self-evident. Mu Yun, stop being so cheeky here. Wan Shuishan of the Myriad Poison sect shouted coldly. We underestimated you last time and paid a huge price. This time, just wait to die. Oh? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, all right, I'd like to see how you enter my Sword sect. This time, Wan Shuishan did not come alone. He also brought several other supreme elders of the Myriad Poison sect, who were at the 6th grade Heaven Immortal realm. The Myriad Poison sect could be said to have gone all out this time to destroy the Sword sect and avenge their previous humiliation. Seeing that Mu Yun was now holed up in the large formation and did not come out, Wan Shuishan knew that this large formation was not something that could be broken easily. Come out if you dare. Come in if you dare. Mu Yun smiled and said, you can't even enter my Sword sect's gate, and you want to talk nonsense about destroying my Sword sect? Wan Shuishan, you're boasting too much. At this moment, Wan Shuishan was really depressed. Why are you wasting time with him? At this moment, a thin old man with silver hair stood out and shouted, "This old man will use his supreme divine power to break your gate for a Miria sword sect. Which old donkey are you? Ignorant junior, do you think you can come out unscathed after killing Lei Yuanshan? This old man is Lei Yuanshan's father, Lei Zhentian." Oh, Muyan smiled again and said, "After killing the son, the father comes. If you die too, will your father jump out of his coffin and come to kill me? How dare you?" Lei Zhentian roared angrily. "Don't talk nonsense with him." Zhao Yunliang shouted, "That day at the Heaven Sword Tower, if it were not for the mysterious expert and Li Pei, he would have died. Today, we suddenly attacked. Your Iya sword sect only has that mysterious expert, Mu Yun, and no one to protect you. I think you'll die without a doubt." "Is that so?" Mu Yun looked at Tong Yao and the other two beside her and said leisurely. "The three of you, now is the time to show your strength." "No problem." Hearing Mu Yun's words, Tong Yao and the other two immediately left the formation and led the 100 or so people they had brought with them out of the formation. These three old farts are really annoying to be so arrogant here. Looking at the three people, Tong Yao and the other two immediately shouted, "Do you want to die? Who are you?" "Us? We belong to the Biluo Huangquan school under the Heaven Sword Tower. You're courting death by attacking our allies." Han Kai immediately shouted. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Bao Qingyu allies, what the hell, there were only 5 bronze-ranked factions under the Heaven Sword Tower. Since when was there a 6th common iron faction? The supreme elders of the 3 sects exchanged glances with each other in astonishment. Nonsense. The South Pole has always been barren. Other than the Biluo Huangquan school, the other places are all barren. Your Biluo Huangquan school is only a legend from 10,000 years ago. Where is the Biluo Huangquan school now? Hee, Li Fengxing chuckled and said, "There isn't one now, but there will be once I kill you all." Presumptuous. The supreme elders were enraged when they saw Li Fengxing's sinister smile. They were the supreme elders of the various bronze-ranked factions and had always been superior. No one dared to speak to them in such a manner. Wan Shuishan, Lei Zhentian, and Zhao Yunliang stepped forward and stared at Li Fengxing's trio with murderous intent. At this moment, Li Fengxing and the other two also took a step forward. The 3 of them were brimming with murderous intent. Kill. Instantly, the 6 of them clashed with each other. Boom boom boom, in an instant, smoke rose from the ground in front of the Iya Sword Sect's mountain gate, and rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. However, it only lasted for a moment. Bang bang bang, 3 figures retreated in a sorry state. The 3 figures were in a sorry state. Their bodies were bleeding profusely with bloody holes. Upon closer inspection, the 3 of them were Lei Zhentian's trio. However, the 3 of them were in an extremely sorry state. It seemed like they were only left with half of their lives. The whole place fell silent upon seeing this. Even Mu Yun was shocked. Upon closer inspection, the 3 figures stood proudly in the sky. 3 yuan wheels appeared behind the 3 of them. Grade 8 Heavenly Immortals, Li Fengxing, Han Kai, and Tong Yao had all reached the Grade 8 Heavenly Immortal realm. Mu Yun still remembered that several years ago, the 3 of them were only rank 4 and rank 5 Heavenly Immortals. In merely a few years, their cultivation had actually increased so rapidly. With such strength, they could easily force the Heaven Sword Tower to acknowledge the existence of the Biluo Huangquan school. Even the Triple Heaven Alliance would be willing to make them a bronze rank force. Tisk, what's this? I thought you had some ability to fight. Li Fengxing could not help but snort. You. Who are you people? The person who will kill you. Tong Yao took a step forward and attacked mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, a rumbling sound could be heard. Tong Yao and the other two took advantage of the momentum and charged forward. Cries of agony resounded throughout the mountain gate. Little ones, kill him. Without hesitation, Li Fengxing rose from his seat and yelled at the crowd. Hundreds of people from the Biluo Huangquan school rushed out and chased away tens of thousands of disciples from the 3 major sections. The disciples of the Iya Sword sect were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What? What's going on? So many disciples were actually not a match for them. This was truly shocking. Tong Yao and the other two walked over with the corpses of Wan Shuishan and the other two. Mu Yun, you should have seen our sincerity. Tong Yao squinted his eyes and smiled. This time, we just want to cooperate with you to resist the attack from the Huangji family. Then, the Heaven Sword Tower only needs to acknowledge us as a common iron rank force. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Alright, deal. At this moment, no matter what these people were thinking, he had no right to reject them. If he did not agree, the 3 rank 8 heavenly immortal prison kings would fall out with him, and the Es Sword sect would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, Mu Yun could not understand what the Biluo Huangquan school was trying to do. Since he could not figure it out, he might as well go along with them and see what they were trying to do. Thank you. Hearing Mu Yun's agreement, the 3 of them were overjoyed. Looking at the people from the 3 bronze rank forces fleeing in panic, Tong Yao chuckled. Now, if you, Mu Yun, are willing, we can kill our way into the 3 bronze rank forces and let them know who the real overlord of the South Pole is. Mu Yun's eyes lit up when he heard this. There's no hurry. Since you want to establish the Biluo Huangquan school as a common iron rank force, you have to tell me how many people there are in your sect. How many disciples are there with the highest cultivation? Mu Yun said seriously. If you meet the conditions, the Heaven Sword Tower will help you build it. As for the location, you can choose it yourself. Don't worry about that. We've already chosen it. Tong Yao smiled. The location is at Biluo Immortal Mountain, which is close to the Es Sword sect. There are 100,000 disciples in the sect, 70,000 disciples in the human immortal realm, 20,000 disciples in the earth immortal realm, and more than 10,000 other people. The sect leader is called Bao Qingyu, a Tier 1 heavenly immortal. Looks like you've already calculated it. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. In that case, from today onwards, bring your sect leader and come with me to the Heaven Sword Tower. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. Tong Yao chuckled. Where's your sect leader? He's here. Tong Yao smiled faintly and made way for a figure. Behind him was a tall, slender, and curvaceous woman in a long black dress. She wore a thin veil over her face and stood there. Under the thin black veil, one could see her fair face, tall nose, and slightly pursed lips. She was definitely a beauty. Mr. Mu Yun. My name is Bao Qingyu. I've heard a lot about you. The woman walked up to Mu Yun and bowed to him. You're welcome. Mu Yun looked at them. He felt that these old foxes, or more accurately, the old foxes from Biluo Huangquan school, had set up a trap and were waiting for him to jump in. However, Mu Yun did not care. He hoped that Biluo Huangquan school would do something big and overturn the 33 Heaven Sword sect. Mr. Mu Yun, in that case, let's go now. As for the other needs, we're already prepared. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, Biluo Huangquan school has already prepared everything. Now that Heaven Sword Tower is facing a great enemy, I think they should be very willing to have another ordinary iron force to help them resist the enemy. Moreover, it's not just Heaven Sword Tower. Recently, the 2 bronze forces, Sky Pilfering Valley and Raging Inferno sect, have even joined forces with some of their subordinate families to form an ordinary iron force to expand their strength. There was such a thing, Mu Yun really did not know about it. It seems that Mr. Mu does not know about these things. I think I can talk to you more along the way. Sure, with a beauty accompanying me, the journey will be less boring. Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, let's go. After they finished talking, they immediately set off. Now, Mu Yun was too lazy to guess what these guys were up to. With Mu Yun's current strength, it only took half a day to travel from Es Sword sect to Heaven Sword Tower. On the way, Bao Qingyu's pair of beautiful eyes fell on Mu Yun from time to time. Sect Master Bai seems to be very interested in me. Of course. Bai Qingyu, on the other hand, admitted it openly. In less than 30 years, in the South Pole, he went from being a nobody in the human immortal realm to the heavenly immortal Mu Yun, whose name is known throughout the South Pole. He was even chosen by the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver-ranked force. It seems that Biluo Huangquan school is really interested in me, Mu Yun. Even the Triple Heavenly Alliance is very interested in your heavenly sage aptitude, isn't it? Bao Qingyu pursed her lips and said. It's just that I didn't expect that Biluo Huangquan school, which is more powerful than the Triple Heavenly Alliance, is still so interested in me? Mu Yun smiled and said, I really want to see what's going on inside Biluo Huangquan school. Didn't you already see it? Oh? Huangquan City? Mu Yun could not help but laugh. This woman did not give him any chance to probe at all. If you want to see it, you can enter it in the future. When will the future be? When you become a golden immortal. Bao Qingyu smiled slightly. Golden immortal, are you kidding me? Mu Yun was a little shocked. This woman looked like a lady from a respectable family, but she really had a lot of little tricks in her mind. Hee hee. I'm just kidding. Bai Qingyu's lips curled into a smile. Mr. Mu, if you really want to see Biluo Huangquan school, I can help you ask. Bao Qingyu said again, I'm afraid you also know that I'm just a sect leader who was pushed out. I understand that. Mu Yun nodded and said, Biluo Huangquan school is not inferior to a silver-level force. It was like this 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years later, it's probably even stronger. According to Li Fengxing, I'm afraid that you're not much different from a gold-level force. Hearing this, Bao Qingyu's smile had a hint of shock. This Li Fengxing, it seems like I really need to teach him a lesson. Bao Qingyu muttered to herself. Mr. Mu, you must be joking. In the vast sword domain, there are only 4 gold-level forces. Which one of them isn't in existence that overlooks a region? In the southern sword domain, who dares to say no to the 9 immortal pavilion? Bao Qingyu said again, Li Fengxing has a big mouth and is good at bragging. When he does things, he's the most worrisome. The 18 Hell Kings are all above the Heaven Immortal realm. According to Li Fengxing, your great Hell King is at least a golden immortal. As for your sect leader, I'm afraid she's not much different from the pavilion master of 9 immortal pavilion, right? Not at all. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, Mr. Mu, you think too highly of Biluo Huangquan school. Between the two of them, they were both trying to get information out of each other. Mu Yun was curious about what level this woman belonged to in Biluo Huangquan school. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio ambushed and killed on the way. When they arrived at the Heaven Sword Tower, Mu Yun brought Bao Qingyu to meet Tian Junyu. Promote to an iron level force? Great! Not only that, but Tian Junyu didn't have any thoughts at all. He said excitedly, now, the Heavenly Medicine Alliance, Sky Stealing Valley, Blazing Flame Sect, and Azure Palace, these bronze-level forces have all gathered the small families and forces under their control to form an iron-level force to fight for them. I originally wanted to do this too, but the South Pole is too remote. It's too difficult to gather an iron-level force. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to propose this. That's great. That's great, Mu Yun was instantly speechless. Every time a small family wanted to establish an iron-level force, they had to go through strict tests and offerings. They didn't expect that this time, they were in urgent need of forces. The Triji Heavenly Alliance relaxed on this point. But from this, Mu Yun could see that Biluo Huangquan school had grasped this point. But Mu Yun didn't know. Tian Junyu knew that it was very troublesome to establish an iron-level force. But Bao Qingyu was brought here by Mu Yun. Even if it was a little troublesome, he didn't say a word. Unknowingly, he overreached himself. In that case, Sect Master Bai, follow Elder Qiao to go through the corresponding procedures. Thank you. Bao Qingyu bowed slightly and left. Biluo Huangquan school appeared and disappeared mysteriously 10,000 years ago. At that time, the Triji Heavenly Alliance noticed it. Now, I'm afraid the Triji Heavenly Alliance will also notice it, Tian Junyu said cautiously after Bao Qingyu left. It's fine. Mu Yun nodded and said, Biluo Huangquan school should be able to avoid the Triji Heavenly Alliance's investigation. And now, I'm afraid the Triji Heavenly Alliance doesn't have such thoughts, right? Well, look. Tian Junyu waved his hand, and a map condensed by immortal qi appeared in front of him. The map floated in the air, looking very clear. The Triji Heavenly Alliance was in the center of the map. Look, the Heavenly Alliance is in the South Sword Domain. The other forces are in the east, west, and north respectively. Our heaven sword tower is in the south as heaven is in the southeast, the fallen land of the fallen land ruled by the royal family clan. The heaven sword tower. Bordering you are the extreme royal family's 3 bronze forces, the myriad poison sect, the mountain sea sect, and the joyous valley. Hearing this, Mu Yun interrupted, these 3 bronze-ranked forces no longer exist. The sect leader and the 3 grand elders are all dead. Studio what? Hearing this, Tian Junyu looked at Mu Yun and was stunned. Tian Studio Master Tian but. Tian Yu. Aye. Junyu N. Tian Junyu continued, in that case, there should be no problem on our side. However, the Azure Palace, the Heavenly Medicine Union, the Raging Flame Sect, and the Sky-Stealing Valley, the 4 great bronze-ranked forces, are facing a much greater pressure. They are facing the attacks of the bronze-ranked forces under the other 2 silver-ranked forces. 1 against 3, or even 4 against 1. These guys have nothing to do with us. What I am worried about is whether or not the extreme royal family will attack us. Mu Yun said hesitantly, after all, the upper echelons of the 3 bronze-ranked organizations were killed. The internal situation will definitely collapse. I'm afraid that the extreme royal noble clans will not be able to stop themselves from taking action. I don't think so. Tian Junyu smiled and said, the Extreme King family, Cosmos Mountain Villa, and Purple Phoenix Tower. These 3 silver factions are fighting against Triple Sky Alliance. But, I know what you're worried about. The 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance fought 1 against 3 and was outnumbered? Tian Junyu looked at Mu Yun and smiled faintly. You underestimate the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance. This time, the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance can be said to have grasped the weakness of the 3 great silver-ranked forces and started the war directly. Actually, in some ways, the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance initiated the war. Initiated the war? Yes. Tian Junyu looked at the map in front of him and smiled. The 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance has been hiding in the southern sword domain for thousands of years. I guess you don't know much about the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance. In the beginning, the 3 great families of the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance, the Chen family, the Shao family, and the Su family, were the top bronze-ranked forces from the 3 great silver-ranked forces. Later, they joined forces and broke away from the original 3 great silver-ranked forces to become the 4th great silver-ranked force. The Purple Phoenix Tower, Cosmos Mountain Villa, and Extreme Royal Family, the 3 great silver-ranked forces, wanted to destroy this place from the very beginning. However, they kept failing. Until now, the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance has become stronger and stronger. With Chen Luo, Su Tianchen, and Xiao Yan, the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance is as stable as an iron bucket. There was actually such a thing. Mu Yun was also surprised. No wonder, looking at the map in front of him, the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance could be said to be in the middle of the 4 great silver-ranked forces and surrounded by the 3 great silver-ranked forces. However, what made Mu Yun most curious was how the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance had developed so quickly. Anyway, you have to understand that the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance seems to be passive in this war. In fact, the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance has initiated the war and wants to divide the territory. Tian Junyu smiled. Yes. Mu Yun nodded and looked at Tian Junyu with a strange expression. Although these things were easy to know, Tian Junyu's words were full of confidence. Mu Yun wanted to know why Tian Junyu was so sure. This guy was only a sect leader of a bronze-ranked force and a level 5 heavenly immortal. In the eyes of a silver-ranked force, he was nothing. However, Mu Yun did not ask directly. Everyone had their own secrets. He had one too, and now, there were some very strange people gathered around him. Ren Gang. As his father's personal guard, he did not seem to worry about his father's whereabouts at all. Yi Guxiwei had disappeared and no one knew where he had gone. The emerald green jade that had just appeared also gave off an unfathomable feeling. Sword Sect, Heaven Sword Tower, 3 Extremes Heavenly Alliance, Biluo Huangquan School. Every point looked very strange. Mu Yun always felt that these things were all connected. As long as he understood one point, he could solve the mystery in his heart. But now, it seemed very difficult. By the way, you need to be careful. Although the main force of the royal family is suppressed by the three extremes heavenly alliance, it's hard to guarantee that some disciples and elders below the Xian immortal realm will not attack the Sword sect. You need to be careful. Yes. The two exchanged a few words. Not long after, Bao Qingyu appeared. Done? Yes. Seeing this, Tian Junyu nodded and said, well, everything is ready. Biluo Huangquan School can start to open its mountain gate. When the time comes, you only need to report to the three extremes heavenly alliance, and Biluo Huangquan School will be recognized as an iron-level force. Thank you very much, Tower Master Tian. Bao Qingyu cupped his hands and smiled, these things are just a token of my respect. With that, Bao Qingyu's jade-like hand dropped a space immortal ring directly into Tian Junyu's hand. This woman, Mu Yun, did not say much. The two of them left the Heaven Sword Tower together. At this moment, Tian Junyu took the space immortal ring. Looking at the elixirs and immortal artifacts in it, he was stunned. Not long after, Tian Junyu's figure disappeared from the main hall and appeared in a dim hall. Miss. Tian Junyu cupped his hands and looked at the figure in a black robe in front of him in the dim light. Gone? Gone. Tian Junyu said respectfully, Miss, what do you plan to do recently? Now it seems that Biluo Huangquan School wants to take the opportunity to gain a foothold. I'm afraid that the three extremes heavenly alliance will cease to exist in the future. Biluo Huangquan School, the black figure said slowly in a mellow voice, let's not care about these things for the time being. Biluo Huangquan School's 18 prison kings are not to be trifled with. The great prison king, Bai Zhongtian, was comparable to my father in the past. As for the sect master, he is even more unfathomable. The black figure paused for a moment and said, they do their thing, and we do ours. Right now, the war between the four silver forces is our chance. If the four silver forces are in chaos, the whole Nanjian domain will be in chaos. Yes. There was silence in the dim room for a long time. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun left the Heaven Sword Tower with Bao Qingyu. Things went well. Thank you, Sect Master Mu. Bao Qingyu said with a smile. Don't mention it. In the future, your Biluo Huangquan School will be adjacent to my Sword sect. I hope you can help us when the time comes. Of course. Bao Qingyu smiled slightly. Sect Master Bai, although Biluo Celestial Mountain is a good place for cultivation, has your Biluo Huangquan School finished its construction? Everything is ready. Bao Qingyu said with a smile, if Sect Master Mu wants to see it, you can follow me to Biluo Celestial Mountain this time and see the construction of my Biluo Huangquan School. Okay. Mu Yun did not refuse. He wanted to see what the Biluo Huangquan School looked like. Bai Qingyu was only the one who had been pushed to the surface. As for the true big shots, none of them had shown themselves yet. Even the three Hell Kings, who had the lowest cultivation base, were now Tier 8 heavenly immortals. The Hell Kings in front of them should have reached the Xian immortal realm, right? Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Sect Master Mu. Bao Qingyu suddenly opened his mouth. He looked ahead and said slowly, I wonder if Sect Master Mu's current strength can withstand a Tier 7 heavenly immortal? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun immediately became cautious. Swoosh, 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 dozens of figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were all dressed in green robes with the word royal carved on their chests. The royal family, the four people in the lead, had imposing appearances. Judging from their auras, they had definitely surpassed Tier 5 heavenly immortals. Mu Yun had even seen one of them before. Huangji Taihua. Upon seeing the newcomers, Mu Yun looked at Bao Qingyu in surprise. He thought that although he was a Tier 5 heavenly immortal, his perception of his surroundings was stronger than ordinary people. However, he did not notice these guys earlier, but Bao Qingyu seemed to have noticed them long ago. This woman was not simple. Mu Yun. The moment Huangji Taihua saw Mu Yun, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Crimson Origin Wheel. Mu Yun looked at Huangji Taihua and sneered. Why? Are you confident now that you've found a helper? Cut the crap. Huangji Taihua shouted. You're dead for sure this time. You've killed the upper echelons of the Huangji family's 3 bronze-ranked factions. Do you still want to live, Mu Yun? Taihua. A man stood proudly beside Huangji Taihua. The man had a head of white hair and a strong aura. His cultivation was more than a level higher than Huangji Taihua's. You're Mu Yun? Looking at Mu Yun, the man pursed his lips and said, remember, the person who killed you is called Huangji Qing. Consider this as revenge for Huangji Yan. Huangji Qing, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. It seemed that the Yi sword sect's outstanding performance and strength had attracted the Huangji family's attention. Tian Junyu's reminder came at the right time. This person's aura was strong. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. You deal with Huangji Taihua and the person beside him. Leave these 2 to me. How about it? Bao Qingyu suddenly said. No problem. Okay. The 2 reached an agreement and charged out. Huangji Taihua and Huangji Qing were stunned when they saw Mu Yun and the black-clothed woman charging out without saying anything. These 2 fellows, have they gone crazy from wanting to die? There were dozens of people surrounding them. Did they think they could fight back? Everyone, surround them. Don't let them escape. Huangji Qing shouted and looked at the black-clothed woman. He felt an even more dangerous aura from the black-clothed woman. Huangji Qing, come with me and kill this woman. Huangji Taihua, Huangji Taiyu, you 2 kill Mu Yun. Yes. Okay. Once the Extreme Emperor Chime gave the order, everyone immediately got into formation, surrounding Mu Yun and Bai Qingyu in the middle. Die, Mu Yun. Huang Jiqing and Huang Jiqing charged towards Bao Qingyu. As for Huangji Taihua and Huangji Taiyu, they instantly charged towards Mu Yun. Boom. In an instant, Bao Qingyu faced the 2 of them head-on. At this moment, one could see 4 yuan wheels appear behind Huang Jiqing and Huang Jiqing. 9th tier Heavenly Immortal, seeing their realms, Mu Yun was truly shocked. A tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. This extreme royal family was really willing to send someone to kill him. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was not allowed to be surprised. At this moment, Huangji Taihua and Huangji Taiyu had already charged over. The 2 of them were both rank 7 Heavenly Immortals. In fact, that Huangji Taiyu was even stronger than Huangji Taihua. This time, Huangji Taihua had made ample preparations. The last time he was not killed by Mu Yun, it was because of Luo Tianxing who suddenly appeared. However, this time, he and Huangji Taiyu were going to kill Mu Yun together. This guy would definitely not be able to run away. In other words, there were dozens of tier 5 and tier 6 Heavenly Immortals surrounding him. This guy would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Mu Yun, if you accept your death now, I might consider letting you die a quick death. Huangji Taihua said coldly. There's no need. Mu Yun said directly. Cut the crap. Whether you 2 can kill me or not, we still don't know, arrogant. Huangji Taiyu shouted. I wanted to let you die a quick death. Now, it seems like I need to let you know the methods of my extreme royal family. I'm looking forward to it. As Mu Yun spoke, the blacking sword in his hand emitted a faint black light. Middle-grade Heavenly Immortal artifact, the blacking sword was just 1 step away from reaching the perfect stage. At this moment, Mu Yun was filled with killing intent. Sword of life and death. The sword slashed out with a strong understanding of the sword Dao. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with killing intent. Swoosh swoosh, 2 streaks of sword qi, 1 of life and 1 of death, charged towards Huangji Taihua and Huangji Taiyu. Attack separately. Alright. Huangji Taihua knew how strong Mu Yun was. Of course, he would not fight Mu Yun head-on. The 2 figures separated instantly. The moment the 2 of them separated, Mu Yun's sword and the 2 streaks of sword qi also separated instantly. The 2 streaks of sword qi, 1 from the left and 1 from the right, attacked the 2 of them directly. Imperial Golden Body. Instantly, the 2 of them displayed their skills. Clang, in an instant, the 2 of them chose to face Mu Yun's attack directly. The 2 streaks of sword qi hit the 2 of them directly. Seeing this, Mu Yun narrowed his eyes. The cultivation of the imperial golden body of the extreme royal family was not something that Huang Jiyan could compare with. It was even stronger. In that case, just nice. Let's have a taste of the later sword moves of the 9 Tribulation Immortal Sword technique. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, he did not activate the power of his bloodline Dao. He only relied on his sword Dao. He also wanted to see what kind of opponent he could fight against with his sword Dao. Overlord Fist. Overlord's true colors. Instantly, 2 figures charged out and attacked the Cloud Herder tribe. Shuttling sword slash. Mu Yun immediately slashed out with his sword. Although it looked like a single slash from a distance, Mu Yun seemed to have slashed out countless sword shadows in all shapes and sizes, covering the sky and earth. There were countless of them. Seeing this, the 2 of them were taken aback, but they surged their strength even more violently. Dong dong dong, in an instant, the earth seemed to explode as the 3 figures collided. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, however, after a short collision, the 3 figures immediately retreated. When they looked again, Mu Yun was unscathed. On the other side, Huangji Taihua and Huangji Taiyu were also unharmed. Damn it! This guy comprehended the sword Dao. Not only can he condense a sword realm to control us, but he can also envelop himself with the sword realm to block our attacks. Yes. The 2 of them immediately looked at each other and nodded. Mu Yun looked at the 2 of them at this moment, but his heart was full of fighting spirit. Sure enough, after being reborn in this world, he had a different kind of love for the sword. And now, with the use of the 9 Tribulation Immortal Sword technique, he had a slight understanding of the combination of the true soul and nascent soul. The so-called understanding was something that no one could think of. It could be an epiphany while eating or drinking, or it could be an awakening between life and death. Everything was uncertain. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was full of desire. A desire for powerful strength. Another slash. Without saying anything, Mu Yun directly slashed out with his sword. Soaring sword desire. With a slash, it was the 6th move of the 9 Tribulation Immortal Sword technique. A giant sword directly gathered in front of Mu Yun. The violent power covered the sky and earth. The surrounding earth was howling, and the earth was swept away layer by layer. Boom, in the dark, thunder rumbled in the sky. Slash. The sword fell. In an instant, it slashed out. Damn it! Huangji Taihua cursed in a low voice. He directly turned around and looked forward. Without saying anything, he rushed out with a murderous aura all over his body. Emperor Dragon Roar. Roar, the earth-shattering roar rushed toward Mu Yun's giant sword. Earth Gallop. At this moment, Huangji Taiyu also took a step forward, and the earth behind him fluctuated. The power fluctuation suddenly doubled. 2 figures frantically swept out and attacked Mu Yun. At this moment, no one else dared to approach the 3 of them. Crackling sounds rang out. The giant sword bombarded and roared, bombarding the earth and causing it to roll. The 3 figures were entangled together. His power continued to increase and decrease, erupting continuously. At this moment, Mu Yun was extremely excited. Gradually, as the 3 of them exchanged blows, a halo suddenly appeared behind Mu Yun. That halo was suffused with the color of blood. It was not the usual faint yuan wheel or the illusory yuan wheel, but an extremely clear blood-colored yuan wheel. That blood-colored yuan wheel was completely attached to Mu Yun's back. Huangji Taihua and Huangji Taiyu were stunned when they saw the yuan wheel. This guy had broken through, 6th grade heaven immortal. He actually broke through at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with surprise. He did not expect Mu Yun to break through at this moment. As the yuan wheel condensed, Mu Yun's heart suddenly became clear. At this moment, the true soul and the nascent soul relied on the yuan wheel to establish an inexplicable relationship. In his body, the immortal chi condensed in the yuan wheel, and his power was constantly rising. Awesome! With a loud shout, Mu Yun pulled back her sword, but in the blink of an eye, she slashed out with her sword. Sword trampling 7 stars. As the sword slashed out, sword shadows swirled in the air. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly dashed out. Swoosh! 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 Sword chi flashed crazily like a group of stars descending from the sky. Boom! Boom! Immediately, rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. At this moment, the rumbling sounds made people feel as if the world was collapsing. Kill. Huangji Taihua and Huangji Taiyu charged forward furiously at this moment. Boom. Boom, two figures sprinted forward. However, the moment the two of them dashed out, boom. Their figures instantly retreated, and their power collapsed. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Defeated, Mu Yun had broken through to the 6th grade heaven immortal, and they were defeated in an instant. They were utterly defeated. Ants like you want to kill me? I, Mu Yun, was an immortal king in my previous life, and arrogant in this life. Who do you think you are? Suddenly, Mu Yun's eyes turned red, and she spoke as if she was babbling nonsense. Crazy. Is this guy crazy? When the two of them saw this scene, they were completely stunned. What was this guy saying? Immortal king in her previous life, arrogant in this life, he was talking nonsense. However, at this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and pointed with both hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the 9-finger seals were completely unleashed. Puff! 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 In an instant, the two of them did not have time to react. Their bodies were instantly broken by the fingerprints. Bloody holes appeared on the surface of their bodies. At this moment, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. The loss of vitality made the two of them feel that death was approaching. Swoosh, suddenly, a figure approached the two of them. I said, I was an immortal king in my previous life, the leader of the Cloud Alliance. How can I be bullied by you two ants? As Mu Yun's words fell, she struck out with both palms. Huangji Taihua and Huangji Taiyu's heads exploded like a big watermelon. Bang! Bang! Two corpses fell to the ground directly. This scene immediately made everyone's heart tremble. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in the middle of the field and remained silent. The blood-colored yuan wheel behind him gradually dissipated, and his eyes regained clarity. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio rising from the ground. Just now, when the yuan wheel condensed, the power of his bloodline was directly activated. However, this was not what made him confused. It was the aura of disdain in his body. At that moment, he felt as if he was holding the world in his hands and holding the world with his fists. He was invincible. It was a very powerful illusion that made him say those words. However, that feeling made him reluctant to part with it. Mu Yun had to admit that this feeling was not formed when he became the leader of the Cloud Alliance in his previous life. Even when he became the leader of the Cloud Alliance in his previous life, Mu Yun only desired powerful abilities, not powerful forces. There was no dominance in his heart, only the worship of martial arts. But now, such a feeling had appeared. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the surrounding disciples looked at Mu Yun with vigilance and fear. It was really too terrifying. This fellow was simply growing all the time. This speed of growth made people feel despair. Kill. The blood-colored yuan wheel appeared again. At this moment, Mu Yun's killing intent was even stronger. These disciples of the Huangji family crossed the Yi Sword sect and came to the Heaven Sword Tower to kill him. Naturally, he would not let any of them go. It would be easier to deal with them if the Huangji family could not find out his cultivation level. After making up his mind, Mu Yun immediately rushed out. Luo Tianqing was also released at this moment. The two of them joined forces and were like killing machines. They did not stop at all. Many disciples ran for their lives in an instant. Swoosh 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 sounds could be heard at this moment. However, no matter how fast those disciples were, they could not be compared to Luo Tianqing and Mu Yun. Their strength was also worlds apart from the two of them. Not long after, the two figures returned. At this moment, an explosion sounded in the sky. Two thumps were heard as they landed on the ground. The two figures fell to the ground and were smashed into meat paste. At this moment, a figure also descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was Bao Qingyu. However, at that moment, the veil covering Bao Qingyu's face fell. A delicate face appeared in front of Mu Yun. Previously, the black veil could not completely block it. It looked hazy and beautiful. However, when the black veil fell, Mu Yun could not help but admit that this Bao Qingyu had everything. She was as young and inexperienced as a pretty girl from a humble family, but with a slight coldness. Does it look good? Nice. Mu Yun nodded and said, "She's like a pretty girl from a humble family, but she's natural and unrestrained. She's really a green jade among green." "Thank you for the compliment. Now, it's better to leave this place." Bao Qingyu was unmoved. "Otherwise, there might be more people from the royal family. This place is not safe." "Yes." Bao Qingyu's gaze landed on Luo Tianqing, who was beside Mu Yun. "I didn't expect you to be proficient in refining puppets." "That's not it. It's just that this guy happens to be useful to me." Bao Qingyu looked at Luo Tianqing meaningfully and did not speak again. There was a look of scrutiny in her eyes. Mu Yun was a little cautious. Bao Qingyu had killed 2 Tier 9 heavenly immortals. She was not a Tier 1 heavenly immortal. The Biluo Huangquan school was really impressive. The two of them traveled for half a day and returned to the Iya sword sect. Mu Yun handed over some matters and left the Iya sword sect with Bao Qingyu for the Biluo Celestial Mountain. He was very curious about what the Biluo Huangquan school looked like. Could it be that they had moved the Huangquan city directly up here? If that was the case, it would be a magnificent sight. The two of them took less than 2 hours to reach the Biluo Celestial Mountain from the Iya sword sect. When they arrived at the Biluo Celestial Mountain, Mu Yun found that the celestial qi in the Biluo mountain range was denser than before. Bao Qingyu stopped when they arrived at a place along the mountain range. With a wave of her hand, a ray of light shot into the sky. At the same time, thick smoke billowed in front of the two of them, and a black tide rushed out. More than 100,000 people appeared in front of them. The aura of the 100,000 people was not strong. Most of them were human immortals, and some were earth immortals and heavenly immortals. "Greetings, sect leader." Swoosh. 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 Over 100,000 people directly knelt on the ground. That kind of aura immediately gave people a tyrannical feeling of looking down on the world. "Rise." Bao Qingyu responded indifferently. "Sect leader Mu, can you take a look and see if there's anything strange about this forest?" Hearing Bao Qingyu's words, Mu Yun looked around. Mu Yun saw that within 100 miles, there were mountains surrounded by dense celestial qi. However, Mu Yun did not see anything strange. "No." Mu Yun said frankly. "Oh? Is that so?" Bao Qingyu smiled. Her body rose into the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, Bao Qingyu made dozens of seals in succession. Those seals were array talismans. Moreover, the formation patterns condensed by each array talisman were far from what an array grandmaster could achieve. At least an immortal array grandmaster. Once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Bao Qingyu's methods and understood that this woman's understanding and knowledge of array formations were far above his. Mu Yun had to admit that his knowledge of array formations, combined with what he had learned in his previous life, was probably at the top level of array grandmaster. In this regard, Bao Qingyu was better than him. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Those seals flew into the sky at this moment. Immediately, a total of 81 seals turned into 81 streams of light and scattered in all directions. The intense light gave people an unparalleled aura. It was so powerful that it was incomparable. Bao Qingyu's body suddenly flew out and stood in the middle. At this moment, 9 rays of light rose into the air in a range of 100 miles in the east, west, south, and north. Mu Yun looked in the direction of the light and realized that it was 9 mountains. However, those 9 mountains were not very tall. They were only 1,000 meters tall. However, when Bao Qingyu stepped out, the 9 seals hit one of the mountains, and a rumbling sound was heard. When she stepped out again, another mountain rumbled. 9 seemingly inconspicuous mountain peaks began to rumble at the same time. Gradually, rumbling sounds could be heard as the 9 mountain peaks rose up into the air and began to grow taller and taller. The moment the 9 mountains rose, the earth began to crack inch by inch. The 1,000-meter mountains continued to rise until they became 10,000-meter mountains. The 9 10,000-meter mountains were in a hugging position. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's heart was immediately stirred. This scene was really shocking. Only an immortal formation grandmaster could do this kind of method of uprooting mountains and setting up formations. Mu Yun stood at the side and observed carefully. Bao Qingyu's every move and action looked incomparably mysterious. Then, as the ground rose, the ground cracked and gradually revealed some sharp points. When the ground rose again, those sharp points revealed their true appearance. They were many great halls. Each of the palaces was pitch black and solemn. When one looked carefully, there was no difference. However, when one looked carefully again, those great halls gave off an extremely sinister and majestic aura. As the ground rose, the great halls revealed their true appearance. Looking around, within 100 miles, there were pavilions, towers, halls, and tall buildings rising and falling one after another. At this moment, the 100,000 disciples were like wooden puppets as they entered the various halls in an orderly fashion. It was as if a palace had been directly pulled out from the ground. Mu Yun was almost incomparably certain that all of this had been set up long ago. Everything was only missing the last step. Bao Qingyu activated this last step with his powerful understanding of formations. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing outside the great halls, in front of a sect gate that was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. Looking up, the 9 mountains around the entire Biluo Huangquan school were folded in layers. It was a spectacular sight. This was the Biluo Huangquan school. No wonder Bao Qingyu was so confident from the beginning. There was a person. There was a place. The Biluo Huangquan school was here. Sect Master Mu, why don't you enter and admire it? Bao Qingyu said respectfully at this moment. Thank you for your trouble, Sect Master Bai. Mu Yun bowed and walked directly into the mountain gate. Relying on the 9 mountains and connecting them to a large formation, the entire Biluo Huangquan school was covered. Moreover, this was not just a simple 9 mountains. Mu Yun said slowly, Sect Master Bai, this formation at the peak of the 9 mountains relies on the power of the entire Biluo Celestial Mountain, right? Sir, you are indeed an expert. You are proficient in formations. I can't compare to you, Sect Master Bai. I only know a little. Mu Yun said guiltily, it connects the entire Biluo Celestial Mountain. If anyone wants to break this formation, they will have to destroy the entire Biluo Celestial Mountain. I'm afraid only golden immortals can do this. Biluo Huangquan School is an iron bucket. Together with Li Fengxing and the others, no one in the South Pole can match up to them. Sect Master Mu, you are smiling. Bao Qingyu smiled again and said, this time, this Biluo Celestial Mountain is only the starting point of our Biluo Huangquan School. We are not interested in the South Pole under the Triple Heavenly Alliance, including the Abyss of Domination. Could it be, that's right. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, this time, the Myriad Poison Sect, the Mountain Sea Sect, and the Union Valley have lost their experts and lost their fighting spirit. The Huangquan family can't take care of him. Therefore, our Biluo Huangquan School is preparing to head east and take everything from these 3 bronze rank forces. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun was shocked. At first, he thought that the Biluo Huangquan School just wanted to occupy a place. On the surface, it was an iron rank force, but in private, the Huangquan city was their nest. However, he did not expect that the Biluo Huangquan School had already planned everything. Annexing the 3 bronze rank forces of the Huangquan family and then annexing the Huangquan family, it was not impossible to become a silver rank force. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation by Burnham Nectar. Walking among the mountains, every hall was built just right. They nestled halfway up the mountain, stood at the peak of the mountain, and built in the belly of the mountain. It looked like it was made by nature. This was only the level that Biluo Huangquan School displayed. If Huangquan City was really displayed, even the 9 Immortal Pavilion, as the overlord of the Southern Sword Domain, would not be able to sit still. Mu Yun could not help but sigh. Biluo Huangquan School had a deep foundation and unpredictable motives. It was indeed difficult to fathom. This time, seeing this scene, Mu Yun once again placed great importance on Biluo Huangquan School from the bottom of her heart. Most importantly, the disciples coming and going seemed to be very familiar with this place. Moreover, many of those people were indeed in the human immortal realm. That was very strange. Where did Biluo Huangquan School recruit so many human immortal realm disciples? 100,000 people was not a small number. Sect Master Mu, come in and have a seat. Sure. Mu Yun placed one hand behind her back and walked out leisurely. In a pavilion, a disciple had already placed fine wine and delicacies on the table. Bao Qingyu walked forward and poured a cup of wine. Instantly, the entire pavilion was filled with a fragrant aroma. This is viburnum nectar. Mu Yun was shocked. However, Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun with even more surprise. Sect Master Mu knows about viburnum nectar? I've only seen it occasionally. Mu Yun said awkwardly. This fine wine is comparable to a divine pill. Refining this wine requires the gathering of 999 types of immortal flowers between heaven and earth and the condensation of the 9 heavens dew. The fascinating part about this wine is that, once it enters the stomach, not only can it stimulate a martial artist's taste buds and make them feel as if they're in heaven, but it also has a powerful effect on a martial artist's immortal body. Actually, there was something he did not say. This wine was very rare in the entire immortal realm. Those who were able to obtain this wine were either immortal kings or superpowers. She didn't expect that the Biluo Huangquan school would have viburnum flowers and jade dew. Try a cup. Bao Qingyu said with a smile. This cup is priceless. I'm afraid that even if you sell the Heaven Sword Tower, you won't be able to match the price of this cup. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, she felt the immortal energy flowing through her limbs and bones become even more stable. Mu Yun did not say anything and savored it carefully. She felt that her body was becoming more and more stable. Wonderful. After so many years, when Mu Yun drank this wine again, he felt a sense of pride rise within him. Bao Qingyu was also meditating. The delicacies on the table were all rare and precious. However, Mu Yun was someone who had seen the world, so he wasn't too surprised by it. Moreover, she was only surprised that there were so many delicacies in the Biluo Huangquan school. It was simply something that the outside silver-level forces could only dream of. Sect Leader Mu, I invited you here this time because I have seen the foundation of the Biluo Huangquan school. Therefore, there are some things that I need to make clear to you. Go ahead and say it. I've said it just now. Bao Qingyu took a sip of the wine and said slowly, this time, the Biluo Huangquan school has just been established and we are preparing to expand our sphere of influence. Naturally, we will not touch the Yi Sword sect. Therefore, the 3 great bronze-level forces, the Myriad Poison sect, the Mountain Sea sect, and the Hehuan Valley, must be recruited. Recruit? Mu Yun understood that Bao Qingyu was talking about recruiting. However, if the 3 great sects did not obey, they would be destroyed immediately. Even if they obeyed, the upper echelons would probably be wiped out. No matter how one looked at it, Li Fengxing and the other 2 Hell Kings did not seem to be soft-hearted people. Regarding this, I wonder if Sect Leader Mu, of course, I have no objections. Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, however, I wonder if the Biluo Huangquan school will be able to swallow them. Of course. Bao Qingyu said confidently, as long as Sect Leader Mu can use your identity to put in a few good words for the Biluo Huangquan school in the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Put in a few good words? Mu Yun was stunned. My words carry little weight. No. Bai Qingyu said confidently, Sect Master Mu, you still haven't understood your identity. What you value isn't your achievements in the South Pole. Any other inner sect disciple in the Triple Heavenly Alliance would be able to do the same. It's not difficult at all. What the Triji Heavenly Alliance cares about the most about you is your heavenly sage aptitude. As soon as Bao Qingyu finished speaking, he stood up and looked into the distance. Since ancient times, many geniuses have been born with cultivation aptitude. Even if some divine pills can change a martial artist's physique, it cannot change one's aptitude. Aptitude is destined by the heavens. All martial artists say that fighting against the heavens is bound by the heavens and the earth from the beginning. Bao Qingyu suddenly paused at this point. He turned to look at Mu Yun and said meaningfully, however, although I am not very knowledgeable, I have read some ancient books. There are some existences that are not bound by the heavens and the earth and can change their aptitude. Rumor has it that above the immortal world is the vast divine world. There exist heavenly gods. Every god is a part of the world. They can fight against the heavens and change their physique and aptitude. These gods have powerful inheritances and rely on, Bao Qingyu was halfway through his sentence when a breeze blew past. He suddenly coughed and his face flushed red. Sect leader Bai, why aren't you continuing? It's nothing. Bao Qingyu nodded and looked at Mu Yun. He said, let's continue with what I said just now. Since ancient times, there have been 4 levels of geniuses. From genius to peerless genius, to monstrous genius aptitude, and finally to heavenly sage aptitude. The 4 levels did not sound very different, but in fact, there was a world of difference. Mu Yun understood. In fact, his aptitude was not heavenly sage aptitude. Along the way, the chart of celestial extermination had transformed him invisibly and guided him by the changes in his bloodline. However, he was more excited about the ancient books that Bao Qingyu mentioned just now. Gods. Right now, he was almost certain that it definitely existed. Could it be that gods could change one's aptitude? This sounded really inconceivable. Every heavenly sage aptitude that appears has the potential to grow into a powerful existence that stands at the top of the world. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and said carefully, that's why Ye Gushue protected you, Tian Junyu gave up his position, and the Triji Heavenly Alliance saw you in a new light. Mu Yun actually understood this point in his heart. Back then, he had also thought of changing his aptitude, but unfortunately, there was no way to do so. Therefore, when he saw those geniuses with heavenly sage aptitude, there was always a strong desire to fight in his heart. That's not all. As long as you survive, the Triple Heavenly Alliance will treat you as a pet and send you to the 9 Immortal Pavilion. In fact, the 9 Immortal Pavilion will send you to the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. Sect Leader Mu, do you know why the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect has always been the overlord of the sword domain? Could it be, that's right. Bao Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect has taken in almost all the heavenly sage aptitude in the entire sword domain. It can be said that the 4 gold rank forces are impressive and seem like 4 overlords. As long as the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect wants to, they only need 1 elder to take action, and the 4 gold rank forces will instantly collapse. This is the power of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It would be difficult for them not to be powerful if they had the support of all the geniuses with heavenly sage aptitude. Sect Leader Bai, does this mean that I will also be entering the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect? That's not the case. Bao Qingyu said again, the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect is very powerful. Even if you have heavenly sage aptitude, they still need to test you. What they need is heavenly sage aptitude that can grow. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun gradually understood. He had gone from the Iya Sword Sect to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. His journey was a process of growth. The 33 Heavenly Sword Sect had played a good hand this time. Mu Yun could not help but admire them. The 33 Heavenly Sword Sect was the overlord of the sword domain. Now, they had layers of management and nurtured outstanding geniuses. This step-by-step was really brilliant. However, from Bai Qingyu's words, he knew that he would have a chance to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect sooner or later if that was the case. Mu Yun was very curious. What was the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect that his master Mia Tianyan was in like? Moreover, he had already made up his mind. As long as he entered the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, he would definitely cause a big scene. In a sect, there would always be battles between geniuses. When the time came, all the outstanding disciples would be trampled under his feet. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's lips curled into a smile. Sect Leader Mu, what are you smiling about? Ah? Oh. Nothing. Mu Yun continued the conversation and smiled. By the way, Sect Leader Bai, do you think the Triji Heavenly Alliance can win this time? What do you think? Bao Qingyu smiled. After asking the question, Mu Yun patted his head. He had forgotten that Biluo Huangquan School was already preparing to expand its territory under the Triji Heavenly Alliance. How could he not know who would win this battle? However, Mu Yun was even more curious. What would the Triji Heavenly Alliance use to win? After chatting for a while, Mu Yun took his leave. Bao Qingyu stood in the pavilion. When he saw Mu Yun leave, the smile on his face disappeared. Without warning, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A gentle breeze blew, and a figure suddenly appeared in the gazebo like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. The person was dressed in dark green clothes. His hands were behind his back. His eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were bright. The 2 strands of hair that fell down his temples were white. Father. When he saw the person, Bao Qingyu covered his chest with one hand, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head. Do you know why I hurt you just now? Developing myself, I'm sorry. Bao Qingyu lowered her head and said in shame. I've already told the patriarch that it's too risky to let you handle it. Qing you have to understand that the patriarch's plan is not to be disrupted. If you ruin it, even if your father is the great Hell Emperor, the man paused and said, I won't be able to protect you. I understand. Bao Qingyu lowered her head. There are some things that shouldn't be mentioned, at least not now. The patriarch has already come up with a plan. Now, he's going to let Li Fengxing and the others split up and subdue the 3 sects of the 10,000 Poison sect. Kill everyone in the Heaven Immortal realm. Got it. The figure that suddenly appeared in the pavilion looked ahead and remained silent. Even though I don't know what the patriarch is planning, with his talents, who in the immortal realm could possibly stop him? Mu Yun left the Biluo Huangquan school. He stood outside the entrance of the Biluo Huangquan school and glanced at the enormous figure behind him. He exclaimed in his heart. In the past, he thought he could stand above all the geniuses in the world by establishing the Cloud Alliance and establishing the 10th realm, the Cloud Realm. However, he now realized that he had been too full of himself. The world of immortals was vast and boundless, and no one knew how far it extended into the unknown. He was only an immortal emperor, yet he thought he was indomitable. How arrogant! His second life had allowed him to discover many things that he had never noticed in his previous life. Very well, Mu Yun turned around and left. Returning to the Yi Sword sect, Mu Yun was overjoyed when he saw the Yi Sword sect's glory. However, there were many disciples of the Yi Sword sect patrolling the forest around the Yi Sword sect. Mu Yun appeared in front of a group of patrolling disciples. The leader of the group was a 5th-grade human immortal. Mu Yun went up to him. What are you doing here? Senior brother Mu. When the team leader saw Mu Yun, his hands and feet immediately trembled. The way he looked at Mu Yun was practically glowing. Brother priest, we were ordered by Brother Lin to patrol the area. Right now, the extreme royal family is eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. Therefore, it is necessary for us to patrol the area. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Then, he looked at them and said, there's no need. All of you can return to the sect now. Ah? Is there a problem? No problem. The disciple immediately waved his hand and hurriedly explained. Mu Yun was now an undisputed existence in the Heaven Sword Tower, let alone in the Yi Sword sect. With such a status, these disciples would naturally worship him like a god. In their hearts, Mu Yun was a monumental monument. Alright, let's evacuate quickly. Mu Yun spoke again. This time, if those people from the extreme royal family really come, it will be difficult to guard against them with just you guys patrolling outside. Yes. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he turned around and left. As for those disciples, at this moment, they looked at each other and were suddenly speechless. They each realized that at this moment, their backs were dripping with sweat, and they were sticky. Brother Mu is so strong. Yes, standing in front of him, I can't even speak. Lu Xiang, you can actually talk to Brother Priest so calmly? Calmly? That disciple stretched out his hands. Upon closer inspection, his hands were still trembling at this moment. They immediately felt more and more excited in their hearts. At this moment, Mu Yun had no time to think about this. With his current realm and strength, those disciples in the Yi Sword sect did indeed treat him like a god. This was the world. Strength determined everything. After returning to the Yi Sword sect, Mu Yun immediately summoned Lin Jixio, Fan Wuyan, and the other 2. These 4 people were now in charge of the entire Yi Sword sect and were considered his most capable assistants. From today onwards, all disciples returned to the mountain gate. There is no need to be on guard. Mu Yun said directly. No need to be on guard? Lin Jixio was speechless. But Brother Mu, I'm afraid the Huangji family won't let us off so easily, they won't. Mu. Yun said confidently. The Huangji family now has something more troublesome than us. Don't worry about it for now. This abyss of the sovereigns will be chaotic for a while. But we, just stay in the Sword sect and develop ourselves properly. Develop ourselves, the four of them were completely dumbfounded. What kind of wishful thinking was Mu Yun planning, but this guy had always been like this. At this moment, the four of them didn't care. They just did as Mu Yun said. The world was in chaos, and heroes were rising together. At this moment, in the abyss of the sovereigns, it was exactly like this. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance led the 5 major bronze-level forces to resist the attacks of the 3 major silver-level forces, a dozen bronze-level forces, and dozens of ordinary iron-level forces. The battle had completely ignited in the southern sword domain. However, in such a chaotic situation, the Sword sect was silent in the South Pole. Early in the morning, 2 figures stood in front of the mountain gate of the Sword sect. Phew, a disciple stretched and yawned. The great war between the 4 silver-level forces. It's been 2 years. I wonder how chaotic the outside world is now. Yeah, it's really strange these 2 years. The Huangji family didn't make a move against us? The Huangji family? It's said that they were beaten to a pulp by the Biluo Huangquan school. They have no time to spare. Who would have the time to care about us? The disciple laughed. Think about it. In our east, the Biluo Huangquan school is resisting the Huangji family's attack. In the west, the Heavenly Mountain Manor is blocked by the thieving Sky Valley. And in the north, there's no need to talk about it. In 2 years, our Sword sect has really taken off. The 2 of them chatted casually, looking very relaxed. Sigh, yeah. The 2 of us, rank 5 human immortals, are guarding the mountain gate. 10 years ago, rank 5 human immortals were about to enter the ranks of the core disciples. Today is different from the past. The disciple said again. The last time senior brother Mu came back, he took out mortal yang pills and earth yang pills as if they were jelly beans. Senior brother Lin Jishou also said that if we improve slowly with such pills, we'd be better off feeding pigs. Which of the disciples is not a rank 5 human immortal now? The thousands of core disciples are all rank 6 earth immortals and above. The hundreds of disciples are all heavenly immortals. Yeah. The other disciple said again. Tell me, is our Sword sect comparable to a silver-level force now? Are you dreaming? The disciple laughed and said, take the Triple Heavenly Alliance as an example. They have several thousand disciples, and all of them are Tier 5 heavenly immortals. Although we have several hundred disciples, they are all between Tier 1 and Tier 5 heavenly immortals. But then again, our Sword sect's comprehensive strength is now much stronger than Heaven Sword Tower. As long as we develop for a few more decades, surpassing the Triple Heavenly Alliance will not be a problem. The 2 disciples talked back and forth, their hearts filled with excitement. In 2 years, all the disciples of the Sword sect had not stepped out of the mountain gate. This time, it was different from the previous seclusion. It could be said that all the disciples of the Sword sect had endless cultivation resources and dazzling immortal techniques. These were all brought by Mu Yun. The disciples of the Sword sect used the 2 years as if it were 4 years. A frenzy of cultivation had been completely set off in the Sword sect. The Sword sect now had close to 100,000 disciples, and there were very few rank 1 human immortals to rank 5 human immortals. Most of the disciples were between rank 5 human immortals and rank 5 earthly immortals. Now, only those who had stepped into rank 6 earthly immortals could become core disciples. As for the disciples under them, they had to reach rank 5 heavenly immortals. This crazy cultivation, coupled with Mu Yun's crazy supply of elixirs, drove the entire Sword sect crazy. Step by step, all the disciples pushed their own potential to break through and cultivate. At the same time, on a majestic mountain peak in the Sword sect, Mu Yun, dressed in a long green robe, sat upright with his eyes slightly narrowed. Suddenly, the 2 origin wheels in his body exploded, and crackling sounds could be heard from his body. Immortal chi was circulating wildly. Elemental force was formed naturally. In the past 2 years, Mu Yun had been observing his own body. The growth of his immortal chi and elemental force made Mu Yun feel that his body was growing rapidly. Under the activation of the power of bloodline, Mu Yun realized that his cultivation would increase even faster. Not only did the power of his bloodline affect his cultivation speed, but it also increased his strength over and over again. In 2 years, the rank 7 Heavenly Immortal Realm had increased by 1 level. It was just that Mu Yun was progressing slowly in this grade. He naturally knew about the origin wheel. However, his own origin wheel was a blood-colored origin wheel, which made Mu Yun unable to grasp it. It could be said that in the past 2 years, Mu Yun had been suppressing the increase of his cultivation level. Every time he cultivated, the growth of his blood-colored origin wheel was simply terrifying. If Mu Yun did not suppress it, he would have reached rank 8 or even rank 9 Heavenly Immortal Realm by now. However, Mu Yun was very worried about such a rapid increase. That was why he suppressed it desperately. As a result, he was now at rank 7 Heavenly Immortal Realm. The blood-colored origin wheel increased his cultivation level at an extremely fast speed. However, Mu Yun did not know if there would be any backlash at such a speed, so he did not dare to increase it too much. Phew, he exhaled slightly and stood up. Looking at the scenery of the mountains and plains, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Today, the one-leaf sword sect had become completely different. Everything was developing in a good direction. Mu Yun also heaved a sigh of relief. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a few ear-piercing sounds could be heard. On the mountain peak, a few figures suddenly appeared. They were Lin Jisho and the others. Today, they were no longer rank 9 earthly immortals, but rank 2 heavenly immortals. Their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing the 4 of them landing, Mu Yun came to a pavilion. Looking at the 4 of them, he said slowly, "Okay, now let's talk about the situation." Okay. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The plan was perfect. Let's talk about the situation in the South Pole. Lin Jisho said excitedly. Now, the strength of the other 4 iron forces in the South Pole has increased greatly. Yu Qinglan and Huan Qingsha have taken over the sword-washing pavilion, and Shi Qingyi is cultivating in seclusion. Luo Jianxue of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect shines brightly. No one can compete with her as a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal. The 9 Stack Sect and the Star Moon Sword Mansion have been developing diligently. In the past 2 years, they have fought against the Iron Forces under the royal family and won more than lost. Actually, it can be said that the 4 Iron Forces now have the strength of a Bronze Force. Lin Jisho's face was full of excitement. This was something unimaginable in the past. But now, the 4 forces had improved rapidly. There was nothing to be afraid of. I'll talk about it next. Fan Wuyan laughed. There's also the Heaven Sword Tower. Recently, the Heaven Sword Tower has been very busy. They have to take care of the battlefield in the east and west. However, with your efforts, the Heaven Sword Tower's strength has increased rapidly. I estimate that it's comparable to the Yi Sword Sect. Fan Wuyan was filled with confidence when he said this. The Yi Sword Sect now had the strength and foundation to surpass a Bronze Force. It was much weaker than a Silver Force, but it was very strong compared to a Bronze Force. It seems that Ren Gangang has worked hard these 2 years. Not only that. Last time, Tian Junyu said that he would pass the position of Tower Master to you, but you didn't accept it. Now, Ren Gangang is the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower. Fan Wuyan laughed. But in the South Pole, most people still know that you are the one who has the final say in the South Pole. Final say? Mu Yun laughed involuntarily. He didn't want to be the one who had the final say. Now that the overall strength of the South Pole had increased, Mu Yun had used all the treasures in the green jade bracelet on the disciples of the Yi Sword Sect without hesitation. Of course, these guys would now respect him. If anyone was not convinced, they wouldn't be able to resist. Let's talk about the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun said slowly. The Triple Heavenly Alliance is awesome. Luo Yun exclaimed. Brother Mu, you don't know. Now, in the southern sword domain, the places occupied by the 4 silver-level forces are in a state of war. Small families with earthly immortals and big families with 4 silver-level forces are in a killing frenzy. However, the most shocking thing is that the 3-level Heavenly Alliance is in an invincible position. In over 100 battles, big and small, the 3-level Heavenly Alliance has always won more than they lost. It could even be said that they have never lost a battle. Let me. Luo Qing chuckled and said, Biluo Huangquan School is as strict as an iron bucket. We can't find out any information. Externally, Biluo Huangquan School has occupied the myriad poison sect, Mountain Sea sect, and Hehuan Valley of the Huangji family in 2 years. Now, the Huangji family is attacked from both sides. They have to withdraw a large number of disciples and elders from the main battlefield to deal with the attack of Biluo Huangquan School. Mu Yun had expected this. It seems that without the Yi Sword sect, the South Pole won't be much. Mu Yun teased. That's right. Lin Jishou said seriously, the Huangji family has withdrawn a part of their people to deal with the harassment from behind. So, it won't be long before they attack us. Attack us? Mu Yun was startled. It's not us who subdued the 3 major sects of the myriad poison sect. They should be looking for trouble with the Biluo Huangquan School, right? That's true, but that's not the case. Lin Jishou smiled bitterly. They only know that we were the ones who recommended the Biluo Huangquan School to become a bronze-level force. We were also the ones who gave up the position of Biluo Huangquan School on the Bailuo Immortal Mountain. So, we have to take responsibility? Mu Yun chuckled and said, come on, come on. I want to see who will come from the Huangji family. Mu Yun looked at the Yi Sword sect. Her heart was surging. Of course, she couldn't fall behind in the battles. She had to see how much potential the Yi Sword sect had. At the same time, in the Land of the Fallen in the southern Sword Domain. The Land of the Fallen. Back then, it was rumored that a meteorite fell from the sky and directly smashed the entire Land of the Fallen, causing it to collapse. After that, mountains and water appeared on the surface of the meteorite, turning it into a land of immortals. At the same time, in the Land of the Fallen, a group of soldiers and horses were ready to go. They stood in formation with shining spears and armored horses. That group of soldiers and horses had an imposing appearance and high fighting spirit. The figures in the lead had strong auras all over their bodies. One of them was standing in the middle. He was dressed in silver-white armor and looked very mighty. He was tall and had a rather handsome aura. Huangji Wugan, you're the leader this time. We'll listen to you. A black-armored man standing beside the silver-armored youth said lazily. Huangji Wugan was a famous genius in the Huangji family. He had cultivated for 300 years and reached the arcane immortal realm. He was the most outstanding genius of the younger generation. Huangji Yu, be serious. Huangji Wugan didn't speak, but another youth in golden armor said slowly, this time, we're facing a great enemy. We can't be careless. Huangji Tai, aren't you a little too cowardly? Huangji Yu's black armor reflected light, and his aura was intimidating. It's just the Heaven Sword Tower, Biluo Huangquan School, and the Yi Sword sect. The myriad poison sect, Mountain Sea sect, and Union Valley are all trash. We wanted them to attack the Heaven Sword Tower together, but they ended up being taken over by others. Huangji Yu's eyes were full of disdain. Huangji Tai snorted, but didn't speak. This time, if it was really as simple as it seemed on the surface, the clan wouldn't have sent 3,000 guards to them. Moreover, all of them were at the heavenly immortal realm. Enough. Huangji Wugan finally spoke as the two bickered. His silver armor shone brightly. Huangji Wugan stood in front of the crowd, looking into the distance, and said slowly, this time, our main target will be the Biluo Huangquan School. As for the Heaven Sword Tower and the Yi Sword sect, we'll split them. Huangji Yu, take 500 dark troopers and destroy the Yi Sword sect, especially that Mu Yun. Last time, Huangji Taihua and the others failed. This time, we have to make sure nothing goes wrong. No problem. Huangji Yu grinned, why do we need 500 dark troopers? 100 is enough. Don't be careless. I know. Huangji Wugan frowned, looking forward, and said again, Huangji Tai, take 1,000 golden troopers and destroy the Heaven Sword Tower. Yes, sir. Huangji Yutian, the 4 of you are the ones I trust the most. Take 100 dark troopers each and destroy the other 4 mortal factions. Yes, sir. The 4 youths beside Huangji Wugan bowed. Remember, our most important goal this time is to destroy the Heaven Sword Tower before the Trinity Celestial Alliance can react. Then, the elders will come to our aid and attack the Trinity Celestial Alliance from the south. We can't afford to lose. Yes, sir. Everyone agreed immediately. Huang Jiyu. Huang Ji Wugan called for Huang Jiyu to stop as the crowd dispersed. This time, the Sword sect will give you 500 men. Is that enough? Is it enough? Of course it's enough. Huang Jiyu laughed, the Sword sect only has a few heavenly immortals. As long as I break the formation, who can stop me? I'm just worried that the 500 men won't be able to control the Sword sect disciples who are scared out of their wits. But it doesn't matter. Huang Jiyu's eyes were filled with excitement. It's just a mortal faction. It doesn't matter if it's destroyed. Don't be careless. Huang Ji Wugan exhorted again, I have to tell you that Mu Yun of the One Leaf Sword sect has a very high prestige. As long as Mu Yun doesn't die, the faith of those disciples will not be extinguished. It will be very difficult to completely defeat them. I understand. Huang Jiyu nodded. However, even though Huang Jiyu said that on the surface, deep down, he was filled with disdain. Huang Ji Wugan wore the title of the number 1 genius of the Huangji family's younger generation. A Tier 1 mystic immortal. Such strength and cultivation was famous among the younger generation of the Southern Sword domain. Aside from the 9 immortal pavilion, which Silver Faction's disciple had his cultivation, but at the crucial moment, Huang Ji Wugan was too cowardly. This time, he wanted to show the old ancestors of the Huangji family who was the true genius of the Huangji family. Mystic immortal realm, Huang Jiyu was not convinced. For origin wheels appeared behind him. Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal Realm. In the entire Huangji family, only Huang Ji Wugan could suppress him. He was not convinced. This time, with this battle, I will break through the shackles in my heart and break through to the mystic immortal realm. Huang Jiyu roared in his heart. At the same time, on the other side, the various large groups had set off. 3,000 guards, 3,000 Heavenly Immortal Realm martial artists, formed a square and charged out. Their goal was the South Pole, facing the impending danger, no one in the South Pole knew. At this moment, Huang Ji Wugan led thousands of Heavenly Immortal guards and set off towards the Bailuo Immortal Mountain. No matter what, the South Pole was going to be destroyed this time. The 3 silver factions had joined forces against the Triple Heaven Alliance. But the result was still unsatisfactory. Now, the Huangji family had enemies behind them and could not rest in peace. Under such circumstances, how could the Huangji family not be anxious? The front yard was on fire and the backyard was burglarized. They could not fight with peace of mind. That was why the family had sent him on this mission. With lightning speed, they would take down the South Pole. Then, from the south, they would cooperate with the 3 factions and attack the Triple Heaven Alliance from all sides. The plan was perfect. It would be even more perfect when executed. Huang Ji Wugan had this confidence. Big brother Wugan, the Bailuo Immortal Mountain is in front. Hearing the report, Huang Ji Wugan stood in front and looked over. 100 miles away, it was like a black Tao Tai, lying firmly on the ground. This was the Biluo Huangquan School? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Walking right into a trap, he had never thought that a mere common iron faction could have such a majestic foundation. Most importantly, from the information he had collected, he knew that Biluo Huangquan School's strength was not as simple as common iron. It might even surpass the bronze level. But in his heart, he had already imagined the Blue Sky Netherworld sect to be tyrannical enough. However, when he saw the Biluo Huangquan School's foundation, he felt that he had underestimated the Biluo Huangquan School. This was not a foundation that only a bronze sect could have. Wuqian, what should we do? An old man stepped forward and looked at Huangji Wuqian. He said in a low voice, the information about Biluo Huangquan School was wrong. With such a tight defense, I'm afraid, it will be difficult to attack. There's no other way. Huangji Wuqian said slowly, now that we are facing Triji Heavenly Alliance head-on, all the immortal formation masters that we can mobilize have arrived at the main battlefield. There's no way we can get any immortal formation masters to follow us here. Looks like the plan has to change. Change? How? The old man said indifferently. Elder Luo Tian, Elder Luo Hai, and Elder Luo Shan, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you this time. Huangji Wuqian cupped his fists and said, "Each of us will lead 300 men to guard the perimeter of Biluo Huangquan School. Once a disciple steps out, we will kill him immediately. It's too difficult to break through this gate. We have no choice but to surround it." "All right." Huangji Luotian nodded. "The three of us are here to cooperate with you. We'll do whatever you say." Huangji Wuqian smiled wryly. There was no other way. He had not expected Biluo Huangquan School to be like this. He had thought that Biluo Huangquan School's defense would not be strong enough since it had just been established. Who would have thought that it would be so domineering? After the four finished their agreement, they nodded and got ready, then spread out. Why go through so much trouble? However, right at the moment when the four sides were done discussing, a clear and cold voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The instant that voice rang out, numerous figures appeared in front of the crowd. The woman in the lead was dressed in a black dress. Her figure was curvaceous and childish, and her breath was long and unfathomable. Seeing this woman and the people behind her, Huangji Wugan was stunned. "Who are you?" "Me?" The woman said indifferently, "I am the headmaster of Biluo Huangquan School that you want to kill, Bao Qingyu." Hearing Bao Qingyu's words, everyone was stunned. They had never thought that the headmaster of Biluo Huangquan School would be a woman, and a very young woman at that. "You?" Looking at Bao Qingyu, Huangji Wuqian scoffed. "If that's the case, you've walked right into our trap. That will save us a lot of trouble." "Walking right into a trap?" Bao Qingyu smiled indifferently and shook his head. "In my eyes, you are the ones who have walked right into my trap." Those figures were all covered in black robes. Each and every one of them looked as if they had just returned from a bloody battlefield. Their bodies emitted a murderous aura. "Wuqian, what should we do?" "What else can we do?" "Kill." Huangji Wugan coldly said, "We can't let people think that the royal family is easy to bully." Huangji Wugan barked and charged out. Their target was none other than Bao Qingyu. However, when Bao Qingyu caught sight of Huangji Wugan, he laughed coldly and took a step forward. Facing a Tier 9 heavenly immortal, she was not afraid. Now, facing Huangji Wugan, she was not afraid either. He took a step forward, his killing intent surging. The outside of Biluo Huangquan School suddenly became a battlefield. At the same time, on the other side, another group of people was advancing at full speed towards the Sword sect. At this moment, Huang Jiyu's heart was filled with anger, and it was difficult for him to let it go. "Big brother you, who does that Huangji Wugan think he is? Ordering you around? I think this time, we should directly destroy the Sword sect, then meet up with Huangji Tai and attack the Heaven Sword Tower. A mere Heaven Sword Tower is nothing. Then, when they are unprepared, we will directly attack the Trinity Heavenly Alliance from behind and destroy them. This is such a great achievement, we can't let Huangji Wugan do it alone." "All right." Huang Jiyu snorted. This Huangji Wugan is really arrogant. Hateful, annoying. This time, I will not let him go. The group of hundreds of people arrived at the Sword sect's mountain gate. However, from the moment they entered the Sword sect's mountain gate, Huang Jiyu realized that there was not a single person patrolling around the mountain gate. This Sword sect was too relaxed, wasn't it? How could there not be anyone patrolling? Moreover, at this very moment, there were a few figures standing guard outside the mountain gate. They looked like they were only rank 5 to rank 6 human immortals. The Sword sect did not look like they were participating in a war at all. Could it be that the Sword School was already arrogant to such an extent? Seeing this, Huang Jiyu almost jumped out of his seat. This guy was really daring. Charge. Without saying a word, Huang Jiyu led the group and charged in. "Who are you people?" Suddenly, seeing hundreds of figures rushing out, the two disciples immediately activated the sect guarding formation and sounded the alarm. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared outside the mountain gate. "Ignore them. Break this formation and kill our way in." "Yes." The group immediately charged all the way in. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. These guys must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to actually dare to attack the Sword School. Could they be from the Huangji family? However, all the disciples stood inside the mountain gate and did not make a move. They just watched as those people attacked the formation. They knew that this formation was able to defend against the attacks of sky immortals. Moreover, under the reinforcement of Brother Priest, these people could not break it. Boom, 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 in an instant, the entire mountain gate was filled with deafening booms. Outside the formation, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance's people were in a mess. However, inside the formation, the Sword Sect's disciples were unmoved, their expressions calm. Mu Yun was now a godlike existence in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. With him around, none of the disciples had to worry about being invaded. Bang, bang, bang. Figures were hit by the formation's backlash and were sent flying back. Huang Jiyu's heart turned cold. He did not expect a mere common iron faction's formation to be so powerful. Damn it! Huang Jiyu roared, and a heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. The heavenly halberd was entirely black, and it was filled with violent thunder. Break! When Huang Jiyu's attack landed, it was as if thunder was roaring from the 9 heavens. Huang Jiyu's attack landed on the entire formation. Crack, crack, a hole was torn open in the first formation. However, when Huang Jiyu's attack landed on the second array formation, it was blocked by the second array formation. Huang Jiyu's heart burned with anger. This blatant slap to the face made him feel that the Sword Sect's disciples on the mountain gate were mocking him. A bunch of country bumpkins mocking him? Huang Jiyu was furious. Mu Yun, get out here. Huang Jiyu stood outside the mountain gate with the Skypiercer in his hand and roared. Who's making a ruckus again? However, as soon as Huang Jiyu finished speaking, a shout was heard. Everyone moved aside, and a figure appeared in front of them. Gu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Huang Jiyu. Who are you? And who are you? Tell Mu Yun to get out here. Get out? You're not qualified. Gu Feng said indifferently, looking at your posture, you must be a disciple of the Huangji family, right? I didn't expect the Huangji family to ignore the main battlefield and come here instead. What's wrong? Do you think the Sword Sect is a pushover? Cut the crap. Where's Mu Yun? You're not qualified to see Sect Master Mu. Gu Feng snorted. Me? Not qualified. Huang Jiyu felt that this was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. A guy from a mere common iron force was actually speaking more arrogantly than him. Huang Jiyu snorted. I'm not qualified? He doesn't have the guts to see me, does he? Cut the crap. Tell Mu Yun to come out and open the mountain gate for us to enter. Otherwise, the Sword Sect will be razed to the ground. Hearing Huang Jiyu's arrogant words, everyone in the mountain gate started discussing. This person's words were simply too arrogant. Such audacity was simply courting death. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to the Sword Sect like this. In the past 2 years, the 4 major sects and the Heaven Sword Tower in the entire Antarctic had all been respectful to the Sword Sect. Who dared to be so presumptuous? Kill them. Kill these bastards. Yes, that's right. The crowd was indignant, and they could not wait to kill them. Seeing this, Gu Feng was silent. He saw clearly that the people outside were all in the celestial immortal realm. Moreover, the leader's cultivation was mysterious. He had not reached the arcane immortal realm, but he should be at the peak of the 9th rank. Although this lineup was small in number, their strength was tyrannical. Gu Feng already had a plan in mind. However, Mu Yun was still in seclusion and should not be disturbed. However, it would be difficult for them to pry open the gate of the Sword Sect. Huang Jiyu saw the uproar in the crowd and could not help but snort. Mu Yun, you killed several disciples of the Huangji family. Do you think you can hide here safely? If you don't come out now, you'll die sooner or later. If you come out now, I might be kind enough to help the Sword Sect out of the path of death. Huang Jiyu said confidently as he looked ahead. The Sword Sect was just an ordinary iron force. How strong could it be? Now, he could not be bothered with these guys. If they really angered him, the Sword Sect would not even have a chance to surrender. However, he had completely forgotten. Now, it seemed that he could not even enter the sect. Who is so arrogant to say that they will destroy the Sword Sect? However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. In the sky, a figure floated down. He landed directly outside the array, not inside it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't want to die. It's me. Seeing this, Huang Jiyu was on high alert. Who are you? Huang Jiyu, a disciple of the royal family. Huang Jiyu said proudly. You're Mu Yun, right? If you know what's good for you, join the royal family now and listen to our orders. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Die. Huang Jiyu snorted. Die? I don't want to die. Mu Yun smiled. But you're Huang Jiyu, right? You should know that I killed Huang Jian and Huang Jitawa. You're just asking for death by jumping over here. What did you say? I said you're asking for death. Mu Yun said frankly. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Jiyu took a step forward. His joints crackled as if his entire body was about to explode. He was extremely sharp. Mu Yun smiled and slashed with her sword. He was now a Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. However, this Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal was so strong that even he felt terrified. Huang Jiyu was a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. It was not certain who would live and who would die. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. She took a step forward and slashed with her sword. Boom, the two figures clashed. At the same time, figures rushed out from the Sword sect. Fan Wuyan, Lin Jixio, and the others led hundreds of heavenly immortal disciples to fight. The disciples standing on the mountain gate felt their hearts surge when they saw this. This was the Sword sect now, an existence that dared to fight against a silver faction. They were so strong that it was enviable. Those disciples under him were all at the heavenly immortal realm right now. They too dreamed that they would be able to become such a powerful existence one day. And that day wasn't too far away. The Sword sect was now developing, transforming, and growing. Everyone had only one goal, to become stronger. Mu Yun had given them endless cultivation resources. If they could not become strong, then they might as well not cultivate for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, outside the Sword sect, the sounds of battle resounded through the valley. As for the most attention-grabbing things, they were the two figures in the sky. Huang Jiyu, Mu Yun. With Mu Yun's current strength, she could be said to be the strongest person in the entire Sword sect. A Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal was extremely powerful. However, Huang Jiyu was a member of the extreme royal family, and he was a Tier 9 Heavenly Immortal. Compared to Mu Yun, there was a difference of 2 levels. Who was strong and who was weak, no one knew. However, all of them had the same thought in their minds. That was. Mu Yun was the strongest. Boom, a loud explosion rang out, and the entire valley was filled with endless roars. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing at the top of the crowd, her heart cold. After forming the blood-colored Yuan wheel, he had never truly used the power of the Yuan wheel in battle. This was the first time. At this moment, Mu Yun only wanted to tear the people in front of her to shreds. So what if Huang Jiyu was a 9th tier heavenly immortal? Shuttling sword slash. Mu Yun struck with her sword, and her aura fluctuated from head to toe. The essence of her entire body exploded at this moment. The rumbling sound made one's hair stand on end. Huang Jiyu was using the Sky Piercer, and it was obvious that the Sky Piercer was a high-grade immortal weapon. In the past few battles, it had always helped Huang Jiyu in times of danger. That's right, in times of danger. When facing Mu Yun, Huang Jiyu realized that every time he attacked, Mu Yun would always be able to defuse his attacks. On the other hand, Mu Yun's seemingly simple attacks overwhelmed him. Huang Jiyu could not figure out why the difference in cultivation level and strength was reversed. How was he weaker than Mu Yun? In terms of cultivation level, he was stronger than Mu Yun. In terms of strength, he was definitely not weaker than Mu Yun. Damn it, Huang Jiyu growled and took a step forward, roaring in anger. Heaven and Earth Prison. With a growl, crystals appeared around Huang Jiyu's body. Those crystals formed an invisible wall, enveloping Huang Jiyu's entire body. Seeing this, Huang Jiyu growled and rushed out. His target was Mu Yun. His momentum was shocking. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and struck with her sword. Immortal Qi gathered crazily in her origin wheel. Soaring sword intent, as she struck with her sword, a huge sword aura shot up to the sky. The violent sword Dao condensed into a sword shadow, and at this moment, it was completely drawn. The rumbling sound made one feel as if the earth was trembling. Under the trembling, Huang Jiyu's entire body tensed up. An extremely uncomfortable feeling made him completely lose confidence in his heart. Mu Yan's sword technique and attacks were extremely strange. Why couldn't he feel the difference of 2 grades from a 9th-tier heavenly immortal weapon from Mu Yan? When he looked around again, Huang Jiyu was even more dumbfounded. What's wrong with those sword sect disciples? Hundreds of heavenly immortal realm disciples suddenly appeared and blocked the guards of the Huang family. They couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Huang Jiyu only felt that this attack made him feel like he was in a hopeless situation. How did the sword sect become like this? This was impossible. They had surpassed the level of a bronze sect. Huang Jiyu was annoyed. He must have forgotten to check the almanac when he went out today. Everything was not going well. Now, it was obviously impossible to take down the sword sect. He could only retreat. He would make plans after gathering Huangji Wuqian and Huangji Tai. This thought appeared in Huang Jiyu's mind, and he retreated as he fought. What, you want to leave? I want to leave. Can you stop me? Huang Jiyu snorted. Mu Yun, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in your turtle shell. There are mortal array masters following me this time. Your array will be broken sooner or later. Huang Jiyu snorted and retreated as he fought. You want to leave? I haven't agreed to it yet. Mu Yun chuckled coldly and said, at the very least, you have to pass through me first. Dream on. Huang Jiyu did not believe that he could not escape from Mu Yun's hands. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Huang Jiyu attacked without restraint. He did not care about defense. He only wanted to restrain Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was still prepared to attack and defend. He did not give Huang Jiyu any chance to break through his defense. Seeing this, Mu Yun suddenly shouted. He took a step forward, and a loud boom shook everyone's eardrums. 9 seals overkill roar. With a roar, the air in front of Mu Yun actually condensed into a spiral shape. The spiraling air spun and headed straight for Huang Jiyu. Huang Jiyu's face changed drastically when he saw this. What kind of attack was this guy using? At this moment, Mu Yun was full of confidence. The most powerful part of the 9 seals overkill roar was that it condensed into a spiral of sound waves. It would envelop the opponent in the spiral of sound waves, and all directions would be a dead end. At this moment, Huang Jiyu was being swept up by the sound waves. If that was all, Mu Yun would not give Huang Jiyu any time to catch his breath. 7 stars trampling sword. With a swing of his sword, Mu Yun took a step forward. His mysterious footwork galloped bravely at this moment. What followed was Mu Yun's powerful sword aura. The 7-star sword aura, each stronger than the last. Each of them was extremely fast and stood in front of Huang Jiyu. This series of attacks was completed in one go. At this moment, Huang Jiyu only had the ability to defend. How could he attack? However, Mu Yun's attacks came one step after another. He wanted to defend himself, but he could not. He was really frustrated. Huang Jiyu, I'll kill as many people as you send. Huang Jiyu, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. Mu Yun shouted. She raised her hand, and her sword fell. As the sword fell, a human head fell. Until his death, Huang Jiyu did not even realize that there was such a big gap between him and Mu Yun. Huang Jiyu's heart was filled with frustration. However, he did not have the life to be depressed now. Huang Jiyu is dead? Seeing Huang Jiyu dead, the remaining hundreds of people panicked. However, Mu Yun would not give them the chance to escape. Luo Tianqing, leave no one alive. Yes. In an instant, a figure charged out from Mu Yun's body. It was Luo Tianqing. Behind Luo Tianqing were 300 blood guards. At this moment, the battlefield turned into a massacre. The sword sect disciples were all excited. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. They looked forward to the day when they could also participate in such a battle and become an indomitable expert. Seeing the anticipation in the disciples' eyes, Mu Yun knew that some words did not need to be said. Which martial artist did not want to stand proudly between heaven and earth and become an indomitable hero? They were no exception. Time. They only needed time. It was not impossible for the Sword sect to become as powerful as the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Not long after, hundreds of armored guards were either dead or injured on the battlefield. Mu Yun did not care about this anymore. Go and take a look at the four major sects, Sword Washing Pavilion and Heavenly Master Sword Sect. I think the Huangjiu family will not attack us with just a few hundred people. I'm afraid the Bilua Huangquan School and Heaven Sword Tower are also under attack. Yes. Mu Yun was right. This time, the Huangjiu family's team of 3,000 people had spread out and attacked the various sections. However, the situation was not as he expected. Huang Jitai led a few hundred people to the Heaven Sword Tower. The Heaven Sword Tower's formation was not as good as the Sword sects. However, the Heaven Sword Tower's people did not give them a chance to break the formation. The Heaven Sword Tower was a bronze-level force. Although its improvement in the past 2 years was not as exaggerated as the Sword sects, it had many Earth Immortal disciples. Mu Yun had given Rengangang a lot of treasures of heaven and earth. There were also a few hundred core disciples who had reached the heavenly immortal realm. In addition, Tian Junyu, Li Pei, and the others were there. Huang Jitai's army was not completely wiped out. However, they suffered heavy losses. The entire Heaven Sword Tower had surrounded them like antelopes. If not for Huang Jitai's quick wits, he would have been dead long ago. However, at this moment, Huang Jitai looked at the dozen or so people around him with a gloomy face. This time, he was given 500 people to destroy the Heaven Sword Tower. Who would have thought that the Heaven Sword Tower would become so strong in such a short time? Jasper Sheddendam, but now was obviously not the time to think about this problem. No matter what, he needed to immediately report to Huangji Wugan that things had changed. How is Huang Jiu doing? No news at all. This trash can't even take down the Sword sect. If we don't kill Mu Yun, where will the royal family's face go? Huang Jitai couldn't help but shout. Retreat! Suddenly, Huang Jitai's face changed as he heard the whistling of the wind. He waved his hand and retreated hastily. Now was not the time to think about these things. He had to leave immediately. At the same time, the leaders of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect, the Sword Washing Pavilion, the Starry Moon Sword House, and the Nine Stacks Sect all came to the Sword Sect with their heads held high. At this moment, in front of the Sword Faction's mountain gate, the sect leaders and the upper echelons of the four great sects stood with their fists cupped. Their faces were filled with respect, and they did not dare to be careless. The Sword sect could be said to be the core of the South Pole's power. Not for anything else, but simply because Mu Yun herself was here. This place would become their inviolable holy land. Sect Masters, please come in. Sect Master Mu is in the main hall. Okay. Everyone immediately swarmed in. When they arrived at the main hall and saw Mu Yun, several sect masters cupped their hands and greeted her. 10 years ago, Mu Yun could only be considered an outstanding genius in front of them. But now, Mu Yun was a powerhouse in front of them. An unparalleled expert. Sect Master, what's the matter? Hehe, Sect Leader Mu, thank you for imparting the immortal elixirs and immortal skills to our sections. Today, the royal clans have brought 100 heaven immortal disciples to our sects for us to subdue. Tong Zhong beamed with joy and said, it's just that these guys never thought that the current us are already not the us from before. Yeah. Lu Badian chuckled. We've killed almost all of them, but we've sent our disciples to hunt down some of them. This is all thanks to Sect Master Mu. Shi Qingyi bowed and said. Yeah. At this moment, the elders of the sects did not put on any airs at all. They completely respected Mu Yun. Looking at them, Mu Yun nodded. Everyone, you are all stuck at the second and third tier heavenly immortal realm. It's very difficult for you to advance. I, Mu Yun, will not forget your contributions. In the future, I, Mu Yun, will help you to advance. Help to improve. Hearing this, the faces of the sect leaders changed. They knew that with their potential and talent, being able to reach the celestial immortal realm was already considered top-notch. Below that, unless it was a heavenly treasure. But now, Mu Yun actually said that she would help them change their talents. You don't believe me? Mu Yun smiled when she saw the surprised looks on the sect masters' faces. With a flip of his hand, a few pills appeared in his palm. This pill is a low-grade heaven-ranked immortal pill called the Jasper Heavenly Sacrifice Pill. As for its effects, I think everyone should already know. With a wave of Mu Yun's hand, the pills entered their hands one by one. Jasper Heavenly Sacrifice Pill, of course, they knew. This was a low-grade heaven-ranked immortal pill. This pill was refined using the 9 Heavens Jasper as the catalyst and condensed the 9 Heavens Jasper Spirit Chi for 1,000 years. Even a mediocre heaven-ranked immortal alchemist would find it difficult to refine this pill. Mu Yun actually had one, and the most amazing thing about this pill was that it could change a cultivator's physique. The few of them were old. Although they looked good on the surface, in reality, they only had a few thousand years of lifespan left. If they were unable to advance, they would gradually age and eventually die. Immortals only lived longer than ordinary people. They were not immortal. The Jasper Heavenly Sacrifice Pill was definitely priceless among the low-grade heaven-ranked immortal pills. But Mu Yun actually took out a few of them. This pill was definitely worth 1,000,000 heavenly yang pills. Mu Yun could give it to them casually. It was worth 10 million heavenly yang pills. This price was simply sky-high. The sect leaders immediately cupped their fists. Sect leader Mu, if you need us to do our best in the future, we will do our best until we die. The sect leaders' hearts trembled. That was worth 10 million heavenly yang pills. They were envious. I don't need you to die until you die. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, recently, the South Pole has not been peaceful. The royal family will not let this matter rest. Therefore, I am preparing to build a teleportation array between the 5 major sects and the Heaven Sword Tower. Build a teleportation array. Hearing this, the sect leaders looked at each other in shock. Building a teleportation array was no joke. The amount of manpower and resources needed was simply astronomical. Most importantly, to build a teleportation array, even with the distance between the Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 major sects, it would still require an immortal array grandmaster to set it up. Mu Yun. Although she was proficient in arrays, she could not be considered an immortal array grandmaster, right? I am only informing you. I am not asking for your opinion. Mu Yun said domineeringly. Also, you have to understand that building a teleportation array is for the safety of your sections. If the next time the royal family does not send disciples but elders, I am afraid we understand. Once Mu Yun said this, who could not understand, Mu Yun wanted to control them and tie them all together into a rope. On the surface, it was the Heaven Sword Tower, but in reality, the main core was probably still within the Yi Sword sect. As for the materials and costs for building the teleportation array, I have already prepared them. You don't have to pay anything. After the construction is completed, the disciples of the 4 major sects can enter and leave as they wish. They can go to the Heaven Sword Tower and the Yi Sword sect. There will be no enmity between them. I have already said before. Right now, in the South Pole, there is only one major bronze-level force, the Heaven Sword Tower. The other 5 sects have to submit. I have given you benefits to make you stronger for my use. If you are not willing now, you can withdraw. I, Mu Yun, will not be calculative. However, once you withdraw, I will not care if you are killed by the royal family. Similarly, if you betray halfway, I will not be merciful. In this life, what I hate the most is betrayal. After Mu Yun finished speaking, the atmosphere in the main hall gradually became stifling. He had already given these guys enough benefits. If they could not recognize their identity and status and know their place, Mu Yun did not mind helping them do so. Mu Yun was informing them, not negotiating. If these people were not willing, there was no need for him to waste the elixirs he had obtained. He would kill them directly and replace them with those who were willing. At most, he would replace the reliable confidants of the Yi Sword sect. Mu Yun already had a conclusion in his heart. This is great news. We will naturally do our best to cooperate with Sect Master Mu. Of course, of course. Yes, the next Sect Master of the Heavenly Master Sword sect is Luo Jianxue. We will naturally respect Sect Master Mu. The next Sect Master of the Shijian Pavilion is Xianxia. The Shijian Pavilion will naturally cooperate. Seeing that Tong Zhong and Shiqingyi knew how to change sides so quickly, the 3 sect masters of the Star Moon Sword Mansion and the 9 Stacks sect hurriedly agreed. They now knew that Huan Qingxia and Yu Qinglan of the Shijian Pavilion and Luo Jianxue of the Heavenly Master Sword sect were all Mu Yun's people. What was detestable was that their disciples had not been subdued by Mu Yun. Otherwise, they would have received even greater benefits now. Alright, time will reveal a person's heart. After some time, I will see if you are as you appear. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, I will make preparations in a few days. You just need to prepare some defenses. Yes. Yes. The sect masters of the 4 major sects left the place one by one. Seeing this, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Cool. Lin Jishou looked at Mu Yun, gave her a thumbs up, and said with a smile, you really have the aura of an overlord. I admire you. Brat, you are still making fun of me. Mu Yun scolded jokingly, if it were not for the unification of the South Pole, although the sect masters of these sects are not very good, there are still many disciples who have ascended from the lower realm. As long as they are carefully nurtured, they will be a force to be reckoned with in the future. As long as these disciples are under my control in the future, I may be able to kill them. Mu Yun did not finish her sentence, but she paused. Kill them? Kill what? Lin Jishou, Fan Wuyan, and the others looked at Mu Yun and were stunned. Forget it. It is not appropriate to talk about this with you. Now, you only need to understand that the 4 major forces are firmly in my control. In the future, if I am not here, you can try to unite and form a force. Then, you can advance to a silver rank force. Mu Yun seemed to be implying something. Yes. Everyone dispersed, and the main hall regained its silence. At this moment, in the Biluo Huangquan school of the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, Huangji Wuqian was covered in blood. His entire body seemed to be devoid of life. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. Now, do you know whether you should have come or not? Bao Qingyu stood in front of Huangji Wuqian and said indifferently, the Huangji family has occupied the land of the fallen for too long. Why don't you hand it over to the Biluo Huangquan school? Dream on. Huangji Wuqian's voice was hoarse and weak. The Huangji family has stood tall in the land of the fallen for thousands of years. How can a small sect like yours take them down? Oh? Is that so? Bao Qingyu did not say much. She looked at Huangji Wuqian and said, it is a pity that you will not be able to see that scene. With a wave of her hand, a blood blade appeared. Bao Qingyu directly killed Huangji Wuqian. Huangji Wuqian was beheaded on the spot. A genius of the generation, whose name shook the entire land of the fallen, the number 1 genius of the younger generation of the Huangji family, died just like that. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Huangji family were completely dumbfounded. Huangji Wuqian was dead, at the same time, Huangji Luo Tian, Huangji Luo Hai, and Huangji Luo Shan were dumbfounded. You're crazy, you're crazy. Luo Tian shouted, Wuqian is the most outstanding genius of the Huangji family in the past thousands of years. You killed him, you're dead for sure. Do you know what our old ancestor expected of him? You're dead for sure. The 3 patriarchs completely exploded at this moment. Huangji Wuqian was dead. With his death, the entire Huangji family would be enraged. The teleportation formation was completed. Shut up. Bao Qingyu frowned after hearing the 3 elders' words. Li Fingxing, Tong Yao, Han Kai, I'll leave these guys to you. Turn them into blood-bone humans, leave no one alive. Lead them and attack the Huangji clan. Affirmative. The 3 Hell Emperors brought their fists together. Their eyes flickered with a thirst for blood. What are you doing? What are you doing? Luo Tian's eyes were filled with terror. Even though he had no idea what the blood-bone humans were, he knew they would suffer a horrible fate. Don't ask, I'll bring you there and you'll know. Li Fengxing chuckled. His words sent chills down the spines of the crowd. The 3 Hell Emperors led the remaining few hundred people into the pitch-black Biluo Huangquan school. Bao Qingyu turned around and glanced in another direction. It was where the Yi Sword sect was located. Following a whoosh, a figure appeared out of nowhere. How was it? Bao Qingyu asked. The Iya sword faction has improved tremendously in the past 2 years. I don't know what method Mu Yun used, but it's strange that Huang Jiyu was killed by him. He's merciless indeed. Bao Qingyu said with a smile, it saves us a lot of trouble. Take care of the fish that escaped the net, don't let any of them escape. Remember? Yes. What method did he use? Bao Qingyu chuckled to himself. This guy had obtained such a huge fortune from the golden immortal ruins. It was impossible for the Iya sword sect not to rise. 15th uncle, 14th uncle, 13th uncle, I'll have to trouble you with the rest. Bao Qingyu turned around and glanced at the 3 men behind him. He nodded slightly with squinted eyes and pursed his lips into a smile. You little brat. Among the 3, a white-haired man said with a smile, got it. This time, let's take down the fallen land. I've been holding back for 10,000 years. I'm getting rusty after not doing anything for so long. It's been a long time since I've tasted the taste of killing someone. Lu Yixiu, aren't you being too arrogant? The tall man in the middle grinned and said, Huang Fuke, and I haven't even said anything yet and you're already taking the initiative. What? Can you deal with that old fogey of the royal family by yourself? Meng Jia, I'm a prison overlord. Can't you give me some face when you speak? It's a pity that you're only the 15th Hell King. In terms of rank, you're a level lower than me. In terms of strength, you're also slightly weaker than me, you shameless bastard. Alright, both of you stop arguing. The man who didn't speak had a fine sword scar on his face. He didn't look ferocious or kind. This time, we're taking advantage of the fact that the Extreme Emperor clan and the Triple Heaven Alliance are busy fighting. We've taken over the Myriad Poison Sect's territory, which is located in the Sea of Oblivion. We can't be careless. Moreover, the Great Hell King is already communicating with the 9 Immortal Pavilion. Once we settle this matter, the Biluo Huangquan School will directly become a silver-level force. Huang Fuke, you know the most. Seeing that the 3 of them were quarreling endlessly, Bao Qingyu could only smile bitterly. Uncles, if you don't act now, I'm afraid that my father will be angry. Hearing Bao Qingyu's words, the 3 of them had strange expressions on their faces. Of course, they knew who Bao Qingyu's father was. That guy was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Let's go. The 3 of them smiled slightly. Behind them, thousands of figures quietly covered the mountains and fields. And each of these thousands of people had an unfathomable aura from head to toe. At this moment, Mu Yun would definitely be shocked to see this scene. These people were probably all in the mystic immortal realm. No matter who saw this scene, they would not be able to remain indifferent. But at this moment, Mu Yun wasn't in the mood to look at this. He felt that the Biluo Huangquan School was very dangerous. Such a place wasn't something they could afford to offend. And Mu Yun also kept a respectful distance from the Biluo Huangquan School when they approached him to show their closeness. This kind of guy who had very well might have swallowed him that day. As for feelings, in the eyes of the strong, what were feelings and feelings? At this moment, Mu Yun was very busy. Building a teleportation array between the 5 major sects was a troublesome matter in itself. If Mu Yun hadn't obtained so many treasures of heaven and earth from the green jade bracelet, he wouldn't have dared to boast that he could do it. But this matter was enough to keep him busy for a period of time. However, this kind of busyness could greatly improve his cultivation base and deepen his comprehension of immortal arrays. At this moment, Mu Yun understood. For half a year, Mu Yun was almost going back and forth between the 5 major sections. Coupled with the Heaven Sword Tower, he was really as busy as a headless fly. However, in this half a year, the entire southern sword domain was completely in an uproar. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance was at war with the Purple Phoenix Tower, the Royal Family, and the Cosmic Mountain Manor. Originally, the battle situation was very stiff. But suddenly, without warning, a group of martial artists walked out of the Biluo Celestial Mountain and swarmed toward the royal family's sunken land. When these martial artists were preparing to attack the royal family under the banner of the Biluo Huangquan School, all the martial artist forces in the sunken land laughed. But in a month, these martial artists all cried again. The martial artists from the Biluo Huangquan School were unexpectedly strong. Thousands of martial artists attacked the sunken land's hinterland at lightning speed, the core area of the royal family. How could the extreme king's family tolerate this? They immediately withdrew from the battlefield of the tripolar heavenly alliance to defend. In front, before the siege tactic could be used, the rear was invaded. Originally, everyone thought that the Bilua Huangquan school would leave after the royal family's main force withdrew. But this was not the case. Under the leadership of 3 elders, the Bilua Huangquan school directly defeated the royal family. They seized the royal family's mansion and forced them to leave the sunken land and enter the Purple Phoenix Tower's sphere of influence. All of this happened in half a year's time. In half a year's time, an unknown Bilua Huangquan school directly drove a silver rank force out of its nest and replaced the royal family's position as the overlord of the sunken land. This was unimaginable, but it really happened. For a time, the entire southern sword domain was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about a sect, the Bilua Huangquan school. Brother Mu, this is the general situation. At this moment, Mu Yun stood at the peak of the Iya Sword Sect's mountain and looked into the distance, listening to Lin Jishou's words. As expected, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. The Bilua Huangquan school indeed has a fierce heart, and they did it. But I'm more curious. Will the 9 Immortal Pavilion ignore this matter? After all, it's the royal family. No matter what, it's a silver rank force under them. There should be some interaction. I don't know about this yet, but it seems that the royal family's royal old ancestor has already left for the 9 Immortal Pavilion. Mu Yun nodded. The southern sword domain was really going to be in chaos. He was still leisurely fiddling with the array. Let's try it. After hearing Lin Jishou's words, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Ah? Try this array. It took me more than half a year to complete it. Mu Yun said indifferently. Ah? Aren't you worried about the Bilua Huangquan school? I've long known that Baoqingyu is not simple. Last time, you said that this woman killed 2 9th-grade heaven immortals of the royal family. She's at least in the mystic immortal realm. What does it mean to be a mystic immortal? And she's a sect leader pushed out by the Bilua Huangquan school. She's just a puppet. Also, those 3 elders should be the 3 prison kings of the Bilua Huangquan school, right? I'm afraid that they're ranked at the top and can force the royal family to leave their nest. They're at least in the true immortal realm. True immortal realm. How many true immortals are there in the entire southern sword domain? The more Lin Jishou spoke, the more agitated he became. He looked at Mu Yun, his saliva flying everywhere. Are you done talking? Mu Yun looked at Lin Jishou and laughed again. You're still laughing. If you're done, go in and try it. As Mu Yun spoke, she performed a hand seal. The array opened, and she kicked Lin Jishou in. Ah, Lin Jishou screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He entered the teleportation array. Mu Yun clapped her hands and heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yun was very happy that her painstaking efforts of half a year could be put to use now. As for the Bilua Huangquan school, Mu Yun looked into the distance. There, separated by mountains and steep ridges, less than 100 miles away from the Iya Sword Sect, the Bilua Huangquan school seemed to be rising. Through the Iya Sword Sect's teleportation array, the 2 of them arrived at the sword-washing pavilion in a short while and headed to the 9-stack sect again. After verifying the effect of the teleportation array, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, Mu Yun went directly to the Heaven Sword Tower. The sect leaders of the major sects were all gathered here. They were also very worried about the rise of the Bilua Huangquan school. But at this time, Mu Yun didn't speak, so they didn't dare to speak. Tian Junyu was also standing beside Mu Yun at this moment. Looking at Mu Yun, there was only infinite respect in his heart. At this time, whoever treated Mu Yun as a disciple was simply courting death. Sect leader Mu, what do you think about the Bilua Huangquan school? After all, Tian Junyu was the leader of the Heaven Sword Tower. His words still carried some weight. The Bilua Huangquan school? Mu Yun smiled and said, I don't think so. But what? But the Bilua Huangquan school has been expanding recently. What if they finish expanding in the Fallen Land and attack us instead? When Mu Yun heard this, she waved her hand and said, they won't. Huh? First of all, the Bilua Huangquan school's first target didn't choose us, but the Fallen Land. This proves that they don't intend to attack us at all. In the southern sword region, the 9 Immortal Pavilion reigns supreme. The Biluo Huangquan school forced the Huangji family out of existence. If they also forced the Triple Heavenly Alliance, the 9 Immortal Pavilion won't sit idly by. Moreover, why would the Biluo Huangquan school look at us? Mu Yun comforted them and said, "Now, it's better to plan how to improve the strength of your disciples." Hearing this, everyone stopped talking. With Mu Yun here, they naturally believed in Mu Yun. Only improving the strength of their disciples? In the past 2 years, they had worked very hard to improve the strength of their disciples. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Spiritual Pulse. Now, the combined strength of the ES Sword Sect, Shijian Pavilion, Heavenly Master Sword Sect, 9 Stack Sect, and Star Moon Sword Mansion is indeed comparable to a bronze-level force. Heaven Sword Tower is not comparable to a silver-level force, but it is stronger than 90% of the bronze-level forces in the entire southern sword region. However, this is not enough. Mu Yun looked at the puzzled crowd and said, "What role do you play in the battle between the 4 silver-level forces?" "Us?" Tong Zhong smiled bitterly. "We are just hired thugs." "Hired thugs is already an exaggeration," Shi Qingyi said helplessly. "We are just corpses sent to die." "That's enough," Mu Yun said again. "In that case, why don't we just combine the entire Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 major forces to form a silver-level force? Didn't the Triji Heavenly Alliance do the same back then? Now, what we lack is time to improve. The disciples need time to improve. I have a way to speed up the process." "What is it?" Hearing Mu Yun's suggestion, everyone became nervous. With Mu Yun's help, they were already inner disciples and had been improving continuously. Now, the disciples of the 5 major sects all had elixirs and were cultivating as if they were injected with chicken blood. What else did Mu Yun want to do? However, at this moment, Mu Yun looked at the few of them and smiled. Without saying anything, Mu Yun walked out of the main hall and looked ahead. Between the forest and 2 mountain peaks, there was a spacious area. Above that area, a tall building was suspended in the air. "Sky Sword Pavilion. I am going to set up an array there." Mu Yun's words were shocking. Everyone was completely stunned. Set up an array? What array? They knew even without Mu Yun's explanation. An array that condensed immortal qi. Since ancient times, many forces had secret lands. The ES Sword Xianxia Valley, the Heaven Sword Tower Sky Sword Pavilion, and the Triji Heavenly Alliance's Triji Tower were all the same. However, all of these places were discovered by the ancestors when they were building the mountain. After thousands of years, they were transformed into these places. These places were not as simple as they seemed. Now, Mu Yun's words were like a river. He wanted to build a place like this. He was simply too arrogant. "No," Tian Junyu said immediately. "No? Why?" Mu Yun was puzzled. Looking at Mu Yun and the others, Tian Junyu didn't hide it anymore. To tell you the truth, the Heaven Sword Tower was originally a strange magnetic field discovered by the ancestor of our Heaven Sword Tower. After 1,000 years of research, the Heaven Sword Tower was built between 2 mountains. It's just that the space there is extremely strange. Therefore, if we move it recklessly, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to balance it. As expected. Hearing this, Mu Yun clapped her hands, her eyes filled with surprise. "Ah?" Seeing Mu Yun dancing with excitement, Tian Junyu was stunned. What was going on? At this moment, Mu Yun led everyone to the outside of the Heaven Sword Tower. Elderly was still steadily sweeping the dust off the bridge. The Heaven Sword Tower is divided into 9 floors. Last time, I entered the 9th floor with my heavenly sage aptitude, and my strength improved by leaps and bounds. Mu Yun said leisurely. "At that time, I found it strange that the spatial fluctuations on the 9th floor were abnormal. Moreover, it wasn't because of the sturdiness of the building, but because the spatial fluctuations themselves were very strange. I suspected it at that time, but now I'm almost sure." "Sure? Sure of what?" Mu Yun took a step forward, looked at the 9-story tower, and waved her hand. Then, all of a sudden, Mu Yun smashed his fist into the pavilion. "Don't." Seeing this, Tian Junyu wanted to stop her. However, how could he be as fast as Mu Yun? With Mu Yun's punch, the 9-story tower completely disappeared. Without even a roar, Mu Yun withdrew her hand. Everything disappeared in front of her eyes. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. Tian Junyu's face was full of despair. Look. However, while Tian Junyu's face changed, on the other side, someone pointed directly at the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The 9-story tower directly exploded. However, the ground between the two mountains suddenly exploded. A rich and vast aura rose directly from the ground and instantly rose. This scene caused everyone present to be stunned. What was going on? The ground cracked open, and plentiful aura rose from the ground. What kind of aura was this? It wasn't immortal chi, but it made people feel relaxed and happy. Spiritual chi, this was a spiritual vein, everyone was stunned. Tian Junyu's annoyance turned into shock. Their Heaven Sword Tower was actually located above a spiritual vein. The most ridiculous thing was that for thousands of years, they didn't know at all. This was like a beggar's thatched hut with a mountain of gold under it, but the beggar still had to eat from hundreds of families every day. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. As you can see, this was originally a spiritual vein. I don't think I need to say more about the importance of spiritual veins, right? Mu Yun pursed her lips and said. Of course, there was no need to say more. In this vast immortal realm, in the entire 10 major immortal domains, there were tens of thousands of forces. All the sects and forces wanted to build their sects in the place with the most abundant spiritual chi between heaven and earth. Spiritual chi was inexplicable and unclear. However, everyone knew that spiritual veins were the gathering of spiritual chi. Most importantly, spiritual chi had an indescribable magical effect on the improvement of a warrior's realm and strength. If immortal chi was like humans eating and drinking to maintain their strength, then spiritual chi was like the fragrance of blooming flowers, giving people a refreshing enjoyment. It was even more than that. In the 10 major immortal domains of the immortal realm, everyone wanted to establish a sect on a spiritual vein. However, how many people could find a spiritual vein? However, there was a spiritual vein under the Heaven Sword Tower. This was unbelievable. Looking at everyone's stunned expressions, Mu Yun looked at the abundant spiritual chi and said, the spiritual chi in this place is too vast. Therefore, I can set up an array and divide it into 5 grades. The first grade is for disciples in the human immortal realm, the second grade is for disciples in the earth immortal realm, and so on. Moreover, this is a serious matter. It's enough that everyone here knows about it. When the time comes, just tell the disciples that this place was set up by an array. Once word gets out, of course we know the consequences. Tian Junyu said immediately. Once word got out, not to mention the Heaven Sword Tower, even the Triple Heavenly Alliance would not be able to protect this place. A spiritual vein was of great significance. Even the 9 Immortal Pavilion would be very interested in it. When the time came, their Heaven Sword Tower would have to move to another location. Sect leader Mu, then we. Tong Zhong said expectantly. If their sect's disciples could cultivate here, then 1 year's worth of cultivation would be equivalent to 10 years' worth of improvement, and judging from the intensity of the spiritual energy, it would be more than that. Isn't that why I built the teleportation array? Mu Yun said with a smile. Okay, now, listen to my orders. From today onwards, the 5 sects will be the 5 halls of the Heaven Sword Tower. The 5 of you will be the 5 hall masters. Lin Jishou will be in charge of the ES Sword faction. From today onwards, you will listen to all orders from the Heaven Sword Tower. You will still be independent to the outside world. Internally, you will be one. Once the Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 halls have the strength to upgrade to a silver level force, you will be one. We understand. Hearing this, the 5 sect leaders nodded their heads. Tong Zhong, Shi Qingyi, Lu Beidian, Xing Mantian, Yu Yuanyuan, and Lin Jishou all understood. Mu Yun had prepared for this long ago. She would use 2 years to help them improve their strength and rope them in. She would build the teleportation array to link the 5 sects and the Heaven Sword Tower together. The 5 sects would surround the Heaven Sword Tower and the entire South Pole. It would look like the 5 sects were protecting one. Once the teleportation array was built, it would only take a moment for the 6 forces to support each other. In the end, the spiritual energy vein of the Heaven Sword Tower would be used to firmly lock the 5 sects in. As long as the 5 sects wanted their disciples to improve their cultivation, they would have to constantly send their disciples to the Heaven Sword Tower. In this way, they would meet and interact with each other. Gradually, the disciples of the 5 sects would become more familiar with each other. Based on this analysis, Mu Yun's actions were flawless, one step after another. The most important fact was that they had to follow Mu Yun's arrangements. Because Mu Yun was not someone they could go against. From today onwards, the Heaven Sword Tower, the 5 halls on the first floor, and the 5 forces will follow the orders of the Heaven Sword Tower. Tian Junyu will be the tower master. Anyone who disagrees will be killed. Mu Yun's last sentence carried a hint of intimidation. Combining kindness and authority was the best strategy. What about you? Tian Junyu looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but ask. Me? Mu Yun smiled and said, I'll just be a disciple. Mu Yun didn't beat around the bush. She looked at the few of them and said, Alright, I think it won't be good for any of you if this matter is publicized. You should know what to do. Secondly, return to your respective sects now and start making arrangements for your disciples. We'll discuss the details later. Okay. We'll take our leave. Goodbye. The sect masters immediately left the place politely. However, if one looked closely, almost everyone's body was trembling. The spiritual vein, that was the spiritual vein, with the spiritual vein, the 5 major sects' 10 years of improvement was equivalent to 100 years of improvement for other sections. No, not only that. In addition to Mu Yun's elixirs, it was simply doubled again. The sect masters walked together on the main road of the Heaven Sword Tower. Their thoughts were hard to fathom. Liu Beidian, now, do you still hate Mu Yun for killing your 9-stack sect disciples? Tong Zhong looked at Liu Beidian and smiled. Tong Zhong, you old fox, don't talk nonsense. Liu Beidian immediately said cautiously, I'm just regretting that I scared myself back then. Otherwise, the prosperity of the Yi Sword sect would have fallen into the hands of the 9-stack sect. Haha. It's not too late now. Tong Zhong laughed and said, Mu Yun isn't the kind of person to settle scores after the autumn. Now that he has the ambition to develop the Heaven Sword Tower, why don't we ride the wind and break the waves and follow the true dragon and soar to the 9 heavens? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The order was issued. Tong Zhong was right. On the surface, they looked like the sect leaders of ordinary iron forces, but in reality, they were just ants that could be trampled on by others. Previously, it was the Heaven Sword Tower. Now, it was Mu Yun. It was just a change of person. However, the person who had replaced them had wholeheartedly nurtured them. Under such circumstances, although they were not grateful to Mu Yun, at least they did not hate her. Mu Yun nurtured them for her own use. As for them, they relied on Mu Yun to walk the path of the strong. However, this path was not clear yet, but there was already a turning point. When they discussed this, a look of helplessness appeared in their eyes. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun stood in the Heaven Sword Tower and looked into the distance. Brother Mu, do you really want the 4 major sects to come here to cultivate? Lin Jishou looked at Mu Yun and asked in surprise. Why not? Not really. It's just that I keep feeling that these guys are suspicious. It's fine. However, Mu Yun waved his hand and said, in the face of absolute strength, any schemes are futile. They may still have other thoughts now, but one day, they will understand that I can't be disobeyed. At that time, they may be glad of their current decision. Seeing this, Ren Gangang, who was at the side, smiled. What are you smiling about? Nothing. Ren Gangang looked at Mu Yun with a trace of admiration in his eyes. I suddenly realized that from the time I met you until now, it seems that the current you is the real you. Domineering, confident, and arrogant. Is that so? Perhaps? Mu Yun sighed in her heart. Was the current him the real him? Perhaps. In this life, he really did not inherit the nature and temper of the immortal king in his previous life. Instead, he seemed to be fearful. However, recently, with the rise of the bloodline, his mentality was gradually changing. He looked down on all living beings. However, this change in mentality had nothing to do with the increase in his strength. It was a change that came from the bottom of his heart. Inside the chart of celestial extermination, the corners of Guiyi's mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. In the southern sword domain, the situation of war was strange and unpredictable. However, in the South Pole, it was as steady as Mount Tai. Mu Yun spent another half a year to gather the spirit veins in the Heaven Sword Tower again. Once again, everyone stood inside the Heaven Sword Tower. Looking at the 5-story building in front of them, their hearts were filled with awe. This was Mu Yun's method. She was so powerful that others could only look up to her. Success. Mu Yun exhaled. Tian Junyu smiled and said, "You brat, this time, you've finally accomplished your mission." Hee. Looking ahead, Mu Yun only smiled. The real challenge had just begun. In the past half a year, in the war between the 4 silver rank forces, Purple Phoenix Tower and Qiankuan Manor had been defeated because of the sudden disaster of the Huangji family. There was no possibility of turning defeat into victory. However, the Huangji family was unknown. On the contrary, the Biluo Huangquan school occupied the fallen land. This caused a huge uproar in the entire southern sword domain. However, unexpectedly, the 9 Immortal Pavilion did not say anything. At this time, everyone gathered together and looked at the tall building in front of them curiously. Was this tall building really built according to Mu Yun's thoughts? Could it provide spirit energy to the disciples according to different levels for cultivation? No one knew. Ren Gangang looked at the tall building and turned to Mu Yun. Give it a name? Nodding, Mu Yun looked ahead and exhaled again. Reincarnation Pagoda. She spat out these 3 words casually as if she already had a name and did it casually. However, when they heard these 3 words, Lin Jixio and the others were excited. The words that Mu Yun had said to them had been lingering in their ears. There were 10 domains in the immortal world. Others could become supreme experts, establish a domain, and become the master of a domain. Why couldn't they? The few of them still remembered what Mu Yun had said. Build the reincarnation palace, build the reincarnation domain, and build the 11th domain in the immortal world. At that time, they only felt that Mu Yun's ambition might be a little whimsical. However, now it seemed that Mu Yun's ambition was not impossible. Now, according to the plan that was previously set, the 5 major sects will each send 1,000 people. Each disciple will choose a floor according to their strength. As Mu Yun's words fell, everyone was immediately excited. Hope was right in front of them. Whoosh, at the same time, a figure suddenly swept through the air at an extremely fast speed. Upon closer inspection, it was the Grand Elder of the Yi Sword sect, Lu Qingsong. Lu Qingsong looked very anxious. The moment he saw Mu Yun, he landed. Mr. Mu. Half a year ago, Mu Yun appointed Lin Jixio as the sect master. He had no authority and no position. Everyone called him by different names. However, most people called him Mr. Mu. What's wrong? Big news. Lu Qingsong said excitedly. Just now, the 9 Immortal Pavilion has already made a move. The Purple Phoenix Tower and the Heavenly Mountain Manor have asked for peace. Under the 9 Immortal Pavilion's mediation, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance is willing to stop the war. However, the 2 sects want 1 trillion Skyong pills each as compensation. 1 trillion Skyong pills, this number was simply vast. The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was really ambitious. What about the royal family? Although the royal family did not pay any compensation, their status as a silver force has dropped. They were forced to move to a city in the north of the Fallen Land as their base. On the surface, they are still a silver force, but their vitality has been greatly damaged. If not for the royal family's old ancestor, they would have been demoted to bronze force. Lu Qingsong said excitedly. More importantly, the Biluo Huangquan school has now become the overlord of the Fallen Land. It has also been recognized by the 9 Immortal Pavilion as one of the silver forces. The situation in the southern sword domain has changed greatly. Oh? Mu Yun was rather surprised by this. He knew that the Biluo Huangquan school could defeat the royal family. However, it was actually recognized by the 9 Immortal Pavilion as a silver force. This was very surprising. What else? What else? Mu Yun shook her head and said, "Forget it, I'll go and ask them myself." Lu Qingsong was confused by this sentence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as everyone was puzzled, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out at this moment. 3 figures appeared in the sky. Mu Yun was no stranger to these 3 people. They were Qin Yuzhu, Qin Yufei, and Ye Tian. Mu Yun, listen to my orders. Qin Yufei opened her hands, and a token appeared in her hands. From today onwards, Mu Yun will be an inner disciple of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. You will arrive at Tripoli City in a few days and enter it to cultivate. After Qin Yufei finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the token fell into Mu Yun's hands. Looking at the token, which was completely black, 2 large silver words were engraved on it, Mu Yun. Yes. Mu Yun took the token and cupped her hands. However, she smiled slightly in her heart. As expected, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance had arrived so quickly. Mu Yun. The order arrived like an imperial edict. At this moment, Qin Yuzhu landed and was filled with joy when she saw Mu Yun. Congratulations, you will be a disciple of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance in the future. However, you entered the inner alliance later than me, so you have to call me senior sister. Qin Yuzhu said proudly. She had made outstanding contributions in this battle and was accepted into the inner alliance. Now, she was already an inner alliance disciple. Senior sister Qin. Mu Yun cupped her hands and once again returned to the polite and modest young man from before. Mu Yun. Qin Yufei landed at this moment and looked at Mu Yun. Now, Heaven Sword Tower and Iya Sword Sect have nothing to do with you. Your so-called substitute sect master and last disciple no longer exist. From today onwards, you are an inner alliance disciple of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. I know. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Looking at Mu Yun's smile, Qin Yufei frowned. For some reason, she felt that Mu Yun was very strange. Logically speaking, this guy should be wild with joy after joining the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. One must know that the current Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was very different from a few years ago. After defeating Purple Phoenix Tower and Xianxia Mountain Villa, and even asking for 2 trillion Heaven Yang pills, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was now the #1 silver-level force in the entire 9 Immortal Pavilion. The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, which had risen to fame, recruited disciples from various forces. Who knew how many people were trying to squeeze their way in? Mu Yun seemed to be very calm. At this moment, Ren Gangang was standing in the crowd, but he was silent. Previously, Mu Yun built the teleportation portal, formed the reincarnation tower, and united the 5 major sects wholeheartedly. He did not participate in the battle of the silver-level forces at all. He did not even care about the Biluo Huangquan school. He seemed to have known that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance would win. He knew that he would become an inner alliance disciple the moment the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance won, so he gave up all his identities in Heaven Sword Tower and Iya Sword Sect. How could this be? Could it be? A very bad thought suddenly appeared in Ren Ganggang's mind. We'll set off for the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance in 3 days. Qin Yufei said coldly. Then, under Tian Junyu's lead, she headed to the resting area. At this moment, the sect leaders of the major sects were already dumbfounded. Mu Yun really became an inner alliance disciple of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Was the Heavenly Sage aptitude really so powerful? However, they knew that Mu Yun had left the South Pole this time and would show his powerful talent and strength in the abyss of the sovereigns. However, they also knew that even if Mu Yun left the South Pole, this was still his base camp. No one could shake it. However, they did not know that it was not just a genius with Heavenly Sage aptitude who walked out from here. In 3 days, Mu Yun arranged everything in his hands and returned to the Iya Sword Sect once again. This time, it was not an ordinary time. This time, he was not going to the Heaven Sword Tower or the South Pole. Instead, he was going to the abyss of the sovereigns, a wider world, and a more exciting area after the battle. Mu Yun walked in the Iya Sword Sect, recalling every detail of his journey. In his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. Something on your mind? However, when he stopped at the side of a pool, an old voice suddenly sounded. Oldju? Seeing Oldju with broken feet, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. When he returned to the Iya Sword Sect, he brought Oldju from the dark mystic stone field of the Iya Sword Sect. He let Oldju enjoy his old age in the Iya Sword Sect. Seeing him again, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. Hee hee. You seem to have a lot on your mind. Why? Why don't I take you to the dark mystic stone field? The dark mystic stone field. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. The two walked together, entered the transmission array, and arrived at the dark mystic stone field. This place was his first step back to the immortal world. Here, he met Wuji Ao Tian, Lin Jixio, and the others one by one. When he came back again, the scene was the same, but everything had changed. Mu Yun's heart was touched by the scene. Boom boom boom. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio changes in the dark mystic quarry in an instant. The dark mystic quarry resounded throughout the world. The entire world was emitting a heart-palpitating light at this moment. In the dark mystic quarry, many disciples fled in panic. Mu Yun grabbed a disciple and asked, "What's going on?" "Run. If you don't run, you'll die." That disciple was dumbfounded, and his eyes were filled with horror as he shouted, "What's going on?" It was a deep roar, and the powerful pressure caused that disciple's face to turn ashen. "Great Immortal, the dark mystic quarry has collapsed." Mu Yun snorted. "Isn't collapsing a common thing? Why are you panicking?" "It's different this time. The dark mystic quarry has collapsed in a large area, and it started from the 9-layered spiritual pagoda. There was such a thing." Mu Yun released that disciple and turned to look at Olju. "Olju, you should leave this place first. Something dangerous might have happened." "Alright, go do your thing." Olju nodded his head and left immediately. Mu Yun looked ahead and felt that things were not that simple. Her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. However, the moment Mu Yun's figure disappeared, another figure appeared on the spot. It was Olju. Looking at the dark mystic quarry mountain range, Olju revealed a faint and meaningful smile on his face. Then, with a wave of his hand, Olju's figure disappeared from the spot. If Mu Yun was standing here at this moment, she would definitely be shocked. Disappearing from the spot with a wave of his hand was a sign of his comprehension of the spatial laws. Only golden immortals could control the spatial laws. However, Mu Yun was indeed stunned at this moment, but she was shocked by the scene before her. Between the mountain range, streaks of sharp aura spread out. The crazy immortal chi of heaven and earth exploded at this moment, making one feel as if the earth was about to explode. Between the mountains of the dark mystic quarry, the wisps of roaring human yang essence stones turned into a frenzied stream of human yang essence chi that surged into the sky and shook the earth. A tall tower rose from the ground. Ninefold pagoda. Mu Yun was shocked when she saw the 9-layer pagoda soaring into the sky. He was the one who discovered the 9-story pagoda back then. But later on, a continent was discovered on the 6th level, and the disciples of the Iya Sword sect had once entered it to train. However, after that, Mu Yun no longer paid attention to the pagoda. Who would have thought that something strange would happen to the 9-layered pagoda? What happened? Mu Yun grabbed a disciple in charge of the Iya Sword sect and shouted, "Ah? Senior brother Mu." That disciple recognized Mu Yun and immediately asked for help. "Senior brother Mu, for the past few years, the 9-level pagoda has been the cultivation ground of the Iya Sword sect disciples. But who would have thought that there would be a sudden change today? This pagoda is going to fly." "Fly?" Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. A crazy aura spread out from her body. The strength of a 7th-tier heavenly immortal was intimidating. All the disciples in the dark stone field were completely dumbfounded. What did the heavenly immortal realm mean? To these martial artists from the lower realm, a heavenly immortal was an immortal who had reached the peak of perfection. The strongest among the exalted immortals only existed in legends. Just this faint pressure was enough to make them collapse completely. Mu Yun hovered in the air, and her entire body radiated light. It was as if the light flashed in front of them, and Mu Yun was the only one left. "It's Senior Brother Mu. Senior Brother Mu is here. Don't be afraid." "That's right." Seeing Mu Yun's arrival, someone in the crowd immediately recognized her and said in surprise. The crowd cheered. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to pay attention to those people. She looked ahead and narrowed her eyes. The 9-layered pagoda rose into the air. It lifted huge rocks and scattered them in all directions. Those huge rocks were transported by her immortal chi one by one to prevent the disciples below from being affected. However, as Mu Yun raised her palm, the 9-layered pagoda gradually rose into the sky. At this moment, the 9-layered pagoda, which was more than 1,000 meters tall, exuded an imposing aura that shook people's hearts and souls. This was the original appearance of the 9-layered pagoda. Mu Yun understood in her heart, and a solemn look appeared in her eyes. How could the 9-layered pagoda, which had always been stable, suddenly rise at this time? Boom. However, all of a sudden, a rumble was heard as a violent explosion erupted from the top of the 9-layer spirit pagoda. A figure hovered above the 9-layered pagoda. He was dressed in a black robe, and his hair danced in the wind. His face was as tough as a knife. A powerful and invincible force spread from this person. Seeing this person, Mu Yun was shocked. "It's you." Mu Yun was dumbstruck. However, the surprise on his face gradually turned into joy. However, as that figure moved, the joy in his heart suddenly disappeared. However, what replaced it was astonishment. That person, who was dressed in a black robe, directly struck at him with a palm. The violent force was like mountains and rivers stirring up the earth, paving over directly. Mu Yun seemed to have used all of his strength. He took a step forward and barely managed to block the attack. "Wuji Ao Tian, what are you doing?" Mu Yun immediately roared at the top of his lungs. The figure that appeared above the pagoda was Wuji Ao Tian. Back then, in the Sword sect, she thought that Wuji Ao Tian had died long ago. However, who would have thought that this guy, now, had inexplicably jumped out of the 9-layered pagoda? However, looking at him now, he did not seem to recognize her at all. What was going on? Mu Yun was puzzled. However, the moment Mu Yun shouted, Wuji Ao Tian, who was standing above the pagoda, suddenly covered his head with both hands, as if he was undergoing hell's ordeal, and was in extreme pain. Crackling sounds were heard, and there was an explosion in Wuji Ao Tian's body. A deafening roar came out from Wuji Ao Tian's mouth. This guy, now, was like an evil spirit, his arrogant and crazy attitude was fully displayed. Damn it! At this moment, Mu Yun naturally saw that there was something unusual about Wuji Ao Tian, but now, how could she get close to Wuji Ao Tian? The violent force around this guy's body had almost completely swallowed her. Wuji Ao Tian, he's not dead. At this moment, Lin Jixio and the others had already arrived. Seeing Wuji Ao Tian's miserable appearance in midair, everyone was shocked. "Let's join hands, get close to him, and suppress him." "Alright." Many celestial immortal realm experts immediately stood in a row and directly attacked. All kinds of attacks, all crushing towards Wuji Ao Tian. "Be careful, don't hurt him." Everyone immediately looked at each other, and did not dare to attack too heavily. However, dozens of Sword sect's upper echelons joined hands at this moment, wanting to subdue Wuji Ao Tian. However, a strange force appeared around Wuji Ao Tian's body, completely enveloping his body. Mu Yun. From Wuji Ao Tian's mouth, a low shout suddenly rang out. "Save me, save me." A loud shout came out from Wuji Ao Tian's mouth. Swish, however, with this loud shout, Wuji Ao Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Turning into a stream of light, along with the 9-layered pagoda, directly broke through the sky, and in an instant, disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Damn it! With a punch, Mu Yun's face was ashen. Wuji Ao Tian was not dead. But now, it seemed that he had encountered a great crisis. What the hell was inside this 9-layered pagoda? The more Mu Yun thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. However, even if he did not understand why, Mu Yun had no way to pursue it at this moment. Wuji Ao Tian's speed was too fast. He disappeared directly, and he did not know where to find him. Immediately send the inner sect disciples to the South Pole to find traces of Wuji Ao Tian. Go quickly. Yes. Lin Jixio received the order and immediately began to issue orders. Now, Yi Guxiwei had disappeared, and before he left, he said that he would let Mu Yun be the sect master. And now, Mu Yun had handed over the position of sect master to him. Lin Jixio immediately began to act. Mu Yun stood in place and looked around, but his heart was still uncomfortable. Wuji Ao Tian was not dead, and he seemed to be entangled by something. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Back then, when Wu Jiao Tian was forced to enter the 9-layered pagoda, he was already very guilty and blamed himself. And now, knowing that Wu Jiao Tian was not dead at all, he felt even more ashamed. No matter where you are, this time I will definitely find you. Mu Yun was secretly annoyed. He did not expect that when he was about to leave the Yi Sword sect, such a thing would happen. The next day, early in the morning, on the main peak of the Yi Sword sect, Lin Jishou turned around and returned. I can't find him. Lin Jishou said bitterly, the entire South Pole has been searched, but there are no traces. Forget it. Mu Yun said helplessly, I was careless about this matter. If I could have noticed it earlier, this would not have happened. Forget it. Today, I will go to the Triple Heavenly Alliance and become an inner disciple. In the future, in the South Pole, the 5 major sects and the Heaven Sword Tower, you and Ren Gang should negotiate more. I think, as long as I am in the Triple Heavenly Alliance, no one will dare to disobey the orders of the two of you. By the way, I have divided the supreme treasures I obtained in the Golden Immortal Ruins. Those that are useful to you, I have put them in this green jade bracelet. As Mu Yun said, he waved his hand, and a jade bracelet appeared. Remember, don't reveal your wealth. You must be careful. Okay. Mu Yun naturally put some other precious things into the chart of immortal extermination. The remaining 9 treasure boxes were also taken out by him. He had plenty of opportunities to explore the remaining ones one by one. He was not in a hurry now. Once again, he instructed Lin Jishou, Fan Wuyan, and the others. Mu Yun seemed to have sensed something in his heart. He raised his head and looked outside the mountain peak. 3 figures came together. It was Qin Yuzhu and the others. Seeing the 3 of them, Mu Yun walked up to them. He had already dealt with the matters in the South Pole, and there was nothing for him to worry about. Next, he was going to embark on a new journey. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Leader King Mu Yun already had a plan in mind, so he wasn't worried about the current situation at all. What he needed to do was to enter the Triple Heavenly Alliance wholeheartedly. Can we set off now? Chen Yufei looked at Mu Yun and nodded slightly. Yes. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief as a faint smile appeared in his eyes. That smile made Chen Yufei feel that this guy was very confident. The 4 figures left the Yi Sword sect. Many disciples in the Yi Sword sect were in awe as they watched the departing figures with surging emotions in their hearts. Lin Jishou stood on the sect master's peak. Seeing this scene, he immediately shouted in a deep voice, Mu Yun has left the Yi Sword sect for the Triple Heavenly Alliance. It's a vast sky, but we will remember everything he left for us. Anyone can stand at the top of the world as long as you're willing to work hard and pay the price. From today onwards, the Yi Sword sect will strive with all our might. I'm not afraid of you working hard, but I'm afraid that if you don't work hard, the sect won't even be able to distribute pills. Today, the Yi Sword sect will start to improve wholeheartedly. One day, the things we look up to will be trampled under our feet. Ordinary iron, bronze, silver, and gold, our Yi Sword sect will definitely be able to do it. We will definitely be able to do it. We will definitely be able to do it. Instantly, earth-shattering roars resounded throughout the Yi Sword sect. Everyone's fighting spirit was completely aroused. However, all of this had nothing to do with Mu Yun. The 4 of them left together, with Chen Yufei and Ye Tian walking in front. Qin Yuzhu walked side by side with Mu Yun. Our Triple Heavenly Alliance's strength has increased greatly this time. We are now one of the 5 great silver forces in the entire southern sword region. The royal family has completely fallen, and the Biluo Huangquan school has risen to fame. However, in terms of strength, our Triple Heavenly Alliance is still the strongest. Qin Yuzhu said excitedly on the road. Hearing this, Mu Yun didn't say much. Qin Yuzhu's words weren't necessarily true. However, there was no need for him to argue with Qin Yuzhu about this now. Time would prove who was stronger and who was weaker. Moreover, the most important thing is that after this battle, the strength of all the disciples in our Triple Heavenly Alliance has increased greatly. My sister is now at the Xian Immortal Realm. The Inner Alliance is no longer the same as before. Let me tell you, the disciples in the Inner League are all Tier 6 Heavenly Immortals and Xian Immortals. You'll know how powerful they are when you get there. Listening to Qin Yuzhu's explanation, Mu Yun gradually understood. Oh, right. Mu Yun said, I don't know if I can get any information from you. What's the situation? Leaders, what are your current realms? At the mention of this, Qin Yuzhu immediately puffed out her chest. She looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, it's quite clear. My father and 2 uncles are all in the true immortal realm. Human immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal. Above that were the mystic immortal, true immortal, and golden immortal realms. My father has become a true immortal. He's considered a powerhouse in the southern sword region. Qin Yuzhu said confidently, however, he can only be considered a powerhouse. Only golden immortals can be considered powerful. Golden immortals have recomprehended the immortal world's spatial laws. They are very powerful and can move thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Moreover, controlling space is equivalent to a swordsman who has comprehended the way of the sword and condensing a sword realm. You should know how many benefits your sword realm has brought you, right? Yes. Mu Yun naturally understood this point. For mystic immortal realm martial artists, the nascent soul and true soul would merge into one to form an origin embryo. The so-called origin embryo was a combination of the soul and the spirit. It could be said that the true soul was the soul, and the nascent soul was the spirit. The combination of the soul and spirit had endless magical effects. As for true immortal realm martial artists, they condensed the immortal soul. After the immortal soul was fully formed, it was time to construct the immortal embryo. The immortal embryo was many times more powerful than the nascent soul. True immortals were known for their true immortals. It was commonly known as the true soul, but it was still weak to immortals. However, the immortal embryo was different. With the combination of the immortal soul and nascent soul, the immortal's vitality would increase by 100 times. It had endless magical effects on those who had stepped into the golden immortal realm and comprehended the spatial laws. Mu Yun naturally knew the difference between them. And now, he was still at the 7th stage of the heaven immortal realm. He was still very far away from that step. Therefore, he was not in a hurry and directly entered the 33 heavenly sword sect. Given his current state, even if he entered the 33 heavenly sword sect, it would be useless. He might even be killed if he encountered the heavenly sword son, Yun Lang. We're here. As the 4 of them moved forward, the scenery in front of them changed drastically. After passing through mountains and rivers, a city stood proudly in front of the 4 of them. Trinity City. Even though it was his second time coming to Trinity City, Mu Yun's heart was still in turmoil when he saw the city. It was really inconceivable that a silver faction could build such a powerful city. Let's go. Last time, you were only in the outer city. This time, I'll bring you to the inner city to take a look. Qin Yuzhu chuckled and took out her token. Mu Yun followed suit and took out her token. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the outer city gate, and the 4 of them entered. Yuzhu, bring Mu Yun to the inner city to handle some procedures and take a look at the inner city's scenery. We still have things to do. Okay, sister. Qin Yuzhu chuckled and nodded in agreement. Mu Yun had already met the 3 alliance leaders before and had even obtained the identity token of an inner alliance disciple. She did not mind. Is your sister related to the Huangji Wuqian of the Huangji family? Humph, just mentioning it makes me angry. Qin Yuzhu snorted. That Huangji Wuqian was trapped in a secret place with my sister back then. By chance and coincidence, they had some connection. Then, he said that my sister is his woman. However, I did not see Huangji Wuqian fight in this battle. This guy is the #1 genius of the Huangji family, but he did not appear. Mu Yun smiled but did not answer. Huangji Wuqian was already dead, he died in the hands of Bao Qingyu. But surprisingly, the royal family didn't release any such news. What about Nye Tian? Senior brother Nye Tian, Qin Yuzhu smiled and said, Senior brother Nye Tian is a disciple that my father took in. He is very talented and humble. Moreover, he is very affectionate to my sister. However, my sister has no interest in him and only sees him as an elder brother. Moreover, my father values this disciple very much. I see, previously, he felt that Nye Tian's attitude towards Qin Yufei was very different. Now, it seemed that it was indeed different. Alright, I'll bring you to the inner city to take a look. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. Indeed, he had not taken a close look at the inner city. The last time he entered the inner city, he was brought directly by Qin Yuzhu and the others. After meeting the 3 alliance leaders, he left. This time, he naturally had to take a good look. Mu Yun estimated that he would stay here for some time. As for how long it would take, Mu Yun was not sure. In the outer city, there were not only the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance but also other people coming and going. It was very lively. However, the inner city was much larger than the outer city. The 2 of them walked in the outer city and looked at the bustling crowd coming and going. Qin Yuzhu was very happy. You seem to be very happy? That's right. Qin Yuzhu immediately said, usually, my father doesn't let me out at all. Now that I'm out, of course I have to take a good look. He doesn't let you out? Yes, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance has increased a lot. There are about 10,000 Inner Alliance disciples now. These disciples are the core of our Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Naturally, they can't come and go as they wish. Otherwise, if they go missing and collude with outsiders, who can say for sure? Qin Yuzhu smiled and said, therefore, the outer city is like a bustling marketplace, while the inner city is the most important core area of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. It is very strictly guarded. I see, Mu Yun nodded. Wow, suddenly, Qin Yuzhu rushed into the crowd as if she had discovered something magical. People came and went on the street. Mu Yun could not see Qin Yuzhu's figure in an instant. Smiling helplessly, Mu Yun could only continue to walk along the street. Since there was nothing to do, Mu Yun also looked around on the street. Arriving at the door of a grocery store, Mu Yun was immediately interested when she saw the name of the grocery store. Looter King. Usually, the name of a store was either grand or had a deeper meaning. However, this store was very strange. Looter King. Mu Yun had to admit that she was indeed attracted by this store. She stepped into the store. This store was not big. It looked like it was only about 10 square meters in size. The cabinets on both sides were filled with strange things. However, when Mu Yun looked at these things, she felt that they were treasures dug out from tombs by some tomb robbers. In the lower realm, it would definitely be fought over by many merchants. However, here, who would care about it? Mu Yun looked around and casually picked up a bronze plate. That bronze plate was the size of a palm. There were strange words engraved on it, but Mu Yun could not understand them at all. Eh? However, just as Mu Yun was about to put down the bronze plate, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Old Tortoise, why are you so surprised? Sensing that Old Tortoise was stunned, Mu Yun spoke up. Don't put it down. This thing is strange. Guai was very surprised. This is not an ordinary thing. It can't exist in the immortal realm. It's something from the immortal realm. When Guai said that, Mu Yun also perked up. Something from the immortal realm? Mu Yun did not know what the immortal realm looked like. However, after being abused by Mingyue Shin several times, he knew that this reincarnation of the water god, even if she had not recovered yet, her powerful strength shocked him. Gods existed in an illusion, but they were real. The words on it are very strange. Guai was puzzled. I didn't expect that there would be something from the immortal realm in this Looter King. If you didn't take it out, I wouldn't have sensed it. Don't worry about what it is first. I'll buy it first. Mu Yun left most of the Earth Yang pills and Mortal Yang pills in the Iya Sword Sect and Heaven Sword Tower. The rest of the pills he had were Heaven Yang pills. There were tens of millions of Heaven Yang pills. This was also a huge fortune in the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Elder Jian Shopkeeper. Mu Yun walked inside and saw an old man at the counter. His hair was messy, and his clothes were tattered with a few patches. There was a wine pot beside him, and he reeked of alcohol and was snoring. This person is really strange. Mu Yun shouted again, Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, ah? Who? Ah, what's wrong? The shopkeeper suddenly woke up and immediately sat up. There was mucus at the corner of his eyes, and the saliva at the corner of his mouth had not been wiped off. Shopkeeper, I'm here to buy something. How many Heaven Yang pills can I sell this bronze token for? Mu Yun looked at the shopkeeper and asked politely. Cough, cough, the shopkeeper coughed and said seriously, my surname is Jian. You can call me Elder Jian. I'm not the shopkeeper. Oh, Elder Jian, please ask your shopkeeper to come out. You brat, Elder Jian immediately said agitatedly, what I mean is, I'm not the shopkeeper. I'm the boss here. Boss, do you understand? Sweat, Mu Yun was speechless. Did this old man have to be so calculative? Elder Jian, Boss Jian, may I ask, how many pills can you sell this bronze token for? Triji Heavenly Alliance was a silver-ranked force. The most traded item in Triji City was naturally the Heaven Yang pill. Cough, cough. Look at your gigolo face. You have good taste. This bronze token. Bah, bah, bah. This is not a bronze token, but a copper coin. A heavenly copper coin. A heavenly copper coin. Hearing this, Mu Yun was puzzled. A heavenly copper coin. Guai also frowned. Bah, what heavenly copper coin? I know what it is. This is a heavenly copper coin. Guai suddenly exclaimed, and Mu Yun could not help but shudder. What's the use of this thing? Mu Yun communicated with Guai in her mind. Great use. Guai chuckled and said, Kid, you're condensing your yuan will now. If I help you absorb this guy, I can absorb the ancient desolate god force inside. Moreover, I can feed it back to you and strengthen your 9 elements heavenly force, increasing your strength. It's effective in healing injuries? Of course. Alright, I'll buy it. Mu Yun made a prompt decision. He did not know what kind of injuries Guai had sustained, but he had an agreement with Guai. When they exchanged origin energy martial techniques, they had agreed that Mu Yun would fight for anything that would benefit his injuries. The golden immortal medallion was like that, and so was the so-called heaven and earth circumference divine coin. Senior Jian, I want to buy this heavenly square copper coin. May I know how many heavenly yang pills it costs? Hee, 10 million. What? 10 million, 10 million heaven yang pills, what kind of concept was that? For a tier 7 heavenly immortal, 10 million heavenly yang pills was an enormous number. If Mu Yun had not obtained tens of millions of heavenly yang pills from the golden immortal ruins, she would have been penniless now. You can't afford it? It's fine if you can't afford it. Is there any other way? Of course, if you can take out 1,000 heavenly yang pills, I can sell it to you. Heavenly yang pills, Mu Yun was completely speechless. This old man's words were equivalent to not saying anything. Immortals of every grade, from human immortal to earth immortal to heaven immortal, had immortal pills that corresponded to their grade. Human yang pills were used to help human immortal realm martial artists consolidate their origin energy and temper their immortal body. Earth yang pills were used to help earth immortal realm martial artists open their core vortex. Heavenly yang pills were used to help heaven immortal realm martial artists condense their nascent souls and strengthen their origin wheel. Heavenly yang pills were naturally the most suitable for profound immortal realm martial artists. 1 heavenly yang pill was worth 10,000 heavenly yang pills. The heavenly yang pill was a profound grade immortal pill, so it was naturally expensive. Can't it be less? Of course not. Old man Jian said with a solemn look on his face. Mu Yun gritted her teeth when she heard that. Mu Yun, what are you doing? However, just as Mu Yun was about to buy the divine coin, a voice rang in her ears. Yuzhu. Mu Yun greeted Qin Yuzhu when she saw her. However, old man Jian's expression changed when he saw Qin Yuzhu, and he turned around while trembling. Old man Jian, you're trying to trick people again, aren't you? Qin Yuzhu looked at the bronze token in Mu Yun's hand, then immediately looked at old man Jian and said, You're selling all kinds of junk in this shabby palace. This is Mu Yun's first time in Triji City, and you're trying to trick her again? Old man Jian's face turned red when he heard that. Miss Chen, I'm doing business here. I have to hand over enough pills to the Triji Heavenly Alliance every month. How can I not sell things? Then you can close the door. Qin Yuzhu said bluntly, You're selling all kinds of junk every day to trick newcomers. Aren't you embarrassed? Miss Chen, you're wrong to say that. Old man Jian pulled Mu Yun and said, Little brother Mu wanted to buy it himself. I didn't say anything. Qin Yuzhu immediately looked at Mu Yun with an inquisitive gaze. I wanted to buy it myself. Mu Yun said with a smile. Are you stupid? However, Qin Yuzhu pulled Mu Yun and was about to leave. Old man Jian is famous for being shameless in the outer city. Everyone who buys things from him once will never come a second time. This old man is using fake things to trick people. Qin Yuzhu pulled Mu Yun and was about to leave Looter King. However, old man Jian was unhappy at this time. Miss Chen, I didn't force them to buy it. Why can't I? The two of them immediately pulled Mu Yun in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. It seemed that old man Jian's reputation wasn't very good. Otherwise, in the outer league, even Qin Yuzhu knew about it. It was enough to see that there was a problem with this guy's reputation. Of course, Guai was the one who had confirmed the existence of the heaven, earth, and divine coins. Others might not believe it, but Guai did. Yuzhu, this bronze plate looks strange. I'd better buy it and study it. Mu Yun said helplessly. Are you stupid? This old man is cheating you. How much is it? 10 million Heaven Yang pills. What? 10 million? Qin Yuzhu looked at old man Jian and immediately shouted, Old man Jian, 10 million Heaven Yang pills? I think you're tired of living. How can you cheat people to this extent? Since little brother Mu and Miss Chen know each other, I'll give you a discount. 5 million. 5 million Heaven Yang pills is enough. 5 million? Qin Yuzhu shouted immediately. I can't go any lower. If it goes any lower, I won't sell it. I won't sell it. Mu Yun stopped and said, okay, 5 million Heaven Yang pills. 5 million it is. Mu Yun, however, Qin Yuzhu immediately became anxious. Mu Yun was obviously being cheated. However, Mu Yun patted Qin Yuzhu's arm, indicating that it was okay. 5 million? Someone actually spent 5 million to buy something in Looter King. I'd like to see who's so blind. However, when Mu Yun handed over the Heaven Yang pills, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Outside Looter King, a few figures walked in slowly. The person in the lead had his hands behind his back. His face was pale, and he looked as if he was malnourished. The way he had his arms around his shoulders made him look like he had overindulged. Xiao Hualin, why are you here? Qin Yuzhu said unhappily when she saw who it was. Miss Chen, since you're able to come here, why can't I? Xiao Hualin smiled lightly when he saw Qin Yuzhu. However, his eyes were wantonly sizing her up. Miss Chen, it's been a long time. You've become even more exquisite than your older sister. Are you interested in having a heart-to-heart chat with me, Xiao Hualin? I don't have a heart-to-heart chat, but a bloodflower rainy night is fine. Qin Yuzhu snorted. Mu Yun, let's go. Seeing that Mu Yun was determined to buy the copper plate and paid the Heaven Yang pills, Qin Yuzhu was helpless. She could only pull Mu Yun and leave. You're Mu Yun? However, right after Qin Yuzhu said those words, Xiao Hualin stood outside the door and looked at Mu Yun. He was sizing her up. Qin Yuzhu, this person is Mu Yun? Xiao Hualin laughed and said, you're joking, right? The genius with heavenly saint aptitude that the 3 Alliance Masters recruited is actually such an idiot? You're willing to spend 5 million Heaven Yang pills to buy a rusty copper plate? Immediately, the people beside Xiao Hualin burst into laughter. Xiao Hualin, this has nothing to do with you, right? Qin Yuzhu snorted. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Hualin could not help but laugh. However, junior brother Mu, since you're willing to spend 5 million Heaven Yang pills to buy a rusty copper plate, why don't you spend another 5 million Heaven Yang pills to buy this pair of rusty boots of mine? As Xiao Hualin spoke, he waved his hand and a pair of rusty boots appeared on the ground. This pair of boots is called the Boundless Shadow Boots. It's a mediocre heaven-rank celestial artifact. Unfortunately, I've been using it for a long time. Last time an immortal beast bit a hole in it, so I can't use it anymore. Xiao Hualin said sincerely, why don't you spend 5 million Heaven Yang pills to buy it? Since you're so rich, you don't care about this little bit of money, right? Xiao Hualin, Qin Yuzhu was about to speak, but she was stopped by someone. Naturally, the person who stopped her was Mu Yun. Mu Yun, let me handle this. Don't be rash. This guy is a grade 8 heaven celestial, a disciple of the Shao clan. Qin Yuzhu said softly. Nodding, Mu Yun leisurely walked forward and looked at Xiao Hualin. She looked at Xiao Hualin and said, I'll buy this pair of boots. Really? Xiao Hualin looked at Mu Yun and laughed heartily. Mu Yun, you're truly worthy of being a heavenly saint. You're so intelligent that we can only worship you. Mu Yun, however, this mortal yang pill is enough. Before Qin Yuzhu could speak, Mu Yun waved her hand and a mortal yang pill fell to the ground. At this moment, the smile on Xiao Hualin's face gradually disappeared. Are you playing with me? No. Mu Yun said seriously, I think this pair of boots is only worth one mortal yang pill. Are you selling it? You're courting death. Xiao Hualin snorted. Mu Yun, I'm a disciple of the Shao clan. Do you know what the Shao clan means in the Triji Heavenly Alliance? Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're chosen by the 3 alliance leaders. Arrogant? Mu Yun shook her head. I'm not arrogant. I'm just stating facts. Either you kneel down and apologize to me now, or I'll personally stuff this pair of boots into your mouth. Xiao Hualin immediately shouted. Xiao Hualin, don't. Before Qin Yuzhu could finish her sentence, Mu Yun pulled her back again. Apologize? Mu Yun chuckled. However, Mu Yun did not do anything. Instead, she bent down. Domineering counterattack spineless bastard, you're really going to kneel when I tell you to. You're really from a remote place, how ignorant. Xiao Hualin sneered with a smile. You don't say. Mu Yun picked up the boots on the ground and said, it does smell a little bad, but Xiao Hualin, are you able to endure the smell? What? Xiao Hualin's expression changed. I'm saying, are you able to endure the smell yourself? After Mu Yun said those words, he formed a finger with one hand and shot forth. His other finger was holding his boot as he charged toward Xiao Hualin. You're courting death. Xiao Hualin's face turned cold when he saw Mu Yun charging at him. He took a step forward and unleashed a stronger murderous aura. Bang, however, Xiao Hualin immediately threw his palm forward. His cultivation of the 8th level Heaven Immortal realm had improved tremendously. However, all of a sudden, a poochie sound was heard. 5 bloody holes appeared on Xiao Hualin's palm. The bloody hole pierced through his palm and tore his arm apart. A heart-wrenching cry burst out from Xiao Hualin's mouth. It was quite intimidating. Your mouth is wide open, it seems like you can't wait any longer. Mu Yun smiled. She picked up the boots and shoved them into Xiao Hualin's mouth. Woo, Xiao Hualin let out a sobbing sound. Tears seemed to be flowing from his eyes. He wanted to say something, but he could not utter a single word. He wanted to fight back, but his other hand was firmly grabbed by Mu Yun. The blood had not stopped flowing yet. How could he possibly fight back? Xiao Hualin's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Mu Yun did not stop there. She slowly shoved Xiao Hualin's boots into her mouth. Didn't you say you want me to swallow them all? Why don't you swallow them yourself? Isn't that better? Mu Yun said coldly. Xiao Hualin wanted to say something, but he could not. Mu Yun, that's enough, Qin Yuzhu, who was standing beside Mu Yun, advised, although this guy is despicable, he's still a disciple of the Shao clan. It won't be easy to clean up the mess. Woo, Xiao Hualin immediately nodded after hearing this. Next time, you'd better look carefully. You can't just mock anyone without any restraint. Mu Yun harumphed. She took a step forward and a step back. Xiao Hualin hurriedly took out the boots. His mouth was so full that it was about to explode. I'll remember you, Mu Yun, you're dead, you're dead. Xiao Hualin took out the boots and left the shop without saying a word. However, this sentence came out of his mouth. You're dead? Mu Yun's this guy was still not. If that was the case, Mu Yun. The black Yin sword flew out, and Mu Yun immediately chased after him. Oh my god. Xiao Hualin's face turned pale when he saw that Mu Yun was still chasing after him. I gave you a way out, but you chose to die. Without any hesitation, Xianxia thrust his sword forward. The sword pierced Xiao Hualin's back, penetrating his chest. Although it did not take his life, it nailed him to the ground. Qin Yuzhimu was dumbfounded when she saw this. Mu Yun. She attacked as she pleased. She was too strong. How could she know what Mu Yun was thinking? In his previous life, he was a peerless immortal king in the immortal world, one of the 10 domain lords. His fame was awe-inspiring, and his tyranny was unparalleled. In this life, he was reborn in the lower realm. Previously, he did not fight or get angry because he was disdainful. Now, in the South Pole, everyone addressed him respectfully as Mr. Mu, Brother Mu, or Sect Master Mu. Given his character, he would not have been provoked and insulted after coming to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. However, as his strength increased, the domineering aura in his heart gradually returned. Since Xiao Hualin was seeking death, he would fulfill his wish. Mu Yun, you can't. Qin Yuzhimu's expression changed. If she killed someone on her first day in the Triji Heavenly Alliance, it would cause a commotion in the entire alliance. Why not? Mu Yun turned to look at Qin Yuzhu. This person has slandered me time and time again. I just want to teach him a lesson, right? Yes. That's right. Qin Yuzhu was already in a daze. You can teach him a lesson, but you can't kill him. Mu Yun did not care about that. Tolerance also depended on who the opponent was. It would not be right if he tolerated a clown who jumped in for no reason. Xiao Hualin, what does what I, Mu Yun, do have to do with you? Mu Yun walked to Xiao Hualin's side, the blacking sword still firmly nailed Xiao Hualin to the ground. Xiao Hualin's blood flowed out. He wanted to say something, but he could not say a word. Are you still not convinced? The corners of Mu Yun's lips curled up slightly when she saw Xiao Hualin's angry expression. It seems so. Mu Yun did not explain further. With a puffing sound, the blacking sword was slowly pulled out from Xiao Hualin's chest. Blood spurted out. Mu Yun smiled coldly. I think you won't be convinced. She waved her sword again. At this moment, many people had gathered on the street. They were all shocked to see that. Mu Yun wanted to kill someone on the street. This was the Triji Heavenly Alliance. However, Mu Yun did not care about this place at this moment. If the Triji Heavenly Alliance did not want to keep him, he had a place to go. However, he could not allow himself to be bullied here. She waved her sword and the sword went straight for Xiao Hualin. Clang, however, just as the sword in Mu Yun's hand was about to reach Xiao Hualin's chest, a clang was heard. At this moment, a figure dashed out. Mu Yun's sword was blocked. Mu Yun raised her head and looked at the person in front of her. She frowned immediately. Who are you? Who are you? Both of them asked each other at the same time. Brother Yulin. Qin Yuzhu thought to herself when she saw the person who had come. This person was called Xiao Yulin. He was Xiao Hualin's cousin. Why was it so coincidental to meet him here today? Sister Yuzhu. The young man was dressed in black. There was a treasure belt on his waist and a piece of unpolished jade was hanging from it. He looked like a young master of an aristocratic family. In fact, the Xiao family, Qin family, and Su family were all young masters of aristocratic families in the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun, this is Brother Xiao Yulin. Mu Yun nodded. Brother Yulin. At this moment, Xiao Hualin was lying on the ground. He came to Xiao Yulin's feet and looked at him with anger in his eyes. Kill him. Kill this guy. Xiao Hualin pointed at Mu Yun and shouted. Shut up. Xiao Yulin took a step forward and stomped on Xiao Hualin's chest. Fresh blood flowed out from Xiao Hualin's chest. He stared at his cousin in shock. Mu Yun is an inner disciple of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. The 3 alliance masters are waiting to meet her. Are you looking for trouble here? Xiao Yulin snorted. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying Mu Yun's meeting with the 3 alliance masters? Why don't you take a look at your own status? Can you be compared to Mu Yun? The person standing in front of you is a genius with heavenly saint aptitude. What? Some of the disciples who did not know what was going on were shocked when they heard what Xiao Yulin said. Mu Yun did not care at this moment. Although Xiao Yulin seemed to be lecturing Xiao Hualin, he was actually revealing his identity. A genius with heavenly saint aptitude. Moreover, he was very arrogant. Unknowingly, Everyone thought that Mu Yun was such a person. However, Mu Yun was too lazy to explain. Since the three alliance masters have summoned me, I'll go and meet them first. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said, Xiao Hualin is stubborn. I'll spare his life since he offended me this time. Next time, if he offends someone else who doesn't have a good temper like me, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she left. Immediately, Xiao Yulin stood on the spot and was a little stunned. This guy was so direct. Xiao Yulin realized that he could not judge Mu Yun with common sense. This guy was not that simple. He did not care about his reputation at all. Chen Yuzhu smiled apologetically and hurriedly followed Mu Yun. When the crowd saw that there was no more excitement, they gradually dispersed. At this moment, Xiao Yulin squatted down and stuffed a pill into Xiao Hualin's mouth. Brother Yulin, trash. Xiao Yulin shouted mercilessly, I know what you're thinking. You know that Mu Yun will come to the Triple Heavenly Alliance today, so you asked around and found out that Mu Yun and Chen Yuzhu have a close relationship. So you want to suppress him and show off our Xiao family's prestige. You're an 8th stage Heavenly Immortal, while Mu Yun is only a 7th stage Heavenly Immortal. You can easily defeat him, but what's the result? Xiao Yulin snorted and said, What do you think Heavenly Saint Aptitude is? Not to mention that you're an 8th stage Heavenly Immortal. Even if I'm a 9th stage Heavenly Immortal, I won't dare to say that I can win against him. Do you think Heavenly Saint Aptitude is some kind of rotten cabbage? You'd better shut up. Xiao Yulin finally exhaled and said, This is all I can help you with now. Gather your thoughts and go into seclusion. You can't kill him until you're a mystic immortal. But I have to tell you that this guy has Heavenly Saint Aptitude. When you reach the Mystic Immortal Realm, I'm afraid he'll have reached the 2nd or even 3rd stage of the Mystic Immortal Realm. Your actions today are very stupid, very brainless. After Xiao Yulin finished speaking, he stood up and entered the inner city. Xiao Hualin, who was left behind, felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Getting injured was a small matter, but losing face was something he couldn't bear. Looter King, Old Man Jian was currently sitting at the entrance, smoking a pipe. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd that was coming and going. Interesting. What's supposed to come has finally come. His turbid eyes seemed to emit an aura that made one's heart palpitate. At this moment, Mu Yun had followed Chen Yuzhu into the inner city. Along the way, Chen Yuzhu seemed to be much happier than before. You seem to be very happy? Mu Yun couldn't help but ask. No. Although Chen Yuzhu said that, she couldn't help but laugh. All right. In fact, I've long disliked that Xiao Hualin. He's an 8th stage Heavenly Immortal. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation is higher than mine, I would have beaten him up long ago. Oh? You've just arrived, so you don't know. Our Tripolar Heavenly Alliance was originally a top bronze faction in the Sunken Land, Purple Phoenix Land, and Cosmos Mountain Range. Later on, the 3 great clans joined forces and formed the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. We gradually nibbled away the other 3 silver factions and formed the Sovereign's Abyss. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The 4 of them sat facing each other. Chen Yuzhu chuckled and said, These are the abilities of the older generation. It has nothing to do with me. However, after so many years of development, the Triji Heavenly Alliance has always been managed by the 3 great families, the Xiao family, the Su family, and the Chen family. However, in this generation of the Chen family, my father only has me and my sister. Of course, I have a younger brother. However, my younger brother. Let's not talk about him. Therefore, the Xiao family and the Su family are much more powerful than the Chen family in this generation. Their disciples are also very arrogant. I want to fight with them. So, the Triji Heavenly Alliance already had differences? That's not it. Chen Yuzhu shook her head and said, These are all competitions between the younger generation. Father, Uncle Su Tianchen, and Uncle Xiao Yan are very close. As long as the 3 leaders are on good terms, the Triji Heavenly Alliance will not be in chaos. Hearing this, Mu Yun was a little surprised. It seemed that the Triji Heavenly Alliance was not simple. The royal family, the Purple Phoenix Tower, and the Cosmos Villa were no match for the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun guessed that the Triji Heavenly Alliance was very ambitious. However, the Triji Heavenly Alliance's ambition might have to change because of the rise of the Biluo Huangquan school. These were not things that Mu Yun could decide. At this moment, the two of them walked together and entered the inner city. Qin Yuzhu explained, "We are now at the entrance of the inner city. This road leads directly to the deepest part of the Triji Hall. On the left is the Fierce Martial Pavilion and the Heavenly Array Pavilion of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. On the right is the Weapon Gathering Pavilion and the Ultimate Elixir Pavilion. From here, the two sides are where the inner disciples rest and practice martial arts." Mu Yun was stunned when she saw this. The entire Triji city could accommodate tens of millions of people. The outer city already accommodated most of the people. The inner city naturally had more people. Mu Yun looked around and realized that there were pavilions and towers on both sides of the inner city. It was a magnificent sight. However, what surprised her the most was that the inner city looked like it was built on a mountain range. The two of them walked on foot. This path led to the depths of the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance, the Three Poles Hall. The Three Heavens Hall wasn't just a hall. The three Alliance Masters and core members of the Three Pole Sky Alliance all lived in Three Pole Hall. If the inner city was the center of Three Pole City, then Three Pole Hall was the city within the inner city. Along the way, Mu Yun realized that he had been too naive back then. The last time she came, she was in a hurry. But this time, after looking at both sides carefully, Mu Yun immediately understood. He had once thought that if the Heaven Sword Tower were to join forces with the 5 major iron-ranked organizations, he would be able to upgrade the Heaven Sword Tower to a silver-ranked organization. But now, after seeing the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, he realized that his thinking had been naive. Silver-rank organizations didn't just rely on the strength of their disciples. They also relied on thousands or even tens of thousands of years of accumulation. Although the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's history wasn't long, its speed of improvement was too fast. Even though it was so fast, it still took thousands of years of development to reach this step. If the Heaven Sword Tower wanted to grow, it would need at least 100 years. He was anxious. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them were in the inner city. Their speed was neither slow nor fast. Qin Yuzhu told Mu Yun about the various things in the inner city. She had completely forgotten that the three Alliance Masters were still waiting for Mu Yun. The two of them walked for half a day. Then, Qin Yuzhu slapped her head and immediately shouted, "It's over. Brother Yulin just said that the three Alliance Masters are waiting for you. Let's go, let's go." Qin Yuzhu immediately said in frustration. Looking at the little girl's shocked look, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Sometimes, Qin Yuzhu looked really cute. At the same time, in a pavilion at the back of the Three-Pole Hall, 3 figures were sitting upright. These 3 people were the 3 Alliance Masters of the Three-Pole Sky Alliance. Chen Luo, Su Tianchen, Xiao Yan. Why isn't this kid here yet? Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask. Let's wait a little longer. I think Yuzhu brought Mu Yun around again. Su Tianchen said gently. Among these 2 girls, only Yufei can make me worry. Yuzhu just wants to see the world in chaos. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. Brother Chen, when will Yufei's wedding be held? Su Chen urges me every day. I'm so annoyed by him. I really can't make the decision. Yufei's mother doesn't agree to it. I can't do anything about it. Chen Luo smiled awkwardly and said, her mother only sees her a few times a year. Every time I ask, she always interrupts. I'm also very depressed. What's the child's mother thinking? All right. Su Tianchen laughed and said, I finally understand. Your problem of being afraid of your wife can't be changed. Xiao Yan also laughed at this moment. Cough cough. Let's talk about serious matters first. Chen Luo coughed awkwardly and said, we've recruited Mu Yun. But what should we do next? With this kid's personality, I think he'll turn the Triji Heavenly Alliance upside down. There's nothing we can do about it. Su Tianchen continued, we have to do what we promised. I'm very curious. Where did this Mu Yun come from? How could she, father? Before Su Tianchen could finish his words, a delicate voice sounded. It was Qin Yuzhu who brought Mu Yun here. Impudent. Chen Luo glared at Qin Yuzhu and snorted, I asked you to bring Mu Yun here. What did you do? Don't you know that your two uncles are waiting? Father, all right. Brother Chen, Yuzhu also wants Mu Yun to know more about the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Su Tianchen tried to smooth things over. Alright, you can leave first. Chen Luo looked at Chen Yuzhu and shouted. Yes. Although Chen Yuzhu was mischievous, she knew the severity of the situation. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 figures in the pavilion. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the 3 leaders, Mu Yun stood where she was and did not say a word. Sit. Chen Luo said after a moment of silence. Junior, I asked you to sit, so do it. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yan said immediately. Yes. Mu Yun sat down. 4 figures at a stone table. The 3 of them stared at Mu Yun. Mu Yun only felt uncomfortable, as if there was a blade on her back. Mu Yun, from the lower realm. You have the potential of a heavenly sage. You became a disciple in the Yi Sword sect. Then, you became the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower's leader, Tian Junyu. Later, you took control of the Yi Sword sect. Even the Heaven Sword Tower respects you. Chen Luo said, now, you've even connected the 5 iron-level factions and the Heaven Sword Tower tightly and united them. Your ambition is not small. Looking at Mu Yun, there was a hint of patience in Chen Luo's smile. I don't dare. Mu Yun bowed and said, that was in the past. Now, I am an inner disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Your identity is correct. Seeing this, Xiao Yan nodded and said, let me ask you. What is your purpose for cultivating martial arts? Why did you choose to cultivate martial arts? Xiao Yan asked again. Why? Mu Yun was stunned. In his previous life, he walked out of the God Burial Mountain range and was raised by wild wolves. He ate raw meat and drank blood. Later, he learned about the existence of humans. From then on, he was called a wolf cub. In order to get rid of it, he cultivated martial arts, became stronger, and became decisive. And in this life, he was reborn. His purpose for cultivating martial arts was even clearer. To return to the peak, to become a celestial king, for his former friends and brothers, for his enemies, cultivating martial arts was the most fundamental purpose. To become stronger. Mu Yun nodded and said, I am a person who is unwilling to be mediocre. The purpose of cultivating martial arts is to become stronger, to become so strong that no one can bully me, humiliate me, or hurt the people around me. Then what is your ultimate goal? To become a celestial king. Mu Yun said firmly. Hearing this, the 3 alliance masters looked at each other. The 3 of them saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What surprised the 3 of them was not the result of Mu Yun's answer. Who didn't want to become a celestial king? But how many people became a celestial king? But when Mu Yun answered them, he was full of confidence. It was as if from the bottom of his heart, he believed that he could become a celestial king. Very good. Su Tianchen said again, you should also know that the Triple Heavenly Alliance is also your guest. However, as long as you are in the Triple Heavenly Alliance, you are a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Rules are still rules. Yes. Restrain your domineering aura in the Heaven Sword Tower. There are many disciples in the Triple Heavenly Alliance who can easily kill you. A 7th-tier celestial immortal is an overlord in the South Pole. In a silver rank force, you can only be considered a disciple. Even if you reach a gold rank force, you can't even be considered a disciple. I understand. The 3 leaders took turns to attack. Mu Yun sat on the chair, but he did not move at all. These words could not scare him. He came to the Triple Heavenly Alliance only as a springboard. Here, he cultivated steadily and lived peacefully. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If others offended him, Xiao Hualin was the best example. The 3 leaders said some irrelevant things to Mu Yun again, and then asked Mu Yun to leave. After leaving the pavilion and coming to the front hall, Mu Yun found that Chen Yuzhu was still waiting for him. How was it? How was it? Chen Yuzhu said excitedly, did father and the others praise you? No. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, the 3 leaders told me to follow the rules of the Triple Heavenly Alliance and forget all the glory in the past. Ah? Chen Yuzhu was stunned. That shouldn't be. Those 3 old foxes spent so much effort to get you to the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Did they do it to suppress you? Qin Yuzhu was puzzled. Mu Yun was also confused. The 3 of them looked like they were judging him. However, this kind of judgment was different from the way they treated their disciples. Could it be that the 3 of them really liked his heavenly sage talent? Mu Yun was confused. Did my father and the others tell you when you can enter the Triple Heavenly Pagoda to cultivate? The Triple Heavenly Pagoda. Mu Yun shook his head when he heard this. Impossible. Qin Yuzhu was even more confused. My father and the others clearly said that they would let you enter the Triple Heavenly Pagoda after the battle between the 4 silvers is over. Qin Yuzhu was stunned. Show me your command medallion. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Level 7. Mu Yun took out the token. Mu Yun's name was written on the black token. You haven't smelted this token yet. Qin Yuzhu said with a smile. How do I smelt it? It's simple. Drip a drop of blood on it. Then, no matter where you are, as long as the token is still there, the sect will be able to find you. This is also to protect the safety of the Inner League disciples. Mu Yun nodded and dripped a drop of blood on it. Instantly, the token turned into a ray of black light and disappeared from Mu Yun's neck. However, a panel appeared on Mu Yun's palm. In clear words, there was an introduction to the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, Sword Realm, and some immortal techniques that Inner League disciples should know. Mu Yun was stunned. Hee, these are things that every Inner League disciple should know. Read it carefully. Oh right, the number at the bottom corner is 0. It means that your position in the Inner League is 0. What does that mean? Look at mine. Qin Yuzhu raised her palm and a ray of light appeared. Another panel appeared in front of Qin Yuzhu. The only difference was that the token panel in Qin Yuzhu's hand had many immortal techniques, immortal weapons, and even some immortal pills. The number at the bottom right corner was not 0. 37,887. What a pity. If you had fused with the token just now, it would definitely not be 0. Instead, you would have absorbed Xiao Hualin's token. Xiao Hualin is a grade 8 heavenly immortal. His points would definitely be higher than mine. Points? What's the use of it? Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, this is an immortal artifact that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance created to motivate the Inner League disciples. The immortal techniques, immortal pills, and immortal artifacts on it can be exchanged with points. They will be recorded in your life. As for points, 1 is to complete missions. 2 is to defeat others. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard that. There was such a thing. Mu Yun chuckled. Not only that, you can also check other people's points. With that said, Mu Yun opened the points panel and looked at the rankings. First place, Xiaozhan Tian, 1. 67 million. Mu Yun was stunned when she saw this number. 67 million. Qin Yuzhu had only earned a little over 30,000, but the first place winner had earned over 1 million. Xiaozhan Tian is the most outstanding genius of our 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance. He is now a powerful Xian immortal, so it is not surprising that he has the most points. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. As she scrolled down, Mu Yun discovered that even Qin Yufei was only around the 1000th place. It seemed that points were not the only way to determine one's strength. After all, one method was to complete missions, while the other was to plunder. Perhaps some disciples had completed more missions, so their points were higher. When Qin Yuzhu saw that Mu Yun did not seem to mind, she hurriedly said, don't underestimate these points. You need to rely on these points to exchange for immortal techniques, immortal pills, and immortal artifacts. Otherwise, it will be difficult to move around in the Triple Heavenly Alliance city. Oh. Mu Yun nodded casually. He did not care about immortal techniques, immortal pills, and immortal artifacts at all. There was never a lack of immortal artifacts, immortal pills, and alchemy materials in the Divine Void Treasure Cave of the Immortal Extermination painting. As for immortal techniques, there were thousands of them in his mind. In Guiyi's mind, there were also countless immortal techniques and immortal techniques. None of these things were able to attract his attention. I really envy Xiaozhan Tian. This guy has enough points to exchange for the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance's 3 Lotus Seal of Life and Death. As soon as Qin Yuzhu finished speaking, Mu Yun's interest was piqued. 3 Lotus Seal of Life and Death, Mu Yun had heard of this martial technique before. It was a very powerful immortal technique. In the past few years, when the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance and the 3 Great Silver Forces fought, the 3 leaders of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance frequently led their disciples to perform this immortal technique. It was extremely powerful. Of course, Mu Yun did not know how powerful it was. However, the information he received seemed to be the case. Mu Yun was now a little interested. I heard that this 3 Lotus Seal of Life and Death is extremely powerful. However, shouldn't all the disciples of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance be able to cultivate it? Of course not. Qin Yuzhu immediately pouted and said, I don't know who set this stupid rule that requires 2 million points to exchange for this immortal technique. This 3 Lotus Seal of Life and Death is extremely powerful. My father and the other 2 are very powerful. It is because of this 3 Lotus Seal of Life and Death that the 3 Great Silver Forces were intimidated. Therefore, the disciples who can cultivate this immortal technique must be absolutely loyal to the inner alliance. Points are the most important part of the test. I have high hopes for you. Mu Yun, if you cultivate this immortal technique in the future, don't forget to tell me. Okay, that's easy. Mu Yun nodded and said with a smile, I'll defeat Xianxia directly and take his 1.67 million points. Then, I'll take 400,000 points. Isn't that enough? You really know how to brag. Xianxia is at the Xian Immortal Realm. Moreover, he is at the top of the Xian Immortal Realm. Qin Yuzhu did not care about Mu Yun's words. The 2 of them walked out of the Three Extremes Hall together. Let me take a look at your panel again. Qin Yuzhu held Mu Yun's hand at this moment. When the panel appeared, a ray of light flashed at the bottom left corner. There's a mission for you. Qin Yuzhu laughed mischievously. Mu Yun opened the panel, and a line of words appeared before her eyes. Mu Yun, Inner Alliance Disciple. Within 7 days, you can enter the Three Extremes Tower and obtain a trial opportunity. I knew it. Qin Yuzhu immediately said, Father and the others have promised you that after you enter the Inner Alliance, you can cultivate in the Three Extremes Tower once. What kind of trial is this Three Extremes Tower? Mu Yun had heard Qin Yuzhu talk about the Three Extremes Tower more than once. It seemed very powerful. This Three Extremes Tower is similar to the Sky Sword Pavilion in your Heaven Sword Tower. However, it's more advanced than the Sky Sword Pavilion. Moreover, the stronger the disciple who enters, the greater the restrictions. Most importantly, the Three Extremes Tower judges the space a disciple can enter based on their talent for cultivation. Back then, my sister entered the Three Extremes Tower and directly entered the green space, leaping to become a mystic immortal. Purple Extremes? That's right. The Three Extremes Tower is divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The purple level is the highest, and the red level is the lowest. After entering the red level, the time from when you enter to when you come out is completely determined by the Three Extremes Tower. Most importantly, after entering the Three Extremes Tower once, the second time you enter, you can only be of a lower level than before. It's impossible to be of a higher level than before. In other words, the first time you enter, you're in the green level. The second time you enter, you might be in the red, orange, or yellow level. It's not certain. What about you? Mu Yun looked at Qin Yuzhu and asked with a smile. The first time I entered, I was in the yellow level. Qin Yuzhu's expression froze, and she said somewhat shyly. The green level was already considered very high. The yellow level could only be considered average. Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Yuzhu said with a smile, but I'm looking forward to what level you can enter. Right now, the best is Xianxia. He entered the blue level back then, and after a few times, he stayed in the green level. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. He roughly knew the rules of the Three Extremes Tower. The first time one entered, the highest level determined by the disciple's potential. The purple level was the strongest, and the red level was the weakest. Mu Yun was eager to try. He wanted to see what level he could enter. Could he break through to the mystic immortal realm with the Three Extremes Tower? Now, from the information he obtained from Qin Yuzhu, Mu Yun had a rough understanding of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. The three great clans controlled all the resources of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. Of course, they did not exclude outsiders like him. However, although there were many of these people, their status was not very high. The Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance was built to be incomparably huge, and it included an entire mountain range. Qin Yuzhu led Mu Yun to her residence. Only then did she know what a silver-level force was. As an Inner League disciple, his residence in the Inner League was a mountain peak. How many Inner League disciples were there in the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance? Close to 10,000 people, each person had a mountain peak. That was 10,000 mountains. Moreover, this was only the residence of the Inner League disciples. In addition to the Inner League's Elixir Pavilion, Weapon Gathering Pavilion, Fierce Martial Pavilion, and Sky Array Pavilion, it was enough to see how big the Inner League was. Moreover, there was a peak protection array on the mountain peak. From the bottom of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, there were all kinds of buildings. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun nodded. Oh, right. Qin Yuzhu instructed, the Inner League is the core of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. Outer League disciples are not allowed to enter. When other sects come, they look at their status. Only those with high status can enter the Inner League to receive them. Therefore, Outer League disciples are not allowed in the Inner League. In other words, only you can live in your mountain peak. I understand. Mu Yun smiled slightly. However, it shouldn't be a problem to add a dog, right? As Mu Yun spoke, she waved her hand. As if performing a magic trick, Purple Fang appeared in front of her. Purple Fang, this place will be our residence in the future. Woof woof, Purple Fang barked loudly, shook its head and wagged its tail, and immediately rushed to the mountain peak. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuzhu did not say much. Outsiders were not allowed in, but dogs were not allowed in. Don't worry. This fellow can't transform into a human and can't speak. It won't cause any trouble. Mu Yun nodded and smiled. Alright, I'll bring you to see these today. Have a good rest first. I'll go back. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the Three Extremes Tower in the Inner League to begin the Three Extremes Tower trial. Okay. As she spoke, Mu Yun stepped into the mountain peak and gradually disappeared. Qin Yuzhu grinned and skipped away from the mountain peak. Zhu. However, just as Qin Yuzhu reached the Three Extremes Hall, a slightly dignified voice sounded. Father. When Qin Yuzhu saw her father, Qin Luo, she quickly ran to him. She stuck out her tongue and grabbed her father's arm. You brought Mu Yun into the mountain peak? Yes. Qin Yuzhu stretched her back, revealing her perfect figure. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, but I'm exhausted. You don't look tired at all. In fact, you look very happy. Qin Luo looked at his daughter and said. Father. One world. Qin Yuzhu's face reddened when she heard that. She lowered her head and said, no, it's just that he saved me, so I'm grateful to him. It's best that you don't. When he saw his daughter's attitude, Qin Luo heaved a sigh of relief and spoke coldly. Why? Qin Yuzhu suddenly raised her head and looked at her father. Father, don't you and the two uncles think highly of him? Why? There's no why. Qin Luo's tone changed as his expression turned slightly cold. In any case, you can't have any interactions with him. Otherwise, I'll punish you severely. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he turned around and left. Qin Yuzhu, on the other hand, was completely puzzled. Why, her heart started to feel heavy. She didn't understand why the three alliance masters thought highly of Mu Yun but didn't want her to have anything to do with Mu Yun. However, Mu Yun did not know about this. At this moment, Mu Yun had been staying on her mountain, familiarizing herself with some of the formations and settings on the mountain. Spirit gathering formations, spirit guiding formations, defensive formations, there are more than 100 formations alone. The Triple Heaven Alliance really cares a lot about their inner disciples. Mu Yun looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that I only need to cultivate diligently for a period of time. During this period of time, when the 4 silver forces were fighting, he had to rush between the 5 mortal forces and the Heavenly Sword Tower. In addition, he had to negotiate with the Jade Fall Netherworld sect. Now, he could finally sit down and have a good rest. Being busy in such a state was not a good thing for his cultivation. Xia, I'll enter the Three Extremes Tower tomorrow. At that time, if I can improve greatly, I might be able to open one of the remaining 9 treasure boxes. In any case, there's always one that you need. I'll definitely help you open it. Woof woof, hearing Mu Yun's words, Xia barked and wagged its head and tail happily. Mu Yun smiled and entered the cultivation room at the top of the mountain. In this cultivation room, the flow of immortal qi was clear, and the power was vigorous. There was no need for Mu Yun to strengthen it again. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and looked inside her body. The current him was a rank 7 heavenly immortal. His strength was already very powerful. However, this was only relative. If he were to face a tier 8 heavenly immortal, he would be able to crush them. If he were to face a tier 9 heavenly immortal, he would be able to defeat them by relying on his bloodline power. But facing a profound immortal, Mu Yun did not have the slightest confidence. Immortals of the profound immortal realm were the combination of their nascent soul and true soul. The transformation of their power was extremely mysterious. Xian immortals had reached a mysterious level in terms of power control and understanding of immortal arts. Mu Yun wasn't sure if she could defeat a mystic immortal realm martial artist. It's useless to think too much. Sitting cross-legged, Mu Yun slowly closed her eyes and began to immerse herself in cultivation. He didn't want to think about anything else. All he wanted to do was to improve himself, to improve. As night fell, specks of light rose from the mountain peak. Mu Yun opened her eyes, looked at the mountain peak, and exhaled. Then, she looked ahead and waved her hand. The aura of the mountain peak she was on was locked down. To outsiders, it was just a misty appearance. They couldn't see the scenery inside at all. At this moment, Mu Yun was extremely cautious as he entered the immortal extermination painting. At this moment, 9 spirit heaven capturing steels stood proudly in the immortal extermination painting. Luo Tianqing and the other 300 blood guards were still lying on the blood steels, constantly improving themselves. But this time, with the 4 blood steels, Luo Tianqing and the other puppets' improvement speed became even faster. Mu Yun's gaze was on the other side at this moment. Blue Sky Underworld Diagram. This diagram was in Mu Yun's hands. In the past few years, Mu Yun had never dared to take it out to have a look. He didn't know what kind of person the Biluo Huangquan School sect master was. This diagram seemed to be very important to the Biluo Huangquan School. But what puzzled Mu Yun was why Li Fengxing and the other 2 had told him that the Blue Sky Underworld diagram had been found when they arrived. The 3 of them shouldn't be lying. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Biluo Huangquan School were lying? It didn't make sense. Mu Yun didn't want to think about this at this moment. He was now in the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Even if the Biluo Huangquan School came, this was the Triji Heavenly Alliance. They wouldn't directly barge into the Triji Heavenly Alliance to search for the Blue Sky Underworld diagram. Guai, how's your research on the Square Heaven and Earth Divine coins? Don't worry. Guai chuckled and said, don't worry. I spent 5 million Heaven Yang pills to buy it. I won't let you spend it for nothing. I hope so. Mu Yun no longer paid attention to Guai. Instead, he took out the Biluo Huangquan School and began to carefully examine it. Since the Blue Sky Underworld diagram could be regarded as a supreme treasure by the Biluo Huangquan School, it was at least a heaven-grade immortal artifact, a profound-grade immortal artifact, and most likely a soul-grade immortal artifact. Immortal artifacts were divided into human-grade, earth-grade, and heaven-grade. Above that was the profound grade. Above the profound grade was the soul grade. A soul-grade immortal artifact already had its own soul. It was just that this kind of soul wasn't real, but an illusory consciousness. Mu Yun had never encountered an immortal artifact like the immortal extermination diagram in the immortal world. There was no artifact spirit that had its own soul at all. The strength of a soul-grade immortal artifact was that it had its own soul and consciousness. It could merge with its owner and unleash great power. The merging of such an immortal artifact with its owner was better than merging an ordinary immortal artifact into a limb. Slowly, Mu Yun opened the Blue Sky Underworld diagram bit by bit. A magnificent picture scroll appeared in front of Mu Yun. In the whole blue sky underworld diagram, there was a river, a mountain, a sky, and a piece of land. It looked like the sky was vast and the land was boundless. There was no breath of life at all. The moment the yellow sky underworld diagram was opened, Mu Yun could feel that the whole yellow sky underworld diagram was filled with a terrifying aura. A rumbling sound was heard at this moment. Heaven and earth changed drastically. In an instant, Mu Yun's figure disappeared from the main hall, leaving only a picture scroll floating slowly in the main hall. In the next moment, Mu Yun suddenly realized that her figure had appeared in a vast land. The vast land looked blurry and gave people a feeling of desolation. The mountain range, the river, the land, and the sky. The inexplicable aura made Mu Yun completely stupefied. This was the scenery in the blue sky underworld diagram. In this blue sky underworld diagram, there was everything that should exist. The only special thing was that there was no life. Except for her, there was no living thing. Mu Yun was stunned. Apart from the chart of celestial extermination, this was the second time she had picked up such a strange treasure. The yellow sky underworld diagram absorbed the scenery of the four great natures. What kind of powerful existence was this yellow sky underworld diagram? Mu Yun did not know. Although it had its own powerful space like the chart of celestial extermination and could store vast heaven and earth, in Mu Yun's opinion, the blue sky underworld diagram should not be as powerful as the chart of celestial extermination. Mountain range, river, sky, land. Are these all the yellow sky underworld diagram? Mu Yun was puzzled. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. With a wave of her hand, Mu Yun, who was in midair, suddenly realized that the continuous mountain range was directly uprooted from the ground and drifted erratically under the control of her palm. Dong, Mu Yun put down her palm and the mountain peak fell to the ground. However, the position of the mountain peak had completely changed. However, it still fell to the ground steadily. Mu Yun was stunned. This was a world completely under her control. Inside the blue sky underworld diagram was a brand new world. Everything was under her control. Mu Yun was shocked. With a wave of her hand, the river uprooted from the ground and condensed into a waterway that rose directly. She put down her palm and a splashing sound was heard. At this moment, the river water directly spread out and flooded the land and the four seas. The sky was absorbed by Mu Yun's palm. Above the originally clear sky, there were suddenly streaks of darkness. Everything was under Mu Yun's control. This is really amazing. In both her previous and current life, Mu Yun had never seen such a magical immortal artifact. It formed a world of its own and could control the sky, land, mountain range, and water in it at will. It was simply magical. Mu Yun temporarily withdrew from the blue sky underworld diagram. She breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Now, what she needed to know was that she could summon everything in this diagram. If the sky, land, mountain range, and river were all under her control, then when she fought with the enemy, she could take out the sky unexpectedly and intimidate them. With that kind of terrifying explosive power, not to mention heaven immortals, even mystic immortals would be blasted into dregs. Mu Yun forced herself to calm down. Such a blue sky underworld diagram was really amazing. What kind of extraordinary ability did the sect master of Biluo Huangquan school have to be able to refine such an immortal artifact? Come out. Coming out of the blue sky underworld diagram, Mu Yun waved her hand. A stream slowly condensed and appeared at Mu Yun's fingertips. The stream gradually converged and gradually expanded to a width of dozens of meters. However, when Mu Yun wanted to continue sucking out the river water from the blue sky underworld diagram, she suddenly realized that her strength seemed to have reached its limit. It was gone. Mu Yun tried her best, but she still could not suck out the stream of water. Am I too weak? Murmuring to herself, Mu Yun stopped what she was doing. Brat, don't waste your energy. Now, let's look at the divine coins. Guai suddenly said. Have you figured it out? Of course. Guai laughed and said, now, are you ready? Ready for what? Accept it. As soon as Guai finished speaking, the divine coins in the picture of extermination of deity immediately rose into the air. Swoosh. 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 The divine coins rose into the air. In an instant, a beam of light fell and wrapped Mu Yun's body. As Xianxia's body was wrapped up, a warm aura was transmitted into his body from top to bottom. In an instant, power was flowing in Mu Yun's body. The comfortable aura made Mu Yun unable to help but shout. Don't just enjoy it. Absorb this power into your body. Okay. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately nodded. As the power spread, Mu Yun's body and mind felt incomparably comfortable. As soon as Guai finished speaking, Mu Yun opened up every pore in her body. Boom, a gentle but vast amount of power poured into her body. In an instant, the third origin wheel appeared behind Mu Yun. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Red Level. Mu Yun immediately opened his eyes. How is it? It's amazing. Mu Yun said in surprise, what kind of power is this? It's actually the same attribute as elemental energy, but it feels much stronger than elemental energy. You brat, why do you have so many questions? Just feel good. Guai scolded, alright, I still need to continue digesting some. You can cultivate by yourself. Old turtle, what did you say? No, nothing. Mu Yun pursed his lips and began to observe his body. This inexplicable power was extremely comfortable. And it helped him reach the 8th stage of the Heaven Immortal realm without any hindrance. It was really very comfortable. But now, he didn't think about this anymore. Instead, he stood up and went to the cultivation place at the top of the mountain. Every disciple was given a training room. This room was not an ordinary room, but it was made from the hard Shadowgang stone. Shadowgang was hard in nature. Even a Heaven Immortal would find it difficult to cause damage to its surface. It was just right for most of the inner disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun entered the room and closed the door. Dong, with a punch, a rumbling sound came from the inside of the room, which was hundreds of square meters in size, but the outside remained unchanged. At this moment, Mu Yun was relieved. It seemed that this room could withstand his attack. After making up his mind, Mu Yun directly took out the blacking sword. 9 Tribulation Immortal Sword Technique, 9 Nether Finger, 9 Seals Overkill. Roar, including the 9 Nether Blood Claw after comprehending the bloodline. Void Blade and Void Spin comprehended by the Heaven's Eye. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to lock down all of these and comprehend them into his own cultivation. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, the cultivation room door opened wide, and Mu Yun walked out, stretching his muscles and bones. But at this moment, the cultivation room was full of holes. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun could only smile helplessly. This cultivation room was indeed a good place for Heaven Immortals to cultivate. It was just that he was now an 8th stage Heaven Immortal. Under various immortal techniques, his strength was tyrannical and difficult to estimate. Mu Yun. However, just as Mu Yun walked out of the door, a figure stood at the foot of the mountain and waved his hand. Qin Yuzhu, you're early. Today, Qin Yuzhu had changed into a bamboo green knee-length skirt and a pair of leather boots that wrapped around her calves. However, between the short skirt and long boots, a section of her jade-like leg was exposed. Her skin was delicate and smooth. Furthermore, she was wearing a tight-fitting muslin dress, and her long hair was spread out. She looked really beautiful. Looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she had put on makeup meticulously. You came so early? That's right. There are quite a few disciples entering the Three Extremes Tower every day. Go early and save yourself the trouble of lining up. No wonder. Let's go. Yes. The two of them casually chatted for a while. Qin Yuzhu realized that Mu Yun had only looked at her legs, chest, and face at the beginning. After that, she did not look at her at all. Suddenly, he felt a little disappointed. The two of them walked together, heading towards the inner league of the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance. At the same time, in the residence of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, 2 figures stood on top of a mountain peak. Su Xiren, take a look. That Qin Yuzhu is dressed up beautifully to meet Mu Yun. I reckon that it won't be long before Mu Yun hooks his finger, and Qin Yuzhu will immediately climb into his bed. Shut up, Ren Yin. Hearing this, the man in the white robe smiled shakily. Why are you yelling at me? Ren Yin sneered. Qin Yuzhu is interested in Mu Yun. He's a genius with heavenly saint aptitude. Who wouldn't like him? If I were a woman, I might like him too. Enough. Su Xiren snorted. He's just a bumpkin who ascended from below. Heavenly saint aptitude? Let's see if there's anyone who still wants a dead heavenly saint aptitude. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Renyan's mouth. Isn't this guy going to the Three Extremes Tower? I'd like to see what grade this guy can improve to in the Three Extremes Tower. After saying this, Su Xiren took a step forward, and his figure disappeared with the wind. At the same time, on a mountain peak not far away, clouds and mist lingered on top of the mountain peak. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly stood still on top of the mountain peak. Mu Yun. Heavenly saint aptitude. I don't know if he can fight. At the same time, in the residence of the Inner League disciples, many Inner League disciples had received the news yesterday. Mu Yun, a genius with heavenly saint aptitude, had joined the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. And now, she was going to enter the Three Extremes Tower to train. After hearing this news, everyone's interest was completely piqued. They really wanted to see what kind of strength and realm Mu Yun was at now. Gradually, more and more Inner League disciples gathered outside the Three Extremes Tower. By the time Mu Yun and Qin Yuzhu arrived, there were already over 1,000 Inner League disciples present. However, an extremely small portion of them were entering the Three Extremes Tower to train. Most of them were here for Mu Yun. The scene suddenly became unprecedentedly lively. Everyone was discussing animatedly, wanting to see what kind of monster this genius with heavenly saint aptitude was. I heard that Mu Yun came to participate in the Three Extremes Tower trial today. Which level do you think this guy will be judged to enter? I think it's very likely to be the 7th level, Purple Extreme. It can't be, right? I think it's more likely to be the 6th level, Blue Extreme. And this guy might be able to maintain it at the 6th level. In that case, he should be more powerful than Xiaozhan Tian. That's not necessarily true. For a moment, the surrounding disciples were discussing animatedly. When Mu Yun and Qin Yuzhu arrived and saw this scene, they were also stunned. What was going on? Why were there so many people surrounding them? The two of them looked at each other, puzzled. After a moment, Qin Yuzhu covered her mouth and laughed. I know, someone probably knew that you were coming here, so, they're waiting for you here. Waiting for me? Mu Yun was a little speechless. However, Mu Yun did not care. If they wanted to know, she would just let them watch. You don't understand. All these years, only big brother Xiaozhan Tian has entered the 6th level, Blue Extreme. The others have at most reached the 5th level, Green Extreme. The Three Extremes Tower is judged by talent? Not entirely. Qin Yuzhu said again. But talent is a more important point. As a heavenly saint, you might have a chance to directly enter the 7th level, Purple Extreme. Of course, everything else depends on the Three Extremes Tower's judgment, but you definitely won't be lower than Green Extreme. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the crowd. A figure slowly walked over at this moment. That person was dressed in a long black robe. He had an imposing appearance and a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. Seeing this person, the male disciples in the crowd did not dare to look directly at him. As for the female disciples, their almond-shaped eyes were already fluttering. Why is he here? Who is he? Xiaozhan Tian. Qin Yuzhu frowned. He was Xiaozhan Tian. Mu Yun sized him up slightly. This guy was indeed in the Xian immortal realm, but Mu Yun could not tell what level he was at. This is interesting. Xiaozhan Tian is also here. Could it be that he wants to compete with Mu Yun? What's there to compete with? I reckon that Mu Yun will definitely surpass Xiaozhan Tian this time. The crowd was immediately excited. Mu Yun with heavenly saint aptitude and Xiaozhan Tian, who had always been known as the #1 person in the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance, would definitely be exciting. At this moment, Qin Yuzhu did not care about these at all. She looked at Mu Yun and said, "Be careful. The duration of the trial varies from person to person. You may stay in it for a year or a half, or even 8 to 10 years." Mu Yun nodded. At this moment, she walked forward and handed over her token. Let's go inside." The Three Extremes Tower towered into the clouds. It was at least thousands of meters high, or even tens of thousands of meters high. Muyun came to the bottom of the tower. She was as small as an ant. All disciples, listen to my orders now. The pagoda elder immediately spoke. Place your palms in the stone trough in front of you. When the light in front of the stone trough rises, you can enter the corresponding floor according to the color. The Three Extremes Tower will send you there. Yes. There were about 100 disciples participating in the trial. At this moment, all of them nodded. The pagoda elder nodded when he saw that everyone did as they were told. Then, his gaze fell on Muyun. Elder Wen. Qin Yuzhu walked up to Elder Wen and smiled. Elder Wen, what level do you think Muyun will be able to reach? Qin Shouwen looked at Muyun and said, I can't say for sure. This Three Extremes Tower is a wonderful place that our Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance found when we occupied this place. Relying on the tower built here to determine which level one will enter, it is also the Three Extremes Tower itself. Not only talent, luck, strength, and opportunity are all indispensable. However, this kid has the potential of a heavenly saint. If he is talented enough, I think he won't be bad in other aspects. There shouldn't be a problem. Qin Shouwen chuckled. I estimate that he will most likely enter the 7th level. Hearing this, Qin Yuzhu immediately grinned. She was even happier than if she was going to enter the 7th level. However, suddenly, exclamations sounded from the crowd. Am I seeing things? This can't be? How can this be? This time, almost everyone who came here came because of Muyun. They wanted to see if this kid with the potential of a heavenly saint could break through the legendary level and enter the 7th level of the Extreme Purple Tower to forge the Three Extremes Tower. However, what did they see? The red level, that's right. The red level appeared in front of Muyun. In the entire Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance, almost 80% of the inner disciples were between the orange level and the cyan level. Another 20%, 10%, and the last 10% were in the red level. However, the 10% in the red level were indescribably weak. Their talent was pitifully low. However, Muyun was also in the red level. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even Elder Qin Shouwen was dumbfounded. Generally speaking, this shouldn't be possible. Haha, not far away, a person suddenly laughed loudly. Su Xiren was laughing heartily at this moment. His expression was very relaxed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Pseudo-Origin Energiren Yen, who was standing beside Su Xiren, also had a look of astonishment on his face. Only the red level? Are you kidding me? Ren Yen was puzzled. Bombardment could only allow one to enter the first level of the Sanji Tower. The effect of that on one's cultivation was negligible. What was going on? Was Muyun's heavenly saint aptitude real or fake? Wow, however, right at this moment, everyone was once again astonished. Look, Xiaozhan Tian has reached the blue level. Oh my god, he reached the blue level for the first time and then the cyan level. Now, he has returned to the peak. Are you kidding me? Xiaozhan Tian immediately attracted the attention of all the disciples. He had broken through from the cyan level to the blue level. Not only did Xiaozhan Tian not regress, but he also maintained his own record after so many years. The disciples felt both excited and bitter at the same time. This guy was simply a freak. For him to be able to level up at this moment was truly something that was beyond his expectations. Compared to Muyun, Xiaozhan Tian's reputation had skyrocketed again. What bullshit heavenly saint aptitude. I came here to take a look. It's just an undeserved reputation. That's right. I thought he could enter the Purple Pole Tower and create a miracle. Now, it's ridiculous. Let's go. What's the point of watching? I thought that the 3 alliance heads had recruited a genius. Haha. I thought Muyun could compete with Xiaozhan Tian in the future. Now, it's just a joke. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. At this moment, Muyun smiled bitterly. He did not understand the situation of the Sanji Tower at all. However, if it was a red level, then so be it. He wanted to see what it was like inside. Soon, all the disciples were done with the test. A ray of light flashed and hundreds of figures disappeared. At this moment, the crowd also gradually dispersed. This shouldn't be. Qin Shouwen was also slightly stunned. Elder Wen, how could this be? Qin Yuzhu was a little flustered. How could this be? Yuzhu, this guy is just a pig with a scallion in his nose. He has no strength or talent. Be careful, don't be fooled by him. At this moment, a sneer was heard. Su Xiren appeared at this moment. Su Xiren, stop spouting nonsense here. Qin Yuzhu snorted and said, Mu Yan's talent is extremely strong. She reached the heaven immortal realm in just a few decades. You can't compare to her. Really? Su Xiren snorted. Every time I enter the Three Extremes Pagoda, my strength rises at a much faster rate than his when he was in the red level. Moreover, I'm currently at the profound immortal realm, while he's merely a celestial immortal. He won't be able to surpass me in the future. What does he have to compete with me? You, Qin Yuzhu was furious. She snorted and turned to leave. Su Xiren clenched his fists tightly. Ren Yan, did you see that? She actually argued with me because of Mu Yun? Su Xiren angrily said, who does Mu Yun think she is? What heavenly saint aptitude? If this lad really had heavenly saint aptitude, could he have entered the first level, red level? Do you believe it? One day, I will pull out his fox tail. This kid is just putting on a show. He doesn't deserve to be called a heavenly saint. Rage burned in Su Xiren's heart. At this moment, everyone in the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance was in a heated discussion. The news of Mu Yun entering the Red Level 3 Extremes Pagoda spread extremely quickly. Not only did the Inner Alliance know about it, but even the Outer Alliance knew about it. Now, the entire Inner Alliance knew. Mu Yun with Heavenly Saint aptitude, who was recruited into the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance by the Three Alliance Masters, had only entered the first level, Red Level. The lowest level, this news spread like wildfire. No one understood what was going on. Why did Mu Yun, who was thought highly of, become the laughingstock of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance? Everyone was discussing this matter. However, the person involved, Mu Yun, did not know. At this moment, his figure appeared in a bright space. His surroundings were bright, and nothing could be seen. However, Mu Yun could feel that the surrounding wisps of strange heaven and earth aura were constantly entering his body. Those wisps of aura circled around and entered his body, causing his body to feel numb. This is? Mu Yun was surprised and shocked. This power came in a strange way, but it was very beneficial to his body. However, Mu Yun could clearly feel that after the wisps of aura entered his body, they were repelled by the Yuan power in his body. To be more precise, the Yuan power in his body was repelling these auras. Yuan power despised these auras. Mu Yun was stunned. He could feel that these two types of auras were obviously integrated. In essence, there was no difference. However, now, the Yuan power in his body, which was condensed by the 9 elements heavenly technique, was repelling the auras that entered his body. Mu Yun called it sub-Yuan power for the time being. The sub-Yuan power was repelled by the Yuan power in his body, but it was absorbed by his body. It was contradictory. Guai, what's going on? Mu Yun was puzzled. Could it be that the Three Extremes Pagoda is also filled with Yuan power? You can say that. Guai chuckled. No wonder the Triji Heavenly Alliance treated this place as their base. These pseudo-Yuan powers are not as powerful as the Yuan power in your body, but they can combine with immortal qi. Therefore, the orthodox Yuan power in your body naturally repels and will not accept them. However, the immortal qi in your body can absorb and combine these pseudo-Yuan powers, so your body will reject them. I reckon that the reason why you only entered the red level just now is that the Yuan power in your body suppressed these pseudo-Yuan powers. That's why you reached the red level. Pseudo-Yuan power, this name sounded really emotionless. In that case, these pseudo-Yuan powers are mixed with immortal qi? That's why they can combine with immortal qi? More or less. Guai said again, otherwise, how can these disciples improve so quickly here? Mu Yun was a little speechless. He originally thought that the Three Extremes Pagoda was some kind of sacred place. He did not expect it to have such a function. However, what comforted him was that he could absorb these pseudo-yuan powers. It was better than the fact that yuan power and immortal qi were incompatible with each other in his body now. Since we're here, let's take it easy. Mu Yun nodded and said, I can absorb the pseudo-yuan powers in here. Maybe I can combine the immortal qi and yuan power in my body. That's indeed possible. Guei also nodded and said, if that's the case, this place can also become a place to help you cultivate. Guei stopped talking after he finished speaking. However, Mu Yun felt that this guy seemed to have something to say, but he held it back. Mu Yun ignored him and sat down cross-legged. In an instant, the yuan power in her body was gradually suppressed by Mu Yun. As for the immortal qi, after it became active, it was gradually pulled by Mu Yun and pulled the pseudo-yuan powers into her body. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun had been obediently pulling the pseudo-yuan powers into her body on the first level of the three-pole tower. However, as time passed, Mu Yun discovered that the combination of the immortal qi and the pseudo-yuan power became slower. This was the first level, and the amount of pseudo-yuan power was not much. It needed time to fill it up. However, Mu Yun now felt that the speed of her combination had also slowed down. This made people feel very surprised. With my current absorption speed, I actually can't absorb such a scarce amount of pseudo-yuan power? Mu Yun was stunned. However, that was indeed the case. Mu Yun suddenly opened her eyes. This could not go on. After thinking for a while, Mu Yun slowly stood up. As she waved her hand, a ball condensed from immortal qi appeared on her left hand. Gradually, a ball condensed from immortal qi also appeared on her right hand. One on the left and one on the right, combining with each other. It looked like there was a tacit understanding between them. However, when she extracted the immortal qi and immortal qi from her body, the remaining pseudo-yuan power in her body instantly became chaotic and disorderly. Immediately, Mu Yun channeled all the immortal qi into her body. The violent pseudo-yuan power calmed down at this moment. However, the speed of absorption was still very slow. Not long after, Mu Yun suddenly withdrew the immortal qi from her body and pushed the immortal qi back. In an instant, the immortal qi flowed through her limbs and bones. Immediately, the pseudo-yuan power was attacked. However, at this moment, the pseudo-yuan power did not seem to want to leave Mu Yun's body and started to resist the immortal qi. Gradually, the pseudo-yuan power had no choice but to continue to expand itself in order to gain a foothold. As the pseudo-yuan power wanted to expand its foundation, it kept absorbing the pseudo-yuan power from the outside world at this moment. Gradually, with Mu Yun as the center, a vortex condensed from pseudo-yuan power actually formed. The entire first level underwent a huge change at this moment. However, Mu Yun was completely unaware of this. The immortal qi in her body was condensed from the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, lightning, wind, and bloodline. These 9 different natures of heaven and earth condensed together to form a magical immortal qi. Moreover, ever since her bloodline power awakened and reached the bloodline Tao, the level of her power kept increasing. The power of her immortal qi was also increasing. This was also why the 9 nether finger and 9 seals stacked killing roar were still extremely powerful. Since that's the case, I might as well make a huge change. At this moment, Mu Yun directly condensed the immortal qi and pseudo-yuan power in her body at the same time. As time passed, the ball of pseudo-yuan power became stronger and stronger. In a frenzy, Mu Yun directly withdrew her immortal qi. The 3 types of power were directly channeled into Mu Yun's body. Immediately, the 3 types of power, immortal qi, pseudo-yuan power, and immortal qi, exploded at this moment. The 3 forces were like the 3 heroes fighting each other. They wanted to take control of Mu Yun's body and claim it as their own. However, at this moment, Mu Yun snorted coldly. If you want to take control of it, you have to see who the owner of this body is. With that, Mu Yun forcefully supported her body's strength and activated her bloodline. Her blood was boiling, and Mu Yun's eyes turned blood red. In an instant, the 3 types of power trembled. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 2 Great Core Spirals Boom. However, the essence force, pseudo-essence force, and immortal qi had already condensed and formed. It was extremely difficult for Mu Yun to suppress the 3 forces. However, since things had reached this stage, Mu Yun could not ignore it. Each of these three forces was extremely powerful. Immortal Qi was needless to say. As for pseudo-essence force, it was formed by the combination of immortal Qi and essence force. It was mixed with the attributes of the two forces, so its strength was obvious. As for essence force, it was needless to say. Mu Yun now understood the tyrannical levels of these powers. What kind of changes will occur when they are mixed together? I'm very curious. Mu Yun muttered to himself, but his palm movements did not stop. Guai did not speak anymore. He was extremely clear in his heart. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible. However, it was very possible for Mu Yun. In the past, he thought that the new master he found was just a short-sighted immortal king who was arrogant and short-sighted. However, after interacting with Mu Yun for so long, he gradually felt that although Mu Yun knew nothing about his previous life, his progress in the path of martial arts was incomparable to that of ordinary people. In the future, there might really be a day when he would need him and rely on him. As Guai thought in his heart, a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care at all. The three forces were forcibly controlled by him. Mu Yun did not care if these three forces restrained each other. However, he only knew that the forces in his body had to listen to his orders. Bloodline Dao. Completely activated. Mu Yun directly crushed the three forces in a tyrannical manner. Crack, there was an inexplicable crack. A clear stream seemed to appear in Mu Yun's body. The forces began to fuse. Although it was only a 10,000th of his strength fusing, it proved that he could completely fuse the three forces. However, what Mu Yun did not expect was that the fusion of these forces was extremely slow. Moreover, Mu Yun's body was still constantly absorbing the pseudo-essence force in the third-level pagoda. Under such circumstances, the fusion speed was simply terrifyingly slow. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Mu Yun stayed in the third-level pagoda for 4 whole years. In these 4 years, Mu Yun did not move at all. However, he never stopped condensing the three forces in his body. Buzz, on this day, as the forces in Mu Yun's cloud pagoda formation studio flowed, a crack appeared. However, that crack was replaced by a change in Mu Yun's body. And Mu Yun's. A rumbling sound rang out from within Mu Yun's body. Behind him, the fourth Yuan Chuan. Level 9 Immortal King. Mu Yun's eyes abruptly opened. His faint blood-red eyes seemed to exude an endless murderous aura. At this moment, Mu Yun looked completely different. His breathing was long, and his body looked like a mortal's body. However, if one looked carefully, the skin on the surface of his body had become very delicate. For years and I have finally achieved great things. Mu Yun could not help but mutter to himself. Looking again, the elixir source formed by the two great forces in Mu Yun's body was spinning continuously. One of them was the Yuan Chuan core whirlpool. It was spinning at an extremely fast speed. The other was the immortal Qi core whirlpool. Between the two core whirlpools, the pseudo-essence force condensed into a bridge, completely entangling the two core whirlpools together. Mu Yun thought. The Yuan Chuan core whirlpool suddenly shrank and gradually disappeared. All of it entered the immortal Qi core whirlpool through the pseudo-essence force and condensed into immortal Qi. Suddenly, Mu Yun exerted force again. The immortal Qi core whirlpool flew out again and appeared directly in the Yuan Chuan core whirlpool. The two forces were transferring and fusing without any gap. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. Back then, the immortal techniques and Yuan Chuan core whirlpool that he used were clearly separated. But now, the immortal techniques and Yuan Chuan core whirlpool would no longer be different because of the change in power. At this moment, his body underwent a huge change. Immortal Qi and Yuan Chuan core whirlpool could be changed without any hindrance through the pseudo-essence force. A hint of joy appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. This time, not only did the 4 Yuan Chuan cores appear, but it was also an increase in power. This level 3 pagoda is indeed a good place. Mu Yun smiled slightly, and joy appeared on his face. Given his current situation, the first level was far from enough to satisfy him. Back then, if not for the suppression of the Yuan Chuan core whirlpool in his body, he would not have only reached the first level. But now, Yuan Chuan core whirlpool, pseudo core whirlpool, and immortal Qi had fused into one, and there was no longer any gap between them. Mu Yun believed that the next time he entered the level 3 pagoda, it would definitely not be the first level. With a smile, Mu Yun left the level 3 pagoda. His figure appeared in the outside world, and Mu Yun exhaled slowly. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire Triple Heavenly Alliance looked no different from before. Elder Wen. Mu Yun looked at Qin Shouwen, registered, and cupped his hands in greeting. Yes, 4 years. You can stay in the first level for 4 years. Looks like your improvement is not bad. Qin Shouwen smiled and said, not bad, not bad. Thank you for your compliment, Elder Wen. Mu Yun bowed again. The speed of advancing 1 grade in 4 years was not considered fast. But the most important thing was not the increase in grade, but the change in power in his body. Now, no matter what martial technique he used, the transformation of power became without hindrance, and the power could be doubled. Mu Yun really wanted to find someone to practice with. However, before he could find someone had already come to find him. Eh? Mu Yun. You came out of seclusion? The moment Mu Yun appeared, a few figures had already come over together. Mu Yun was not unfamiliar with the leader of the group. Xiao Hualin. It seemed that the lesson from 4 years ago was not enough. TSK. I haven't seen you in 4 years. I thought you wouldn't dare to show yourself. At this moment, Xiao Hualin was looking at Mu Yun with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with ridicule. 4 years ago, he became famous in the Outer Alliance. To have his boot shoved into his mouth in front of everyone. Furthermore, that was not all. Furthermore, he had completely lost all face before the crowd. In these 4 years, he thought of Mu Yun all the time. This thought stimulated him to cultivate with all his might. Now, he was no longer an 8th grade Heavenly Immortal, but a 9th grade Heavenly Immortal. With a 9th grade Heavenly Immortal, he was completely confident that he could defeat Mu Yun. Therefore, he came to the 3rd level pagoda every few days to wait for Mu Yun to come out of seclusion. It's you? Mu Yun looked at Xiao Hualin, standing with his hands behind his back. Did you not learn the lesson from 4 years ago? Or did you forget the pain after the scar healed? It was an unspeakable wound. However, Mu Yun had exposed his scar in front of everyone in this hall. Xiao Hualin immediately shouted in a low voice, Mu Yun, stop pretending to be indifferent. Now, do you still think that I'm the same as I was 4 years ago? Kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now, and I'll spare your life. Spare my life? Mu Yun extended one of her hands. Looking at Xiao Hualin, she slowly said, come. Amen? Come. Didn't you say that you'll spare my life? Let me see how you're going to spare my life. You're courting death. Xiao Hualin immediately charged out in anger. The management of private fights between Inner Alliance disciples was not strict. Furthermore, every disciple would basically stay on their own mountain peaks and rarely come out. Most importantly, Xiao Hualin was a disciple of the Xiao family. Even if he made a mistake, he would only receive some punishment. He was not afraid. As for Mu Yun, the rules of the alliance? What were those? Firstly, they could not be eaten. Secondly, they could not be used. Since Xiao Hualin was looking for trouble, there was no need for her to give in. Therefore, she attacked. It was that simple. Xiao Hualin was unable to restrain his anger. He directly took a step forward. Energy exploded from his entire body. His muscles were like steel. With a loud bang, he charged towards Mu Yun. Too slow. Seeing this, Mu Yun shook her head. Amen? I say, you're too slow. Mu Yun said again, look. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand. It was unknown what technique Mu Yun used. However, in an instant, her arm had already bypassed Xiao Hualin and directly charged towards Xiao Hualin's back. Fall. 9 nether finger pointed out. Puff. 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 The 9-finger seal directly penetrated Xiao Hualin's body. With a plop, Xiao Hualin's body immediately fell to the ground. He wanted to stand up. However, there were 9 bloody holes in his legs, arms, and body. Almost every part of his body that could stand up was penetrated. Victory and defeat were decided in one move. Xiao Hualin was defeated again. Damn it. At this moment, blood slowly flowed out from the corner of Xiao Hualin's mouth. He was not dead yet, but he was only left with half of his life. Impossible. I'm a 9th grade martial artist. You're just, Xiao Hualin wanted to speak. However, when he saw 4 origin wheels appear behind Mu Yun's back, he became speechless. 9th grade Heavenly Immortal. Mu Yun, this bastard, had also reached 9th grade Heavenly Immortal. Xiao Hualin, a disciple of the Xiao clan? Mu Yun stepped on Xiao Hualin's body and said indifferently, "You've provoked me again and again. I think you won't remember if I don't teach you a lesson. You bastard. Mu Yun, sooner or later, you'll know the influence of our Xiao clan in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. I'll definitely take revenge for what happened today." Oh? So stubborn? You don't want to admit defeat, right? Mu Yun smiled again and said, "Fine. I think you'll hate me for the rest of your life. Instead of letting you live in regret for the rest of your life, why don't I kill you first and free you from your regret?" After Mu Yun finished speaking, she waved her palm. In the blink of an eye, the power within his palm completely erupted. A long sword that was condensed with immortal energy was shot out directly toward Xiao Hualin's head. If his head exploded, Xiao Hualin's true soul would not be able to escape death. Once his true soul died, that person would be finished. Instantly, the few people in the field were completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun actually wanted to kill someone. Clang, however, at this critical moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out. That ray of light easily destroyed Mu Yun's immortal sword and dispersed it. At this moment, Xiao Hualin's lower body was already wet. Mu Yun wanted to take his life. This guy was crazy. We're all from the same sect. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio A chic figure. Upon closer inspection, the figure was tall and sturdy, with a steady aura. His every movement gave people a feeling of divinity. Seeing this, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and stood on Xiao Hualin. So it's senior brother Xianxia. Mu Yun cupped her hands and said with a smile, "Xiao Hualin is also a disciple of the Xiao clan, but he kept finding fault with me. I had no choice but to take action. I think senior brother Xiao is an outstanding genius of the Xiao clan, and you might become the leader of the Xiao clan in the future. Senior brother Xiao will definitely report this matter." Mu Yun praised Xiao Zhantian, which made Xiao Zhantian stand there, not knowing what she meant. No matter how bad Xiao Hualin was, he was still a disciple of the Xiao clan. Mu Yun was slapping the Xiao clan's face. But Mu Yun was right. Who was Xiao Zhantian? He was the first in the rankings, the most outstanding genius of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, and a genius at the peak of the profound immortal realm. In the future, he would inherit the entire Triple Heavenly Alliance. This matter was caused by Xiao Hualin, but Mu Yun was too heavy-handed. Both sides were at fault. If it was not handled fairly, it would definitely have a great impact on his reputation in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Zhantian looked at Mu Yun and hesitated. This guy was not simple. Senior brother Xiao, I have already dealt with Xiao Hualin myself. Next, I hope senior brother Xiao can bring him back and punish him properly. Don't embarrass the Xiao clan again. Mu Yun cupped her hands and smiled, "Senior brother Xiao, you don't have to thank me." After saying that, Mu Yun turned around and left, leaving behind a chic figure. Xiao Zhantian stood there and did not speak for a long time. This guy, big brother Zhantian, looking at Xiao Zhantian, Xiao Hualin immediately cried. Last time, Xiao Yulin saw it, but Xiao Yulin did not help him because he was afraid of Mu Yun. But this time, Xiao Zhantian saw it, and he did not expect that Xiao Zhantian did not help him. Trash. Xiao Zhantian said in a low voice, "As a disciple of the Xiao clan, you are not afraid of others looking for trouble. However, when you look for trouble with others, can you weigh your own worth? At least don't embarrass yourself. Next time, if I see you like this again, I will take your life directly." Hearing this, Xiao Hualin felt his body turn cold. Who was Xiao Zhantian? Within the entire Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, he could be said to be the most tyrannical disciple. What he said was simply despairing. Xiao Zhantian stood up as soon as he finished speaking. Xiao Zhantian smiled faintly as he watched Mu Yun's departing figure. Interesting fellow. Xiao Zhantian said slowly. However, the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance is the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance of the Xiao, Chen, and Su families. Mu Yun, your surname is Mu, so there is no stage for you here. At this moment, Mu Yun was walking on the road. The Three Poles Heavenly Alliance didn't have a stage for him. He didn't intend to have a stage in the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. His ultimate goal was the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate. That was the place where he would discuss his debut. The Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance was just a passerby. Mu Yun didn't care. Therefore, if anyone wanted to offend him here, he wouldn't care at all whether he would offend any big shots. At this moment, Mu Yun was walking along the mountain range towards his residence. Mu Yun. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Yuzhu. Seeing Qin Yuzhu, Mu Yun smiled slightly. You're finally out. Qin Yuzhu skipped and came in front of Mu Yun. She pursed her lips and smiled. I thought you would stay in the level 3 pagoda for the rest of your life. How is that possible? Seeing Qin Yuzhu, Mu Yun nodded and said, Yuzhu, let me ask you a question. Do you know how to enter the Three Extremes Tower again? Enter the Three Extremes Tower again? Qin Yuzhu coughed and said, to enter the Three Extremes Tower, you need at least 100,000 points, 100,000? Mu Yun looked at his pitiful 0 points and smiled bitterly. It seemed that he still couldn't escape from his fate of doing missions for the sect. Well, it seems that I can only do missions to earn points. Hearing this, Qin Yuzhu smiled and said, look at your sad face. Doing missions isn't just about hunting immortal beasts. In the sect, there are missions in the Fierce Martial Pavilion, Elixir Pavilion, and Sky Array Pavilion. Oh? Tell me about it. For example, if you can refine pills or forge weapons in the Elixir Pavilion and Weapon Gathering Pavilion, you can serve in the pavilion and refine pills or immortal weapons for the sect. Then, you can rely on this to earn points. The Sky Array Pavilion also collects materials for the pavilion to refine arrays. The Fierce Martial Pavilion helps the pavilion research immortal skills and so on. There are all kinds of missions. That's more interesting. Mu Yun nodded and looked at Qin Yuzhu with a smile. Thank you. It seems that I'll have to do more missions during this period. In that case, let's start with the Elixir Pavilion and Weapon Gathering Pavilion. Qin Yuzhu covered her mouth and smiled. I've heard that you can refine pills, forge weapons, and are proficient in arrays. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to collect 100,000 points. Mu Yun said and turned to leave. You're so heartless. You're leaving after asking me a question? Mu Yun turned around and looked at Qin Yuzhu with a smile. In that case, I'll treat you to a meal. That's more like it. Qin Yuzhu smiled. Although we immortals don't eat, there are some places in the Triji Heavenly Alliance that make delicacies that are very beneficial to the body. I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. At the same time, I'll bring you to the Elixir Pavilion to see what missions you can do. Sure. The two of them walked together toward the dining area of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. The meal was really mysterious. The meat of immortal beasts had been improved and became a delicacy of the immortal realm. Furthermore, it was surprisingly effective in raising one's cultivation. Compared to eating pills all day long, this delicacy was indeed mouth-watering. However, eating 1,000,000 Tianyang pills in one meal made Mu Yun feel the pinch. 1,000,000 Tianyang pills was a sky-high price. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Qin Yuzhu's face was filled with excitement. I haven't eaten to my heart's content in a long time. I eat pills every day. No matter how delicious the pills are, they've become bland. Qin Yuzhu laughed mischievously and said, all right, I'll take you to the Elixir Pavilion to accept the mission. Thank you. Mu Yun cupped her hands and smiled. This little girl was indeed very cute. The two of them arrived outside the Elixir Pavilion. The entire Elixir Pavilion was located on the right side of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, near the Triji Heavenly Palace. The magnificent buildings and pavilions did not look any worse than the Triji Heavenly Palace. Along the way, people kept greeting Qin Yuzhu. Clearly, this girl was quite popular in the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Yuzhu. However, as soon as the two of them stepped into the elixir pavilion, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. The person who came was wearing a long green robe. He had a handsome face and delicate features. He looked modest and polite. "Su Xiren, you're here too. That's great." Qin Yuzhu was very excited when she saw the person who came. "It's great that you're here. This is Mu Yun. You should know her." Chen Yuzhu pulled Su Xiren to Mu Yun and said to Mu Yun, this guy is called Su Xiren. He's very powerful. He's a level 1 mystic immortal. According to seniority, I should call him Brother Su. However, this guy's cultivation progress is much faster than mine." "Hello." Mu Yun looked at this person and extended her hand slightly to greet him. "You're Mu Yun?" Su Xiren looked at Mu Yun and smiled. "I know you. You have the Heavenly Sage aptitude and entered the red class of the level 3 pagoda, right?" Su Xiren. The smile on Qin Yuzhu's face disappeared when she heard this. The last time Mu Yun entered the level 3 pagoda, he came running over to criticize Mu Yun and belittled her in every way. At that time, she was already unhappy. After so long, she no longer cared about this matter. But now, Su Xiren brought it up again. "Haha. It's just a joke. I don't think Brother Mu will get angry because of this, right?" Su Xiren looked at Mu Yun and smiled. Mu Yun withdrew her hand and said calmly, "Of course not." Su Xiren. What an interesting guy. Su Xiren looked at Qin Yuzhu and said, "Good sister, I was wrong. Now, I'll take you inside the elixir pavilion and see what kind of mission Mu Yun wants to do." "That's more like it." Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun and smiled. "Mu Yun, don't mind him. This guy is like this." "Okay." Mu Yun smiled and followed the two of them into the elixir pavilion. The elixir pavilion of the level 3 Heavenly Alliance was indeed magnificent. The alchemists in the pavilion were very busy going back and forth. "Mu Yun, what kind of mission do you want to take?" "Yes, a mission to refine pills." "Heaven-grade pills." "Refine pills? Heaven-grade pills?" Su Xiren looked at Mu Yun with a gentlemanly gaze. Heaven-grade pills required a lot of effort and skill. Moreover, refining heaven-grade pills required a very good understanding of the attributes of the medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs needed to concoct a heaven-rank immortal pill usually had a strong spirituality. Most importantly, the medicinal herbs needed to be sorted out, which was very complicated. Su Xiren had naturally investigated Mu Yun and knew that Mu Yun could refine human-grade pills. However, he did not believe that Mu Yun could refine heaven-grade pills. "Mu Yun, don't be embarrassed in front of senior sister Chen. Refining heaven-grade pills requires a lot of effort," Su Xiren said with a smile. "If you fail, it will be a waste of heavenly materials. The sect can't afford it." At this moment, Qin Yuzhu interjected, "Su Xiren, why are you being so wishy-washy? If Mu Yun says that he can refine it, then he definitely can. You just need to tell us what procedures you need." Seeing that Qin Yuzhu was wholeheartedly helping Mu Yun, Su Xiren's expression became uglier and uglier. What was so good about this kid? Why was Qin Yuzhu so protective of him? Although he had heavenly sage aptitude, he had only entered the first level of the level 3 pagoda. What was so good about him that Qin Yuzhu thought so highly of him? Heaven-grade pills require special materials and are expensive. Therefore, if you want to refine them, you must first take a test. Test? Mu Yun was a little frustrated. It was indeed troublesome. However, cultivating in the level 3 pagoda was very comfortable, so Mu Yun could not do anything. What kind of test? The test is also more complicated. First, it's an examination of the knowledge of immortal herbs and immortal herbs. Then, it's the refinement of each medicinal herb. Finally, it's the refining of the pills. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was too slow. As a low-grade heaven-rank celestial alchemist, he could refine low-grade celestial pills. In the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, he was known as the Little Pill Celestial. No matter how he looked at it, Mu Yun did not look like someone who could be refined successfully. "No problem. Can you arrange it now?" "Of course." Su Xiren smiled. It just so happens that there are a few prominent Earth-rank celestial alchemists taking the test to become low-grade heaven-rank celestial alchemists. You can go with them. All right. Xianxia chuckled. Xiran, can I watch? Of course. Su Xiran smiled gently. Good, good. Mu Yun, I really want to see what you look like when you refine pills. Xianxia turned around excitedly and looked at Mu Yun proudly. Su Xiran's expression immediately turned cold. This Mu Yun was really despicable. Mu Yun did not seem to care about Su Xiran's subtle change in expression. The two of you wait here for a while. I'll make the arrangements on my side. We'll begin the test. If you pass, you'll be able to accept missions in the Extreme Elixir Pavilion and start refining pills to earn points. A heaven-rank celestial pill is worth 1,000 points. According to the grades, it varies from low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade celestial pills. Thank you. After Su Xiran left, Xianxia and Mu Yun sat in a pavilion and waited quietly. The two of them chatted casually while Su Xiran entered an alchemy room. Ren Yen. Su Xiran looked at the person in front of him and immediately said, "Help me with something." Oh? What is it? Su Xiran whispered into his ear. I know. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ren Yen chuckled. I guarantee that kid won't be able to enter the Extreme Elixir Pavilion. All right. Su Xiran's face was filled with excitement. He patted Ren Yan's shoulder and left the room. Let's go. Turning around, Su Xiran watched as Mu Yun and Xianxia chatted even more happily, and he felt even more displeased. I'll let you be proud for a while. Soon, you'll make a fool of yourself. Su Xiran immediately brought the two of them to a large hall. The hall was about 100 meters tall. It was solemn and dignified. Bursts of medicinal fragrance spread out from the hall. Everyone, quiet down. Su Xiran led Mu Yun and Xianxia into the main hall and clapped his hands. At this moment, there were no less than 100 people gathered in the main hall. All of you are immortal alchemists. This time, it's a few Earth-class immortal alchemists advancement test. However, we're welcoming a heaven-class immortal alchemist. Su Xiran looked at the crowd and immediately introduced, this is our Triple Heavenly Alliance's Inner Alliance disciple, Mu Yun. She's a genius with heavenly sage aptitude. This time, he's here to complete a mission to refine a heaven-grade celestial pill. Therefore, he'll be taking the test with a few Earth-grade celestial alchemists. As soon as Su Xiran finished speaking, everyone's gaze immediately fell on Mu Yun. He is Mu Yun? A genius with heavenly sage aptitude? A genius with heavenly sage aptitude? That's just an undeserved reputation. Do you know that a few years ago, I heard that this fellow had only entered the first level of the Triple Tower to undergo a trial? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Is that true? Red level? Aren't the last few people in our Triple Heavenly Alliance able to enter the red level? That's right. Everyone looked at each other and began to discuss spiritedly. At this moment, Xianxia was feeling indignant. The Triple Tower did indeed determine one's level based on talent. However, that was not the case entirely, these people really deserved to be scolded. However, just as Xianxia was about to take a step forward, an arm pulled her back. Mu Yun shook her head and said in a low voice, it's just an undeserved reputation. But, Xianxia was about to speak, but at this moment, Su Xiran turned around and saw Mu Yun grabbing Xianxia's slender hand with his own. He was instantly enraged. He could not wait to chop off Mu Yun's hand. Grandmaster Mu, let's begin. Su Xiran looked at Mu Yun and smiled faintly. No problem. At this moment, there were 4 other people who were undergoing the trial with Mu Yun. These 4 people were all Earth-rank prominent celestial alchemists. They looked at Mu Yun with disdain. Putting aside the fact that Mu Yun's heavenly sage aptitude was a disgrace in the Triple Tower, they were competing in alchemy. They had all been immersed in alchemy for hundreds or thousands of years. How could Mu Yun compare to them? At this moment, 2 figures walked out from the back of the great hall. One of them was an old man in a white alchemy robe. His aura was unfathomable. The other person was Ren Yen. Greetings, Grandmaster Ren Xiao. Everyone bowed when they saw the old man. Xianxia said through her soul, the Extreme Elixir Pavilion is managed by my second uncle, Chen Tiannan. I know that there are 3 great alchemists in the Extreme Elixir Pavilion. One of them is Grandmaster Ren Xiao, a profound rank prominent celestial alchemist. In the celestial world, alchemy pills were considered celestial pills. And celestial pill in the lower realm would definitely be fought over by countless lesser realms. In the celestial world, there were human rank, earth rank, and heaven rank celestial pills. Above heaven rank celestial pills were profound rank celestial pills. In the celestial world, celestial pills were divided into 3 grades: low rank, middle rank, and high rank. A profound rank celestial alchemist was indeed highly sought after in a silver rank force. In fact, a heaven rank celestial alchemist was an elder in a silver rank force, let alone a profound rank celestial alchemist. Therefore, Su Xiren had the right to be proud of himself for becoming a heaven rank celestial alchemist at such a young age. Countless disciples in the inner union begged him to refine pills for them. "Xiren, you're here to help again." Grandmaster Ren Xiao narrowed his eyes and smiled when he saw Su Xiren. "It's my honor to help Grandmaster Ren. Moreover, Ren Yan and I are good brothers. This little help is nothing." Su Xiren immediately smiled respectfully. Good, good. I didn't misjudge you." Grandmaster Ren Xiao seemed to like Su Xiren very much. He laughed and said, "Since that's the case, I'll oversee the assessment. You can go through the procedures." "Yes." Su Xiren turned around with a smile on his face and looked at Mu Yun. The first 4 people were all going to become heaven-rank celestial alchemists, but he did not know about Mu Yun. "Mu Yun, what grade of celestial alchemist are you going to take the assessment? Is it low rank, middle rank, or high rank celestial alchemist?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yun knew that this guy was not giving up. "Heaven rank celestial alchemist," Mu Yun said slowly. Wow, upon hearing this, the surrounding people looked at Mu Yun in surprise. This guy was too good at bragging, right? Heaven rank celestial alchemist. How much effort did one have to put in to become a heaven rank celestial alchemist? When Ren Xiao heard this, his originally calm eyes suddenly opened at this moment. He stared at Mu Yun and sized her up. Young people nowadays, after all, Ren Xiao was one of the 3 great celestial alchemists. He did not say anything, but he sighed in his heart. In his eyes, Mu Yun was already labeled as a bad person. "Alright, since that's the case, let's begin the assessment." Su Xiren sneered in his heart. He originally thought that Mu Yun was only going to refine low-rank heaven-rank celestial alchemist pills. He did not expect this guy to seek his own death. He could not be blamed for this. Su Xiren looked at Ren Yan. When he saw Ren Yan's relieved expression, Su Xiren smiled slightly. The assessment began. The first step was to assess the celestial alchemist's knowledge of medicinal herbs. Suddenly, 5 scrolls appeared in front of the 5 of them. A medicinal herb appeared on each of the scrolls. These medicinal herbs are all heaven-rank medicinal herbs. If you want to become a heaven-rank celestial alchemist, you naturally have to expand your knowledge of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, if a divine herb is placed in front of you and you can't recognize it, that would be a joke. Su Xiren looked at the 4 people in front of him and said, "Each of you has to recognize 100 medicinal herbs. If you make a mistake, you will fail the assessment." When these words came out, no one was surprised. An alchemist's knowledge of medicinal herbs had to reach an unforgettable level. Otherwise, if they made a mistake, it would destroy a pill and their own reputation. The first 4 people began to recognize medicinal herbs. At this moment, a scroll appeared in front of Mu Yun. "Master Mu, to become a heaven-rank celestial alchemist, you need to recognize 1,000 medicinal herbs. If you make a mistake, you will be a joke." "I know." Seeing Su Xiren smile, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Recognize medicinal herbs. As the only disciple of the number 1 celestial alchemist in the celestial world, Meng Zimo, Mu Yun's head was almost broken by his master in this aspect in his previous life. If he dared to make a mistake in recognizing medicinal herbs, Meng Zimo would not let him make a mistake. According to Meng Zimo, as my disciple, even if you are an immortal king that terrifies the heavens, you have to refine pills step by step. If you make a mistake, it doesn't matter if you lose face, but I can't afford to lose face. As the number 1 celestial alchemist, Meng Zimo was even more famous. It was said that in the entire celestial world, there were only unborn divine herbs and divine medicines. There were no divine herbs and divine medicines that Meng Zimo did not recognize. No one in the entire celestial world dared to doubt this sentence. The number one celestial alchemist was not bragging. In that case, let's begin. Su Xiren's heart was filled with pride. At this moment, Ren Yan was in front of him, gradually unfolding the scroll. 9 Pro Red Grass. Fallen Cassia Lotus. Immortal Spirit Embryo Flower. As the human figure unfolded the scroll, Mu Yun called out the names almost one by one. Gradually, Ren Yan had no choice but to speed up and unfold the scroll. This was because Mu Yun answered the names of the medicinal herbs on the scroll too quickly. Just as he unfolded the scroll, on the other side, Mu Yun had already reported her name. During this period of time, Mu Yun did not stop speaking at an astonishing speed. Senior brother. Mu Yun looked at Ren Yan's appearance of constantly unfolding the scroll and said slowly, "This is too slow." What? Ren Yan was shocked. It's too slow for you to unfold the scroll like this. Why don't you just show me all the medicinal herbs and I'll say the names one by one? Ren Yan was instantly annoyed. The other 4 examinees were hesitating over a dozen medicinal herbs and did not dare to casually say them out loud. However, Mu Yun had already answered hundreds of medicinal herbs. This guy, recognizing medicinal herbs was like recognizing beauties, accurate and fast. As you wish. Ren Yan also lost his temper. He immediately took a step forward and unfolded the scroll in his hand layer by layer. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What do you mean? Snow Soul Red Lotus, Purple Light Immortal Fruit, 9 Spirits Playing Pearl Fruit, Summer Thousand Slender Grass. Mu Yun looked at those medicinal pills and immediately called out the names one by one. Su Xiren and Ren Yan had no choice but to bitterly admit that Mu Yun called out the names of those medicinal herbs faster than they could compare them. How did this guy do it? In one breath, Mu Yun called out the names of almost all the medicinal herbs. Yeah. Jin Yuzhu was extremely excited when she saw this scene. Mu Yun's performance was really too outstanding, and it made her extremely excited. This guy was actually so proficient in medicinal herbs. At this moment, Su Xiren's face darkened. He wanted to punish Mu Yun, but now, Mu Yun's performance was actually very outstanding. How hateful. Seeing this scene, the crowd looked at one another. They were all extremely surprised. Mu Yun was so familiar with medicinal herbs, Ren Yan's expression also became more and more strange. This fellow wasn't just putting on a show. He really had the ability to do so. This was very terrifying. He looked at Su Xiren and found that Su Xiren was indeed angry at this moment. Immediately, he did not dare to speak again and stood in front of Mu Yun obediently. However, when Mu Yun was identifying the immortal herbs, immortal medicines, and immortal fruits like a river, she was stunned when she saw the last dozens of medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs. No, to be precise, these medicinal herbs were not medicinal herbs that heaven-stage alchemists could come into contact with. Mu Yun paused for a moment. Why did you stop? Ren Yan had a smile on his face at this moment as he looked at Mu Yun with a cunning aura. Aren't you very powerful? Continue to identify these medicinal herbs, Ren Yan sneered in his heart. When Su Xiren told him before, he was already prepared. He originally thought that this preparation would not be necessary, but he did not expect Mu Yun to be so proficient in medicinal herbs. Fortunately, he deliberately prepared many medicinal herbs that surpassed heaven-stage pills for Mu Yun to identify. No matter how awesome this guy was, it was impossible for him to identify these medicinal herbs. Mu Yun's gaze landed on Ren Yan, but she smiled slightly. 100-leaf immortal grass. Bitter Roman flower. Spiritual Four Hearts grass. Mu Yun spoke again. Mu Yun was still as fast as before. However, at this moment, Su Xiren was Lady Mu. How did this guy do it? These medicinal herbs could not be recognized by a heaven-stage immortal alchemist alone. What he found were all rare herbs, but Mu Yun was able to identify them step by step. It was simply unbelievable. You. Ren Yan looked at Mu Yun, and his fingers couldn't help but tremble. This guy was godly. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about the shock in this fellow's heart. Is it? did you get all of them? Mu Yun by Ren Yan by Yun by House Time. Yayin NN Studios. Ren Yan was stunned and couldn't help but ask bitterly. This was something that couldn't be helped. Mu Yun had answered correctly, so what else could he do? Su Ziren looked at Ren Yan with an indifferent expression. Trash too. Su Ziren cursed in his heart and put on a smile on his face. Brother Mu, you are indeed proficient in the Tao of medicinal herbs. However, alchemy is all about knowing how and why. I wonder if Brother Mu knows the names of these medicinal herbs and their effects. Su Ziren smiled slightly. Next, let's begin the second test. Tell me the effects of these medicinal herbs. As soon as Su Ziren finished speaking, Chen Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun and shouted, Mu Yun, do your best. Mu Yun nodded when she saw the excited smile on Chen Yuzhu's face. He roughly understood why Su Ziren was hostile to him. However, he wanted to see how Su Ziren would make things difficult for him. At this moment, 2 of the 4 Earth-stage immortal alchemists who were taking the test with Mu Yun had made mistakes in identifying the medicinal herbs and lost the chance to take the test. In the vast immortal world, there were thousands of types of medicinal herbs. Many of them looked similar with only slight differences. If one was not careful and made a mistake, the result would be completely different. One had to know the medicinal herbs' names and effects. The second test tested one's knowledge of the medicinal herbs' effects. This time, Mu Yun had to state the effects of the medicinal herbs. There were hundreds of medicinal herbs placed in front of her. Mu Yun walked to the first medicinal herb. Purple caltrop 4-leaf flower. Its flower buds are purple and its surface changes. The buds are poisonous. When refining pills, the buds have to be completely removed. 100-spirit heart fruit. It grows on the 100-spirit fiery qilin tree. It blooms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit once every 10,000 years. The fruit is blood red like a heart. It can, chlamydia cotton ball algae. This algae can be ground up and added to pills to neutralize the energy. It can also be ground up and used to clean pill furnaces. Its effects are remarkable. Once again, Mu Yun spoke eloquently, one by one. Wait. However, just as Mu Yun was speaking, Ren Yan suddenly held up a pen and paper and interrupted Mu Yun. What was going on? Did she make a mistake? Everyone's hearts were in their mouths when they saw this. Mu Yun's smooth and fluent answers delighted them. Could it be that he was wrong? You. Speak slower. I haven't checked if your answer is correct. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Mu Yun's speed was too fast, and Ren Yan could not keep up. Ren Yan's face turned red when he heard the snickers of the people around him. It was very embarrassing. Su Ziren stood at the side. Veins were already popping out on his arms under his sleeves. This guy made people want to beat him up just by looking at him. Okay, I'll slow down. Mu Yun smiled slightly. As expected, the medicinal herbs here were also beyond the scope of a heaven-grade celestial alchemist's knowledge. Those were medicinal herbs that were only used to refine profound-grade celestial pills. Mu Yun did not point it out. Not to mention profound-grade celestial pills, he could even recognize soul-grade celestial pills. He did not care about this little trouble at all. Instead of pointing it out, he could let Ren Yan and Su Ziren understand what level of cultivation the person they wanted to make things difficult for was at in alchemy. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, Mu Yun exhaled slightly. Is it over? Mu Yun looked at Ren Yan and asked. It's over. Ren Yan was stunned again. They were all correct. At the very least, Mu Yun's analysis of every single herb was perfect. This kind of understanding was astonishing. Did this guy sleep with the alchemy book in his arms every day? Other than his grandfather Ren Xiao and the other 2 great celestial alchemists, no one in the entire elixir pavilion could recognize these medicinal herbs. However, Mu Yun recognized all of them. At this moment, the remaining 2 celestial alchemists who participated in the assessment with Mu Yun failed. In the end, Mu Yun accompanied the 4 of them to take the assessment. However, none of them passed. Instead, Mu Yun passed the first 2 rounds of the assessment. The last round tested one's true ability, alchemy. Mu Yun, you need to pass the assessment to become a heaven-grade celestial alchemist. Therefore, there are 10 types of celestial pills here. You can choose any 3 of them and prepare the medicinal herbs. As long as you succeed in refining all of them, you will pass the assessment. Su Xiren said with a fake smile, if you fail to refine any of the 3 types of pills, you will not pass the assessment. However, as long as you pass the assessment, you will become a heaven-grade celestial alchemist in the Elixir Pavilion of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. You will be able to refine celestial pills for the sect and earn points. I got it. Mu Yun nodded and looked in front of her. A stone slab appeared in front of her. 10 faint golden rays of light appeared on the stone slab. However, the words on the faint golden rays of light were blocked by a force. Mu Yun walked forward and casually revealed the names of the 3 types of pills. 100 Orifices Heart Cleansing Pill. 9 Infants Celestial Pill. Soul Gathering Spirit Pill. The names of the 3 types of pills appeared suddenly. Upon seeing the 3 types of pills, Grandmaster Ren Xiao, who had been keeping his eyes closed, gradually opened his eyes. 9 Infants Celestial Pill. Isn't this a dark grade celestial pill? Ren Xiao muttered softly. Ren Xiao's gaze fell on his grandson as though he was looking for an answer. Seeing his grandfather's gaze, Ren Yan immediately said through his soul, Grandfather, we can determine the grade of the 9 Infants Celestial Pill based on the number of cavities. 3 cavities are low-grade heaven grade, 5 cavities are middle-grade heaven grade, 7 cavities are high-grade heaven grade, and 9 cavities are low-grade heaven grade. Mu Yun will be considered to have completed the assessment if she can refine 7 cavities. Don't use this type of pill in the next assessment. Although we can determine the grade of an alchemist, there are too many uncertainties with this type of pill. It's easy to make mistakes. Yes. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the 3 types of pills and smiled slightly. The medicinal herbs were all on the medicine rack. Mu Yun began to choose the medicinal herbs. She looked at the entire medicine rack and began to prepare in an orderly manner. At this moment, no one had any interest in leaving. They came here to watch the alchemists who were stronger than them refine pills. Now that they could see it, they naturally wanted to learn as much as possible. Mu Yun did not care at all at this moment. These 3 types of pills were not a problem for her at all. At this moment, Su Xiren was looking at Mu Yun with a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. He really wanted to see how Mu Yun would complete the assessment this time. The first 2 assessments could only be considered theoretical. One would be able to pass as long as they moved their lips and had a good memory. However, this assessment tested one's ability to operate. One had to have sufficient means to pass. Su Xiren did not believe that Mu Yun would be so good at operating since she was so knowledgeable in the theory of medicinal herbs. At this moment, Mu Yun was already prepared. She turned around and looked at everyone. However, looking at the cauldron in front of her, Mu Yun frowned. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with it? Ren Yan saw Mu Yun frown and sneered. This is an assessment. Of course, I can't give you a very good cauldron. I can only give you the most basic cauldron. I guarantee that you won't fail because of the cauldron. No. However, just as Ren Yan finished speaking, Mu Yun smiled and said, Why is there only one cauldron? As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Mu Yun in surprise. What did this guy mean? What do you mean? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios 3 furnaces at the same time, isn't one cauldron enough for you? Don't tell me you want to explode your pill? Su Xiren looked at Mu Yun and sneered. This guy had thought of everything. He had even thought of a backup plan. Mu Yun, if you explode your pill, it will be considered a failure. I won't give you a second chance, Su Xiren said indifferently. I know. Mu Yun said matter-of-factly. But what I mean is, 3 types of pills require 3 cauldrons to refine. Why is there only one cauldron? What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone felt that this guy was crazy. Su Xiren and Ren Yan looked at each other, and their faces immediately turned sullen. This guy actually wanted 3 cauldrons. Refining 3 types of pills at the same time, he must be crazy. Eh? Hearing this, Grandmaster Ren Xiao, who had his eyes closed, opened them at this moment. Give him 3 cauldrons. Yes. Su Xiren did not dare to disobey Grandmaster Ren Xiao's order. He immediately ordered people to bring 2 more cauldrons. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that it was even more interesting. Mu Yun actually wanted to refine 3 cauldrons at the same time. It was extremely difficult to refine 3 cauldrons at the same time. Was Mu Yun crazy? Mu Yun, Xianxia was also worried at this moment. Although she was not an immortal alchemist, she knew that immortal pills gathered the immortal qi of heaven and earth and condensed the pure essence of medicinal herbs into a single pill. This process could be described in one sentence. However, it was extremely difficult to refine it. Generally, for an immortal alchemist, refining 3 cauldrons of the same pill at the same time was very risky, let alone refining 3 types of pills at the same time. This was refining pills, not a joke. It's fine. Mu Yun cast a reassuring smile at this moment and said slowly, since some people want to see my alchemy realm, I will let them understand that in this world, there are some people that they will never be able to surpass. As Mu Yun finished speaking, she slowly raised both of her hands. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 3 flames were painful. The scorching aura caused the temperature in the hall to rise. At this very moment, Mu Yun's face was being roasted by the fiery red flames. Xianxia, who was standing to the side, was momentarily stunned. A serious man is really handsome. Xianxia's face turned red from smiling. She didn't know if it was due to the overheating of the flame or the excitement in her heart. On the other side, Su Xiren and Ren Yan were both stunned. Heavenly fire, immortal alchemists like them were all too familiar with this aura. Heavenly fire. Other than heavenly flames, what else could emit such an aura? The 2 of them looked at each other, their hearts turning to ashes. No wonder Mu Yun had always been so confident. With the heavenly fire in her body and her familiarity with medicinal herbs, was Mu Yun really unable to do it? No matter how he looked at it now, Mu Yun was not a rookie. It was very likely that she was an alchemy master, a heaven stage alchemy master. Damn it. At this moment, Su Xiren clenched his fists tightly. His aura fluctuated as he became increasingly irritable. Ren Yan smiled bitterly at the side and said, forget it, this guy might not be that simple, forget it? Su Xiren growled in a low voice. He didn't succeed. He was the one who wanted to open all 3 furnaces at the same time. If he fails, he still won't pass. Su Xiren could not bear it. He had spent hundreds of years to become a heaven stage alchemy master, and a low-grade one at that. However, this Mu Yun was actually a heaven stage superior grade alchemy master. There was a middle grade alchemy master between them. How big was the gap between them? He refused to accept it. At this moment, Ren Yan smiled bitterly. At this moment, no matter how he looked at it, Mu Yun did not look like she would fail. On the contrary, Su Xiren was too stubborn. Mu Yun had taken the initiative to open all 3 furnaces at the same time. Was she looking for trouble for herself? At this moment, Mu Yun had already started refining pills. She started the fire, controlled the temperature, and threw in the medicinal herbs. She looked meticulous. At this moment, her heart had completely calmed down. His master had once told him that regardless of alchemist or immortal alchemy master's level, if one's heart was not calm when refining pills, everything would be in vain. Even in front of an army of 10,000, one had to be calm and collected. To an immortal alchemy master, one's state of mind was the most important. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the flames parted. At this moment, Master Ren Xiao, who was sitting at the side, opened his eyes again. This little fellow. So she has a heavenly fire. Master Ren Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw Mu Yun's actions. As Mu Yun's steps gradually began, the surprise in Ren Xiao's eyes had turned into shock. This, Mu Yun's technique, every step of refining pills, and the minute handling of the ingredients looked really mysterious. It wasn't that there was anything particularly amazing about it, but that every detail was handled perfectly. Ren Xiao was even more surprised when he saw this scene. Mu Yun's methods did not seem like that of a newcomer to alchemy. Instead, she seemed like an old fellow who had been immersed in alchemy for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. She was experienced, accurate, and meticulous. It was really rare for a heaven stage immortal alchemy master to have such a performance. Ren Xiao looked at Mu Yun and was even more surprised. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about these things. To open 3 furnaces at the same time, One had to ensure that one could not only do 3 things at the same time, but also 3 things at the same time. Was it difficult? Difficult, however, Mu Yun was confident that she could do it. Now, it was not a problem for her to refine profound stage immortal pills, let alone heaven stage immortal pills. However, she did not want to be so shocking. In the tripolar heavenly alliance, she only wanted to cultivate honestly and enter the 9 immortal pavilion when she had the chance. Then, she would enter the 33 heavenly sword sects from the 9 immortal pavilion, therefore, it would be enough to show some of her strength and let those rascals know. Mu Yun had made up her mind to do so. With a wave of her hand, the flames and temperature dropped. Mu Yun's actions became more and more subtle and cautious. At the same time, waves of pill fragrance appeared in the pill furnaces. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was stabilizing. Suddenly, the heavenly fire retreated. An inexplicable aura suddenly appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. However, that aura quietly disappeared. At this moment, the 3 pill furnaces began to gradually stabilize. It's done? Yes. Mu Yun nodded. Suzerain exhaled and said, in that case, let's open the pill. Wait. However, Mu Yun suddenly spoke at this moment. Hearing Mu Yun shout, Suzerain immediately looked at Mu Yun meaningfully. Wait, what's there to wait for? Could it be that this guy failed in refining the pill? Suzerain's heart, which had already given up, became active again. Mu Yun, didn't you already succeed in refining the pill? Why are you still waiting? Could it be that your pill failed? Suzerain looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. If you fail, you fail. It's not something to be ashamed of. If you don't pass the assessment this time, there will be a next time. Who said I failed? Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, the pill refinement is indeed completed. However, if you want a perfect pill, now is not the time to open the pill furnace. Suzerain, you're also a heaven-stage celestial alchemist. Although you're only a heaven-stage celestial alchemist, you should know the importance of controlling the heat when refining some pills. Some pills are suitable to be refined directly, while some pills require the pill fragrance to be condensed for the final step. You should know this, right? Of course I know. Suzerain secretly scolded himself for being stupid. He was too anxious, which was why he said those words. However, when he saw Mu Yun's calm expression, as if she had everything in her hands, his heart ached. When he saw Mu Yun, he could not calm down no matter how hard he tried. You can open the pill now. Mu Yun smiled faintly at this moment, and there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. This smile was full of disdain for Suzerain. This guy was a disciple of the Su family and a heaven-stage celestial alchemist. He was famous and was considered a genius in the Triji Heavenly Alliance. However, he just had to find trouble with Suzerain. Mu Yun did not mind. When Suzerain put his face in front of her, she gave him a hard slap. At this moment, Suzerain only felt his body tremble. Damn it, this is really despicable, Suzerain roared in his heart. His hatred for Mu Yun had reached the deepest level. For so many years, his relationship with Chen Yuzhu was neither close nor distant, but he had always been careful to protect her. However, Chen Yuzhu was on good terms with him and had never looked him in the eye. However, now, she was so considerate and caring towards Mu Yun. She had taken a liking to Mu Yun. Suzerain was very unhappy. What did Mu Yun have? What was she? Compared to his identity as a disciple of the Su family, she was not worth mentioning. With resentment, Suzerain walked to the pill furnace and opened it. 100 Orifices Heart-Cleansing Pill. Suzerain opened the pill lid in the first pill furnace. The 100 Orifices Mind-Cleansing Pill was not the best among the high-grade heaven-tier pills. It could only be said to be average. The most important effect of this pill was to help celestial immortal realm martial artists strengthen their cohesion. It was a kind of improvement to a martial artist's state of mind. When the pill furnace opened, a burst of pill fragrance wafted out. The medicinal herbs prepared were only enough for one pill. Therefore, at this moment, a round green pill appeared in the pill furnace. The moment they saw the pill, the few people present all secretly evaluated it. Although they did not know the quality of this pill, they could tell that it was not bad by looking at its appearance. However, appraising an immortal pill was not about its appearance. Let me take a look. At this moment, Master Ren Xiu slowly stood up and looked at the pill in Su Xiren's hand. It was fragrant, elegant, round, and transparent. Ren Xiu took a look and nodded. A finished product. Hearing this, Su Xiren only felt his body tremble. What Mu Yun refined was actually a finished product. Damn it, the second pill was the soul-gathering beauty spirit pill. This pill was used for celestial immortal realm martial artists to condense their true soul. This pill was especially suitable for 9th stage celestial immortal realm martial artists to condense their true soul and preserve their youth. On the long road of cultivation, some people could only break through a realm after hundreds of years, while others could break through a realm in a few days. This was the difference. As for becoming an immortal, it was for the sake of not being bullied and for the sake of immortality. However, who did not want to have a good appearance before they lived forever? This soul-gathering beauty spirit pill could also guarantee that a 9th stage celestial immortal realm martial artist's body would change when they broke through to the profound immortal realm. An old man who originally looked old could even become a handsome young man. Especially for women, this pill was very popular. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 9 holes. At this moment, Grandmaster Ren Xiu took the initiative to step forward. He picked up the pill and placed it in his mouth. It's a finished product. Su Xiren's expression darkened when he heard this. The 100 Orifices heart-cleansing pill and soul-gathering beauty spirit pill were both finished products. Was the 9 infants celestial pill also a finished product? Su Xiren did not want to think about it. If she succeeded, Mu Yun would have passed the test and become a heaven-rank prominent alchemist. She would be 2 ranks higher than him. At that time, Qin Yuzhu would look down on him even more. 9 infants celestial pill. Su Xiren was about to step forward and open the cauldron when Grandmaster Ren Xiu stepped forward. Xiren, step back. I'll refine the pill. Yes. Su Xiren's expression darkened. Although Grandmaster Ren Xiu did not praise Mu Yun, the fact that he said it was a finished product was the greatest compliment. According to Master Ren Xiu, the evaluation of the pills refined by ordinary disciples was only so, passable, or ordinary. If Grandmaster Ren Xiu said it was a finished product, it meant the pill was good enough. At this moment, Grandmaster Ren Xiu stood in front of the cauldron and opened it. A group of alchemists suddenly appeared. It was the 9 infants celestial pill. Grandmaster Ren Xiu reached his hand into the cauldron and took out the pill. Eh? However, what made people curious was that Master Ren Xiu let out a bewildered cry when he held the pill in his hand. What's going on? Su Xiren's interest was piqued. Did the 9 infants celestial pill fail? Perfect. However, Grandmaster Ren Xiu's words turned Su Xiren's hopes into disappointment. Perfect? How good is the pill if Grandmaster Ren Xiu said it's perfect? Su Xiren's gaze shifted to Grandmaster Ren Xiu's hand. A round pill was lying in Grandmaster Ren Xiu's hand. Su Xiren's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Although he hated Mu Yun, he was still an alchemist after all. He had a natural love for pills. When Su Xiren saw the 9-headed infant celestial pill in Master Ren Xiu's hands, he praised it from the bottom of his heart. Perfect, indeed, from all aspects, there was nothing wrong with this pill. Moreover, the fragrance of the pill was only faint. It wasn't that strong, but it didn't lack a bewildering fragrance either. For the first time, Su Xiren felt intoxicated. He was intoxicated by a single pill. At this moment, Su Xiren felt extremely happy. Human, however, at this moment, Ren Yan was constantly pulling Su Xiren as he called out to him. Suddenly, Su Xiren woke up from his drunken stupor, only to see that he had climbed onto Grandmaster Ren Xiu's body. Su Xiren's face immediately flushed red, and he hurriedly turned around. Not bad. Ren Xiu looked at Mu Yun and nodded. You've passed the test. From today onwards, you can refine heaven-grade immortal pills in the Elixir Pavilion. You can even try refining mystic-grade immortal pills. What? Hearing this, Su Xiren was stunned. He could even give a profound-grade immortal pill a try. How could this be? Mu Yun had only passed the test for a heaven-grade immortal pill, not a mystic-grade immortal pill. How could he let her try the mystic-grade immortal pill? Grandmaster Ren Xiu, Suzerain said, Mu Yun only passed the Heaven-grade Immortal Pill Master test. A Mystic-grade Immortal Pill is different from a Heaven-grade Immortal Pill. How could I not know? Ren Xiao looked at Suzerain and frowned. Take a look. What grade is this 9 infants Immortal Pill in my hand? Only then did Suzerain take a look and count all the pill cavities on the 9 infants Immortal Pill. 9 cavities, low-grade Mystic-grade Immortal Pill. Suzerain was stunned. Earlier, he was only focused on the 9 infants Immortal Pill. Only now did he realize that this pill had 7 cavities and 9 cavities, which meant it was a low-grade Mystic-grade Immortal Pill. Mu Yun had actually refined a low-grade Mystic-grade Immortal Pill. Damn it. Damn it. Suzerain's heart was no longer filled with excitement. Thank you, Grandmaster Ren. Mu Yun cupped her fists and smiled. His most important goal was to pass the test and complete missions in the Elixir Pavilion. He wanted to earn points and enter the Three Extremes Tower again. He really did not want to cause such a big commotion. It was just that Suzerain and Ren Yan were targeting him too much. Ren Xiao looked at Mu Yun, nodded, and left the main hall. Grandpa, Ren Yan hurriedly followed after him. Suzerain was dumbfounded. He did not know what to say. At this moment, Grandmaster Ren Xiao left, and Ren Yan followed after him. Grandmaster Ren Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Grandpa, little Yan, were you deliberately making things difficult for Mu Yun? Grandpa, I didn't, you're still denying it? Grandmaster Ren Xiao snorted. You took out the herbs needed to refine a Mystic-grade Immortal Pill during the Heaven-grade Immortal Pill Master test. Do you think I'm senile? Grandpa, Suzerain asked me to do it. I had no choice. If he asked you to die, would you have done it? Ren Xiao immediately cursed. Mu Yun is a heavenly saint who was pulled into the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance by the 3 alliance leaders. Do you have to go against him? Ren Yan's expression turned gloomy. Grandpa, Mu Yun doesn't have any heavenly saint aptitude. He only entered the first level of the Three Extremes Tower a few years ago. You don't know shit. Ren Xiao immediately cursed. Do you know what these 3 pills in my hand represent? Ren Xiao took out 3 immortal pills and shouted, Can you tell what's different about these 3 pills? Looking at the pills in his grandpa's hand, Ren Yan muttered, It's nothing. 2 heaven-grade immortal pills and 1 mystic-grade immortal pill, slap. Slap, Ren Yan's heart was filled with bitterness when he heard the slaps. Of course you can't tell. You're just an earth-grade celestial alchemist. You haven't even reached the heavenly realm. Even a mystic-grade celestial alchemist wouldn't be able to tell. Ren Yan was even more puzzled. Grandpa, how did you know? However, he could only say this in his mind. From today onwards, don't do anything that has to do with Mu Yun. It's important to have a good relationship with Suzerain, but you can't be enemies with Mu Yun. If you offend her again in the future, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to die, you can die yourself. Master Ren Xiao turned around and left after he finished speaking. At the same time, Mu Yun left the Elixir Pavilion under Qin Yuzhu's lead. After passing the assessment today, she would start refining pills tomorrow. Let's go. I'll treat you to a feast. You're treating me? Mu Yun was stunned. She smiled and said, Don't tell me you want me to pay for you? Am I that stingy? Qin Yuzhu said unhappily. Let's celebrate you passing the Heaven Prominent Celestial Alchemist assessment. Moreover, you found a way to earn points. All right. Mu Yun smiled. He had expected to pass the Heaven Prominent Celestial Alchemist assessment, so there was nothing to be surprised about. However, it seemed like he would have to work hard to earn points during this period of time. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The two of them chatted as they walked on the main road of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang in front of him. A few figures hurriedly cleared the way. Disciples, make way. The 3 holy envoys of the Biluo Huangquan school have come to visit. Inner disciples, make way. Numerous figures rang out as the crowd was forced to move to the sides of the road. Gradually, more than a dozen figures slowly walked toward them from behind. There were 3 people in the lead. One of them had white hair and a gloomy aura. The person on the left had a slight sword scar on his face, making him look ghostly. The person on the right was tall and had an unusual aura. The crowd immediately parted when they saw the three of them. The people behind them were all dressed in black robes with black veils covering their faces. They looked terrifying. The Biluo Huangquan school, Mu Yun frowned slightly. Why were the people from the Biluo Huangquan school here? As far as she knew, the Biluo Huangquan school should have nothing to do with the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. These guys are truly worthy of being from the Yellow Spring sect. Yellow Spring, each and every one of them looks like they came from the Yellow Spring. Xianxia muttered to herself. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance and the Biluo Huangquan school have something to do with each other? Mu Yun was puzzled. Of course. Xianxia smiled and said, when the war started, the Yellow River sect said they would cooperate with us. Father and the others didn't expect the Yellow River sect to be able to beat the Extreme King's family so badly that they couldn't fight back. Mu Yun was even more puzzled. Why would the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance ally with such a faction? Moreover, she believed that the Netherworld sect could bring them benefits. Let's go. I'm drooling just thinking about the delicious food. Xianxia urged. These are all the considerations of father and the others. It has nothing to do with us. Okay. Mu Yun did not think too much and turned to leave. However, all of a sudden, a gaze seemed to pierce through the crowd and land on his body. However, when Mu Yun suddenly turned around, that feeling suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the white-haired Lu Yixiu narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Is it him?" Huang Fuke, who had a sword scar on his face, nodded and said, "It should be." Meng Jia smiled sinisterly. Can't this kid see anything different? I don't understand what the Great Hell King and the others are thinking. Be careful with your words. Lu Yixiu suddenly said. The Great Hell King's thoughts are not something we can figure out. We just need to do what we are ordered to do. I'm just saying, Meng Jia licked his lips and smiled sinisterly. At this moment, Mu Yun had a bad premonition in her heart. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, the Royal Family, the Purple Phoenix Tower, and the Heavenly Mountain Villa were at war. Meanwhile, the Biluo Huangquan school had squeezed out the Royal Family and become the fifth silver faction under the Nine Immortal Pavilion. It only took a few years. Most importantly, he did not understand what the Biluo Huangquan school was trying to do. First, they relied on him to establish a common iron faction under the Heaven Sword Tower. Now, they had become a silver faction. The difference between them was too big. Could it be? A crazy thought appeared in Mu Yun's mind. Thinking of this, Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. Yes, it was very possible. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio with elixir veins. Although he was not sure, the Biluo Huangquan school had been dormant for 10,000 years. How could it be so simple? Mu Yun made up his mind and gradually calmed down. He hoped that he did not want to provoke such a huge existence. However, it was not impossible for them to become friends. After having a big meal with Xianxia, the two of them parted ways. Mu Yun returned to his mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain, Xia was sleeping lazily with his limbs facing the sky. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly thought that he was now a 9th grade heaven immortal. Should he be able to open another one of the 9 treasure boxes? As soon as he thought of this, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground beside Xia. In the Immortal Extermination painting, the 9 treasure boxes were still arranged in order. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking at the second treasure box. This time, he must open it. Mu Yun's mind was calm. He sat cross-legged on the ground and did not say a word. Time passed bit by bit. A full night had passed. The next day, the sun shone. Mu Yun's body was dripping with dew. Opening his eyes, Mu Yun slowly exhaled. However, when he opened his eyes, a mouth appeared in front of him. Mu Yun was immediately shocked. F***CK, Xia, what are you doing? Mu Yun stood up and looked at Xia, dumbfounded. I like women, not you. Woof woof. However, Xia barked wildly when he heard Mu Yun's words. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Mu Yun waved his hand and said, the second treasure box was opened, but this appeared. As Mu Yun spoke, a square box appeared in his hand. He couldn't tell what material the square wooden box was made of. However, it was extremely heavy in his hand. Mu Yun looked at Xia and said, "Is this wooden box useful to you?" However, the moment Xia saw the wooden box, his heart sank. He turned around and continued to lie on the ground, sleeping obediently. Mu Yun knew that this guy was probably disappointed. Playing with the square wooden box in her hands, Mu Yun was a little confused. This thing didn't even have a name. It was really hard to fathom. Most importantly, even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell what it was made of. This was very strange. The first box contained the Ashwolf seal. It was similar to the empty mountain seal he had obtained before, but its power was on a completely different level. But this time, the wooden box he obtained looked like a magical treasure, but he couldn't knock on the door. Mu Yun pondered for a long time, but could not come to a conclusion. Forget it, it's time to refine pills today. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she left the mountain and headed for the Elixir Pavilion. However, this time, Mu Yun headed to the Extreme Elixir Pavilion alone. Just as she arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Elixir Pavilion, a figure was waiting for her. A guy that Mu Yun would never have thought of. Ren Yen. Senior brother Mu. At this moment, Ren Yen cupped his hands and walked forward with a smile on his face. Why are you here? Looking at Ren Yen, Mu Yun was puzzled. Senior brother Mu, you're not familiar with the Extreme Elixir Pavilion. Today, Miss Chen didn't accompany you, so I'm here to take you through some necessary procedures. Ren Yen bowed and smiled. Looking at Ren Yan's strange appearance, Mu Yun was stunned. This guy was very quick to change the rudder. Mu Yun somewhat understood. Perhaps it was because of the pills she had refined previously. Could it be that Ren Xiao had noticed something? Senior brother Mu, this way please. Ren Yan led Mu Yun into the Extreme Elixir Pavilion. In our Extreme Elixir Pavilion, there are a total of more than 700 immortal alchemists. Most of them are human and earth immortal alchemists. Among them, there are about 100 heaven immortal alchemists, and only a dozen or so mystic immortal alchemists. There are no soul immortal alchemists. Ren Yen said slowly, so, senior brother Mu is now a heaven immortal alchemist, and a superior grade 1 at that. This is really unexpected. In the future, senior brother Mu's achievements will definitely be between the 3 grandmasters. Between the 2 grandmasters, Mu Yun smiled and shook her head. Her goal was not just the 3 grandmasters. Senior brother Mu, this will be the place where you will refine pills in the future. It is a heaven grade superior grade immortal cauldron specially prepared for you. As for the tasks, the sect will issue them step by step. Some pills are very scarce, so the sect will add in some necessities from time to time. Some pills will be used as reserves. If there is an urgent task, senior brother Mu can start with the emergency pills. If it is not urgent, senior brother Mu can refine these reserve pills on a daily basis. Of course, senior brother Mu can also refine other pills. The sect will reward you with points according to the situation. Ren Yan patiently gave Mu Yun pointers, sentence by sentence. Seeing Ren Yan's appearance, Mu Yun could not help but want to laugh. This guy, senior brother Mu, this is the alchemy apprentice that was specially prepared for you. At this moment, Ren Yan walked into the alchemy room. A delicate and pretty girl was standing there. Master. Mu, the girl was wearing a short green skirt. Her long hair was tied up in a ponytail and tied behind her head. She looked delicate and pretty, but her pair of long legs were exposed to the air. They were straight and white like jade. Greetings, Master Mu. My name is Yu. Mu Yun did not pay much attention to it. Senior brother Mu, since this is the case, I will take my leave first. As long as these pills are completed and handed over to the storeroom, they can be converted into points and added to your token. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun began to look around. In the huge alchemy room, everything was available, and there were many medicinal herbs. Mu Yun looked at Yu and said slowly, do you know how to refine pills? Ah? Yes, a little. Yu was stunned as if she did not expect Mu Yun to suddenly ask her this question. Do you understand how to deal with the medicinal herbs? I understand. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded and said, since that's the case, help me process some of the medicinal herbs and prepare some for me. Yes. Mu Yun did not like the company of an alchemy apprentice when he was refining pills. However, he could not refuse the elixir pavilion's arrangement. Putting his palms together and stretching, Mu Yun said slowly, "In that case, get ready to begin." "Yes." With that, Mu Yun stood in front of the alchemy furnace. The heavenly fire spread slightly, and Mu Yun carefully probed into the alchemy furnace. A sizzling sound was heard, and there was a sizzling sound in the alchemy furnace. As a wisp of heavenly fire was pulled back by Mu Yun, the specks of light in the heavenly fire gradually dissipated. Pale ash, to be precise, it seemed to be some dregs accumulated in the immortal cauldron. Generally speaking, it was impossible for an alchemist to perfectly consume all the medicinal herbs, so there would be some dregs left in the alchemy furnace. An ordinary immortal cauldron could clean it up by itself, but there would always be some residue that was difficult to remove. Mu Yun's action immediately made Yu Yu's eyes light up. Heavenly fire was the dream of every immortal alchemist. However, regardless of whether it was the lower realm or the immortal world, the existence of heavenly fire was rare and could only be found by chance. Since Mu Yun could subdue the heavenly fire, his alchemy path would definitely be much more open. If she saw the 4 heavenly fires in Mu Yun's body, she would probably be stunned at this moment. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not think of showing off anything. After cleaning up the pale ash, Mu Yun began to refine the immortal pill. "How is it?" At the same time, in the alchemy room, 2 figures stood with their hands behind their backs. One of them was Master Ren Xiu. Beside Master Ren Xiu was a middle-aged man. Not bad. Just by cleaning up the pale ash, it can be seen that this child's foundation is very solid. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white robe. He had a kind face, and his hair was slightly white. "Yes, this child is indeed not simple," Master Ren Xiu said with a chuckle. "However, Ren Xiu, you didn't ask me to come here just to watch this child refine pills, right?" "Of course not," Ren Xiu immediately said, "Continue to watch. This child's method is very strange. Moreover, the pills that he refined have pill veins." Pill veins. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was shocked. "Don't deceive me." Ren Xiu smiled bitterly. "Master Qiyu, how would I dare to deceive you? The 3 pills that this child refined all have pill veins. You should know better than me what this means." As Ren Xiu spoke, he took out the 3 pills that Mu Yun had refined previously. "Look carefully. Do these 3 pills all have pill veins?" As Master Ren Xiu spoke, he waved his hand. A faint halo suddenly appeared on the surface of the 3 pills that originally looked very calm. Qiyu was dumbfounded. Pill veins. Qiyu was a little excited. Since ancient times, in the entire immortal world, only the number 1 pill celestial, Meng Zimo, was able to refine immortal pills with pill veins. Moreover, it is said that this pill celestial Meng Zimo once obtained an ancient alchemy method. Every pill will have pill veins, Qiyu said slowly. Pill veins were not just beautiful. The most fundamental point was that pills with pill veins proved that the alchemist had used the medicinal ingredients prepared by him 100%. What kind of concept was this? Whether it was a human rank immortal alchemist or a soul rank immortal alchemist, it was almost impossible to fully use the medicinal ingredients prepared by them. However, in the immortal world, only Meng Zimo could make this impossible a reality. Until now, no one had been able to surpass this pill celestial. However, now, there was one in the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Although Mu Yun was only a heaven rank immortal alchemist now, she was still young. Mu Yun's bone age was only a little over 100 years old. In the immortal world, she was just a child. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was talented. What made Qiyu feel the most incredulous was that everyone said that pill celestial Meng Zimo was able to refine pills with pill veins because he had obtained an ancient mystical method. However, how did Mu Yun do it? "You're wrong." At this moment, Ren Xiu looked at Master Qiyu and said with a smile, "In the entire immortal world, Meng Zimo is not the only one who can do this. His disciple, the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun, can also do it." "You're saying that this guy..." Translator, Nyoibo Studio, can I not participate? What are you thinking about? However, Master Ren Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "The leader of the Cloud Alliance has been dead for more than 10,000 years. Everyone in the 10 major domains of the immortal world knows that he died long ago. This Mu Yun just has the same name." "That's true." Qiyu smiled and said, "However, a heaven-tier immortal alchemist who can refine immortal pills with pill veins has appeared in our Triple Heaven Alliance. This is simply a heaven-tier treasure." Yeah. The two Grandmasters were famous profound rank superior celestial alchemists in the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. Naturally, they understood what this meant. Meng Zimo was able to become the #1 alchemy celestial. First of all, this person's alchemy skills could be said to be able to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. Second of all, this alchemy celestial's pills all had pill veins. Pill veins didn't just mean that one had used up all the ingredients needed to concoct an immortal pill. The effect was even more miraculous. To be more precise, they would lose at least 10% of the medicinal ingredients needed to concoct a heaven-grade immortal pill. As for the immortal pellet, although it was also a heaven-rank immortal pellet, its effects were greatly reduced. If Meng Zimo were to refine immortal pills with pill veins, the effect would definitely be perfect. This was the difference. The two masters naturally understood what this period of time meant. It was one thing to understand, but the excitement of seeing an immortal alchemist who could refine pill veins was another. At this moment, Mu Yun naturally did not know how excited the two masters were. It was only to be expected that pill veins would appear on the immortal pills he refined. Under the guidance of his master in his previous life, he paid great attention to the details of alchemy. Moreover, Meng Zimo also requested that when he refined the pill veins would appear on his breath. Otherwise, it would be considered a failure. Therefore, Mu Yun's foundation was very solid. Coupled with the teachings of the #1 alchemy immortal, it was not a big deal for pill veins to appear. It could be said that every immortal pill he refined had pill veins. He was already used to this. However, this was a rare sight for the two masters. "Open the furnace," Mu Yun said slowly. In the alchemy room, the alchemy furnace opened, and an immortal pill overflowing with pill fragrance came out of the furnace. Seeing this scene, Yu Yu's face was filled with excitement. The pill fragrance made people feel relaxed and happy. Moreover, it was unknown what method Mu Yun used, but her pill refining speed was much faster than ordinary masters. This made Yu Yu even more curious. How did this young man, who looked almost the same as her, achieve this step? At this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to care about what this little girl was thinking. As they continued, the two grandmasters left. "How is it?" Ren Xiao looked at Qiyu and smiled. "Haha. What else can we do? Heavenly Saint Aptitude, it's Heavenly Saint Aptitude after all." However, Ren Xiao smiled and said, "This child will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. Being able to refine pill veins proves too many things. Not to mention his talent, just this old Taoist skill alone is enough to make this child's future potential limitless." "Yeah," Qiyu said bitterly, "there are some geniuses that you and I have to admit." "Alright. We're already so old. Don't be sad here." Ren Xiao laughed and said, "Since such a genius has appeared in Triji Heavenly Alliance, we should nurture him well. Also, I wonder how that little girl Chu Shui will react when she finds out about this." "Chu Shui?" At the mention of this name, Qiyu's expression turned strange. "I'm afraid that little girl will immediately look for Mu Yun." The two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly. Time passed day by day. Mu Yun refined immortal pills in the Elixir Pavilion in Triji Heavenly Alliance every day and began to steadily accumulate her points. The entire Triji Heavenly Alliance seemed rather peaceful. However, this peace was broken by a piece of news. As a silver rank force, Triji Heavenly Alliance became the leader of the silver rank forces in the entire Southern Sword region after the Great Battle of the 4 silver rank forces. As a silver rank force, it naturally had to constantly strengthen itself. The strength of the inner disciples was of utmost importance. The previous exploration of the sunken sea was set up for the outer league disciples. And this time, the trial for the inner league disciples was about to begin. In a restaurant in the inner city, Chen Yushu swallowed a piece of delicious barbecued meat and looked at Mu Yun with a smile. The location for the trial for the inner league disciples this time has been chosen. It is said to be up by Luo Celestial Mountain, but we don't know where exactly it is. Trial for the Inner League disciples? Can I not participate? Mu Yun asked. These trials were really troublesome. He had been refining immortal pills and accumulating points during this period of time. He only wanted to enter the level 3 pagoda. Moreover, he had been refining immortal pills recently, and the feeling that made him happy gradually appeared. The feeling of being addicted to refining immortal pills and being unable to extricate himself gradually appeared. Therefore, Mu Yun really did not want to participate in any trials now. However, since ancient times, there were only 3 ways for a sect to strengthen the strength of its disciples. The first was to supervise the inner disciples' cultivation and be fair in rewards and punishments. The second was to organize some challenge tournaments within the sect to stimulate the hearts of the disciples. The third was to go out for the trial and choose a place to place the inner disciples. Then, they would carry out some rewards and punishments. Mu Yun had participated in too many trials and challenge tournaments in both his previous and current lives. He was really mentally tired. Now, he did not need the supervision of the sect to ensure that his martial Dao heart was strong. Refining immortal pills was to improve, so was refining weapons, and so was refining formations. In his eyes, there was no difference. Not participating? Are you crazy? Looking at Mu Yun, Xianxia was shocked. The place chosen by the sect for this kind of trial is a good place. Moreover, there will be rich rewards and you can improve your strength. Why not participate? Xianxia looked at Mu Yun with a dumbfounded expression. Cough, cough, Mu Yun coughed and said, I'm just asking casually. When is the trial? Probably half a year later. Now, our Triple Heavenly Alliance has reached an agreement with the Biluo Huangquan School. It seems that the Biluo Huangquan School found a place in the Biluo Celestial Mountain. When the time comes, they will explain in detail. Okay. Mu Yun sighed and sighed helplessly. This was the only way. During this period of time, he had been refining immortal pills in the Elixir Pavilion during the day. Sometimes, it would take a few days or even more than 10 days to refine a single immortal pill. During his free time, he would study the square wooden box. The square wooden box did not look like the ash wolf seal. At least, he could see some clues about the ash wolf seal. However, he could not see any problems with the square wooden box. Moreover, Mu Yun had tried all the methods he could think of. However, the results were not good. This gave Mu Yun a headache. However, as the news of the trial spread, many disciples became more and more expectant. Right now, the entire Inner Alliance was discussing this matter. Some disciples were naturally no exception. At this moment, Xiao Hualin stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the figure in front of him. Congratulations, big brother Yulin, for breaking through to the profound immortal realm. This time, Mu Yun will definitely die. Xiao Hualin cupped his hands and said with a smile. He had been defeated twice by Mu Yun. He already hated Mu Yun to the core. However, he understood that Mu Yun had reached the 9th stage heavenly immortal realm. It was already very difficult for him to surpass Mu Yun. However, he could not. His Xiao clan had many disciples. There would definitely be someone who could do it. Xiao Yulin was his cousin and they had a close relationship. He would definitely be able to avenge him. Okay. Xiao Yulin stood in front. At this moment, he turned around and spread his arms. This is the strength of the profound immortal realm. Xiao Yulin said slowly, soul and infant as one. The profound immortal realm has reached perfection. It makes one feel relaxed and happy. Who does Mu Yun think she is? How can one know the strength of the profound immortal realm without entering the profound immortal realm? Big brother Yulin, this time, we must kill him completely. Not only did this brat become enemies with us and not give you face, he even offended Su Xiren. Su Xiren? Xiao Yulin sneered, this idiot likes Xianxia for so many years, but Xianxia completely ignored him. If you ask me, just force yourself on her if you like her. The Su clan and the Qin clan have a very good relationship. Once the rice is cooked, are you afraid that Xianxia won't agree? You don't even dare to force yourself on her, and you still have the nerve to say that you like her? Hearing this, Xiao Hualin was speechless. However, he could only nod and agree. At the same time, Suzerain was also overjoyed. The trial is about to begin? That's great. Suzerain clapped his hands and encouraged, when the time comes, Mu Yun will definitely participate. This brat is now holed up in the elixir pavilion. When the time comes, I must let him know that the consequences of getting too close to Yuzhu will be very serious. Hearing this, Ren Yan probed, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. What do I want to do? Suzerain snorted, this Mu Yun is simply courting death. Naturally, I have to properly toy with him. Mess around? Even if this young master kills him, the Su clan's patriarch will be there to back him up. Do you think he can make me pay with my life? Hearing this, Ren Yan could only smile bitterly in his heart. The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance of the three great clans. The disciples of the three great clans, or those with tyrannical strength, all held important positions in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. The pavilion master of the elixir pavilion was Chen Tiannan of the Chen clan. The pavilion master of the weapon-gathering pavilion was Su Yugong of the Su clan. These were all important figures in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. They were all arranged to be the upper echelons of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Compared to them, some of the elders who had joined the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance might be stronger than them, but they didn't have the opportunity to obtain core authority. The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance had a 3 in it. This 3 referred to the three great clans. He could only sigh. At this moment, Ren Yan was more worried about Suzerain. You want to kill Mu Yun? Stop dreaming. Not to mention whether Mu Yun could be killed, even if he did, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance would lose a Heavenly Saint aptitude and a Heaven grade. Celestial Alchemist. This kind of loss would not be forgiven by the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Even if he didn't die, it would be impossible for him to achieve great things in the future. However, what did this matter have to do with him? However, judging from his grandfather's attitude, this matter had to be reported to Mu Yun. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It's important to know one's limits. Senior brother Mu, Ren Yan bowed respectfully when he saw Mu Yun. What's wrong? Do you have any new pills to refine? That's not it. Ren Yan looked at Mu Yun. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he spoke. Senior brother Mu, I'm sure you've heard about the trial this time? Ren Yan said slowly, the location of the trial this time is in Bailuo Celestial Mountain. It's possible that not only the disciples of Triji Heavenly Alliance but also the disciples of Biluo Huangquan School will participate. Therefore, senior brother Mu must be careful when the time comes. Oh, don't worry. I'm very careful. Mu Yun replied casually. Ren Yan saw that Mu Yun was casual and did not seem to take it to heart at all. He immediately became excited. Senior brother Mu, Suzerain wants to make a move on you during the trial. I hope you'll be very careful. Oh, seeing that Mu Yun only responded casually, Ren Yan felt that his actions were superfluous. This is a high-grade heaven-tier spirit aperture heart pill. Take it as a thank you. A pill appeared in Mu Yun's arms at this moment. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm going to continue refining pills. Senior brother Mu, you must be careful. That Suzerain has a close relationship with Suchen of the Su family. Suzerain can't use much power in the Su family, but Suchen is indeed different. This Suchen is engaged to Qin Yufei and is one of the outstanding disciples of the Su family. I know. Thank you. Hurry up and leave. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and chased Ren Yan out of the alchemy room. After closing the door and exhaling, the smile on Mu Yun's face gradually disappeared. Qin Yuzhu had said the same thing to him just now. Be careful, it was just that the two of them were talking about a different kind of person. One was Xiao Hualin, the other was Suzerain. It seemed that no matter how peaceful things were in the Triple Heavenly Alliance, trouble would still come knocking. It was fine if these people did not make a move, but if they really made a move, Mu Yun did not mind telling them that even if they were disciples of the three major clans, whether they were direct descendants or collateral descendants, he, Mu Yun, would still kill them without hesitation. Trial? With two little grasshoppers jumping around, it's quite interesting. Mu Yun licked her lips as a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. But now, he had to refine pills as soon as possible. 100,000 points. In the past month or so, he had already accumulated 30,000 points. He still had 70,000 points left. There was still some distance before the trial, so he should have enough time. If he was able to enter the Three Extremes Pagoda before the trial began, then breaking through to the mysterious immortal realm should have a very high possibility. At this moment, Mu Yun was certain. Let's continue. Looking at the list of immortal pills in the room, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. In half a year's time, he would accumulate 100,000 points and enter the Three Extremes Tower again. Then, he would advance to the profound immortal realm and participate in the trial. At that time, Xiao Hualin, Xiao Yulin, Su Xiren, and the others would die. Time passed little by little. As the news of the trial spread, the close to 10,000 disciples in the entire Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance gradually became active. The most lively place was naturally the Three Extremes Tower. The trial was about to begin, so everyone wanted to increase their strength in the Three Extremes Tower. Almost every day, there was a queue to enter the Three Extremes Tower. On this day, there was already a long queue in front of the Three Extremes Tower early in the morning. Many disciples wanted to enter the Three Extremes Tower. Therefore, many disciples also used the points they had painstakingly accumulated at this time. At the same time, many figures were walking back and forth outside the Three Extremes Tower. This was also the time for everyone to see each other's improvement. Some people entered the Three Extremes Tower, while others watched from the surroundings. Only by understanding your opponent and knowing yourself and your enemy would you be able to win 100 battles. In front of the lively Three Extremes Tower, many figures were conversing with each other. The sound of loud chatter could be heard continuously. Qi Ran, which level of the Three Extremes Tower did you enter last time? The third level, the yellow level, right? Yeah, I can't compare to you. You were on the fourth level last time, right? No, such words of praise could be heard almost everywhere. At this time, Mu Yun came outside the Three Extremes Tower alone. After 3 months, he had finally refined immortal pills day and night and accumulated 100,000 points. Naturally, he came to the Three Extremes Tower to train at the first moment. In the crowd, when they saw Mu Yun appear, the topic of discussion immediately changed. This guy is here again? Didn't he enter the red level last time? He didn't give up this time? Who knows? Maybe he can create a miracle. Fortunately, the Three Extremes Tower doesn't have a basement level. Otherwise, this guy would definitely have entered the basement level. Sky Saint aptitude is just a joke. The disciples immediately laughed out loud. However, Mu Yun did not care about this at all. He came to the Three Extremes Tower only to train his strength. What others said had nothing to do with him. Unless it was those people who jumped up to ask for a beating, he would only slap their faces back. However, just as Mu Yun had this thought in his mind, someone ran over impatiently. Mu Yun, it's been a long time. Xiao Hualin strolled over and looked at Mu Yun. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? You're still here to participate in the trial? I heard that you've only accumulated 100,000 points after working hard for a few months in the Elixir Pavilion. Isn't it too wasteful to use them like this? Get lost." However, right after Xiao Hualin's words left his mouth, Mu Yun shouted a single word. Get lost? Hearing this, Xiao Hualin was instantly furious. Don't think that you're great. You're a genius. There are many people who are more powerful than you. Oh? Is that so? Mu Yun said slowly, but at least I'm more powerful than you, right? You, get lost. Mu Yun said again, I don't want to say the same thing a third time. You're courting death. Xiao Hualin shouted, all right. Mu Yun, let's wait and see. I hope that you won't be alone during the trial. Are you threatening me? After Xiao Hualin finished speaking, he wanted to turn around and leave. However, Mu Yun simply said, don't worry. Threatening? Am I? Xiao Hualin spread out his hands with a what can you do to me look on his face. He sneered and said, that's right. Entering the red level is obviously useless to your cultivation. Yet, you still don't know what's good for you and insist on cultivating here. Aren't you just looking for trouble for yourself? In this case, isn't it better for you to exchange your 100,000 points for elixirs than to waste your time here? Bang, however, just as Xiao Hualin finished speaking, he was greeted with a punch. Xiao Hualin simply did not expect that Mu Yun would actually dare to directly attack him at this very moment. Immediately, he covered his nose as blood flowed out uncontrollably. I told you to get lost. You didn't want me to attack you? Mu Yun said coldly. She waved her hand again and wanted to throw Xiao Hualin away. Stop. However, at this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Zhantian walked towards them slowly. Xiao Hualin immediately ran and hid behind him. Mu Yun, I know you. Xiao Zhantian looked at Mu Yun and said condescendingly, it's true that you have the heavenly sage aptitude. However, the Triple Tower doesn't only look at talent. Therefore, entering the red grade area to cultivate is indeed disadvantageous for you. It's better to exchange your points for elixirs to improve your cultivation. It's more practical. Xiao Hualin is just telling the truth. You may have improved slightly in the red grade area. However, you don't understand that the improvement in the green grade and blue grade is 100 times more than the red grade. Therefore, although Xiao Hualin is mocking you, he's telling the truth. It's important to know one's own limits. If you can't even see through this, you'll be the one to suffer in the end. Even if I tell you how it feels to enter the blue grade, I'm afraid you won't be able to experience it. Therefore, it's better to follow Xiao Hualin's words. I hope you can understand. Looking at Xiao Zhantian, Mu Yun suddenly laughed. It seemed that Xiao Zhantian looked like he was doing it for her own good. Mu Yun was really unhappy in her heart. In other words, Xiao Zhantian's words were, I can enter the green grade and blue grade, which means I'm the top in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. It's great to know the improvement of the top. You're just in the red grade. You're too weak. Therefore, don't go in. Just buy some elixirs and improve your cultivation. Thank you for your advice, senior brother Xiao. Mu Yan cupped her hands and said, it's just that I'm a stubborn person. It's quite comfortable to stay in the red grade. Big brother Zhantian, look at this guy's arrogant look. He's just asking for a beating, shut up. Xiao Zhantian turned to look at Xiao Hualin and snorted, you're a trash yourself. How dare you criticize others? Xiao Hualin immediately lowered his head. At this moment, Mu Yun was in the group and Xiao Zhantian was a few people behind her. Looking at the back of the person in front of him, Xiao Zhantian sneered in his heart. What heavenly sage aptitude? She's just trash. There were countless geniuses in this world, but Mu Yun was still not worthy of his attention. As the group lined up, they finally reached Mu Yun. Coincidentally, Xiao Zhantian, Xiao Hualin, and Mu Yun were in the same group. Elder Qin Shouwen, who was in charge of the Triple Tower, smiled bitterly when he saw the scene. Do your best. Looking at Mu Yun, Qin Shouwen encouraged her. The last time Mu Yun entered the Triple Tower, she only entered the first level and was in the red grade. This time, if there were no accidents, she should still be in the red grade. Since the construction of the Triple Tower, the first time a disciple entered the tower was in the top level. In the future, when they entered again, they could only be weaker than the previous time. It was impossible for them to be stronger than the previous time. Even Xiao Zhantian entered the 6th level of the blue grade for the first time. After that, he was always in the 5th level of the blue grade. It was already unexpected that he could return to the 6th level of the blue grade. However, he could only return to the blue grade at most. It was impossible to enter the purple grade. Although Qin Shouwen wanted to remind Mu Yun that instead of wasting 100,000 points to enter the first level, it was more cost-effective to buy immortal pills and immortal weapons to increase her cultivation. However, he also knew that such geniuses were proud and arrogant. They still had tenacity. Therefore, it was better to encourage this kind of thing. Mu Yun nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. She was only tempering herself. It didn't matter what others thought. Moreover, these people's thoughts couldn't affect her. If a martial cultivator stopped because of the way others looked at him, that would be the greatest stupidity. Sometimes, martial cultivators needed a stubbornness and a stubbornness. Alright, everyone get ready. After passing the test of the Triple Tower, we will enter the Triple Tower. Qin Shouwen smiled slightly. Yes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Purple Pole Level 7. Mu Yun exhaled slightly and slowly placed her palm in the stone trough in front of her. Buzz buzz buzz, in an instant, rays of light rose. However, when they saw those rays of light, exclamations came from the crowd. Look, look, Xianxia is blue again. Everyone has dropped. He returned to the blue level last time, and he's still in the blue level this time. Yeah, as expected of the number one genius of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Yeah, wow, there are so many geniuses this time. There are a few green level and cyan level on the 4th and 5th levels. It seems that everyone has been hiding their strength and was reluctant to use their points to enter the Tripoli's tower. They're going all out for this trial. Everyone in the crowd was talking about it. What color is that? Suddenly, one of the disciples was startled. He looked at the color that appeared in front of a figure among the dozen or so people and was slightly stunned. Another person rubbed his eyes and said slowly, "Is that purple? Are you colorblind? How is that possible?" Before another person could finish speaking, he looked in front of that figure and was stunned. Purple, 7th level, impossible. How could a disciple at the 7th level of the purple pole level appear? However, when everyone's eyes stopped on that purple light, they were stunned again. If that person was not Mu Yun, who else could it be? Mu Yun had actually reached the purple pole level. This was simply unimaginable. However, wasn't Mu Yun at the red level last time? How did she suddenly rise to the purple pole level this time? It was simply unbelievable. Xianxia was also completely dumbfounded at this moment. Rising from the red level to the purple pole level, how could this be? This was obviously impossible. Since ancient times, no one in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance had ever been able to rise from the red level to the purple pole level. This was simply a fantasy. After entering the Three Extremes Tower, each tempering session would only be lower than the last. The most shocking thing was that Xianxia had been at the blue grade in the past. After a few years, he had dropped down to the green grade, and then returned to the blue grade. However, how could Mu Yun do it? While Xianxia was shocked in his heart, he understood that the entire Triple Sky Alliance was about to change. It would have been fine if Mu Yun had merely returned from the red level to the green or blue level, but ZG was the one who had counterattacked. For thousands of years, no one in the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance had been able to reach the 7th level of the Violet Pole. This was very frightening. Xianxia's thoughts were all expressed on the faces of the disciples present. At this moment, all the disciples were completely dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. Was this Mu Yun? His true strength was not at the red level, but at the purple level. Xianxia's cheeks flushed red as he looked at the blue rank evaluation in front of him. It's important to know one's own limitations. You'll never be able to experience the great benefits of the blue class when you're in the red class. Why do you insist on entering the Three Extremes Tower for the sake of your own face? Exchanging it for elixirs is much more beneficial than entering the Three Extremes Tower. The words he had just said seemed to ring in his ears again. Xianxia felt that although Mu Yun had not responded to him, this scene was already a resounding slap to his face. Damn it. So you only listened to me like I was a clown? Good, Mu Yun, you're very good. Xianxia immediately shouted as he looked at Mu Yun. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Mu Yun could clearly sense the killing intent in Xianxia's eyes. She turned around and looked at the source of the killing intent, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The first time he had entered the Three Extremes Tower, the origin energy in his body had suppressed the pseudo-origin energy in the Three Extremes Tower, so it had not been able to perfectly integrate with his body. This time, however, the difference was very big. The origin energy and immortal energy in his body had condensed into two large core spirals, while the pseudo-origin energy had silently become a bridge. Therefore, this time, he did not have any resistance to the pseudo-origin energy in the Three Extremes Tower. In fact, he greedily accepted the integration. This feeling was the most comfortable. Mu Yun's heart had been perfectly integrated, and her mind was clear. It was not difficult for her to reach the purple extreme level. At this moment, light flashed, and one figure after another disappeared under the Three Extremes Tower. However, the shock in the hearts of the onlookers did not dissipate for a long time. Mu Yun had broken the Three Extremes Tower's rules. The path of reversal, from the red level to the purple extreme level, had not only violated the rule of not being able to advance, but had also directly reached the purple extreme level that no one had ever reached before. Could this be the Heavenly Sage level talent? What was the Heavenly Sage level talent? A natural saint, an almighty, was destined to be in existence whose name would shake the world. Mu Yun's tyrannical strength and outstanding brilliance made all the disciples understand that Mu Yun would rule the world in the future. It was no wonder that the three alliance leaders had personally come to the Heaven Sword Tower to ask for her. The Three Extremes Tower was enough to prove everything. It could also make those chattering fellows completely shut up. At this moment, in the Three Extremes Hall, three figures stood side by side. It was Chen Luo, Xiaoyan, and Su Tianchen. At this moment, the three of them looked at each other, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. In the end, Chen Luo smiled bitterly. Although I knew that he had the Heavenly Sage level talent, and that the Three Extremes Tower would be of great use to him, I did not expect this guy to be able to enter the 7th level of the Purple Extreme level. Who would have thought? Su Tianchen was extremely bitter. The 7th level of the Purple Extreme level. The heavenly prodigies that have appeared in the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance have only reached the blue level. No one has ever reached the Purple Extreme level. This guy has some ability, but he's too good at hiding. Xiaoyan said. If it were me, I would have slapped Xiao Zhantian directly when he spoke sarcastically. This guy, haha, brother Xiao, Zhantian is the most outstanding genius of our generation. Aren't you afraid that you'll embarrass him by saying that? What's there to embarrass? Xiaoyan snorted. This guy is simply a disgrace, arrogant and conceited. Does he really think that he's the only genius? He doesn't know that there's always someone better than him. The three alliance leaders spoke one after another, and there was a lot of discussion. On the other side, Mu Yun had already entered the 7th level of the Three Extremes Tower. This time, Mu Yun also had some expectations in his heart. He was looking forward to what benefits the 7th level would bring to him. Suddenly, light shrouded the entire 7th level, and the aura was completely different. There was even a fluctuation of divine qi in the thick pseudo-Yuanli, and there was also a kind of illusory power, thin but powerful. That kind of power was very similar to Yuanli, but it was more powerful than Yuanli. Mu Yun was immediately confused. This power had a hint of familiarity. It seemed like he had encountered it somewhere before. Mu Yun thought about it and suddenly understood. Divine power. Mu Yun was stunned. He had encountered this kind of power in the space-time fortress of the chart of celestial extermination. Divine power was definitely not wrong. Mu Yun's heart became more and more excited. Although the divine power here was many times thinner than the power he had felt in the space-time fortress, it was still a powerful force to him. And most importantly, Mu Yun felt that this divine power was very similar to his Yuanli. But it was dozens of times more powerful than Yuanli. According to Mu Yun's own classification, the power of true essence was actually divine qi, followed by pseudo-Yuanli, then Yuanli, and the most powerful was divine power. This feeling made Mu Yun feel very strange. Yuanli was very similar to divine power. Could it be that the Yuanli gathered by the 9 Yuanli was the template of divine power? Therefore, the immortal techniques that he cultivated could not be activated with Yuanli. It was not because Yuanli was weak, but because Yuanli was too strong. The power that was born between heaven and earth was boundless. It was just that Mu Yun asked himself, and he could not figure it out. No wonder no one has been able to enter the 7th level. The reason I can enter here is probably because the Yuanli in my body has fused with divine power. If it were anyone else, they would be cultivating with immortal qi. How could they enter here? Mu Yun understood a little. In that case, let's see how powerful this diluted divine power is. Mu Yun made up his mind. With a wave of his hand, power erupted again. Yuanli, pseudo-Yuanli, and immortal qi were released in his body. Cultivation. Endless cultivation. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely immersed in his own world, and his own power was also constantly rising and transforming. Mu Yun was very sure of all this. New members and disciples entered the Three Poles Tower one after another. However, the entire Three Poles Heavenly Alliance was in an uproar. Someone had entered the 7th level of the extreme purple space. Ever since the establishment of the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance, no one had entered the 7th level. At this moment, someone had already entered it. This news caused a great uproar before the Alliance's trial was about to begin. Mu Yan's name was once again enthusiastically discussed by the crowd. However, this uproar did not last for long. Gradually, it became an occasional topic of discussion among the disciples. After all, the trial was about to begin. Under such circumstances, they had to wholeheartedly devote themselves to cultivation and raise their own cultivation. As time passed, 3 months gradually passed. The trial was about to begin. On this day, all the disciples of the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance gathered in the Inner Alliance. Today was the beginning of the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance's trial. All the Inner Alliance disciples were allowed to participate. Even so, some of the disciples could not wait and waited on the only main path in the Inner Alliance. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 7 figures suddenly appeared in front of the Three Poles Hall. Those 7 people all had powerful auras. No one dared to look directly at them. Below them, Mu Yun stood alone in the crowd. Only Chen Yuzhu stood beside him. Unfortunately, the time this time was too short. I only managed to break through to the 1st level of the profound immortal realm. If I could stay in the Three Poles Tower for a year or even 10 years, my cultivation would definitely continue to rise. Are you still not satisfied? Seeing Mu Yan's complaining appearance, Chen Yuzhu really wanted to go up and beat him. When I first met you, you were only at the 1st level of the heavenly immortal realm. Now that you've reached the 1st level of the profound immortal realm, you're still not satisfied? Chen Yuzhu snorted. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Hearing that, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. The trial was about to begin. The disciples in the Three Poles Tower were all forcibly sent out to participate in the trial. He had just formed the nascent soul and reached the profound immortal realm. It was truly a pity that he had to leave the Three Poles Tower. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Sword God. About at this moment, a large group of people had gathered in the crowd. Xianxia was like a crane among chickens. He stood in the crowd with his hands behind his back and remained silent. Xianxia's aura rose once again. Everyone immediately understood that Xianxia had most likely advanced again in the Three Extremes Tower. The other one that caught everyone's attention was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was different. She had probably broken through to the mystic immortal realm. Chen Yuzhu stood beside Mu Yun and looked around, carefully sizing up the surroundings. What are you looking at? Mu Yun was puzzled by Chen Yuzhu's sneaky look. I'm looking at people. Chen Yuzhu chuckled. You don't know. There are some freaks in the Inner League who don't show up all day and only cultivate. They pulled everyone out for this trial. I haven't seen them for a few years. Of course, I have to take a look. Look at that young man in brocade. His long hair is tied up. He's tall. His name is Su Chen. He's the #1 genius of the Su family. His strength is on par with Xianxia. And that short-haired one is Chen Bei. He's the son of my second uncle, Chen Tiannan. He's also the strongest person in the Chen family. Chen Yuzhu pointed at the figures in the crowd and continued to narrate. Xianxia, Su Chen, and Chen Bei are the top 3 in the Inner League. Their strength is at least level 5 Mystic Immortal Realm, Inner League top 100? Yes. Chen Yuzhu said matter-of-factly. There are close to 10,000 Inner League disciples in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Most of them are level 5 Heavenly Immortals and above. Among them, more than half are level 5 Heavenly Immortals and level 9 Heavenly Immortals. Only 1/5 of them are Mystic Immortals. The Inner League top 100 is what everyone calls them in private. Although this ranking isn't systematic, it has a certain degree of persuasion. You have to be careful. This time, I think many people will deal with you. Deal with me? Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Am I born with a face of hatred? That's not it. Chen Yuzhu smiled and said, but think about it, Xianxia is definitely dissatisfied with you. Those who want to curry favor with Xianxia will naturally act against you. There are also many people from the Chen family who believe that you will become the son-in-law of the Chen family. At this point, Chen Yuzhu's face reddened. Forget about being the son-in-law of the Chen clan. I am destined to be a wanderer. The Triple Heavenly Alliance is not a place for me. Hearing this, Chen Yuzhu's face darkened. Mu Yan's words were a reflection of his inner thoughts. He did not plan to stay in the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance for too long. Chen Yuzhu forced a smile and said, I know that you are a hidden dragon in the abyss. Sooner or later, you will soar to the 9 heavens. Mu Yan declined to comment. Sooner or later, he would return to the Cloud Alliance. This was his biggest wish after his rebirth. Now, he was already halfway through his long journey. It was impossible for him to withdraw. In fact, Mu Yan did not care much about those disciples. What he was more concerned about was who were the other 4 people standing on the high platform other than the 3 great alliance masters. As if she saw Mu Yan's curiosity, Chen Yuzhu looked at the high platform and smiled slowly. In front of the 3 Poles Hall, other than my father, Uncle Su, and Uncle Xiao, there are 4 other people. The white-haired man with one hand behind his back is my uncle, Chen Tiannan. My uncle is a powerful immortal alchemist, a soul-level immortal alchemist. Back then, he had an epiphany and refined a soul-level immortal alchemist. With a head full of white hair, he became a legend. A soul-level immortal alchemist was indeed a legend in the southern sword domain. The well-dressed man is Su Yugong from the Su family, the pavilion master of the equipment gathering pavilion and a soul-level immortal equipment master. And that one, Zhuge Wenqing, is the pavilion master of the Heavenly Array Pavilion. He looks feminine, but he is a true immortal array grandmaster. That burly man with well-developed limbs is the pavilion master of the fierce martial pavilion, Xikong Shangwu. Senior Xikong is very powerful, almost as powerful as my father and the others. Chen Yuzhu said in a lively manner. 3 great alliance masters and 4 pavilion masters of the 3 great heavenly alliance. This kind of strength and foundation was indeed very powerful. Compared to the Heaven Sword Tower, it was a world of difference. Gold rank forces, silver rank forces, bronze rank forces, and iron rank forces. The difference between each rank was too great. Quiet. A voice suddenly sounded amidst the commotion. The crowd gradually quieted down. Chen Luo took a step forward and walked to the front. Everyone, the Interleague trial will be conducted by the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance and Biluo Huangquan School. There are some things that I need to remind you of. Chen Luo said slowly. First, you can't fight with the disciples of the Jade Fall Underworld sect. I hope everyone can remember this. The location of the trial will be a forbidden area in the Jade Fall Celestial Mountain. The name of the place is the Sword God's Mansion. Divine Sword Mansion. Hearing this, the disciples burst into an uproar again. Many of the disciples were unfamiliar with this force because they had never even heard of it. However, some of the older disciples had heard of it. The Divine Sword Mansion was a large silver-level force in the Biluo Celestial Mountain. Before the establishment of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, the Divine Sword Mansion was already the overlord of the Biluo Celestial Mountain. Unfortunately, due to the curse of the Biluo Celestial Mountain, no one could stay there for long after the disappearance of Biluo Huangquan School. The Divine Sword Mansion was one of those who did not believe in heresy. Unfortunately, they were bewitched because they did not believe in heresy. The Divine Sword Mansion was now history. It had been thousands of years since they disappeared. Just like the other sects and forces, their mountain, people, and buildings were all gone. They disappeared overnight. Then, he disappeared. No one expected that the trial would be held in the Divine Sword Mansion. It was said that the Divine Sword Mansion had a peerless sword technique that was extremely powerful. It supported the entire Divine Sword Mansion and stood proudly in the southern sword domain. The Mansion Master was a peerless expert who had comprehended the sword principle. He was almost at the Golden Immortal Realm. They did not expect that they would have the opportunity to enter the Divine Sword Mansion to train. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately looked at each other, and their expressions all changed. The trial will be held in the Divine Sword Mansion. It is deep under the Biluo Celestial Mountain. You will know the exact location when you arrive. I need to tell you that as disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, you should help each other. There are not only remnants of buildings in the divine sword mansion, but also many immortal beasts. This trial is not for humans, but for beasts. Therefore, working together is the right way to go. Understand? Everyone understood that although the Alliance Master said so, no one could guarantee what would happen in reality. When the time came, what would happen inside? How would the people outside stop them? For the sake of treasures, who cared about who was a disciple of the sect? For the sake of treasures, it was not impossible to team up with the disciples of other sections. This was not something that could be controlled. I have already given instructions. If you don't follow them and something happens inside, don't expect the sect to stand up for you outside. Chen Luo said again. At this moment, Xiaoyan stood out and shouted, "Listen up, little brats. First, don't start a conflict with the people from the Biluo Huangquan school. Second, don't kill your own disciples. If anyone violates this rule and dies inside, they deserve it. If you survive and complain to the sect, not only will they not stand up for you, you will also be punished by the sect." Xiaoyan's words were the same as Chen Luo's. However, it sounded more common. Everyone was puzzled. Was there a need to give such instructions for a trial? Mu Yun was a little puzzled. It seemed like the sect was very concerned about the Biluo Huangquan school, however, Mu Yun was too lazy to think about it. The Sword God residence could be said to have risen after his death. He did not know what it was like inside the sect. That's great. Jin Yuzhu clenched her fists and cheered, "Sword God residence, Mu Yun, you've struck gold this time." Me? Yes, the Sword God residence is a holy land for sword cultivators. It is one level higher than the Heaven Sword Tower. You probably don't know about it, right? Jin Yuzhu said excitedly. The Sword God residence rose to prominence earlier than the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Moreover, there is a sword technique in the Sword God residence that is said to have stolen the fortune of heaven and earth. Do you know what sword technique it is? What sword technique? Mu Yun was puzzled. Heaven Sealing Dragon Sword Technique. Jin Yuzhu said solemnly. Mu Yun was stunned. Heaven Sealing Dragon Sword Technique, Heaven Sealing Dragon Sword Technique. There was only one name left in Mu Yun's mind. How is it? Is it shocking? Mu Yun was completely stunned. Shocking, it was indeed very shocking. Jin Yuzhu continued, this sword technique is said to be a soul-level celestial spell. It was created by the leader of the Cloud Alliance. Although I don't know how the Sword God residence obtained this sword technique, everyone knows that the Sword God residence master became famous in the southern sword domain because of this sword technique. He became a powerful cultivator of his generation. If not for the incident at the Biluo Celestial Mountain, the Sword God residence master would have become a golden immortal long ago. Jin Yuzhu became more and more excited as she spoke. Some people even compared him to the one in the land of extreme chaos. The one in the land of extreme chaos? The sky-destroying flames? Mu Yun did not avoid the topic. You're courting death. Jin Yuzhu hurriedly covered Mu Yun's mouth and said in a low voice, the sky-destroying flames is a name that cannot be mentioned in the sword domain. He was once famous and became the heavenly sword son of the sword domain's 33 heavenly swords sect. If nothing goes wrong, he would be the sect master of the 33 heavenly swords sect. However, who would have thought that such a thing would happen? The sky-destroying flames died, and the leader of the Cloud Alliance remained indifferent. The 33 heavenly swords sect turned these 3 words into a forbidden word. It's a pity that a peerless sword saint died for his disciple, but his disciple, Jin Yuzhu suddenly paused. Continue. Mu Yun said. What's wrong with you? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Goodbye. Bao Qingyu. Jin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun's cold face and asked slowly, are you okay? I'm fine. Continue. I came from the lower realm, so I don't know much about the grudges of the immortal world. Let me listen. Mu Yun forced a smile. The leader of the Cloud Alliance and Mia Tianyan were master and disciple. Among Mia Tianyan's disciples, he loved this disciple the most. At that time, Mu Yun was not the leader of the Cloud Alliance. He was just a warrior from the lower realm. Moreover, it could be said that Mia Tianyan contributed greatly to him becoming the master of a domain. However, it was also because of this that Miao Tianyan was expelled from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Later, he established the Heavenly Sword sect in the Chaotic Land. It was also a famous force in the Chaotic Land. However, how could the 33 Heavenly Sword sect tolerate Tian Jianzi's betrayal? Therefore, they launched a surprise attack and almost wiped out the entire Heavenly Sword sect. However, as the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun did not avenge his master. After that, you ought to know. This fellow was fighting for a peerless precious treasure with the other 9 regions, and he was besieged in the end and detonated himself. Before he died, he even dragged a large group of peerless immortal kings down with him. Qin Yuzhu did not stop talking and finished in one breath. Mu Yun said slowly, in your opinion, why was Mu Yun indifferent? He was afraid of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Qin Yuzhu said heartlessly, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect is the founder of the Sword Domain. Moreover, the Sword Domain is a powerful domain that has stood in the immortal world for hundreds of thousands of years. The Cloud Domain can't compare to it. The Cloud Alliance is in danger now. It is said that the leader of the Cloud Domain, Mu Yun, is dead. A divine dragon by his side has also disappeared. The current Cloud Alliance is only supported by the number 1 Pil Celestial, Meng Zimo, and the 4 protectors. It is already in danger. Is there any news about Mu Yun's revenge in the Sword Domain? No. Qin Yuzhu shook her head. Mu Yun smiled bitterly in her heart. Back then, he had single-handedly killed his way up to the main peak of the 33 Heavenly Sword Gate. He had defeated 30 heavenly gates of the 33 Heavenly Sword Gate. However, he was unable to break through the final 3 heavenly gates. However, because of this matter, 14 immortal kings of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects had died. This news could be said to be a complete loss of face for them. It would appear that the 33 Heaven's Sword Gate had done a very good job of keeping this a secret. That leader of the Cloud Alliance is really heartless. Rumor has it that Miao Sky Extinguishing Flame was very protective of his disciple. Now that he has become the leader of a region, he doesn't even care about his own master. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up in bitterness. How do you know he doesn't care? At this moment, Mu Yun smiled slowly and said, perhaps, he is already using another method to carry out his revenge. Stop joking. Revenge? How are you going to take revenge if you die? Qin Yuzhu immediately burst into laughter. Seeing Qin Yuzhu's expression, Mu Yun knew that he could not explain it. However, he was indeed using another method to carry out his revenge. However, this method of revenge would definitely be unexpected by the entire 33 Heavenly Sword Gate. Mu Yun's heart was extremely cold. I forgot that your name is also Mu Yun. However, it doesn't matter. You are different from that Mu Yun. From your attitude towards the Yi Sword sect and the Heaven Sword Tower, I know that in the future, you will also be the same towards the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Let's go, let's go. We have already started our journey. Qin Yuzhu urged. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled slightly. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable smile. Sword God Mansion, a silver-ranked force from thousands of years ago. Yuzhu, is the mansion master of the Sword God Mansion called Xianxia? Eh? So you know. Mu Yun smiled but did not say anything. Xianxia, it is indeed you. In fact, when Qin Yuzhu mentioned the heaven-sealing dragon luring sword technique, he had already guessed it. This was because the heaven-sealing dragon luring sword technique was imparted to him by his master, exterminating Sky Flame. Moreover, this immortal technique was said to be the top of the soul-ranked immortal techniques. It was even comparable to a gold-ranked immortal technique. For example, Chen Luo and the other 2 would definitely be very concerned about it. Back then, he and Xianxia were originally good friends. However, later on, his strength improved by leaps and bounds and he became an immortal king. Xianxia, on the other hand, was extremely talented. Mu Yun had once invited him to join the Cloud Alliance. However, this fellow only wanted to experience the entire 10 major domains of the immortal realm. Later on, Mu Yun had imparted this immortal technique to him. However, Mu Yun did not expect that Xianxia would actually establish a sect after his death. According to this fellow's personality, It did not seem like it. The mighty Triji Heavenly Alliance's disciples set off. Everyone was looking forward to it. This trial was an opportunity for them. Especially after the Alliance Master mentioned the ruins of the Sword God Mansion. Many of the disciples were even more eager. In the sword domain, swords were supreme. The mainstream was swordsmen. Who did not want to obtain a powerful swordsmanship? Through their own efforts, they could enter the 33 heavenly sword sects and become a disciple of the strongest sect in the entire sword domain. Then, they could become a dragon and become the ruler of the sword domain. Everyone was looking forward to it. After about half a day, everyone rushed from the Triji Heavenly Alliance to the Bailuo Celestial Mountain. At this moment, in a valley within the Bailuo Celestial Mountain, many figures were already waiting quietly. Mu Yun was no stranger to the person in the lead. Bao Qingyu. She was the sect master of the Biluo Huangquan school, at least on the surface. Bao Qingyu was wearing a jade green robe today, looking like a little girl next door. Greetings, Alliance Masters. Greetings, Sect Master Bai. Chen Luo, Xiaoyan, and Su Tianchen cupped their hands and greeted her. Bao Qingyu also greeted them with a smile. Are all the disciples of your sect here? Chen Luo looked at Bao Qingyu and said with a smile, it seems that the Biluo Huangquan school has indeed been dormant for thousands of years. The Triji Heavenly Alliance is not as good as you. Mu Yun was also sizing up the people of the Biluo Huangquan school at this moment. He had seen these people in the Biluo Huangquan school before. But at that time, these people looked like they were only in the immortal realm. But now, these guys had all become immortal realm cultivators. Mu Yun understood that these people were all hiding their strength. This made him even more vigilant. Even he could not see through these people's concealment. The Biluo Huangquan school was not simple. Alliance Masters, since this is an assessment, we should set a prize. The Biluo Huangquan school is going to take out a magic treasure. Oh? Bao Qingyu's words immediately piqued the interest of the 3 Alliance Masters. Bao Qingyu waved his hand, and a ray of light appeared between his palms. It was a cyan-colored pearl. The pearl was emitting cyan light all over its body. It was dazzling. With a single glance at it, one would feel extremely refreshed. This is the soul-suppressing pearl. Bao Qingyu said slowly, this pearl is called the soul-suppressing pearl. It has the effect of calming the mind and nourishing the soul. As everyone knows, regardless of whether it's a heavenly immortal, a mystic immortal, or a true immortal, the soul is always the weakest part of us. This soul-suppressing pearl can not only calm the mind and nourish the soul, but also increase one's soul power. In a critical moment, it can even withstand a fatal blow and escape with one's soul. Hearing this, the 3 Alliance Masters looked at each other, dumbfounded. This soul-suppressing pearl, not to mention the disciples, even they coveted it in their hearts. Calming the mind and nourishing the soul. In the true immortal realm, when one's soul and nascent soul become one, it would transform into an immortal soul. The 3 of them were in the true immortal realm, so they naturally needed it. Sect Master Bai is so generous. Su Tianchen chimed in. Since Sect Master Bai is so generous, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance can't be stingy either. In that case, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance is willing to offer the first cultivation method of the Tripoli's Seal of Life and Death to whoever wins first place. Wow, hearing this, all the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance went into an uproar. The Tripoli's Seal of Life and Death was the most important immortal technique of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. It was extremely powerful and mysterious. The disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance needed at least 2 million points to exchange for the first level of this immortal technique. But right now, to think that the sect would take out the first level of this skill right away, Mu Yun could even feel the breathing of some of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance disciples behind her becoming heavier. Good, Alliance Master Su is indeed generous. Bao Qingyu didn't mind at all. He continued, in that case, let's decide who will win first place. All right. Chen Luo said slowly, how will the points be calculated? Simple. Bao Qingyu smiled. The master of the Divine Sword Mansion, Jian Fengxian, was a legend who was about to become a golden immortal. His favorite hobby was to raise immortal beasts. I think there should be quite a number of immortal beasts in the Divine Sword Mansion. Whoever kills the most will gain points. I have a little toy here that can record the points. As Bao Qingyu spoke, a jade chain appeared in his palm. This jade chain doesn't have any special function. It can only record the points gained by the disciples. Once a disciple dies, the points will automatically be taken by the other disciples. The moment he said that, everyone understood. Bao Qingyu's meaning was clear. Everyone's points could be snatched from each other. Chen Luo and the other two narrowed their eyes. If that was the case, the disciples of the two sects were bound to kill each other inside. How would things end when the time came? Chen Luo smiled and said, Sect Master Bai, this jade chain is at least an Earth-level immortal artifact, right? There are almost 20,000 disciples in our two sections. I'm afraid. It's fine. Bao Qingyu waved his hand, and the light dispersed. I still have many more here. The rays of light fell directly beside each of the disciples. There were more than 10,000 jade chains. Bao Qingyu took them out without batting an eyelid. How generous! At the same time, Mu Yun bent down to pick up the jade chain beside her. Mr. Mu. However, just as she stood up, Bao Qingyu came up to Mu Yun. Let me put this jade chain on for you. Bao Qingyu's words were shocking. Qin Yuzhu, who was standing at the side, was completely stunned. From the moment Qin Yuzhu saw Bao Qingyu, she felt ashamed of her own inferiority. It was not because of the difference in looks, but because of their status. Looking at Bai Qingyu, there wasn't much of a difference between them. However, when it came to handling matters, Bai Qingyu had the magnanimity of a sect master. As for her, she was just like a little girl. However, Mu Yun was stunned by Bao Qingyu's action. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Purple Shadow Lightning Eagle. Bao Qingyu's actions confused the three alliance leaders. They knew that Bao Qingyu and Mu Yun were acquainted in the past. However, they did not expect their relationship to reach such a level. Mu Yun was speechless. Thank you, sect leader Bai. Mu Yun cupped her hands and took the jade necklace. She looked at Bao Qingyu in confusion. Bai Qingyu, on the other hand, smiled sweetly and turned to leave. At the same time, the three Hell Kings from Biluo Huangquan School stood up and flew into the air. The three figures suddenly turned around and formed a triangular formation. Then, they waved their hands and beams of light rose into the air from the mountain range where everyone was. Gradually, the beams of light condensed into dazzling balls of light. They rose into the air and exploded in an instant. Suddenly, a figure rose into the air from Biluo Huangquan School. That person was wearing a purple robe and a felt hat. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the three Hell Kings. He took a step forward and a violent power spread out. Boom boom boom, in an instant, there was a loud explosion and spatial cracks appeared around that person's body. The crackling sounds made people's ears ring. Whoosh! 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 Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. That crack was like a sword slashing out. It gradually expanded until it was 1,000 meters wide. Then, the four figures retreated. The man in the purple robe stood behind Bao Qingyu without saying a word. Bao Qingyu said, "This time, we will focus on training. I hope the disciples of the two sects can cooperate and not kill each other." Of course. Chen Luo looked at the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance and shouted, "All disciples, listen up. Wear the jade necklace and enter the Sword God's mansion. Remember, do not kill each other." Yes. At the same time, the Biluo Huangquan School's disciples also began to fly away. Tens of thousands of figures were like a beehive, moving faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, only the leaders of the two sides were left in the mountain range. Bao Qingyu stared at the entrance and remained silent for a long time. "Are you at ease?" Bao Qingyu suddenly spoke as he looked at the purple-robed man behind him. "What is there to be worried about?" The purple-robed man's voice carried a unique magnetism as he slowly spoke. "Do you regret joining my Biluo Huangquan School?" "No regrets." The purple-robed man's tone suddenly turned cold. "Ever since he died, I've been thinking about revenge day and night. I know I'm weak, but since Sect Master has such great ambitions, I'm naturally willing to follow. Don't worry, if he knows what you've done, he'll definitely not disappoint you, is that so?" The purple-robed man said gloomily, "It's a pity that he won't be able to find out in this lifetime. I was too stubborn back then. Otherwise, I would have been able to live and die with him." Bao Qingyu did not say anything when he heard that. "You're so stubborn that even he couldn't persuade you. I'm really curious how Sect Master managed to persuade you." Sect Master, the purple-robed man smiled bitterly at the mention of Sect Master. "Without Sect Master, I wouldn't be who I am today, and I wouldn't be the current 3 Hell Kings. As long as Sect Master can fulfill his promise to me, I can die without regrets. I won't let my friends down in the underworld. Everyone knows that he's heartless, cowardly, and fearful. However, no one knows that it was because of his master's revenge that he fought so hard to obtain the supreme treasure. That's why he died." The purple-robed man sighed faintly, turned around, and slowly walked away. Bao Qingyu could only sigh as he watched the purple-robed man's back. 3 Alliance leaders. "I'm afraid it'll take a few years for the disciples to enter the Sword God's mansion. I think we should all leave some people to guard this place while the rest return to the sect." Alright." Chen Luo and the other 2 nodded. Su Tianchen looked to the other side and said, "Pavilion Master Sikong Shanggu, you can stay here with the elders of the Fierce Martial Pavilion." "Yes, Alliance Leader." The burly Sikong Shanggu cupped his hands together and led a few dozen people to a place to sit down. The 3 Alliance leaders looked at each other and led the rest of the people to leave the place. After all, there were many things to do in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. They could not stay here all the time. However, the 3 Alliance leaders were puzzled by the fact that only one person from the Bilua Huangquan school remained. The rest of the people had all left the place. That person was the purple-robed man who had opened the secret land. The purple-robed man stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. It was as if he was the only one left. If there were any problems, he could solve them alone. He had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 men. At the same time, the tens of thousands of disciples who had entered the secret land had already arrived at their destination. The Sword God's mansion. This time, they appeared on a vast grassland. The entire grassland was surrounded by a vast number of buildings. This place looked very strange. It was almost all grassland. It did not look like the place of the Sword God mansion at all. However, when more than 20,000 people arrived at this place, they suddenly scattered and ran in different directions. They had come here to look for some supreme treasures. The second reason was to look for the celestial technique of the Sword God mansion, the famous sky-sealing dragon luring sword technique. If they could obtain the sky-sealing dragon luring sword technique, even tens of thousands of supreme treasures would not be able to compare to it. Mu Yun took a breath of fresh air and looked around. She was delighted. This place was not bad. Most importantly, this was the old site of the Sword God mansion. Jian Fengxian had once established a silver rank force. She wanted to see what kind of force this old friend of hers had established. Roar. While Mu Yun was thinking, a roar suddenly sounded in the sky. At the instant that roar was heard, a black cloud immediately began to descend upon them. Looking carefully, it was not a dark cloud. It was a flying immortal beast. The flying immortal beasts were at least 100 meters wide. They were huge and in groups. It was simply shocking. Purple Shadow Lightning Eagle. Seeing that figure, Mu Yun immediately became cautious. The Purple Shadow Lightning Eagle was a genuine profound bloodline immortal beast. It was equivalent to a profound immortal expert. Clang, a low and deep cry immediately spread out. The Purple Shadow Lightning Eagles immediately rushed down. At the same time, the ground shook. It was as if mounds of earth were rising. Rumbling sounds immediately spread. Hearing the rumbling sound, Mu Yun looked over. Burly immortal beasts covered in scales charged out from the ground. It was the Skyward Roar. The Skyward Roar was a profound bloodline immortal beast. It was also a profound immortal. Mu Yun was stunned. She did not expect that a group of immortal beasts would appear the moment they entered the old site of the Sword God mansion. Moreover, these immortal beasts were clearly charging towards the disciples of the 2 sects without any regard for anything else. Screams, curses, and the sounds of battle constantly rang out. Mu Yun was in the crowd. A Purple Shadow Lightning Eagle directly charged over. Sword Annihilation. With a wave of her sword, the black-yin sword glowed and a ray of sword energy shot out. With a squelch, the purple shadow lightning eagle's abdomen was slashed open. However, the wound was only the length of an arm. It did not cause much damage to the purple shadow lightning eagle. It only slowed its speed for a moment. Seeing this, Mu Yun could not help but curse. This guy was not a profound immortal. He was at least a second or third stage immortal. Mu Yun knew that even though he had stepped into the profound immortal realm, he would still be able to deal with Tier 2 profound immortals. However, he would have to pay a huge price to deal with Tier 2 and Tier 3 immortal beasts. Retreat. Almost instantly, Mu Yun chose a direction and ran away. At the same time, screams and howls rang out from the crowd. The skyward hoe attacked from the ground while the purple shadow lightning eagle attacked from the air. However, these two profound immortal realm immortal beasts were not something these disciples could withstand. After all, in the two sects, there were many disciples above the 5th stage of the sky immortal realm. However, there were very few disciples above the 1st stage of the profound immortal realm. These immortal beasts were aggressive and unstoppable. Moreover, this was a grassland. They were simply living targets for the immortal beasts to attack. Mu Yun was not the only one fleeing. The other disciples also realized that they were not strong enough and began to form groups, retreating as they fought. Even the profound immortal realm disciples who could withstand the immortal beasts had no choice but to retreat. These immortal beasts were so aggressive that no one could effectively defend against them. Mu Yun sped all the way, leaving the grassland and charging forward. However, now that Mu Yun had reached the profound immortal realm, her speed was terrifying. However, after an hour, Mu Yun sadly realized that there was still grassland in front of her. This made Mu Yun speechless. There was grassland everywhere. This sword god's abode was too strange. However, this wasn't what Mu Yun was worried about. Instead, he was worried about the purple shadow lightning eagle that he had injured. Even now, it was still chasing him relentlessly. This was too much. Mu Yun turned around and scolded, "Didn't I just slash you? Is there a need to chase me so far?" However, Mu Yun didn't get a response after he spoke. The purple shadow lightning eagle's eyes were still filled with intense killing intent as it charged toward Mu Yun without stopping. Seeing this, Mu Yun cursed under his breath and stopped in his tracks. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." With the black-yin sword in hand, Mu Yun stopped in her tracks and turned around to attack with her sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword in Mu Yun's hand became faster and faster, forming sword shadows. Sword of all directions. It was the same move as before. However, this time, Mu Yun had gathered her sword Dao and used the sword realm to attack. In an instant, the purple shadow lightning eagle's figure became unbalanced due to Mu Yun's control. The huge figure became unstable. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Jian Yiming was puzzled. The purple shadow lightning eagle in its human form looked like a young man in his 20s. His face was pale, and there was a bloody wound on his chest. Despicable human. The young man looked at Mu Yun and cursed. "How dare you stab me? I think all of you deserve to die. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I'm the same to beasts. Why would I hurt you if you don't kill me?" "Oh? You have a good reason. This is the territory of the sword god matter. No one is allowed to enter. You're courting death by invading." The young man snorted and charged towards Mu Yun. The young man's hands turned purple in an instant. They were like sharp weapons that blocked Mu Yun's black-yin sword. Clang, when the sword and palm clashed, Mu Yun was pushed back by a powerful backlash. "Eh? So you're just a weak cultivator who just ascended to the Xian immortal realm. I was wondering why you were so cowardly. You ran away after injuring me." The young man looked at Mu Yun and said disdainfully, "I advise you to squat down obediently and let me kill you. It'll save you the trouble of struggling and wasting your energy." "That's a good suggestion. Why don't you try it? You're courting death." Seeing that Mu Yun didn't know what was good for her, the young man waved his hand. His palm turned purple again, and a clang sounded. Mu Yun snorted and attacked with her black-yin sword again. "Your palm is powerful? Then let's see who's better." As soon as he said that, a stream of light appeared on Mu Yun's black-yin sword. The stream of light had a terrifying aura. It made a buzzing sound, and no one dared to underestimate it. The young man also knew that Mu Yun seemed to be preparing something. He immediately sped up, wanting to trap Mu Yun before she finished her preparations. Die. You're the one who should die. Mu Yun sneered and slashed with her sword. 9 Tribulations sword, heaven slashing. 9 sword scars appeared in front of Mu Yun in an instant. The 9 sword scars condensed into 9 powerful sword chi. They piled up in front of each other, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into rays of light and charged out. Puff, in just an instant, the young man's body was split into 2. Sheathing her sword, Mu Yun exhaled. The 9 Tribulations immortal sword mantra itself was extremely powerful. And at this moment, Mu Yun pushed her sword down to the extreme. Together with the 9 Tribulations immortal sword technique, the power of this final and strongest attack was perfectly released. The young man's body was split into 2. He was completely dead, unable to say a single word. Immediately, Mu Yun felt the jade chain on her wrist emit a ray of light. Following which, a sliver of points appeared on the jade bracelet on his wrist, 200 points. Looking at the points, Mu Yun was a little stunned. It seemed that the points were indeed based on the strength of the immortal beasts. This young man seemed to be a second-stage mystic immortal. 200 points. In that case, a first-stage mystic immortal should be worth 100 points. However, when Mu Yun opened the jade bracelet and displayed her points, she saw that there was actually a capable person with more than 8,000 points in front of her. 8,000 points. Who was it? It was a pity that one could not see their real names on this ranking. They could only see who was first and who was second. It seemed that the soul-suppressing orb that Bao Qingyu took out and the triple lotus seal of life and death that the Triple Pole Heavenly Alliance took out had greatly stimulated them. No matter which of these 2 rewards it was, even perfected immortals would be tempted, let alone mystic immortals. Especially that soul-suppressing orb, which could block a soul power attack. Who would not be tempted by such a powerful method and defense? Perhaps even the 3 Alliance Masters would be tempted. It seems that everyone's focus will be on killing immortal beasts this time. It's just that in the end, it's inevitable that they will kill each other and snatch points. Mu Yun understood that in terms of snatching points, the Triple Pole Heavenly Alliance would lose to the Biluo Huangquan school. Mu Yun had a rough idea of how strong the Biluo Huangquan school was. Those disciples were definitely not to be trifled with. But now, Mu Yun wanted to know where the Sword God residence was located. Could it be that this grassland was endless and had no end? Mu Yun did not understand. On the vast grassland, one figure after another spread out. The disciples who had originally wanted to gather together were helplessly separated. Those skyward Ho and purple shadow lightning eagles had tyrannical offensive power. They really had no way of dodging. The large group of people gradually dispersed. However, some small groups still remained together. At this moment, on the grassland, several figures were surrounded by dozens of purple shadow lightning eagles. However, those figures looked calm and composed, without the slightest hint of panic. Most importantly, those disciples' movements were filled with tyrannical auras. Originally, it had been dozens of purple shadow lightning eagles and a few skyward Ho on the ground surrounding them. But soon, the scene changed. The leader of the group was dressed in a long white robe. He wielded a sword in one hand, and under the silhouette of his sword, the skyward Ho and purple shadow lightning eagles were instantly turned into minced corpses. They were originally besieged. However, at that moment, they were immediately being hunted down. Brother Yiming's swordsmanship is getting sharper and sharper. I'm afraid you're not far from the path of the sword. Among them, a skinny young man said with a grin on his face. Of course. In the Biluo Huangquan school, other than the 3 Hell Kings, who else has a better understanding of the path of the sword than Brother Yiming? They all nodded. In front of them, the sword-wielding youth smiled faintly. The youth was dressed in a white robe. His skin was fair, and he was tall and handsome. He looked like a swordsman. All right, you guys, do you still need to suck up to me? Jian Yiming shook his head and smiled. Let's split these points. Yes. They immediately started to collect the corpses. The points were in their hands. Senior Brother Yiming, this time, the first place will definitely be yours. The three lotus seal of life and death and the soul-suppressing orb of the sect master will definitely belong to you. Don't be careless. Jian Yiming smiled. There are many people who want the soul-suppressing orb and the three lotus seal of life and death. I think Xiao Zhantian of the Three Heaven Alliance is not easy to deal with. Xiao Zhantian is at most a tier 6 mystic immortal, right? Compared to senior brother Yiming, he's still lacking. Yes. Jian Yiming nodded. I'm not worried about Xiao Zhantian, but Li Yun and Xianxia. Li Yun is the beloved son of the 18 Hell King, Li Fengxing, and Xianxia is deeply loved by Hell King Han Kai. I'm afraid he has a lot of backup plans. This time, the sect must be doing something big to bring us out. Everyone, be careful and don't go against the will of the sect master. Yes. Jian Yiming clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Mu Yun. I really want to know what kind of person you are. I really look forward to meeting you. Biluo Huangquan school structure was complicated. There were 18 Hell Kings, and each of them had a strong army. It was just that they controlled different things. Among them, the Great Hell King was the most powerful, and his strength was unfathomable. As for their real sect master, not to mention that Jian Yiming was just a disciple of Biluo Huangquan school, even the 18 Hell Kings, except for the Great Hell King, had never seen the real face of the sect master. This sect master was very meticulous, and very few people knew about him. However, Jian Yiming knew that even his father, who was very powerful, was in awe of the sect master. This sect master was definitely a very powerful person. Jian Yiming knew that the current Biluo Huangquan school only displayed the strength of the 13 Hell Kings to the 18 Hell Kings. The first 12 Hell Kings were each more powerful than the other. His father was also one of the Hell Kings. He naturally knew how terrifying the real Biluo Huangquan school was. After 10,000 years of dormancy, Biluo Huangquan school initially displayed the strength of the 16th, 17th, and 18th Hell Kings. Now, they quickly displayed the strength of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Hell Kings and became a silver-level force. He didn't know what the sect master wanted to do. He was just a top-notch disciple in the middle and lower levels. It was not his place to think about these things. According to his father's words, Biluo Huangquan school was unfathomable. All they needed to do was to do things according to the sect master's instructions. If there was any slack, they would be severely punished. If there was any disobedience, his father would directly kill him without the sect master's help. His father regarded the sect master's orders as his own life. It was even more important than his own life. He really wanted to see what kind of charm this sect master had that his father was willing to sacrifice everything for her. Jian Yiming looked into the distance. There was another point that he was also curious about. Bao Qingyu had ordered that anyone who threatened their interests in this trial could be killed. Only one person was allowed to do whatever she wanted. That person was Mu Yun. He had also heard of Mu Yun's heavenly sage aptitude. However, even so, the sect master wouldn't take it to heart, right? There were many geniuses with heavenly sage aptitude in Biluo Huangquan school. Then why was he especially concerned about this person? Could it be that this person had some secret, other than her heavenly sage aptitude and the fact that she had the same name as Mu Yun, one of the former lords of the celestial realm? There seemed to be nothing special about this person. The more Jian Yiming knew, the more puzzled he was. However, these puzzlement could only be hidden in his heart and could not be released. In Biluo Huangquan school, orders were orders. No one could disobey them. However, he could vaguely guess that Mu Yun's identity was not ordinary. However, in the entire Biluo Huangquan school, there were probably less than 5 people who knew the inside story. These people were all the core members of Biluo Huangquan school. Forget it. I heard that Mu Yun is also a person who comprehended the sword principle. I'm afraid her strength is not ordinary. I really want to exchange pointers with her. A genius who comprehended the sword principle, how is it? Jian Yiming's heart was floating. He drove his sword and led the few people away from this place. Compared to Jian Yiming's inner doubts, Xiao Zhantian's heart was filled with high fighting spirit at this moment. Soul-suppressing pearl, the first level of the Trilotus seal of life and death, these 2 rewards made him crazy. This time, he must get first place. Xiao Zhantian had already made up his mind. However, this time, in the old site of the Sword God Mansion, if he met Mu Yun, he did not mind killing her directly. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The Veil of Hypocrisy. When they first entered the Triji Heavenly Alliance, everyone thought that it was a disgrace for this fellow to enter the red level of the Triji Tower. But now, before they left, Mu Yun had entered the purple pole, which was unprecedented. It was hard to say whether there would be another person like her in the future. But Mu Yun's reputation had already been completely established. The ridicule that everyone had for her before was now gone. If this fellow was allowed to grow, the result would definitely be very unfavorable to him. At this moment, Xiao Tian felt a strong pressure from Mu Yun. This fellow must die. Otherwise, his title as the #1 person in the Triji Heavenly Alliance might be replaced in the next 100 years, or even decades or years. This was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. Xiao Tian's heart was as clear as a mirror. Almost at the same time, the tens of thousands of disciples on the entire grassland spread out and rushed to various places. They were all very cautious with each other. The so-called not to kill each other of the 3 alliance leaders was simply an empty promise that was not worth mentioning at all. Here, treasures were the most important. Immediately, the whole crowd spread out, and some places were gradually unearthed. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in front of a ruin. It was not accurate to say that it was a ruin, but the scene in front of her did indeed look very desolate. Between the broken walls, waves of death chi rushed to her face. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun became even more cautious. The grassland was the starting point, but this place was also in the grassland. But looking at the extent of the damage, this place was probably at least tens of thousands of years old. With a creak, a stone under her feet was stomped into dust by Mu Yun. Wisps of dust dissipated without a trace. Mu Yun became more and more cautious. Gradually entering the ruins, Mu Yun looked around with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. The scenery in the ruins did not look like it was naturally formed, but more like it was man-made. Mu Yun looked carefully and found that there were 8 rolling stones in 8 directions, quietly curled up in a pile of ruins. After passing through the 8 rolling stones, Mu Yun discovered that cracks had appeared in the rolling stones. When Mu Yun placed her hand on the rolling stone, she felt a sharp aura coming at her. Sizzling sounds could be heard. At this moment, those rolling stones were actually making li-li-li sounds. Immediately, the 8 rolling stones around Mu Yun exploded. In an instant, light gathered and Mu Yun's figure suddenly disappeared from her original spot. The ruins were still ruins. There was nothing special about them. However, Mu Yun's figure had disappeared. In the next moment, Mu Yun felt the world spinning around him before he finally came to a stop. However, the scene before his eyes had completely disappeared. What followed was a large hall. And the place he was at was the same place he had been standing in earlier. However, from the looks of it, the location of the palace was extremely calm and stable. Seeing this, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not reached a dead end. Otherwise, there would be another commotion. Looking at it from afar, Mu Yun discovered that this palace was connected to another palace. From afar, it was simply endless. It was completely different from what he had seen in the ruins. One was full of vitality, while the other was lifeless and decadent. Could this be the true Sword God residence? Is it only the emptiness realm above? Mu Yun was surprised. He took a step forward. He really wanted to see what kind of world his old friend, the Sword God Immortal, had created. After making up his mind, Mu Yun walked forward step by step. There was no figure in the hall that he was in, nor did he see any immortal beasts. On the contrary, everything in the hall was the same as before. The only difference was that these places looked a little messy, but also seemed to have been tidied up by someone. Mu Yun looked around. From the main hall to the side hall, he did not discover anything. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, the Sword God residence was a silver-ranked force thousands of years ago. The Sword God Immortal was a top-notch true Immortal Realm expert. His sect disappeared from the Bailuo Immortal Mountain overnight. Either it was plundered and destroyed. How could there be any good things left? Or it was like the Biluo Huangquan school, where it was hidden. However, if that was the case, then there would be even less good things left behind. With this thought in mind, Mu Yun gradually stopped searching. If there was really nothing good in the Sword God residence, then they had entered this time just to hunt immortal beasts and earn points. In this way, he had no purpose in coming here this time. The soul-suppressing orb and the first level of the triple lotus seal of life and death were indeed rare. However, not to mention Xiao Zhantian and the others, just those unknown geniuses of the Biluo Huangquan school were not something that he could do alone. He might as well not think about these things. He might as well cultivate here obediently. However, just as Mu Yun was about to sit down, a voice sounded from outside the hall. What kind of godforsaken place is this? A curse sounded. We entered this place for no reason. We can't even see a bird's shadow. Senior Brother Su, could it be that the Biluo Huangquan school is cheating this time? Look at that Baoqingyu sect master. It's obvious that he was prepared. Another voice sounded again. I think there's a high chance that the Biluo Huangquan school is playing with us. How would I know? When that voice sounded again, Mu Yun immediately understood. Su Xiren, it was really a small world. She met Su Xiren here. Mu Yun was in the main hall, listening carefully to their conversation. Don't let me meet that Mu Yun. Otherwise, I'll take this opportunity to kill him, Su Xiren said angrily. Even if I don't get first place this time, I'll still kill Mu Yun. That rascal Mu Yun is just bluffing because he has the potential of a heavenly saint. How can his real strength compare to yours? The Su family is a big family in the Triji Heavenly Alliance. He's just a clown. Another disciple agreed. If we meet Mu Yun, I, Ma Rong, will be the first to cut off that rascal's head and give it to Big Brother Su. Yes, Ma Rong. Not bad. I have high hopes for you. When I become the Su family's patriarch, or even the alliance leader, or the pavilion master of the Elixir Pavilion, you'll be my right-hand man. Thank you for your guidance, Big Brother Su. Ma Rong immediately cupped his hands, and his eyes were full of smiles. Su Xiren was a direct descendant of the Su family, and he was also a heaven-grade alchemist. His future achievements were limitless. If he followed Su Xiren, his status would naturally rise as well. Su Xiren was very clear. My head is very difficult to cut off. However, just as the two of them finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared, and a cold voice followed closely behind. Mu Yun. Su Xiren was stunned when he saw Mu Yun appear. Why are you here? If you can be here, why can't I? Mu Yun looked at Su Xiren and smiled coldly. Su Xiren, I didn't expect you to hate me so much. Is it because of Qinyuzhu? Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. Yuzhu has always been close to me. You used despicable means to deceive her. I've been waiting for you to remove the veil of hypocrisy. The veil of hypocrisy? Mu Yun was stunned. Alright, you can try to remove it. Mu Yun took a step forward and said coldly. There's no need for Senior Brother Su to make a move. I, Ma Rong, can kill you directly. A short disciple next to Su Xiren let out a low roar and charged forward. Seeing this person rushing over, Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. Kill. With a shout in her heart, Mu Yun waved her hand. With a pu sound, a violent surging force appeared in front of her. The 9 nether finger condensed 9 finger seals, and each of them was more than 10 times stronger than the one Mu Yun had used before. At the arcane immortal realm, his nascent soul and nascent soul were able to fuse with one another. As a result, the might of his finger had increased by more than 10 times. Bang bang bang, in an instant, ear-piercing sounds could be heard in front of Mu Yun. With a chi-chi sound, 9 bloody holes appeared on Ma Rong's body from top to bottom. Each of the 9 bloody holes had penetrated his body. One strike, a sure kill. Mu Yun, how dare you kill him? Su Xiren was stunned when he saw this. No matter what, Ma Rong was a rank 9 heavenly immortal. Yet, Mu Yun actually decided to kill him. Furthermore, it was a one-hit kill. This was truly shocking and unbelievable. It's not just him. All of you will die. Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. In the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, Su Xiren did not dare to attack him because of the Alliance rules. How could he not be wary of the Alliance rules? However, this was the ruins of the Sword God Mansion. There were no alliance rules that could be avoided. Since Su Xiren wanted to kill him, then he would kill Su Xiren. Mu Yun had a plan. In her heart, she took a step forward, and the power in her body completely erupted. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. Mu Yun had reached the arcane immortal realm. Even if she was only at the first rank, the explosive power of her power was enough to be called powerful and incomparable. Go, kill him, kill him. Seeing Mu Yun charging over at this moment, Su Xiren panicked. It was as if the bold words he had said just now had all become a joke. However, the people following beside Su Xiren did not dare to fight back at this moment. Looking at Mu Yun's godlike appearance, all of them were already scared out of their wits. Poochie sounds could be heard as Mu Yun attacked with her palm. Almost every move she made would definitely cause one person to die completely. Gradually, only Su Xiren was left by his side. Seeing this scene, Su Xiren's heart was completely flustered. This Mu Yun could be said to be tyrannical to the extreme. Didn't she just break through to the arcane immortal realm? How could she be so powerful and use her power so skillfully and naturally? Su Xiren did not dare believe it. Wait. Seeing Mu Yun suddenly approach him, Su Xiren immediately shouted. What do you want? The blacking sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand. She looked at Su Xiren and said, You're also a first-rank arcane immortal, and I'm also a first-rank arcane immortal. Why don't we have a real battle? If you kill me, no one here will know. If I kill you, no one will know. Do you dare? Do you dare? These 3 words shocked Su Xiren's heart. Su Xiren was completely stunned. Do I dare? Why not? Su Xiren asked himself over and over again, but in the end, he had no choice but to admit it. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. I am not tactful. Looking at Mu Yun, Su Xiren shouted angrily, Mu Yun, I think you should think about what you're doing now. Don't forget that I'm a disciple of the Su family. The current patriarch of the Su family, Alliance Master Su Tianxian, is my uncle. My elder brother, Su Chen, is the #1 genius of the Su family. He's a 5th stage mystic immortal, second only to Xiaozhan Tian. He's also here. Wait, however, Mu Yun interrupted Su Xiren. I want to know. After saying so much, what does this have to do with you? Huh? Su Xiren was dumbfounded. What did this guy mean? Your uncle, Su Tianxian, is the Alliance Master. He's a true immortal. Your elder brother, Su Chen, is a 5th stage mystic immortal. He's very powerful. That's right. Mu Yun said slowly, but, does this have anything to do with you? How, they are them. You are you. Their pride belongs to them. But what about you? Mu Yun interrupted. Su Xiren, don't talk so much nonsense. Since you want to kill me, then come and kill me. What's the point of saying so much useless stuff? Mu Yun, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Su Xiren was furious. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the 3 immortal pills. His face immediately flushed red. I've always been prepared for this level 3 life loss pill. Today, after swallowing this pill, my strength will skyrocket. You won't be my match. Su Xiren said hatefully, if you know what's good for you, get lost immediately. I'll spare your life. Sorry, I don't know what's good for me. However, Mu Yun said again, come, let me see how much your level 3 life loss pill can increase your cultivation. Mu Yun waved his hand and the blacking sword buzzed. Sizzling sounds could be heard. Mu Yun's killing intent gradually rose. At this moment, Su Xiren's face was filled with horror. He didn't expect that Mu Yun would not be afraid even after he said so much. She still wanted to kill him. How could this guy be so confident? Sword trampling the 7 stars. With a wave of her hand, Mu Yun brandished the long sword in her hand. The blacking sword seemed to emit a 7-colored light, condensing into 7 stars and spreading out completely. Dong dong dong, a dull sound rang out. The long sword in Mu Yun's hand completely exploded at this moment. The rumbling caused Su Xiren to feel his entire body tremble. However, all of a sudden, a violent power surged within his body. Scram! Su Xiren punched out, and light suddenly rose from the surface of his body. The rumbling sounds were dazzling. Crackling sounds of explosions immediately spread out. That berserk voice seemed to come from Su Xiren's heart, and it made people's hearts tremble. However, all of this had no effect on Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was still brandishing her sword. Sword of 8 directions. The second sword strike was even more violent. Su Xiren was completely dumbfounded when he saw the sword flying towards him. He knew that Mu Yun was a master swordsman who had comprehended the way of the sword. However, knowing and seeing were two different things. Damn it, damn it. If you hadn't entered the extreme purple realm, how could you be so arrogant in front of me? Heavenly Saint aptitude, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Su Xiren roared and suddenly took a step forward. Sky-splitting roar. Roar, a low roar rang out, and stormy waves suddenly appeared in front of Su Xiren. The stormy waves continued to spread out, each more powerful than the last. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately attacked with her sword again. 9 Tribulation sword slaughtering the heavens. It was still the same sword strike, and it was incomparably powerful. The sword realm condensed, and it directly attacked Su Xiren. In an instant, Su Xiren only felt that his body had stiffened, and he was unable to move at all. Seeing this scene, Su Xiren's expression completely changed. Mu Yun was really too terrifying. A master of the way of the sword looked completely different. Mu Yun's terror did not lie in her confidence, but in her strength. Terrifying strength. She was only at the first level of the mystic immortal realm, but she possessed strength and tyrannical ability that made people drool. You can't kill me. Seeing that Mu Yun's attack was about to land, Su Xiren immediately roared, if you kill me, the Su family of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance will not let you off. If I don't kill you, will you let me off? Mu Yun did not stop and directly swung her sword. A rumbling sound suddenly spread out. A deafening sound suddenly rang out in the entire hall, and all the buildings were filled with ruins. Dong, the dull sound made one feel as if the entire world had been turned upside down. All of a sudden, a figure dashed out from the explosion like a phantom. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was spotless. Only the blacking sword in her hand had traces of blood. Looking at the blacking sword, Mu Yun shook her head and smiled bitterly. The blacking sword is a high-grade heaven-grade immortal artifact at its highest level. There is no way to improve it anymore. Mu Yun said slowly, although I am very reluctant, it seems that I need to change to another sword. Putting away the blacking sword, a broken sword suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's hand. The silent language sword, she had obtained the silent language sword in the Sea of Oblivion. This broken sword seemed to have a very special structure. Although it was a broken sword, it was just right. It was just right for the circulation of immortal chi and the extension of power. It was even more magical than a complete sword. This was the silent language sword. Mu Yun had always been by her side. Now that she had reached the mystic immortal realm, she could use this sword. The entire silent language sword was about 1.5 feet long. Although it was a broken sword, it looked very complete. Mu Yun exhaled. In her hand, the silent language sword slowly condensed into a complete longsword. However, the part that was condensed was not the sword body, but the sword body condensed by Mu Yun's sword chi. Although it was illusory, it made the silent language sword look magnificent. The blade of the sword looked exceptionally magnificent. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled in her heart. This sword did not look complete, but in fact, it was very complete. She waved her hand, and suddenly, a majestic power spread out. Su Xiren, the next one will be you, Xiaozhan Tian. Mu Yun smiled faintly and left the place, leaving behind a ground full of ruins. At the same time, figures appeared in the real ruins of the Sword God Mansion. The entire site was vast and occupied thousands of square meters. However, the number of disciples who came here was increasing. Everyone began to search. They wanted to see if they could find the secret of the Sword God Mansion. However, in the end, everyone returned in disappointment. In the entire site of the Sword God Mansion, all the buildings looked very complete. The elixir room and the immortal artifact room were complete. However, there was nothing inside. There was not even an ant. This made everyone feel very disappointed. However, although they did not find the treasure, disputes arose among the many disciples. Many disciples had already started to fight with each other. The killing gradually began. The disciples of the three extremes Heavenly Alliance had long forgotten the instructions of the three alliance leaders. As for the disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school, they did not seem to have any instructions at all. As long as the disciples of the three extremes Heavenly Alliance offended them, they would immediately kill them without mercy. The fighting between the two sides became more and more intense. It looked like it was about to explode. Mu Yun walked past several halls and saw no less than 3 fights. The disciples of the two major sects did not have a good impression of each other. In addition, they did not find anything good inside, so their tempers flared up. It was not strange at all that a fight broke out after a few words. Mu Yun walked in the Sword God mansion in a low-key manner. She looked ahead and did not say a word. At this moment, the fights between the crowd seemed to have nothing to do with her. However, Mu Yun did not look for fights, but it did not mean that the fights would not look for her. While he was walking in the middle of a large hall, many figures were walking in from outside the large hall at this moment. Those figures were dressed in black robes. Their auras were concealed and they looked very sinister. They were the people of the Biluo Huangquan school. All the disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school were dressed in black robes. Moreover, each of them looked sinister. Mu Yun did not care about it and walked past them. Stop. However, just as Mu Yun was about to leave the hall, one of the people walked out and looked at him. What's inside? Did you find something inside? Go in and take a look yourself. You'll know. If this person had asked him nicely, he would have answered him nicely. However, this person's tone was really annoying. His voice was hard and out of tune. Looking at his arrogant and bossy appearance, it was really unpleasant to the eye. Hey, brat, you're very arrogant. When that person saw that Mu Yun actually dared to brush him off, he immediately shouted, "You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish." That disciple shouted and directly grabbed at Mu Yun with his claw. With a snort, Mu Yun met the attack with a punch. Bang, the two figures instantly collided. However, the two of them were completely separated in an instant. They each took 3 steps back. Eh? Almost at the same time, the two of them let out a surprised and bewildered voice. The two of them looked at each other. Brat, what's your strength? Choyu looked at the person in front of him and said in surprise. He was a subordinate of the 13 Hell Kings in the Biluo Huangquan school. He was at the first stage of the mystic immortal realm. Moreover, as a genius disciple under the 13 Hell Kings, Choyu was arrogant. It's none of your business. Mu Yun also responded bluntly. This guy attacked him from the beginning, and it really made him angry. Moreover, Mu Yun was surprised that although he used 50% of his strength, this 50% strength was enough to blast a first-stage mystic immortal realm disciple back. However, just now, this guy only took a step back and stabilized his body. Moreover, when he looked again, the power of this guy's immortal technique was extraordinary. If all the disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school had such cultivation, they were all geniuses. Choyu. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Do you know who I am? That person was dressed in a long white robe. He was tall and had a pair of eyes that were like slits. His head was pointy and he did not look very handsome. Are you a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance? The small-eyed man looked at Mu Yun and asked doubtfully. Is there anyone else in the Sword God Mansion ruins other than the Triple Heavenly Alliance and the Biluo Huangquan school? Mu Yun asked in return. Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciple is really arrogant. The young man smiled and said, looking at your reputation, you are not considered a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Do you know who I am? Then do you know who I am? Hearing Mu Yun's arrogant reply, the young man did not react. Choyu was so angry that he was about to attack. My name is Huijun. I am a disciple of the Biluo Huangquan school's 13 Hell Kings. I think you should have heard of my reputation. Huijun was not angry and introduced himself. In the great battle a few years ago, the disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school, the 13 Hell Kings, 14 Hell Kings, and 15 Hell Kings, forced the Huangji family to stay in the Huangji city. During this period of time, many geniuses had appeared under the 3 Hell Kings, and their reputations had soared in the southern sword region. Huajun was one of them. His name was also known in the southern sword domain. He was confident that the Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciples who participated in the trial were all inner disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. They definitely knew of his reputation. "Sorry, I don't know you," Mu Yun said expressionlessly. "If you want to know what is inside, you can go in and check it out yourselves." The Triple Heavenly Alliance has no time to care about the disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school. Huajun's face turned cold when he heard this. Mu Yun was looking down on him. Zhou Yu finally could not take it anymore. "Senior brother Hua, let's see if he can still be so arrogant after I kill him and pull out his tongue." Zhou Yu immediately took a step forward. A pitch-black gas appeared in her palm. The strange gas spiraled and condensed. Finally, it turned into a balloon and charged towards Mu Yun. "You think you can kill me?" However, when she saw Zhou Yu charging over, Mu Yun snorted and stabbed out with the Youyu sword. Sword trampling the 7 stars. He swung his sword, and 7 stars appeared. However, this time, it was the Youyu sword that attacked. The power of this sword was extraordinary. At this moment, Mu Yun only had the quiet speech sword and her own sword moves in her heart. Zhou Yu, who was in front of her, had already been completely ignored. Clang, the sound of a sword chime rang out. As the sword slashed out, Mu Yun's entire body immediately rushed forward with a howl. Seeing this, Zhou Yu immediately shouted. Whoosh. However, even though Zhou Yu's reaction speed was extremely fast, the current Mu Yun's speed was even faster. Sword annihilation in all directions. The sword slashed out again. Mu Yun's charging speed was as fast as lightning. This scene immediately caused the few people present to be dumbfounded. Sword principle. For the first time, the strength of a sword principle swordsman was revealed in front of everyone. At this moment, Mu Yun was so strong that no one could resist her. As strong as she was, the expressions of everyone present changed. Puff. Suddenly, accompanied by a puffing sound, a bloody mark appeared on Zhou Yu's neck. Fresh blood flowed out. Zhou Yu's eyes were filled with horror. He did not expect that he would be killed by Mu Yun. Even more so, he did not expect that Mu Yun could actually kill him. Puffing sounds rang out. Mu Yun stood rooted to the ground, and a trace of indifference appeared on her face. This time, she had used 100% of the power of her sword principle to kill Zhou Yu. The immortal techniques cultivated by the disciples of Biluo Huangquan school were very powerful. They were even more brilliant than the immortal techniques he had learned in his previous life. This was one of the reasons. The other reason was that the disciples of Biluo Huangquan school each had a cold murderous aura. Their strength could be said to be the best among their peers. For example, Zhou Yu's strength could be said to be at the level of a first-stage mystic immortal, and no one could defeat him. This was very terrifying. He originally thought that the martial artists ruled by the 18 Hell Kings of Biluo Huangquan school had different levels of strength. However, these martial artists only had different levels of strength. But now, it seemed that every disciple of Biluo Huangquan school was very powerful. It could even be said that their strength surpassed that of geniuses and peerless geniuses. Mu Yun could not help but be surprised. This Biluo Huangquan school was really terrifying. There was only shock left in Mu Yun's heart. You actually dared to kill him. At this moment, there was a cold murderous aura between Huajun's eyebrows. It was indeed a strong murderous aura. His eyes looked at Mu Yun as if he was looking at a dead person. Is Biluo Huangquan school that great? I, Mu Yun, don't even care about the people of 9 Immortal Pavilion, let alone the people of Biluo Huangquan school. You're really arrogant. Huajun shouted coldly, I'd like to see where your courage comes from. Then you can take a look. Mu Yun understood that today's battle was unavoidable. Since that was the case, they could only fight. This battle could not be avoided, and they could only fight head-on. At this moment, Huajun already had the intention to kill Mu Yun. At this moment, he obviously did not have a good impression of Mu Yun in his heart. With the Youyu sword in hand, Mu Yun's confidence skyrocketed. In the immortal realm, relationships were even thinner than in the lower realm. Therefore, he did not want any favors and could only believe in the sword in his hand. 9 Tribulations Sword, Heaven Slaying. With a swing of his sword, the Youyu sword in Mu Yun's hand suddenly shone. His entire body seemed to be filled with sword light. With a wave of his palm and a sword, Mu Yun completely went berserk at this moment. The tyrannical sword realm spread out at this moment. However, even though Mu Yun's sword realm was tyrannical, Hu Jun was a second-stage mystic immortal, one stage higher than Mu Yun. The explosive power of his entire body was also slightly stronger than Mu Yun's. Seeing Mu Yun's sword attack, Hu Jun looked at him coldly. Raging Sky Tyrant Fist. With a punch, Hu Jun used his fist to block the person in front of him. Boom, in an instant, the fist and the sword clashed, and the crackling sound reverberated in everyone's eardrums. Mu Yun only felt that his arm was numb. However, on the other side, Hu Jun also did not feel good. Mu Yun, who had condensed the power of the sword Dao, increased his attack by more than several times at this moment. This was the tyrannical power of the sword realm, the power of a swordsman who had comprehended the sword Dao. Hu Jun immediately retreated and looked at Mu Yun cautiously. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was also looking at Hu Jun with a cautious expression. Mu Yun was sure that Hu Jun was definitely comparable to a third-stage mystic immortal disciple in the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Biluo Huangquan School was powerful. Kid, you're very powerful. Hu Jun snorted. It's a pity that you met me, Hu Jun. You're not bad either. However, it's a pity that you met me, Mu Yun. Mu Yun responded coldly. You're courting death. Hu Jun immediately snorted and took a step forward. The power of his entire body was raging violently. He looked at Mu Yun, and his heart was filled with killing intent. On the other hand, Mu Yun restrained her aura at this moment. Her sword Dao was indeed powerful enough. However, it was a pity that Mu Yun's current power of sword Dao was no longer enough to resist Hu Jun. In the end, it was because she did not have enough understanding of sword Dao. Understanding this, Mu Yun immediately attacked. Since her sword Dao was not enough, she could exchange for another method to deal with Hu Jun origin force. After Mu Yun made up her mind, she brazenly attacked with her 9 nether finger without hesitation. 9-finger seal spread out in all directions at that instant. Boom, suddenly, the 9-finger prints exploded with a powerful force, causing all the power in Mu Yun's body to gather on her 9 fingers. However, Hu Jun was even more violent at this moment. With the increase in power, black marks appeared on the surface of Hu Jun's body. Those marks spread out and turned into waves of tyrannical power. Hu Jun immediately roared and waved his hands. The power of his entire body was raging violently. Dong, a muffled explosion sounded in their ears. Mu Yun was instantly irritable. Under such circumstances, looking at the two of them, it was as if their eyes had turned red from killing each other. There was no reason for them to kill each other. What do we do now? As for the other disciples, they were all scared out of their wits. Mu Yun, this guy, looked ordinary, but who would have thought that he could fight senior brother Hu Jun to such an extent? However, while they were puzzled, Hu Jun and Mu Yun were completely calm. As they continued to exchange blows, the two of them realized that their attacks did not cause any fatal damage to each other. Slash. However, as an outstanding disciple of Biluo Huangquan School, how could Hu Jun be satisfied when he saw that Mu Yun could fight him to a standstill? He stepped forward and slashed with one hand. His palm condensed into a saber, and the wind from the saber slashed out at this moment. Mu Yun was sneering at this moment. He originally thought that he could kill Hu Jun in a situation where there was not much difference between them. However, he still underestimated Hu Jun. Since that was the case, he could only use other means. Looking at Hu Jun, Mu Yun's entire body was filled with power. Dong, 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 a dull explosion sounded, and the space around Mu Yun completely fluctuated at this moment. The power of space, how is it possible? Seeing this scene, Hu Jun's expression changed several times. The power of space, only golden immortals can control space. You are obviously not, but how can you control the power of space? Hu Jun was completely stunned. There are many things that you can't think of. Do you want me to tell you one by one? Mu Yun snorted coldly, and the murderous intent in her eyes intensified. Space spin. With a low shout, a series of space blades in Mu Yun's hand completely spread out at this moment. Thud 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 thud. Those were spatial blades. Although they were invisible, they carried a stifling sound. This was the explosive attack of the space blades. After Mu Yun and Heaven's Eye were used for a few years, the attacks of the space blades became increasingly powerful. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio, you dare to kill me. After all, no one would have thought that a mere first-stage mystic immortal could control the power of space and rely on the power of space to form a spatial blade attack. Even a peerless golden immortal expert would find it very difficult to achieve this. The spatial blade condensed into a vortex that completely enveloped Huijun and the others. At this moment, Huijun wanted to resist, but he had no ability to do so. If it was a few years ago, Huijun might have resisted. But now, Mu Yun was no longer the Mu Yun of the Heaven Immortal Realm. Mu Yun, who had reached the Mystic Immortal Realm, had a huge improvement in her strength. And now, facing Huijun, there was no absolute suppression in terms of cultivation level. Instead, it was his spatial vortex that completely exploded. The invisible spatial attack caught Huijun completely off guard. Bastard, you're courting death. Seeing this scene, Huijun flew into a rage out of humiliation. He knew that if he did not resist, he would be the one to die. With a low shout, Huijun's entire body erupted with waves of tyrannical air waves. However, as those air waves exploded, Huijun's figure suddenly became illusory. But Mu Yun did not care at all at this moment. No matter how many changes you have, only death awaits you in my hands. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. She flipped her palm and attacked with spatial blades. Swoosh 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 sounds immediately spread out. Strange fluctuations suddenly appeared around Mu Yun's entire body. Those fluctuations spread out in all directions. They seemed to be unruly, but they slashed towards Huijun one by one. Puff 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 sounds were heard. Cracks immediately appeared on the surface of Huijun's entire body. Those terrifying cracks were simply too dazzling to look at. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Huijun's entire body was completely cut into pieces by the sharp spatial blades. Even the true soul that wanted to spread out was caught by Mu Yun. Still want to run? Mu Yun snorted and said, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. You're courting death. You dare to kill me? You're dead meat. My brother is one of the 7 martial arts students of the Biluo Huangquan school. Huijun shouted, my brother's name is Huaran, you better remember this name, you will die in his hands. Qi Wusheng? Okay, I'll remember that. Huaran, right? The prerequisite is that he must know that I was the one who did it. Mu Yun snorted and clenched her fist. With a bang, Huijun's figure completely dissipated. When one soul was destroyed, it would dissipate from the world and die without a burial place. There was no trace of Huijun's existence. However, with a wave of Mu Yun's hand, the remnant soul dissipated. However, several thousand meters away from Mu Yun, in a large hall, the expression of a man in a black robe changed. Huijun is dead. After the man finished speaking, the people present immediately looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Of course, they knew who Huijun was. Huarun, it can't be. Huijun is a second-stage mystic immortal, who can kill him? A young man walked forward and said in disbelief. It's absolutely true. Huarun's long and narrow eyes were filled with coldness. He's not a disciple of our Biluo Huangquan school, he's a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Huarun's voice became colder and colder as she said slowly, this person deserves to die, he really deserves to die. What should we do now? Find this person and kill him? Another person said again. Don't worry, we still don't know what's going on in the Sword God Mansion. As for this person, Huarun said coldly, I must cut open his stomach with my own hands and see what this guy ate to have such guts. The few people looked at Huarun's cold appearance and immediately kept quiet out of fear. They naturally knew how this guy felt about his brother, so it was not surprising that he was so angry. Seeing this scene, the few of them immediately looked at each other and did not dare to say anything. At the same time, the noise in the Sword God Mansion became louder and louder. The many disciples began to disperse gradually, and the battle between them became more and more intense. Boom boom boom, however, in an instant, an intense rumbling sound spread out from an unknown place. The rumbling sound blocked everyone's eardrums. The crackling sounds caused everyone present to feel as if their heads were about to explode. Everyone immediately looked up at the sky and saw a smoke signal rising up. Suddenly, the ground was filled with roars and roars. Majestic figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. From the place where the explosion occurred, powerful figures appeared one after another in front of everyone. Immortal beasts. Is this a beast tide? Looking at the dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun, everyone's expression changed. However, the dark clouds were a little too powerful. They were as black as ink and as cold as snow. Suddenly, the sound of fighting rose and fell, one after another, and spread out. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Run! The disciples who were scattered all over the Sword God mansion only had this one word in their minds. It was true that they were here to hunt immortal beasts and earn points. However, although most of the immortal beasts in front of them were heavenly bloodline immortal beasts, there were also many mystic bloodline immortal beasts. Under such circumstances, they could only run. Once they were surrounded by the immortal beasts, it was not realistic to want to run away. Merely, for some unknown reason, those immortal beasts suddenly flew out from the location where the ground had exploded. However, the instant they appeared, they immediately charged toward the crowd. Suddenly, the entire Sword God mansion was filled with the sound of killing. Mu Yun knocked down the figure in front of her with a sword. Looking at the countless immortal beasts in front of her, she frowned. What's going on? The appearance of these immortal beasts was too strange, and they were completely unfathomable. However, most of them were heavenly bloodline immortal beasts. Heavenly bloodline immortal beasts were not a threat to Mu Yun at the moment. However, mystic bloodline immortal beasts gave Mu Yun a headache. Especially mystic bloodline immortal beasts that surpassed the second stage mystic immortal realm. To her, once she was entangled with them, it was very likely that she would lose her life here. Kill. However, facing heavenly bloodline immortal beasts, Mu Yun naturally would not be stingy with the opportunity to earn points. While killing, Mu Yun kept retreating. Suddenly, a scream came from behind her. Mu Yun was stunned. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Yi Wuqing. Mu Yun turned around and saw a figure surrounded by a few heavenly bloodline immortal beasts. He was in a very bad situation. It was Yi Wuqing. However, when her gaze fell on Yi Wuqing, Mu Yun was a little surprised. Previously, Yi Wuqing had relied on the golden immortal inheritance to reach the 4th stage heaven immortal realm. He was even promoted to the inner league and became an inner league disciple. However, in just a few years, Yi Wuqing had reached the 9th stage heaven immortal realm. The advancement of the 5th stage heaven immortal realm was really unimaginable. At this moment, Yi Wuqing clearly saw Mu Yun. Brother Mu, as Yi Wuqing exclaimed, an immortal beast pounced on his shoulder. With a pft, the immortal beast opened its huge mouth and was about to bite off his entire head. Suddenly, Mu Yun pointed her finger and the 9 nether finger exploded. With a pft sound, the immortal beast instantly turned into minced meat and dissipated. Heartless managed to survive as he gasped for breath. Brother Mu, Yi Wuqing looked at Mu Yun, his eyes filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Are you okay? Yes. Yi Wuqing nodded and said, Brother Mu, it's too dangerous here. Those immortal beasts were let in and want to kill us. Let's leave quickly. Yi Wuqing did not allow any explanation. He pulled Mu Yun and was about to leave this place. Wait. However, Mu Yun grabbed Yi Wuqing's arm and asked in surprise, how do you know that those immortal beasts were let in? Ah? Hearing this, a trace of panic appeared on Yi Wuqing's face. He immediately smiled and said, I guessed it. The location of the explosion was not far from where I was just now. I saw someone there. Oh? Hearing this, Mu Yun looked over, wanting to see what was there. Unfortunately, all she could see were immortal beasts that filled the sky. Brother Mu, now is not the time to think about this. Let's quickly leave this place and temporarily avoid danger. Yes. Together, the two of them retreated to the periphery. As for the other disciples, they also gradually dispersed and retreated to the surroundings. Damn it. Although these immortal beasts are not very powerful, there are too many of them. It's not us hunting immortal beasts. It's the immortal beasts hunting us. Yi Wuqing cursed. There's no harm in being careful. Yes. Yi Wuqing nodded and looked at Mu Yun. He smiled and said, Brother Mu, you have caused a sensation in the inner league. You have entered the 7th level of the purple pole. No one can compare to you. How many points do you have? Not many. Just over 12,000 points. More than 12,000, Yi Wuqing looked at Mu Yun and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. I'm only at 1,200 points now. You have 10 times more than me. Yi Wuqing smiled bitterly. There's no difference. Look at the highest first place. It's already more than 37,000 points. I'm still far from it. Mu Yun said indifferently, the soul-suppressing orb and the first stage of the triple lotus seal of life and death are precious. Those geniuses will definitely do their best to obtain the treasures. We can forget about it, Brother Mu, you're so powerful. You can definitely do it. Yi Wuqing encouraged him. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. However, this Sword God Mansion ruins is really strange. Moreover, those immortal beasts appeared out of nowhere. It's really puzzling. Mu Yun looked around and said. He originally did not want to participate in this trial. In the Triple Pole Tower, he could cultivate steadily and reach the Purple Pole level. His improvement could be said to be rapid. It was not a problem for him to reach the 2nd stage of the Mystic Immortal Realm from the 1st stage of the Mystic Immortal Realm. But now, he came to this godforsaken place. Other than killing people, there was only killing beasts. This place was completely an empty shell. At this moment, although the disciples were constantly retreating, they were still able to cooperate with each other to kill those immortal beasts. End of chapter 12:10. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.